Chapter 1. What a terrible stroke of luck! Splash! A basin of cold water was suddenly thrown onto Shen Du's face, rousing him from his stupor. This moment, Shen Du found himself bound and suspended from a nail on the wall. Where on earth am I? His vision remained blurred, but he soon noticed several shadowy figures clad in black flitting before him, before abruptly, one of them lifted his chin. TSK, this lad hasn't fully regained consciousness yet. Let's administer another dose of mild sedative, so he can watch us at work. Brother, you truly have a morbid sense of humor, letting this kid witness us dismember him. What a perverse thrill. Ha ha ha, isn't that what makes me your older brother? The voice emanated from one side, and at that moment, Shen Du became much more alert. Memories began to resurface in his mind, bombarding his consciousness and allowing him to discern his current predicament. He had been kidnapped. This world was a parallel universe Earth. The emergence of peculiar supernatural creatures had given rise to a multitude of superhumans. Humanity utilized these superhumans to combat the monsters, leading to honor and wealth for those endowed with powers. Simultaneously, the existence of supernatural abilities birthed a series of dark underground dealings. For instance, the two individuals before him clearly intended to use Shen Du as a replacement, treating him as living fodder or a resource for some special superhuman. In simple terms, Shen Du was on the verge of losing his life. Damn it. After traversing over, he found himself apprehended by two members of an underground organization specializing in handling replacements. Was he destined to perish on his very first day? The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the dim lighting cast a repugnant shadow over the surroundings. At last, Shen Du could clearly see the faces of the two men before him. You're awake, said the taller bald man, licking his lips as he stared at Shen Du's groggy eyes. But you're about to drift off again. Forever. Hee. The shorter man, with cropped hair, darkly withdrew a silver scalpel from a nearby table, glancing at the bald man. Hold down his left ear. I need to be meticulous. The buyer has offered a high price for something clean and precise. Upon the completion of his words, the bald man lunged toward Shen Du, pressing down on his head. As his neck lay exposed, the short-haired man approached, the scalpel producing a chilling sound as it struck the plate. Yet, Shen Du felt no fear. Instead, a faint hum echoed in his mind. This sound seemed to sever his sensory control, and in the next instant, a segment of text appeared before his eyes. Host's life in critical danger. Binding of the exceptional system in progress. Binding complete. Acquired A-class ability. Frenzied combat. Acquired A-class ability. Lethal pain. Acquired A-class ability. Blood surge. Triggering designated task. Eliminate current replacement organization members. Black Tiger and Grey Wolf. Reward, special ability. In a mere blink, Shen Du was rapidly informed of the abilities he had just acquired through this sudden system that had manifested in his mind. The short-haired man, wielding the scalpel, remained oblivious to the shift in circumstances, lunging directly for Shen Du's neck with a swift thrust. Slash! Blood erupted forth, but before he could blink, the gushing liquid instantly solidified into a hardened dark red substance at the wound. The man gasped, instinctively glancing at Shen Du, only to be met with a pair of eyes brimming with murderous intent. Bang! The bald man was sent hurtling away from Shen Du with a single, forceful blow. Thud! He crashed violently against the wall. The short-haired man, still unaware of the unfolding chaos, was suddenly seized by the throat and lifted effortlessly into the air. This individual was the ringleader here, completely unprepared for the rapid turn of events. You're not bound. Bang! Shen Du swiftly tore away the ropes binding him to the wall, causing the short-haired man's pupils to dilate in shock. Damn it, he's encountered a formidable opponent. Could this guy have awakened his powers? Shen Du brushed his fingers over the fresh wound on his neck, peeling away the scab to reveal that the injury had miraculously healed to its original state. Flabbergasted, the short-haired man feigned a stutter. Kid, let's talk this over. Shen Du's gaze fixed on him, and as the short-haired man realized he had captured Shen Du's attention, he seized the opportunity to thrust the scalpel toward him. Yet, the anticipated piercing of Shen Du's neck did not occur. Instead, Shen Du caught the man's wrist with a firm grip. What? This man was astounded that Shen Du could predict his next move. Shen Du's eyes glinted coldly as he seized the man's right arm and, with a swift motion, snapped it with ease. Before the short-haired man could even let out a cry of pain, a flash of the scalpel's reflection darted before his eyes. Swish! The scalpel cleanly sliced across the man's neck, ending his life in an instant. Chapter 2. Instant kill. Damn it, you little bastard. How dare you lay hands on us? How did you break free? From a distance, the bald man, who had just been blasted through the wall by Shen, suddenly emerged from the newly created opening, cursing and glaring fiercely at Shen. Having drawn a dagger from his waist. Let go of my brother, or I'll show you what death truly means. With an expression of cold indifference, Shen discarded the short-haired man he held in his left hand to the ground with a thud, momentarily startling the bald man nearby. Upon seeing the unmoving body on the ground, he instantly realized that this fellow had already dealt with his brother, Black Tiger. You're seeking death, the bald man bellowed, his muscles bulging instantaneously, his upper body becoming shrouded in a gray mane in the blink of an eye. This guy possesses supernatural abilities. He is transforming into a half-wolf. The bald man, with his bizarre transformation, charged at Shen at an astonishing speed, hurling his dagger toward him, which was effortlessly blocked by Shen with his left hand. The sound of flesh being pierced elicited a surge of excitement in the bald man, as he lunged at Shen with reckless abandon. Die! Clang! To the bald man's surprise, Shen countered with his right hand, deflecting the attack, then yanked his left hand back, blood spurting from the dagger as his eyes began to shimmer with a crimson light. The frenzied battle commenced. Frenzied combat ability. Upon mastering this ability, the host experiences enhanced capabilities when entering combat. The longer the battle endures and the stronger the enemy, the greater the augmentation. Deadly pain ability. Grants rapid healing and the sensation of pain becomes imperceptible. Blood surge ability. After sustaining an injury, blood will flow rapidly, transforming its form to clot according to the host's needs. The blood flowing from the wound on Shen's left hand instantaneously morphed into a dark red, sharp spike, which he thrust directly into the chest of the bald man before him. The bald man let out a furious roar, poised to retaliate, but lost his balance. Boom. Shen pivoted and delivered a sweeping strike, slamming the man to the ground. Before the bald man could rise, Shen raised his leg and delivered a heavy blow to the already beastly man beneath him. Bang! In the state of frenzied combat, Shen close-quarters assault was nearly invincible, incapacitating the Grey Wolf's combat abilities in mere moments. Though the man's inherent abilities were unique and his massive physique prevented an immediate demise, he was nonetheless battered into a bloody pulp by Shen's successive strikes. Unable to rise again, the blood spike from Shen had completely embedded itself within the man, who now lay on the ground, groaning, leading Shen to conclude that the battle was over. He casually picked up a cigarette from a nearby table, intending to take a puff to ease the tension. But upon sniffing it, he realized something was amiss. Shen tossed it aside, glancing at his left hand, which had been pierced by the Grey Wolf's dagger, now completely healed. TSK. Shen let out a cold chuckle, astonished that his first battle in this place had unfolded in such a manner. He surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the stench of blood and an oppressive atmosphere, he discerned no other valuable elements. However, based on the identities revealed by the system, it was evident that the substitute's organization was their background. With disdain, Shen glared at the now silent Grey Wolf, then swiftly kicked the ground near him, sending a surgical knife flying into the air. He flicked it, and the silver blade embedded itself directly into the left chest of the man on the ground, silencing the Grey Wolf for good. Kill confirmed. Substitute's organization, Operative Black Tiger, Elite Esper, Grey Wolf. Task completed. Reward, Elite Ability. Telekinesis. Telekinesis. The user can unleash abilities based on mental strength, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. In an instant, Shen realized he had acquired a brand new power. He glanced at some objects nearby and effortlessly made them levitate. Controlling the surrounding walls, he made them ripple like waves. The two corpses were dragged to one side by Shen's telekinesis, allowing him to exit the basement unobstructed. The news of the deaths of the two members of the substitute's organization would soon echo throughout the organization. However, for Shen, he was now fully prepared. Unperturbed by the impending spread of this information, having disposed of two today, should the substitute's organization send more to seek him out tomorrow, he would eliminate them one by one. The system provided no subsequent tasks, and Shen felt a gnawing hunger. He rummaged through his pockets, retrieving 2 bills, quickly cleaning the blood from his attire, and sought out a restaurant to replenish his lost energy. Though he had acquired supernatural abilities, there were still far more pressing matters ahead. Chapter 3. Frontline news. Shen found himself without a place to stay in this world, uncertain of where to go next. The shopkeeper, noticing Shen's disheveled appearance, kindly inquired, "Young man, what happened to you?" You're covered in blood. Are you injured? Shen smiled and shook his head. Any injuries had nearly healed. On the nearby television, the latest city news was being broadcast, highlighting that recently, over 5 individuals had mysteriously vanished while walking at night, advising pedestrians to exercise caution as relevant departments might soon initiate a crackdown. Observing Shen devouring his meal, the proprietor spoke up, remarking on the increasing danger of recent nights. Since the emergence of those with extraordinary abilities, society has become far less secure than in the past. Indeed, Shen gulped down his food and drink, at last experiencing a hint of satiety. There was little to conceal. He had just escaped from an underground organization, and the bloodstains on him were remnants of battle, though most were not his own. The owner paused momentarily, though he did not appear particularly surprised. It seems your skills are commendable, and you are fortunate to have survived. These underground organizations have been quite rampant lately. With a gentle smile, the owner continued. The extraordinary beings in the rear are becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Previously, the state established special divisions for unified management. However, with the pressing situation at the front lines, many extraordinary individuals and elite personnel have been dispatched there, leaving the rear somewhat vulnerable. The owner's few words sparked a flicker of curiosity in Shen. Do the front lines? Who are they fighting against? Are you unaware? They are battling those accursed monsters. The owner elaborated, prompting Shen to suddenly recall fragments of memory from when he had just awakened. Those creatures had indeed emerged from rifts and along the East Sea coast. They were still locked in a fierce standoff with government forces. Much of their heavy weaponry proved ineffective, relying instead on extraordinary individuals to hold the line. As the owner spoke, a news report about the battles on the Eastern Front aired on the television. According to the report, the rift of extraordinary beasts along the East Sea coast had been reduced by approximately 30, with the majority of their forces eliminated. Small elite groups had managed to breach the blockade and escape to coastal cities, prompting special divisions to pursue them. The Extraordinary Department once again appealed to society, urging more extraordinary individuals to join their ranks for the sake of humanity's bright future, as rift fluctuations persisted. Furrowing his brow, Shen absorbed the entirety of the news, momentarily at a loss for words. The situation likely exceeded his imagination. Though the battle seemed to have achieved minor victories, it appeared they would need to recruit more personnel. I suspect something significant must have gone awry, resulting in substantial losses. The government's primary motivation behind promoting the awakening plan for extraordinary individuals was the emergence of these monstrous beings from the rifts. Their destructive power was staggering, forcing the extraordinary forces from several provinces to the front lines just to maintain a semblance of control. The owner's words served as a reminder to Shen. Having recently traversed into this world, he found himself without direction or shelter, armed only with first-level telekinesis and third-level combat capabilities. Given the news of recruitment, surely he could be enlisted? If I wish to join, what are the requirements? Shen inquired of the proprietor, who responded thoughtfully. There are now dedicated academies for extraordinary individuals aimed at nurturing any potential talents. You must know how these extraordinary beings manifest, right? They acquire their powers by slaying extraordinary beasts to obtain crystal stones. If you are an extraordinary individual, you can directly enter for evaluation, and then you will be recruited. The benefits are far superior to ordinary employment. The owner observed Shen's intent and smiled. From what you just mentioned, you must be a combat-type extraordinary individual. What abilities do you possess? With a smile, Shen raised his hand slightly toward the items on the bar, causing them to levitate in perfect alignment. The owner's eyes widened in astonishment. This level of control is clearly extraordinary. My boy, your ability is formidable. If you were to join a special operations team, you would likely ascend to a higher rank swiftly. He stood and fetched a bowl of hot soup for Shen, saying, "What do you think? Would you like to try tomorrow? I can vouch for you. You can stay at my place tonight, and I'll take you to a recruitment point for extraordinary individuals at dawn." The owner's enthusiasm was palpable, and Shen felt no inclination to refuse. Given the circumstances, he had only just begun to grasp the unfolding events, and his next choice was to seek a better life. Joining the ranks of the extraordinary did not seem a poor decision. Yet, the system that had initially informed him of his newfound capabilities had since fallen silent, which perplexed Shen. However, he set aside such thoughts for the moment. Having recently endured a battle, he was exhausted and decided to stay at the proprietor's establishment for the night. Tomorrow, he would accompany the owner to discover the nature of the evaluation process. If he could officially join a team, it might indeed prove advantageous. Chapter 4. Evaluation Shen Du's first night in this world was not particularly restful. Yet by the next day, he felt considerably more revitalized. The first-level telekinesis, coupled with third-level extraordinary abilities, still left him with a lingering sense of insecurity, as he worried about potential dangers during his sleep. In truth, in a state of heightened telekinetic ability, Shen Du could effortlessly expand his consciousness to encompass the entire restaurant and its surroundings, covering a radius of hundreds of meters with a strength akin to that of a first-level extraordinary individual. However, his mental fortitude was not yet at its peak, leaving room for further enhancement in the future. Additionally, having encountered two members of the replacement organization had instilled a natural sense of hostility within him regarding this world. After enjoying a meal at the restaurant, Shen Du learned more about the owner's situation. My child awakened a fire-type ability recently, likely at the second level. He has not yet been dispatched to the front lines and is currently undergoing training at the academy here. If you happen to meet him then, do lend him a hand. The boss exhaled deeply and disclosed the name to Shen Du. I took note of it. Shen Du nodded slightly, noticing that the boss had already summoned a car outside. I shall not accompany you to the recruitment site. You all will undergo a uniform, brief assessment upon arrival. I wish you good fortune. Shen Du responded with a soft hum and promptly entered the vehicle, heading towards the location indicated by the shopkeeper. At this moment, outside the entrance of the Ability Academy in Jincheng City, a line of individuals, not particularly lengthy, was being organized amidst shouts, stirring the crowd into a state of agitation. Among this group, a select few bore the mark of abilities, while the majority were devoid of any special powers. Due to the pressing situation at the front lines, various administrative commands had been issued to bolster the ranks of ability users, resulting in compensation that surpassed all other occupations. Consequently, this influx attracted numerous individuals eager to queue at the Ability Academy, awaiting their chance to enlist. Those who possessed abilities were directed to the left lane, while those who did not were to proceed to the right. The ability users stationed at the Academy's entrance bellowed, and the crowd swiftly divided into two lines, with the number of individuals in the left line dwindling to a mere handful. The other line was filled with faces brimming with hope, envisioning the prospect of acquiring significant funds and powers through the Academy's brief training, their futures seemingly bright. Little did they know, the reality was far more terrifying than they could imagine. The quality of recruits has been deteriorating lately, lamented the man named Zhuoma. Most casualties on the front lines were low-level ability users, unable to be salvaged. Zhuoma scrutinized the group on the left, unable to suppress his disdain. These individuals must have awakened their abilities after consuming crystals purchased from the market, I presume? A woman beside him nodded slightly, surveying the crowd before speaking. Their strengths are quite feeble. Among the 5, 3 are of low-level abilities, and 2 barely qualify as mid-level. How pathetic. Zhuoma, exasperated, supported his head with his hand, his white hair a testament to his frustration. The strength of those joining the academy was only marginally superior to that of ordinary awakeners, necessitating continuous use of the academy's resources for training before they could even approach the front lines. It could be said that they held no discernible advantage. Zhuoma was a high-level lightning ability user, while the woman beside him was a mid-level. However, Zhuoma leaned towards combat, whereas the woman specialized in support. Their natures distinctly different. If this trend continues, it won't be long before even mid-level personnel are thrust into battle. Reflecting on the fisher battles along the East Sea coastline, Zhuoma felt a pang of concern. The destructive power of these ability beasts was appallingly formidable, with their unpredictable invasions and varied levels wreaking havoc upon humanity. Were it not for the vast territory and populous nature of Daxia, chaos would have already ensued. The nations across the ocean, such as the Kingdom of Britain and the Land of the Rising Sun, were also suffering assaults, making the invasion of ability beasts a global affair. The woman smiled alluringly. However, there is no need for excessive worry. For the time being, those ability beasts cannot breach our frontline defenses, as several high-level personnel are stationed at this fissure. Just as she finished speaking, a taxi came to a halt in the distance. A young man clad in a white shirt stepped forward briskly. Noticing the sparse crowd to his left, he simply positioned himself there. Zhuoma was about to reprimand him for not having abilities and directing him to the right, but the woman gasped in surprise. Wait, Zhuoma, what is it? This fellow appears to be of high-level status. The woman possessed the ability to discern an individual's power level, and upon catching sight of Shen Du, the successive blue glimmers of high-level energy left her momentarily astonished. Yet before she could confirm, The entire framework used to gauge a person's strength abruptly became unreliable. Shaking her head, she closed her eyes before reopening them to gaze at Shen Du once more. This time, in addition to noticing the young man's gaze upon her, the light indicating power levels had become chaotic, transforming into a spectrum of colors. High level was green, mid-level was blue, and low level was purple. She had yet to witness anything beyond that. What is happening? Could it be that he is of an even higher level? Impossible. Chapter 5. Rating. The colors before the woman became increasingly vibrant, rendering her incapable of determining Shen Du's ability level. Furthermore, noticing Zhuo Ma's scrutiny towards her, she feigned fatigue, gently covering her eyes as she stepped back. Something is amiss, profoundly amiss. Have you discovered something? Zhuo Ma inquired, brow furrowed. He could not discern any peculiarities about this young man, yet the woman's behavior indicated a problem. I cannot ascertain his level, she whispered to Zhuo Ma from behind. Initially, it registered as blue, but soon the color shifted. Now, all I see is a dazzling array of colors, rendering everything indiscernible. How could this be? Zhuo Ma frowned, perplexed. The woman's ability, known as the Eye of Comprehension, was a high-level skill, allowing her to swiftly identify elite foes hidden among low-level ability beasts on the battlefield, making it an exceptionally useful power. Today, she was brought to the Ability Academy merely to assess the strength of those seeking to join. Yet, the moment she employed her ability, a complication arose, leaving Zhuo Ma thoroughly puzzled. Could it be that this individual is of a higher tier? Unthinkable. Zhuo Ma shook his head gently. The aura emanating from the young man suggested he was merely an ordinary person. Moreover, since disembarking from the vehicle, he had maintained an expression of indifference. If he were truly a high-level or mid-level ability user, he would have undoubtedly revealed it by now. He cast a glance at the few boisterous new ability users at the front of the line, furrowing his brow in evident discontent. It seemed this group had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The battle in the East was currently at a critical juncture, with high-level ability users being continuously dispatched to fill the gaps. The losses were staggering. The strength of the ability beasts varied greatly. Yet the formidable ones that emerged each time claimed several level users and a multitude of lower-level ones. The conflict between humanity and the ability beasts had escalated to a life-or-death stage. Should the frontline falter, the prosperous cities behind them would inevitably transform into playgrounds for these marauding beasts. Enough, Zhuo Ma, a woman gently reminded the contemplative man. The ranking is about to commence. Pay attention, you'll understand once you're on the ranking platform. Zhuo Ma pulled his focus back, resuming his role in maintaining order among the crowd. Meanwhile, Shen Du stood among the ranks, his gaze continually scanning the surrounding environment. He had already sensed the woman from the academy casting her eyes in his direction, and simultaneously, the excellence system promptly provided him with detailed information about her. Name, Qin Xian. Evaluation. Core ability, mental scanning, mental link. Battlefield achievements. Killed 3 type ability beasts. Assisted in the elimination of 6 type ability beasts. Shen Du regarded the detailed achievements presented by the excellence system, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman had been on the battlefield and had slain numerous ability beasts. However, his surprise quickly dissipated. Her role as a reception personnel for the academy in Jinsheng undoubtedly indicated her capabilities. Furthermore, her own ability was at level, certainly not weak. As for the white-haired individual standing beside Qin Xian, Shen Du glanced over and noted that he was merely a level berserker, although Zhuo Ma had also seen combat, having slain over 15 type ability beasts. Aside from that, the entrance to the academy was predominantly occupied by newcomers. The ability users and those without abilities stood in separate lines. Shen Du observed that among the few individuals in front of him, the highest level was merely a level ability user with a fire-related ability that was hardly remarkable. The subsequent level abilities were even weaker, resembling little more than a magician's tricks. Lost in thought, the queue of ability users from the Jinsheng Academy moved forward to the front entrance equipment. You all will register here and undergo a brief test of your levels before you can return and await notification. The group displayed expressions of palpable relief. The leader registered first and then joyfully anticipated the ranking. Shen Du followed suit, stepping forward and extending his arm, quickly receiving a series of crimson codes etched onto his wrist by the device. This code would likely serve as his identity within the academy and on the battlefield. Silently, Shen Du joined the small team as they entered the academy's grand entrance, arriving at an expansive area. A colossal stone structure loomed ahead, resembling a rocket. adorned with peculiar blue luminescence. Shen surmised this must be the so-called ranking apparatus. As expected, Zhuoma swiftly introduced the device, gesturing for the members of the group to approach for testing one by one. The first to step up was a level fire-type ability user, who stood within the structure with excitement. Zhuoma instructed him to demonstrate his abilities. The young man let out a fierce roar, and in an instant, he was engulfed in flames that spontaneously ignited around him. The interior of the massive structure was filled with a brilliant blaze, which quickly subsided, revealing several large characters displayed above. Level fire ability. Zhuoma's face lit up with satisfaction, exchanging a glance with the woman beside him before signaling for the next person. The individuals ahead swiftly completed their assessments, with the highest ranking being merely a level evaluation, 2 fire types, 1 water, and the remaining 2 at level standards, indicating they would simply be coasting through their time at the academy. Zhuoma's expression turned to disappointment as he turned his gaze towards the last member of the group. Shen, it's your turn. Shen. He glanced at the information board in his hand, where useful information was scarce. He only knew that Shen had come with a guarantee and was considered an ability user. The core focus of the entire Daxiao region was currently on resisting the rift monsters and ability beasts, leaving little attention for these matters in the rear. Shen stood silently within the structure, soon hearing Zhuoma's voice from a distance instructing him to showcase his abilities. Abilities? The 3-level abilities previously provided by the excellence system were entirely unusable, as they could only be unleashed in battle. However, the level ability of mind control, rewarded for defeating the Black Tiger and Grey Wolf, was available for use. Initially apprehensive that such a bold display of ability might incite unnecessary complications, Shen realized that this ranking was closely linked to future rewards and missions. To attain higher rewards and more challenging tasks, one must achieve a higher level. Without hesitation, Shen unleashed his mind control ability. Instantly, the structure above him illuminated with several large characters, causing both Zhuoma and Qin Xian to stare in disbelief. Those characters clearly read, level ability. Chapter 6. The Frenzied Academy Crowd. Is it truly level? The several ability users in front of Shen gazed in awe at the towering beam of light that shot upwards, their eyes widening as they beheld the displayed insignia. Erupting into a frenzy. My heavens, I am witnessing a living level ability user. I could hardly fathom that all of this was indeed true. The elite psychics on the front lines are rarer than giant pandas, each one a formidable warrior in their own right. Yet, this individual does not seem to embody that caliber. Perhaps it is merely a fade. And indeed it was. As Qin Xian glanced at the prominent characters overhead, her expression bore both astonishment and a hint of anticipation. At that moment, she had used her perceptive abilities to observe Shen, witnessing an unprecedented array of colors. Her initial reaction was that this young man harbored hidden depths. Now that the rating had been revealed, it unequivocally confirmed her suspicions, leaving Qin Xian both astonished and elated. How could this lad be so extraordinary? Zhuoma's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the dazzling rating screen, which flickered incessantly, illuminating his gaze. However, the astonishment soon morphed into envy. Why was it that this young man could achieve such a high rating upon arrival? Surely, there must be a malfunction with the equipment. He coughed lightly, directing a skeptical gaze towards Shen. There are only 12 elite psychics on the front lines. How could he possibly be one of them? The equipment could not be faulty. Yet, Qin Xian paid no heed to Zhuoma's doubts and hastily approached Shen, addressing him with utmost respect. Mr. Shen. As Shen emerged from the apparatus, he noticed Qin Xian striding towards him, her tone laden with reverence. I cannot believe you are an elite psychic. Shen acknowledged her with a slight nod, remaining silent. The Academy will roll out the red carpet for you. All resources of Jinjiang Academy will be made available to you to the fullest extent, and everything that can be mobilized will be prioritized for your use. Qin Xian cheerfully informed Shen, please follow me. The Academy's higher-ups have surely been informed of your presence, and it is best we have a brief meeting. Shen naturally acquiesced. He had no intention of concealing his power level. After awakening in that underground chamber, he had come to understand the nature of the world he now inhabited. Here, strength reigns supreme. Psychics serve as the core combat force against the monstrous rifts, a reality evident across the globe, which explains the exalted status and honor bestowed upon them. The more formidable the strength, the greater the resources one would acquire. This was an undeniable truth. The elite system had granted Shen the rare psychic ability of mind manipulation, which significantly aided him. By unleashing this capability, the The rating apparatus swiftly determined his level, categorizing it as exceedingly rare. What does this imply? To put it succinctly, approximately 2,000 psychics had been dispatched from Beha to support the frontline rift battles, with 1,200 classified as elite, representing the mainstay, 74 as distinguished elites, and 2 as individuals of fateful significance. As for the highest tier, Beha had produced only 1. The elite psychic of Beha, Iceblade, had single-handedly quelled 6 rifts and slain numerous monstrous kings emerging from them, exhibiting combat prowess beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. The emergence of even a single elite psychic in a vast region is an astonishing occurrence, making it unfathomable for Zhuo to conceive that this seemingly ordinary individual harbored such formidable power. To Zhuo, he appeared nothing more than an average person. Regardless of Zhuo's disbelief, the Academy had promptly reported this information to the higher-ups. Consequently, not only the upper echelon, but also the entirety of Jianzhou and Beihai were instantly made aware of the arrival of an elite psychic. Such a monumental event could not be overlooked. Therefore, upon Shen Du disembarking the vehicle with Qin Xian, he was met with a throng of eager faces. At the forefront stood the Academy's president, Yu Yunda, flanked by the vice president, administrative staff, and faculty from various departments. They surged forward in a frenzy, disregarding hierarchical distinctions, clamoring to recruit Shen Du into their respective departments. Join the super ability department. We guarantee you'll soar to new heights in 3 months. Come with me, young man. My water ability will make you a dominant force on the battlefield. It would be a shame to waste your psychic level on anything but fire ability. Follow me. The president, visibly irked, found himself overlooked, his face reddening with frustration. However, his anger was futile, as the current circumstances favored the students and their abilities. Even as the president, he had little authority in this scenario. After much tumult, the crowd was finally subdued, and after several rebukes from President Yu, he managed to assert his authority, representing the faculty and academy in welcoming Shen Du, while issuing directives for the highest level reception. This commotion took Shen Du by surprise. He observed the scene with keen interest, noting that most of the teachers present were elite psychics, while the bald president was himself an elite, his ability being speed, which explained his inability to maintain order. Since it was his first day, Shen Du was merely advised to familiarize himself with the academy's environment without being rushed into selecting a specific department for study and training. Accompanying Shen Du in his exploration of the academy was still Qin Xian, who had taken on the role of maintaining order at the entrance. Her demeanor had entirely shifted. She now answered every question from Shen Du with utmost deference. There was no alternative. Elite psychics were exceedingly scarce in Beha, and Qin Xian had witnessed the frenzied behavior of the academy's higher-ups. Now tasked with guiding Shen Du, she felt a hint of pressure. Shen Du, however, did not share such thoughts. As he strolled alongside Qin Xian within the academy, the season of blooming flowers enveloped the surroundings. Students gathered in small groups, causing Shen Du to momentarily reminisce about his own school days. Yet, he remained acutely aware that the current tranquility was merely transient. The true visage of this world lay in the blood-soaked battlegrounds of the Eastern Rifts. To survive in this realm, he needed to acquire far greater strength. Presently, the academy served as an excellent springboard. Chapter 7. The Exchange of Extraordinary Abilities. In the distance lay the training center, a venue where practitioners of extraordinary abilities engaged in combat training. Qin Xian gestured toward the building, stating, "Our frequent destination will be there. We will undergo an intensive 3-month training regimen, after which we shall join the main forces heading to the Rift battleground." Shen Du nodded slightly, though he felt a flicker of surprise. Following Qin Xian's introduction, he had gained a deeper understanding of the academy. He learned that, within the current world context, such academies for extraordinary abilities were numerous and even divided into several factions. The Jinjiang Academy had garnered attention for producing extraordinary practitioners who had ventured into the field, even if one such powerful figure had perished in the rift battles. Their illustrious achievements were fervently promoted by the academy, attracting many practitioners to enroll. The highest rank within the academy was that of a level instructor, most of whom were former soldiers returned from the front lines, emphasizing a swift acclimatization to battle. The academy boasted excellent conditions. Once enrolled, students received comprehensive accommodations and meals at no expense, along with daily allocations of energy stones tailored for practitioners, all aimed at rapidly enhancing their capabilities. Over the span of 3 months, the academy would exert itself to amplify the power and combat skills of its students, preparing them to adapt to the battlefield environment swiftly. Let us keep it brief for now, Shen remarked, observing Shen Du's silence. Your identity information has been registered within the academy, granting you unconditional access to all levels of facilities and equipment. Your dormitory has been arranged. You may explore the academy at your leisure. Shen Du nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Qin Xian and softly inquired, "Could you enlighten me about the situation on the battlefield?" Qin Xian paused, momentarily caught off guard, before Shen Du continued. "I noticed that both you and Zhuoma have returned from the battlefield with commendable achievements. You must have confronted those monstrous foes numerous times." In an instant, Qin Xian's memories were thrust back to the brutal battlefield. She had been part of a small team alongside a dozen practitioners, only to face extraordinary monsters of an overwhelming strength that decimated half their squad in a mere encounter. She suddenly snapped back to the present, her expression revealing her discomfort. Once formal training commences tomorrow, the academy will provide a detailed introduction to the battlefield. For now, familiarize yourself with the academy's environment. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Qin Xian waved to Shen Du and hurried away. How peculiar, Shen Du mused, furrowing his brow as he observed her hurried departure. He sensed that something troubling had likely transpired on the Rift battlefield, prompting her aversion to revisit those memories. However, he understood that he could gradually uncover the truth and felt no urgency. After completing his enrollment procedures, Shen Du was met with astonishment from the onlookers when he claimed an impressive quantity of energy stones, weighing several dozens of pounds. What on earth? How does this fellow manage to retrieve such a vast amount of energy stones in one go? One exclaimed. This is blatant favoritism by the head administrator. We should report this to the academy's director. I detest such individuals. With this many energy stones, can't we directly elevate our abilities? Another questioned. Not so simply, came the response. The energy provided by these stones will at most allow you to refine your abilities slightly. Just consuming energy stones alone is not a reliable path to power. If only we could acquire such resources. Shen Du absorbed the surrounding murmurs, selectively ignoring most of them, yet found himself intrigued by a few comments regarding the energy stones. Bored and seeking diversion, he would not mind teaching a lesson to any foolhardy individual who dared to attempt theft. The utility of energy stones was somewhat limited. Ordinary individuals could potentially acquire low-tier abilities through consumption, while those already possessing abilities could marginally enhance their powers with corresponding energy stones. The academy distributed these stones daily, essentially as a form of welfare for practitioners. The logistics supervisor lamented the depletion of resources as he gazed at the records, clearly pained. This young man has taken what would suffice for dozens to last a week. He grumbled. Come now, old Fong. He is our academy's new prodigy and a rising star on the battlefield. The deputy director chuckled, patting old Fong's shoulder. He won't be here long, soon. The top 4 academies from Daxiao will come to recruit him. The energy stones we possess are merely of level 1. Why not let him have them? When they arrive to claim him, we must ensure we receive adequate compensation in the form of level 1 energy stones. I'll have a word with the director to request more level 1 energy stones for you. Now that's more like it. Old Fong's mood lifted considerably as he nodded in agreement, though he still harbored some skepticism about Shen Du's capabilities. Director, do you truly believe this young man has level 1 potential? He appears to be just a mere youth. The deputy director smiled contentedly as he watched Shen Du vanish from sight. He then nodded earnestly and spoke. The rating equipment has yielded results. Do you believe it? As for your remark about youth, it is indeed the younger generation that possesses a higher likelihood of achieving elevated ranks. The exceptional ability users who have previously emerged from our academy were merely 24 years old. For us middle-aged individuals, merely managing to get by is already quite remarkable. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves onto the shore. Fong Buping sighed, then muttered, I only hope that this cursed ability beast is eradicated swiftly. I am utterly weary of living in constant trepidation. Shen Du was assigned a private dormitory adjacent to the artificial lake on campus, with dense woods looming in the distance. He returned directly to his quarters, and upon reaching the door, he compared the code on his wrist, causing the entrance to automatically swing open. It appeared that joining the academy had its advantages. Shen Du tossed his belongings onto the table and settled onto the sofa. At the moment he raised his hand, the table in the distance smoothly slid to his front, and the bag containing the enhancement stones quickly loosened its grip. However, before Shen Du could grasp the ability stone, The excellence system chimed in once more. Detected a substantial presence of ability stones. Reward, level talent, ability exchange. Ability exchange. Consuming ability stones will grant you entirely new abilities. Chapter 8. Ability fusion. At first glance, the level ability presented by the excellence system seemed unremarkable. Yet, in this world, ability stones serve as the core material for awakening ordinary individuals and do not inherently possess the capacity for a secondary awakening of new abilities. Previously, Shen had clarified that aside from enabling ordinary individuals to awaken abilities, the sole remaining function of ability stones was to slightly enhance the power of abilities within the same category. The level ability exchange directly shattered this limitation. Shen Du's eyes brightened. He instantly comprehended the terrifying potential that came with this level ability. Without uttering any unnecessary words, he extracted a black crystal from the bag and crushed it in his hand. The powder was swiftly absorbed under his control, and soon the excellence system announced. Devoured Ghost-type level ability stone. Acquired level ability, Phantom Multitude. Instantly, all the information regarding this ability flooded Shen Du's mind. Phantom Multitude? He stood up and, with a slight trial, discovered he could conjure several shadow clones. The limit was 3. These shadow clones would not sustain any damage from conventional attacks and would vanish upon exposure to light, yet they would not affect his essence in the slightest. Remarkably, the abilities of these shadows were synchronized with his own. Shen Du's previous frenzied battles, excruciating pain, and surging blood could all be channeled through this capacity. It was indeed an excellent ability for ambushes and nocturnal skirmishes. Shen Du smiled slightly, and then retrieved another ability stone from his pocket. Devoured level ability stone. Acquired level ability, Rock Claw. Devoured level ability stone. Acquired level ability, Laser Beam. Devoured level ability stone. Acquired level ability, Rapid Leap. Devoured level ability stone. Acquired level ability, Keen Vision. In one breath, Shen Du continuously devoured over 100 ability stones. Realizing that the majority of the stones he had received from the academy were of level quality, while those of higher rank were scarce. Most abilities offered little enhancement to Shen Du, yet their flashy nature was quite intriguing. Standing in the living room, he extended his left hand slightly, prompting his left arm to be enveloped swiftly in black armor. Simultaneously, blades and bone spikes erupted from the armor in an instant. It seemed as though there was some conflict. Shen Du furrowed his brow. While it was true he had devoured over 100 ability stones, the strengths of these stones varied greatly, with an eclectic assortment of types. Various bone blades, daggers, and claws mingled with an array of armor, muscle enhancements, and stone skin. This led Shen Du to momentarily master 100 types of abilities. However, the sheer volume resulted in a lack of refinement, and many abilities clashed, making usage prone to errors. He attempted to retract all the manifested abilities and soon heard the excellence system announce once more. Detected an excessive variety of abilities in the host's body. Ability fusion function activated. Acquired ability, Excellence Fusion. Excellence Fusion. You may select a primary ability to merge with multiple secondary abilities, enhancing their level and evolving them into a new ability. Shen Du chuckled lightly. Indeed, what he desired had come to fruition. Truly, this was a splendid system. Shen Du had no intention of delving into the origins of the excellence system for the time being. After all, in this parallel dimension, the paramount concern was survival. As for tracing the roots, that could be postponed. It was essential to grasp the primary conflict. With the ability, Excellence Fusion, now at his disposal, Shen Du reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to contemplate which abilities he would merge next. The level ability, Mind Control, was indispensable. He would undoubtedly safeguard this immensely powerful capability. Consequently, under Shen Du's manual selection, Mind Control successfully merged with a series of psychic abilities, including Psychic Storm, Energy Absorption, Long-Range Enhancement, and Super Wave. Though these abilities were of level or lower, their efficacy was not particularly strong. However, upon merging with Shen Du's level, Mind Control, their potency surged dramatically. Within the realm of extraordinary abilities, one power known as Mental Enhancement captivated Shen Du, who, upon merging it with Telekinesis, was astonished to discover that the range of his telekinetic prowess had expanded to more than double. Even more formidable was the fact that this enhancement significantly reduced the energy expenditure required for him to wield his telekinetic abilities, enabling him to effortlessly employ powers he had previously hesitated to unleash. Furthermore, Shen Du consolidated all other abilities into the initial extraordinary power he had acquired. As a result, Frenzied Combat underwent a substantial evolution, maximizing its effectiveness. The tangible outcome manifested in Shen Du's ordinary strength overwhelming the sustained activation of that ability. More alarmingly, due to the various physical enhancements he had applied, the effects of Frenzied Combat now indicated that prolonged engagement in combat would result in a transformation of his body, akin to a demonic metamorphosis. In this state, Shen Du would simultaneously embody the pinnacle effects of Frenzied Combat, deadly pain, and surging blood. Thus, this skill was deemed by Shen Du as a last resort ability, not to be employed lightly. Concurrently, after assimilating two other extraordinary powers, Frenzied Combat transcended to an advanced level, rebranded as Demonization. The advanced ability, Demonization. The advanced ability, Surging Blood, successfully fused with the recently acquired Shadow Phantom, culminating in a direct integration with telekinesis, allowing Shen Du to summon an exceptionally formidable legion of shadows through mental energy. A whole bag of extraordinary stones was swiftly devoured by Shen Du. Rising from the couch in satisfaction, he keenly sensed a few voices whispering in the nearby thicket. Slightly tilting his head, he directed his attention toward that direction, and the conversation soon became crystal clear to his ears. "Brother Tsong, that brat lives around here. This seems to be the private dormitory specifically prepared for high-level ability users. What if we get caught? You two cowards, don't you want that entire bag of extraordinary stones?" A voice growled angrily. "Even if we don't need these stones, we could sell them in the black market for a fortune. Several million ability coins would be enough for us three to live lavishly for quite some time." The allure of several million ability coins sparked their imaginations, envisioning the lavish lifestyle awaiting them in the bustling center of Jinjiang City, indulging in a month of revelry. The thought of excess and indulgence ignited a restless fervor amongst them, prompting them to resolve firmly. "This academy is exceedingly stingy, only dispensing one extraordinary stone per week, barely translating to a few thousand coins. Selling them hardly suffices." Brother Tsong, the de facto leader of the trio, proclaimed, "I have been closely monitoring that brat. He just arrived at our academy today. He is unfamiliar with the surroundings, making him the perfect target. I suspect his ability is primarily supportive. With one of us tanking and the other attacking, we can easily deal with him. That bag of extraordinary stones will be ours." Upon hearing this, the two companions chuckled, eagerly showering praises upon Brother Kong's brilliant plan. "Brother Tsong, I'll call 3 girls to join the fun. Don't mess it up. If we do, we're all finished." The other two, slightly apprehensive, recoiled. Although the academy maintained a relatively lenient management style, they would not hesitate to strike decisively when faced with such matters. Several powerful ability users resided within the academy, capable of swiftly dealing with them. For Shen Du, the trio's clandestine plotting was akin to whispering directly in his ear. Thus, as they prepared to execute their plan, Shen Du had already taken action. Telekinesis. He did not allow the trio to approach his dormitory. Instead, he swiftly dispatched them within the thicket. The foremost figure, Brother Tsong, suddenly felt a powerful presence rushing towards him, brushing past him and blowing into the space behind. While he continued walking, he abruptly sensed the silence behind him. When he turned to look, he was nearly horrified to death. His two companions stood frozen, their bodies contorted into grotesque shapes, their faces twisted in a horrific, lifeless grimace. Just as Su Tsong attempted to scream, the overwhelming aura shifted, howling as it surged into his body. The formidable and rampant force swiftly stripped away his life essence, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. The trio's bodies were swiftly engulfed by the shadows on the ground, vanishing silently into the nearby thicket without a trace. Their disappearance stirred no ripples, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, and the academy received no reports of their absence. It was as if no one was aware of the incident. Seated at his desk, Shen Du savored his breakfast while his gaze remained fixed on the schedule before him. Delivered by the morning meal staff, it meticulously detailed the various training and studies he was to undertake at the academy. Combat training occupied the majority of the agenda, followed closely by mental training and battlefield stress resistance training, even encompassing elements of psychology. However, Shen Du was acutely aware that he would scarcely glean any knowledge from his time here. His displayed ranking had already sent ripples throughout the entire North River region, and Jinjiang Academy was by no means the pinnacle of institutions in that area. Consequently, it was highly probable that other academies would soon arrive, vying for talent. Indeed, Shen Du could not remain at Jinjiang Academy for long. Today marked a combat training session. Shen Du rose, stretched his limbs, and decided to investigate what this so-called combat training entailed. After a brief tidying up, he stepped outside and followed the academy's directions in search of the combat training hall. Yet, instead of finding the hall, he encountered Qin Xian and Zuoma. The demeanor of the two towards Shen Du differed markedly. Zuoma, wary of Shen Du's prowess and harboring a natural animosity since their first encounter, remained silent upon meeting him. In contrast, Qin Xian displayed a warm eagerness, greeting him enthusiastically and, upon learning that he was there for the combat training course, immediately offered to accompany him. That's the venue for combat training. I'll take you there, Qin Xian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I expect there will be a large turnout today. Many in the academy are eager to witness the prowess of a ranked superhuman. Zuoma, standing nearby, scoffed, seemingly displeased with Qin Xian's attitude. He has probably nothing more than a pretty face, just another novice who has never seen the battlefield. With a smile, Shen Du addressed the snide remarks of the white-haired youth. Would you like to test that theory? Upon hearing Shen Du's voice, Zuoma looked up, intending to launch another round of ridicule, only to find himself momentarily at a loss for words. He stammered, casting a helpless glance at Qin Xian, but to his dismay, she remained unresponsive to his predicament. In a moment of desperation, Zuoma impulsively shoved Qin Xian's shoulder, only to be horrified as her enchanting countenance morphed into that of a grotesque specter. Startled, Zuoma gasped, yet he soon realized he could speak again. He glanced nervously at the frowning Qin Xian and the smiling Shen Du, quickly piecing together the situation. He had fallen victim to the abilities of the man before him. Are you all right, Zuoma? Qin Xian, still oblivious to the transformation, looked at him with a confused expression. She had thought Zuoma was merely acting strangely. Zuoma swallowed hard, his gaze towards Shen Du now tinged with awe rather than hostility. Though Shen Du had done nothing overt, Zuoma had inexplicably been ensnared in a dreamlike or illusory state, witnessing scenes that felt hauntingly real. He had no recollection of how he had escaped that realm, which sent a shiver down his spine. On the battlefield against rift monsters, he had felt no fear, yet the current situation instilled a deep-seated apprehension. With Shen Du's enigmatic abilities, it seemed all too plausible that he could meet an untimely demise at any moment. Contemplating this, Zuoma instinctively recoiled, abandoning any thoughts of further antagonism towards Shen Du. Continuing down this path might jeopardize his very life. Chapter 10. Simulated Scenarios. The training facility at Jinjiang Academy sprawls over an expansive area, equipped not only with real combat scenarios, but also featuring numerous simulated environments. Among them, the battle scenes depicting rifts had been meticulously recreated at great expense. Typically, the Academy's combat training courses involved simulations, with adversaries primarily drawn from the Academy's compendium of rift monsters. Completion of the training would be evaluated by the Academy, determining the overall proficiency level achieved. Shen Du's arrival once again captured the attention of everyone in the training hall. As the sole ranked superhuman in Jinjiang Academy at that moment, he had become something of a legend. The sight of this living legend stirred interest among all present. Is it him, the ranked superhuman? Indeed. I heard that his ranking was established upon entering the academy. To witness him today is simply astonishing. Is that ranking even accurate? He doesn't appear particularly formidable to me. One must not judge by appearances. Remember the North River Ice Blade. Did he seem like a top-tier warrior? He single-handedly felled the Beast King. Excitement rippled through the training grounds, where numerous academy students had gathered to observe the combat, and upon seeing Shen Du, they could no longer contain their curiosity, erupting into animated discussions. Many even leaped from their seats, eager for a closer look at what a ranked superhuman truly looked like. The academy's president was absent, leaving a senior committee member in charge of the training hall. Upon spotting Shen Du, he hurried over, his demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. The crowd found nothing unusual in his eagerness, given the contemporary reliance on superhumans, with Shen Du being an unrivaled figure among them. Mr. Shen, the committee member exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as he reached out for a handshake, only to have Shen Du deftly sidestep the gesture. It is truly fortuitous that you are here. The man continued, his voice brimming with excitement. While you are not required to partake in the combat training, your presence is most welcome. It would be splendid if you could experience a simulated combat scenario. With a smile, Shen Du nodded, prompting the committee member to summon personnel to prepare the necessary equipment. A group of aides swiftly escorted Shen Du through the throng. Shen observed the large screen in the center of the arena, which displayed numerous battle scenes, ostensibly showcasing simulated combat scenarios. The content of these scenes was diverse. Fire-type ability users unleashed flames to incinerate waves of monstrous beasts, only to be swiftly overwhelmed and torn apart by seemingly endless hordes. Space-type users frantically opened portals to lure in creatures, yet their abilities quickly depleted, leading to their immediate demise. Various ability users wreaked havoc, but the number of those who met a swift end was staggering. As the battles were one-to-one recreations of the Rift battlefield, the difficulty and brutality reached their zenith. Almost none of the ability users entering the simulation could withstand the 10th wave of Rift surges. The equipment executor respectfully presented the device to Shen and promptly explained its usage. It was then that Shen realized there were only two ways to exit the game. One could either complete it by sealing a Rift solo, or be eliminated by being killed by a monstrous creature. Nodding slightly, Shen wasted no time donning the device, and as the lights flickered to life, the world before him transformed in an instant. The sensation was marvelous. Shen gazed in astonishment at his remarkably real arms and hands, perplexed about the nature of his current state, when suddenly a roar erupted from behind him. Before he could turn, several black, canine beasts lunged forth, charging towards Shen without hesitation. The terrifying roars would have sent shivers down the spines of novice ability users. Yet, in the next moment, 3 hellhounds were effortlessly reduced to mere remnants by a mere gesture from Shen. They did not even have time to let out a wail before vanishing. That was rather weak, Shen muttered, as he began to survey his surroundings with keen interest. He was still in a state of wonderment, captivated by every aspect of this simulated environment. The sky above was a pale gray, and in the distance, it was unclear whether it was a tidal wave of beasts or a bank of black mist. He found himself standing atop a desolate ruin. While Shen acclimated to the setting, the battles occurring within the simulation were being broadcasted in their entirety on the training center's large screen for all present to witness. Everyone eagerly anticipated a display of Shen's destructive prowess and extraordinary combat skills. However, after several minutes of watching, many began to feel disheartened. The scenes of Shen in the simulation seemed devoid of any novelty. He merely strolled around the rift's periphery, akin to a leisurely walk in the park, as every beast he encountered was instantaneously reduced to dust, leaving the hundreds present baffled by the nature of his actions. In truth, they could not comprehend what was happening, for Shen had not exerted any physical effort. His telekinetic prowess had reached such a formidable level that he required no bodily movements. A mere thought would suffice. With a sweep of his mind, every monstrous creature that appeared would be obliterated as if they were mere chaff. As the waves of beasts surged forth, their strength escalated rapidly. The initial hellhounds seemed devoid of any special abilities, yet soon after, fire-breathing skeletal knights, venomous creatures, and various self-destructive monstrosities emerged in succession. Shen quickly discovered that the rift was capable of spawning enhanced versions of these monstrous legions. Upon the arrival of mass-produced demon-like creatures, clad in scaled armor and spewing flames, frost, or venom, Shen immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. The rift appeared to be an inexhaustible machine, continuously churning out creatures with increasing ferocity and an undeniably limitless quantity. It was no wonder that frontline battles intensified, with a growing recruitment of lower-tier ability users. Realizing the crux of the matter, Shen frowned slightly and raised his hand, effortlessly obliterating the current wave of rift beasts, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd in the training center. Such a formidable horde of monstrous creatures was vanquished with a mere gesture. Was this the might of a top-tier ability user? Chapter 11. A tremor throughout the arena in the simulated scene. Shen raised his hand once more, unleashing a tempest that annihilated the newly emerged wave of creatures, only to find that these monsters coalesced from their dust-like forms and revived on the spot. The exemplary system then notified him that these creatures, influenced by the rift's power, could resurrect multiple times. As long as the connection between the rift and them remained intact, they could continuously resurrect through its energies. This revelation informed Shen that the strength of these creatures was indeed considerable. They merely faced him at a disadvantage. He swiftly dispatched another wave of monsters, including numerous knight-like undead, various cephalopod creatures, and grotesque orc-like beings. Their brutality would only manifest when facing humans, especially top-tier ability users. As the undead knights were immune to various forms of ability damage, including conventional fire and poison. These knights could withstand the heavy artillery of human firepower without issue. Their black armor imbued with strange energies that allowed them to withstand even the impact of a fully accelerated heavy truck. For regular ability users, facing such foes proved exceedingly challenging, and unless top-tier users banded together, a charge from these skeletal knights could easily result in them being impaled by their long spears. As Shen eliminated the freshly revived creatures with another wave of his hand, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. The fissure is indeed the crux of the matter. If this anomaly remains, even he will suffer amidst the relentless surge of beasts. Realizing this, Shen immediately took a bold step forward and reached out with one hand to touch the edge of the fissure. An overwhelming surge of foreign energy instantly invaded his body. What is he doing? The senior officials from various academies standing beside the committee member furrowed their brows at Shen actions in the simulated environment. Is this boy mad? Everyone knows that directly touching the fissure in the simulation is tantamount to courting death. Committee member, we must extricate Shen from there at once. The power of the simulated fissure is far too formidable. If we are not careful, this ability user from our academy may end up in a vegetative state. The committee member remained silent, his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding in the simulation, while his mind raced through the potential consequences. The structures in the simulated environment were meticulously crafted by a coalition of high-level ability users from the Great Xia Kingdom, with the fissure being depicted in alarming detail. Even more perilous than the real thing. Should one's mental fortitude be insufficient, direct contact with the fissure could result in immediate corrosion of the mind. Upon exiting, one's ability level would plummet, and their mental state would be left in tatters. As the committee member grappled with these thoughts, the crowd in the arena suddenly erupted in gasps, snapping him back to reality. To his astonishment, the several-meter-long black fissure in the simulation had vanished without a trace. Shen stood calmly in place, evidently having sealed the fissure with little effort. How is this possible? The committee member sprang to his feet as he heard the cheers and exclamations of the students around him, most expressing disbelief at what had just transpired. After manually sealing a fissure, Shen could have chosen to exit the simulation, yet he opted instead to seek out other fissures. The simulation was an expansive mixed world, with all the students entering through various devices congregated in one arena. Consequently, Shen quickly located other students from the academy, effortlessly annihilating all the monstrous entities within his sight, and proceeded to methodically eliminate the fissures in the area. In the blink of an eye, Shen had obliterated dozens of simulated fissures, and his speed only continued to escalate. In all, the committee member could not contain his inner turmoil. He stammered, "It seems humanity is not without hope. This individual might just be a divine gift sent to help us in this war." The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, witnessing Shen increasingly rapid pace, which indicated his growing familiarity with the fissure's operational patterns, thereby accelerating his sealing process. Indeed, Shen was gaining momentum. After sealing the first fissure, the superior system promptly notified him that sealing fissures could directly grant him high-tier abilities. Although such abilities could not be genuinely acquired within the simulation, this revelation filled Shen with exhilaration. The first fissure took some effort to seal, but once he grasped the fissure's operational patterns, his speed skyrocketed. The fissures were brimming with chaotic energy, which would be perilous for an average person to approach recklessly. However, for Shen, who had recently consumed hundreds of ability stones and acquired a plethora of powers, it was an exceedingly simple task. His high-tier ability, mind control, had integrated the power of energy absorption. Once the energy absorption effect activated, the tumultuous energy of the fissures was promptly siphoned away, and naturally, he eliminated some of the monstrous entities that emerged from the fissures along the way. After dealing with at least 20 fissures in the simulated environment, he finally withdrew. Upon removing the equipment, he was met with the jubilant faces of the committee member and the cheering ability users. Qin Xian and Zuoma were among the crowd. Qin Xian, with flushed cheeks, was exclaiming loudly, while Zuoma, having witnessed Shen extraordinary talents, no longer dared to speak with sarcasm. He had come to a clear realization of the vast chasm between himself and Shen. Everyone in the training hall was astonished by the display on the screen, depicting Shen effortless handling of the interdimensional fissures, leaving them in utter disbelief. The committee member eagerly invited Shen to share his insights and warmly extended an invitation to a banquet hosted by the academy, simultaneously announcing that Shen would become a special lecturer at the Jinjiang Academy of Abilities. Shen Du felt little notion of this shift in status. Regardless, he would not linger here for long. Even if they crowned him as the dean, he would readily agree. His primary focus remained on when he could truly step onto the battlefield, as he was eager to seal fissures and acquire abilities. Chapter 12. The Black Market. At this moment, all of Shen Du's abilities were geared towards preparing for the battlefield. The ability to exchange powers allowed him to acquire abilities through ability stones, with higher-tier stones yielding more potent powers. However, within the confines of the academy, the best resources available to him were merely of mid-tier quality, and those resources were scarce. Only on the battlefield could he encounter high-tier ability beasts in abundance, which would yield superior ability stones upon defeat. His mind control ability, now more aptly referred to as something beyond mere control, had evolved into an almost omnipotent capability after assimilating numerous powers. In the midst of battle, Shen Du possesses the remarkable ability to effortlessly eliminate all adversaries within a radius of thousands of square meters. Unless his opponents wield an extraordinarily powerful invulnerability or possess formidable physical strength, they invariably meet their demise at his hands. At this juncture, Shen Du has become akin to a humanoid weapon of war. The combat training courses hold no significance for him. His interests lie predominantly in the subjects pertaining to the Rift battleground and the abilities of anomalous beasts. Consequently, he dedicated a portion of his time to attentively listen to the lecturer elucidating the emergence of rifts. The initial rift manifested in the Nudic region of New Australia, unleashing a wave of anomalous creatures equivalent to a level 10 beast tide, which obliterated all living beings within the area in a mere 3 days. After weighing the pros and cons, other nations launched hydrogen bombs at the region. While this did eradicate a significant number of creatures, regrettably, the rift did not vanish entirely, and, after a span of 72 hours, self-repaired, continuing to transmit various anomalous entities into our world even to this day. Ultimately, we opted to unite in sealing off the New Australia region, with the military taking the lead, later transferring responsibility to an organization of ability users. The anomalous beings in New Australia can be categorized into 3 primary types: void creatures, corrosive entities, and construct organisms. Additionally, we have identified a plethora of secondary types, which, although rare, pose formidable challenges when encountered, including dragon-like beings, angelic entities, demons, giants, elemental creatures, and the like. These beings exhibit tremendous combat prowess. Fortunately, they are scarce and typically appear in isolation. Shen Du listened intently to the lecturer, realizing that the information presented was an extensive overview of the current world's investigation into the otherworldly rifts. It dawned on him for the first time that the rift phenomenon was far more complex than he had initially perceived. After partaking in lunch, Shen Du dismissed the so-called training sessions for the afternoon and made his way out of Jinjiang Academy. Upon his arrival in this new world, he had encountered a member of a so-called replacement organization attempting to dismantle him for parts, evidently targeting his various organs. Fortunately, the awakening of the exceptional system granted Shen Du the opportunity to retaliate, sparing him from becoming mere materials in that basement. Shen Du returned to the vicinity of the basement where he had awakened, only to find it had been meticulously handled by specialists. The entrance was entirely sealed, and passers-by showed no interest in the area. He deduced that someone had taken measures to clean up the aftermath. It seemed that the members of this replacement organization were numerous and well-organized. Without lingering, Shen Du retraced his steps to the restaurant where he had encountered the previous night. The restaurant owner, though busy, was delighted to see Shen Du and took the time to prepare 2 small dishes, leaving the rest of the work to his staff as he invited Shen Du for a drink. Upon learning that Shen Du had been rated as an ability user at Jinjiang Academy, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you jesting?" Shen Du nodded slightly, prompting the jubilant owner to announce a complimentary meal for all patrons, proclaiming it a celebration. The owner excitedly rambled about the prowess of level ability users, expressing his astonishment at knowing Shen Du, as if it were a stroke of good fortune. With a smile, Shen Du observed the owner's flushed excitement before inquiring about the replacement organization. The owner took a sip of strong liquor and frowned upon hearing the question. "I have not heard of such an organization as you describe. They engage in clandestine activities unfit for individuals like myself to know. Those who are aware often end up like sacrificial lambs." Shen Du shared this sentiment, yet he soon heard the owner speak again. "If you wish to learn about these individuals, this is not the place. You must go there." The owner retrieved a piece of paper from his drawer. Sketching a route for Shen Du, with the final destination labeled as Wolf Gathering. Shen felt no surprise at the existence of such a place within the city. Rather, he was taken aback by its name. This location was, in fact, the black market of Jinjiang, named after its founder, Zhang Qilong. The owner lowered his voice, cautioning, "If you truly wish to go, exercise caution." He then listed various precautions, mainly advising against flaunting wealth. Yet, he concluded with a sigh, "Despite all this, you're a level ability user. There are scarcely a handful like you in the entire North River region. You could walk with confidence there, just be careful." Expressing his gratitude, Shen heard the owner inquire about his son, to which he shook his head, indicating he had not yet seen him. "That boy loves to play. I hope he avoids trouble in this unstable society." Leaving the restaurant over an hour later, the owner gifted Shen a few anomalous stones, stating they were for the expenses of ability users, which he had no immediate use for. Shen took the stones in hand, crushed them, and discovered they were all level ice-type abilities, offering little assistance to him, yet he thanked the owner nonetheless. Following the route outlined on the map to Wolf Gathering, Shen soon arrived at his destination. The Wolf Gathering resembled a typical marketplace, marked by a grand archway bearing the name Wolf Gathering. Two burly men stood guard at the entrance, clearly indicating that this place was not welcoming to outsiders. Shen did not linger at the entrance. The power he possessed was already formidable enough. As he stepped forward, two burly men contemplated testing Shen abilities. However, before they could make a move, they suddenly found their hands clasped together, rendering them utterly immobilized. The two men could only watch helplessly as Shen leisurely approached the den of wolves. Even the dimmest among them could discern Shen identity as an extraordinary power wielder, and his strength was undeniably impressive. Exchanging glances, both men felt a tremor of apprehension. They were both advanced power users, one specializing in enhancing pure strength, the other in augmenting physical resilience, functioning as professional bodyguards. Yet, just moments ago, they had been ensnared by a force so overwhelming that they could not move, a feat achievable only by power users of a higher echelon. Furthermore, with Shen being a new face, they resolved to report this incident to the management of the Wolf Den. Regrettably, they were still bound by this unseen force, unable even to release their grip, and could only watch as Shen calmly entered the black market. Upon passing through the archway and navigating two grand doors, Shen found himself in an expansive marketplace stretching several hundred meters. The vendors lining the streets were not ordinary folk, but a myriad of extraordinary power users. Sparks flew and lights flickered wildly, with many individuals emanating an unsettling aura, clearly not of the benevolent sort. Nevertheless, the market was bustling with activity. Many individuals were meticulously covered, revealing only their eyes, striving to conceal their identities within this shadowy realm. Shen wandered with keen interest, examining the various stalls, most of which were selling power stones, followed by an assortment of peculiar items. Some were the appendages of strange creatures, others were black scales, crimson teeth, and some were even bubbling in jars filled with potions. Shen understood that these items were primarily harvested from the front lines of the Rift battlegrounds. The creatures emerging from these rifts were not mere phantoms, but tangible, flesh and blood beings, slain or dismembered by various power users, leaving behind organs and equipment to be scavenged by humans. Some opportunists seized the chance to collect these remnants and brought them to the black market for trade. The common currency here was known as power coins, distributed by the Daxiao nation to facilitate transactions among power users. "How much for this?" Shen inquired, crouching to pick up a piece of black scale from a stall. He could sense an insidious power emanating from it, clearly a remnant of some formidable rift creature. 10,000 power coins, firm price, the vendor declared, recognizing Shen as a young individual and seizing the opportunity to inflate the price. This was a valuable item, a drop from the fearsome black-scaled rift beast. He did not elucidate its utility, for even he was unaware of its purpose, only that the creature from which it came was a formidable entity. After a grueling battle, he had managed to procure this piece. Shen merely shook his head and returned the item to its place. He rose and casually surveyed his surroundings, soon noticing a few individuals whose demeanor struck him as suspicious. The aura they exuded was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the gray wolf and black tiger he had encountered that fateful night. Taking a couple of steps closer, he discerned the tattoos on their arms, immediately confirming their affiliation with the substitute organization. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached one of them, who was squatting in a corner, idly smoking and casting furtive glances. Upon noticing Shen approaching, the man's brow furrowed, and his hand instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist. Shen Du's confidence was bolstered by his unwavering belief in his own strength. As he traversed the crowd, a powerful mental pressure enveloped the unfortunate man, rendering him unable to stand. What a tough customer I've encountered. The henchmen of the substitute organization trembled uncontrollably, fixated on the young man advancing towards him, his mind racing with apprehension. The immense power emanating from Shen Du was unmistakable. But why had this young man chosen to approach him? Was it possible that their organization had been compromised? His thoughts spiraled back to the recent disappearance of several individuals who had been mysteriously eliminated in the basement. By the time anyone realized something was amiss, those in the hideout had been so thoroughly mangled that their appearances were unrecognizable, likely devoured by rodents that frequented the underground. Lost in a haze of confusion, he was jolted back to reality as Shen Du stood before him. The young man beckoned him with a slight gesture, and the henchman found himself involuntarily rising to his feet. Though a moment of panic had seized him, he quickly regained composure. Attempting to project a fierce demeanor in hopes of intimidating Shen Du, however, Shen Du was wholly indifferent to the man's thoughts. With a swift motion, he hurled him into a nearby alley and, ensuring no one was watching, spoke slowly. "Where is your headquarters located?" As the enforcer of the organization known as the Replacers had yet to utter a single threatening word, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a searing pain that pierced through his entire being, akin to 1,000 arrows striking his heart. When he raised his gaze, he met the indifferent eyes of Shen Du. It was this young man. He was at least an exceptional ability user. The enforcer, contorted in agony, truly experienced what it meant to suffer a fate worse than death in that instant. "If you speak, I might leave your corpse intact. If you remain silent, you shall not." Shen Du made a gesture that blossomed like a flower, causing the enforcer's expression to shift dramatically. How could this man be even more ruthless than his own comrades? Chapter 14. Instantaneity. Shen Du's words evidently struck fear into the enforcer. To avoid further torment, he reluctantly pointed Shen Du towards the end of the black market. That location was the headquarters of their Replacers organization in Jincheng. "Thank you," Shen Du replied, glancing at the enforcer, who resembled a puddle of mud, and smiled with a glimmer of teeth. "I am a man of my word." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the once trembling enforcer straightened his body and collapsed backward in a state of tranquility. Clearly, Shen Du had fulfilled his promise of leaving him intact. Rising to his feet, Shen Du strolled towards the location indicated by the enforcer. The Replacers organization was evidently a nefarious entity thriving amid the chaos of the times. Had he not awakened his own system at that moment, he might have been dismembered by these individuals. What perplexed Shen Du was the apparent organization and premeditated nature of these people's actions, indicating a complete commercial network operating behind the scenes. His purpose for coming today was to uproot the Replacer stronghold in Jincheng. Having awakened extraordinary powers, he knew it was best to act swiftly, especially since he intended to leave this place soon. As he approached the ominous building, two individuals stationed at the entrance regarded Shen Du with utmost caution. Before he could even draw near, they barked a warning for him to halt his advance. Yet, their words held no sway over Shen Du. With a mere wave of his hand, both guards crumpled to the ground in an instant. Inside the darkened building, several monitoring personnel immediately recognized the terrifying scene and triggered the alarm in the basement, prompting everyone within to draw their weapons in a flurry. Those with abilities swiftly activated their powers, fully aware that the Replacers engaged in unsavory deeds. If discovered by formidable adversaries, their annihilation would be swift. Having lived in darkness for years, these individuals supplied rare equipment to some of the top ability users. In the event of a crisis, those elite powers would not hesitate to discard them, so everyone had long been prepared for a sudden demise. Now, with the alarm blaring, the entire underground area plunged into a heightened state of alert. Meanwhile, Shen Du pushed open the basement door as if it were a mere formality and descended without hesitation. The scent of blood was thick in the air, and screams echoed on the wind, indicating that many unfortunate souls remained, perhaps already mutilated and awaiting their inevitable end. The thought ignited a surge of anger within Shen Du. How dare they brazenly commit such atrocities? They seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of death. Today, he resolved to eliminate every last member of the Replacers organization without exception. With that determination, Shen Du unleashed his full power and descended with a thunderous presence. In the corners, several researchers armed with knives plotted to ambush him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. A short-haired man wielding a scalpel rushed at Shen Du. completely unaware of the situation, aiming for his neck with deadly intent. However, instead of the expected torrent of blood, the man gasped in surprise as his scalpel inexplicably coiled around his own hand like a wire. "Ah!" he shrieked, only to be violently propelled backward, crashing into the wall with such force that he could not detach himself. Boom! The lights in the basement extinguished in an instant, and every electronic device, along with metallic objects, erupted in a cacophony of sparks and electrical discharges. A shockwave surged forth. Shen Du's expression remained impassive. He had consumed an electromagnetic ability, electromagnetic oscillation, during the nights prior. Should he desire, it would be effortless to incapacitate all communication devices and electronic components in the vicinity. Numerous members of the Replacers organization rushed in from the distant entrance, roaring in defiance. "Intruder, die! Enough with the chatter! Kill him!" Clatter, clatter, armed with submachine guns. They believed they had momentarily subdued Shen Du. This, they thought, was proof that their plan was viable. Even if an ability user was formidable, modern weaponry still held the power to challenge them. Unfortunately, Shen Du remained unfazed by their optimism. The barrage of bullets, while perilous to an ordinary individual, felt merely like a tickle to him. Moreover, Shen Du would undoubtedly ensure that no bullets from these firearms would touch him. All the projectiles that erupted seemed to freeze in midair before Shen Du, and with a sudden flick of his left hand, he sent hundreds, if not thousands, of bullets whistling back, striking down the foremost assailants in a single volley. The short-haired man, who had been preparing to charge forward and engage Shen Du in close combat, suddenly heard a crisp sound, only to realize moments later that he had been shot. Before he could muster any further bravado, an onslaught of bullets returned, instantly piercing through him and the other attackers who had rushed forward. "What?" The man stared in disbelief at the large, charred hole in his chest, incredulously lifting his gaze towards Shen Du. What kind of supernatural ability does this man possess? At that moment, Shen Du stood firmly in place, manipulating the battle from a distance with his left hand, showing no intention of holding back. He clenched his right fist and struck forward with tremendous force, instantly breaking through what had been designed as a series of underground rooms. In another chamber, several individuals, evidently in charge, were frantically injecting themselves with several vials of a potent substance. This liquid contained high-grade ability catalysts, requiring only a small quantity to maximize the latent potential within their bodies. Though it came at the cost of burning through their very lives, its power was indisputable. They were poised to unleash this substance immediately. Chapter 15, Underground Battle. Damn it. We've provoked someone we shouldn't have. What is the point of saying anything more? If we delay, we'll surely perish. The leader bellowed as he activated his supernatural powers, anxiously awaiting their effect. These catalyst liquids could elevate their abilities to their utmost potential, but at the price of their lives. The leader's power was electricity-based. Once fully awakened, he would be at least an elite level. His ability had emerged somewhat unexpectedly. He had once been part of a replacement organization and, one fateful night, had captured an electricity-wielding Esper. That fellow, inebriated, was inadvertently eliminated by their group. Upon examining the Esper's belongings later, they discovered several electricity stones. And by a stroke of luck, the leader activated his latent electrical abilities. Crackle! Sparks erupted from his right hand, and he felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. It worked. He glared towards the source of the booming sounds, which came from the area where Shen Du was located. Those roars were manifestations of Shen Du's unleashed power, aimed at locating the core members hidden within the basement. Beside the leader, another individual who had consumed the power-releasing potion was clearly less fortunate. As he awaited the emergence of his abilities, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the surge and collapsed, lifeless. Meanwhile, Shen Du was wreaking havoc throughout the underground chambers. Almost every enemy within his line of sight was dispatched in an instant. How is this possible? Another man in black didn't even have time to resist before he was silently eliminated by Shen Du. His awakened power was rubber-based, but alas, he never had the chance to utilize it before Shen Du struck him down in a manner akin to retaliation. Thud! The body crashed to the ground with a muffled thump. His eyes widened in disbelief. He would never get the opportunity to unleash his power. A bald man had just emerged from a nearby room. The lights in the basement had long been extinguished, and in the darkness, he caught sight of Shen Du, whose entire form shimmered with a brilliant blue radiance. It was as if a deity had descended, and he fixated his gaze on the bald man. Clearly, the bald man was also an Esper, and the rubber Esper who had just been eliminated was undoubtedly his brother. Realizing his brother was dead, the bald man roared in fury. Damn it! How dare you attack us and kill my brother? I will see you dead. The bald man pulled a dagger from his waist, shouting, You think just because you have powers, you're invincible. We, the members of this organization, are not to be trifled with. With that, his muscles bulged, and his upper body was quickly covered in a layer of black scales, transforming into a semi-beastly form in the blink of an eye. Shen Du's gaze remained sharp in the dark basement, his mental control granting him extraordinary combat prowess. Without a hint of fear towards the bald man's beastly appearance, the situation shifted dramatically. The bald man charged at Shen Du with eerie speed, his dagger aimed directly at him. Die! The beastly foe's strike appeared terrifying, and with the dagger's momentum, any contact would surely result in severe injury. Yet, Shen Du simply extended his left hand. The bald man, caught off guard, could not comprehend what was happening. What are you doing? In the next moment, the bald man found himself completely devoid of control over his body. He collapsed to his knees, propelled by the force of his previous charge, skidding to a halt near Shen Du. What is happening? His muscles were unresponsive, and although his mind clearly instructed him to move, it was utterly futile. The dagger clattered to the ground. The bald man desperately sought to reclaim control over his body, yet his head was firmly embedded in the ground, rendering him entirely powerless. What have you done to me? He bellowed, realizing that this predicament was likely orchestrated by the young man before him. With a subtle gesture of his hand, Shen Du directed a surge of bioelectricity, causing the bald man's body to contort painfully once more. The sound of cracking bones accompanied by excruciating agony, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Indeed, this scene before him was the handiwork of the individual standing there. As the wretched cries echoed, Shen Du's gaze remained as icy as the depths of winter. I cannot move. The bald man gasped, his spine suddenly yanked upward by Shen Du's control, prompting another agonized wail that nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Gasping for breath, he managed to shout, If you release me now, I promise the gray erosion will cease to trouble you. However, before he could finish, Shen Du deftly manipulated a nearby dagger, which, to the bald man's utter astonishment, plunged directly into his hand. Despite the diminished sensation of pain that individuals with awakened abilities often experience, Shen Du's swift and brutal action, which penetrated to the very marrow, left the bald man utterly defenseless. Did I permit you to speak? Shen Du's voice was chilling, sending a tremor through the bald man's body. This individual was here for revenge. Trembling all over, the bald man was encountering the oppressive might of a supernatural being for the first time. During his previous illicit activities in the black market and throughout the Xinjiang region, he had never envisioned such a scenario unfolding. At last, he fell silent, his eyes now only reflecting sheer terror, and he dared not utter another word. Is this your lair in Xinjiang? Who else resides here? Shen Du inquired, his tone icy. Consider your response carefully. If I find it unsatisfactory, your life will be forfeit. The bald man swallowed hard, panting as he looked at Shen Du, compelled to divulge everything he knew without reservation. I'll tell you everything, he stammered, struggling to swallow. His spine was on the brink of breaking. Shen Du's earlier strike had been merciless, and he was perilously close to death. To save his own life, the bald man revealed all he knew without hesitation. Consumed by confusion about the origins of Shen Du's formidable power and the implications of the Gray Erosion Organization. Our leader here is Chen Sigi, he stated, relaying every detail about the regional supervisor. He is an electric-type ability user responsible for our operations, and only he can liaise with the higher-ups. Shen Du's brow furrowed slightly. He was unfamiliar with this individual, but knowledge was preferable to ignorance, so he remained silent, listening intently. The organization essentially works for others. The organs and various components we gather daily are handed over to Chen, and we have no idea who his contacts are. However, I heard that some of the higher-ups are powerful ability users from the front lines. Just as the bald man finished speaking, a sudden flash of lightning erupted from the dark basement, instantly incinerating him into charred remains. Guang, you speak too much. The force of the lightning was formidable. Initially aimed at Shen Du, but as it approached him, it was effortlessly dissipated by his overwhelming mental power. The wielder of the electric force was astonished by Shen Du's strength, yet he slowly emerged from the shadows. He was none other than Chen Sigi, the leader of the Xinjiang region and the chief orchestrator of all clandestine operations for the Gray Erosion Organization. Young man, we have no enmity. Why have you come to disrupt our affairs? Chen Sigi regarded Shen Du with a measured tone, recognizing him as a formidable adversary. He had only recently augmented his strength through a potion and understood that a direct confrontation would likely result in his defeat. Thus, he hoped to resolve matters amicably. However, Shen Du's demeanor suggested he was not inclined to settle things so easily. No enmity? Shen Du chuckled softly, then declared, "You once captured me to serve as a substitute." Upon hearing this, Chen Sigi's expression shifted dramatically. "You were the one who killed that man at the previous location." He recalled the aftermath of a strong ability user-S assault on a small stronghold, which had left no survivors. And it was clear that a substitute had gone rogue and eliminated his associates. Indeed, Shen Du admitted without a hint of remorse. "You engage in nefarious activities. I merely act to rid the world of your ilk. Is there anything wrong with that?" Humph. Chen Sigi quickly grasped that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. The young man before him evidently approached with vengeance in mind, sparing no words and opting solely for destruction. His intent was clearly to obliterate their stronghold in Jinsheng completely. There was no need for further conversation. It was merely a question of whose strength would prevail. Chen Si steeled himself, his body crackling with electric energy. And with a fierce shout, countless bolts of lightning surged from his hands, hurtling toward Shen Du with ferocity. "Trivial tricks," Shen Du scoffed, lifting his left hand to effortlessly deflect the oncoming lightning with a mere flick. The rampant electrical energy, though visually intimidating, failed to even graze him. Chen Si, consumed by rage, surged anew with power, accelerating towards Shen Du and launching a fierce punch. Yet, Shen Du denied him any opportunity, his brow furrowing slightly. Boom. Chen Si, the regional commander, was abruptly halted mid-air by a crushing blow, a formidable force pinning him in place. What was happening? Chen Si found himself ensnared as if by an immense weight, his blood vessels freezing in an instant. He then beheld Shen Du approaching, each step instilling dread within him. The extraordinary powers he had been imbibing were now ruthlessly suppressed, rendering him unable to exhibit any semblance of strength. The frantic exertion had even caused him to cough up blood, indicating serious internal injury. What level are you? Chen Si realized how ludicrous his earlier thoughts of confronting Shen Du had been. This young man had the audacity to infiltrate their headquarters, undoubtedly backed by exceptional strength. In this world, while there were many with abilities, those of high rank were rare, and those of legendary status were akin to myth. The young man before him effortlessly subdued Chen Si's outburst of power, leading him to conclude that Shen Du was at least of a high tier, if not an extraordinary entity. He could scarcely fathom that Shen Du might belong to the fabled ranks of the elite, individuals of considerable renown within the Great Xia nation. If his organization had inadvertently brought such a figure here, it would not be long before special departments arrived to eliminate them all. Yet, pondering this further was futile. Chen Si found himself utterly at the mercy of this young man, who possessed overwhelming might, displaying an ease that suggested he had barely begun to reveal his true strength. Chen Si felt a swell of frustration. Even after consuming enhancement serums, he remained woefully inadequate. Talent, it seemed, still held paramount importance in this world. Otherwise, there would not be so many at the high tier, and those of legendary caliber would be even scarcer. As he contemplated these matters, Shen Du spoke. Chapter 17, New Ability, Electromagnetic Control. The bald man is dead. Are you here to speak on his behalf? Shen Du's words elicited a grimace from Chen Si. Just kill me, he replied with a hollow laugh. I cannot divulge the secrets of the Gray Erosion Organization. If I do, they will not spare me. Do you truly believe they would spare you if you remained silent? Shen Du's icy gaze narrowed. Moreover, I possess countless methods that do not require your verbal cooperation. At these utterances, Chen Si, kneeling and unable to rise, underwent a drastic change in expression. He understood precisely what type of ability user Shen Du was, the most formidable of mentalists. Chen Si was acutely aware of the strength possessed by such individuals. Should Shen Du take action, all his secrets would become exposed. His face shifted through a spectrum of emotions as he grasped the gravity of his situation. His life was all but forfeit. Although he was the regional head of the Gray Erosion Organization, his role was merely to oversee transportation of goods, delegating tasks without ever dirtying his hands with the true criminal undertakings. Despite his claims, Shen Du would likely not believe him, especially since Chen Si now recognized his impending doom. In a moment of clarity, he divulged everything to Shen Du. Cough. Your strength is formidable. Your superior is likely no match for you, Chen Si remarked, blood filling his mouth. Yet he showed indifference to his fate, speaking candidly to Shen Du. To be honest, I've grown weary of this work. When abilities first emerged, I fantasized about thriving amidst such upheaval to improve my family's circumstances. Yet here I stand, reduced to this wretched state. Truly lamentable. He then recounted, albeit succinctly, his entire journey into the Gray Erosion organization. Shen Du patiently listened, observing as Chen Si's life signs began to wane. I suppose I deserve this, having participated in the organization's actions over the years, Chen Si remarked with a bitter smile. Gazing at Shen Du, those involved have intricate connections. Some even have high-level abilities as their backing. If you lack absolute power, it would be wise not to court death. Shen Du nodded slightly, noting the semblance of goodwill in Chen Si's words. Perhaps it was true that, facing death, one might speak with sincerity. Chen Si spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. What level of ability do you possess? Shen Du glanced at the man and eventually replied, level. Indeed, Chen Si broke into a grin, as he had realized from the beginning that Shen Du's prowess was far from ordinary. However, at that time, he dared not entertain such thoughts. Nevertheless, it was for the best now, for at least the existence of a level would ensure that when he encountered the formidable ability users he was in contact with, he would not be swiftly silenced. In fact, it was possible that in the end, he might even uproot the entire Gray Erosion organization. Blood gushed from Chen Si's mouth once more, yet Shen Du remained unmoved, watching as the man finally closed his eyes. Although Shen Du felt no pity for Chen Si, who had already lost his life, he was grateful for the information the man had revealed before his demise. He decided to bury him beneath the ruins. The replacement organization, or Gray Erosion, has 3 strongholds in the entire Xinjiang region. The wolf gathering here serves as the headquarters, with over 30 members. The small outpost he had previously dealt with was hardly worthy of mention. It was merely a place where 2 subordinates sought to make some illicit gains, and Chen Si had always turned a blind eye to it. Now that he had eliminated a headquarters, the remaining 2 strongholds would likely receive news immediately, making it exceedingly troublesome to track them down later. However, Shen Du was indifferent to these matters. For him, encountering these individuals meant only one outcome: death, whether sooner or later. Moreover, his actions would instill fear in the underground factions of Xinjiang, ensuring that such incidents would not recur for some time. With this thought, Shen Du felt considerably uplifted. The battle in the basement had indeed created quite a commotion, yet above, the wolf gathering was a lawless territory. And since everyone there was accustomed to living on the edge, they paid little attention to the events unfolding below, seemingly unbothered by what had transpired. Within the Gray Erosion base, he discovered 3 ordinary individuals who had been dismantled and fortuitously rescued 2 captives who had narrowly escaped the chaos of the recent battle. After expressing their immense gratitude, the 2 fled under Shen Du's protection, disappearing swiftly from the wolf gathering. They had witnessed the terror of these black market organizations and would surely think twice before walking alone at night again. However, Shen Du's greatest gain from this ordeal lay in the notification from the superior system. By destroying the Gray Erosion organization beneath the wolf gathering, he was rewarded with an additional ability, level electromagnetic control. This reward took Shen Du by surprise. In truth, he had already infused some electromagnetic capabilities into his telekinetic manipulation. Yet due to the overwhelming strength of his telekinetic powers, it had remained concealed. Nonetheless, he would never disdain the level ability granted by the superior system. He quickly experimented with the electromagnetic control and found a distinct difference from his telekinetic manipulation. This new ability was significantly more powerful. Both electromagnetic control and telekinetic manipulation belonged to level abilities, yet their types were markedly different. One could assert that when utilized skillfully, telekinetic manipulation could mimic electromagnetic control, whereas the weakest application of electromagnetic control would still surpass telekinesis. For as long as the power of the ability was sufficiently strong, one could manipulate the electrons within objects, thus gaining control over them. Manipulating light, electromagnetic waves, reducing or amplifying elasticity and friction, and even exerting control over weaker forces became trivial. What was even more formidable was Shen Du's capacity to combine this power with telekinetic manipulation to perform creative actions. As Shen Du emerged from the basement, he raised his hand, instantly causing all electronic devices and circuits within the wolf gathering to collapse. Amidst the cacophony of curses and complaints, Shen Du squinted. Having been bestowed such an ability from the outset, as long as he refrained from reckless actions, he was destined to become a deity of physics, was he not? Chapter 18. Invincible in the realm of physics and truth, Shen did not possess extensive knowledge on such topics. However, he was acutely aware that while the current world differed from the one he inhabited, it still fundamentally operated within the framework of basic scientific principles. The level ability of electromagnetic control granted by the superior system essentially handed him a divine authority. As long as he did not act foolishly in the future or encounter abilities that strayed far from the laws of physics in the event of a fissure, Shen had become an invincible entity within this world, provided he maintained a reservoir of relevant knowledge. Therefore, upon returning from the wolf gathering to the academy, Shen sought out Qin Xian to acquire several books on electromagnetism. That evening, when the committee hosted a dinner, Shen had initially agreed to attend. But since his focus had shifted, he informed Qin Xian that he would not be going and asked her to pass along the message. Really not going? Qin Xian blinked, smiling as she replied, I heard quite a few important figures would be there, including the dean, the vice dean, and some heads from the Xinjiang region. Shen hesitated for a moment, then inquired, Are they all coming for me? Absolutely, Qin Xian said with a look of certainty. You are the only level ability user in our academy, and the attention the academy is giving you is unprecedented. The heads from Xinjiang are here primarily to meet you, especially since you will soon be heading to the front lines at the Fisher battlefield. Shen found this reasoning compelling and thus changed his mind. Very well, I shall attend. I'll wait for you downstairs tonight. Just as Shen intended to express that he did not require her company, Qin Xian cheerfully dashed away at an astonishing speed. He shook his head and sat on the sofa, earnestly perusing the book on electromagnetic force in his hands. Most of these texts were from his university days, entirely consistent with the content from his original timeline. It was evident that this parallel world, aside from the newly emerged fissures and extraordinary beings, was otherwise unfolding along its preordained path. One hand held the book while the other drummed rhythmically on the sofa, causing the light in the room to flicker and change. If others had been present, they would have witnessed certain pieces of furniture in Shen room disintegrating, only to rapidly reconstitute into their original forms after breaking down into their most fundamental elements. Everything was in a state of constant reorganization and decomposition. The fluctuating light was not merely a result of the lamps. Rather, it was Shen ongoing attempts to manipulate electromagnetic forces to control the particles of light, causing the illumination in the room to flicker incessantly. His initial assessment was indeed accurate. After acquiring the extraordinary ability to control electromagnetism at the wolf gathering, he immediately recognized the immense potential for development this power held, envisioning a future where he could ascend to the status of a deity in the realm of physics. Thus, upon returning, he began to scour relevant literature, and indeed, he deepened his understanding of this initially vague extraordinary ability. Electromagnetic force is the force exerted on charged particles within electric fields, magnetic fields, or electromagnetic fields. It is one of the four fundamental forces of nature, alongside strong interaction, weak interaction, and gravity. Electromagnetic force plays a crucial role in determining the internal properties of the substances encountered in daily life. Within matter, the interactions between molecules, known as intermolecular forces, are a manifestation of electromagnetic force. Shen ability to decompose and reconstruct matter is fundamentally based on this principle. He merely needs to concentrate slightly on the microscopic level, and theoretically, any material can be instantaneously disassembled. After all, he can cause the molecules within these materials to lose their force, reducing them to mere powder at the molecular level. This is the true essence of transformation into powder. Although Shen was aware of the strength of such power, he was still astonished by everything this force bestowed upon him once he comprehensively grasped the concept of electromagnetic force. From this day forth, telekinetic control would likely yield to electromagnetic control. Telekinetic abilities would subsequently transform into a subordinate skill of electromagnetic control, providing mental energy and support specifically for electromagnetic control. After all, as long as Shen mental energy could endure, he would, in principle, be an absolute deity. With this thought, Shen closed the book. In the next moment, he found himself in an open space outside the building. Upon landing, he felt a slight unsteadiness, which he found amusing. It seemed his body had yet to adapt to such rapid changes, he mused softly. Just moments ago, he had briefly tested the instantaneous movement capability of electromagnetic force. And aside from the initial jolt that induced a wave of nausea, everything else felt fine. The excellence of the system was indeed unfathomable. This singular thought resonated within him. Thanks to this system, he had turned the tables on the gray erosion a few days prior and acquired his first level of extraordinary ability. Now, just as this power was beginning to settle within him, the system had once again bestowed upon him a remarkable gift, one he had never dared to imagine. With this newfound ability, venturing into the Fisher battlefields would likely result in unrestrained slaughter. The so-called extraordinary monsters and the Fishers would be mere trifles for Shen, who had mastered this power. He gathered his thoughts, turned, and gently thrust his palm towards the distant dense forest. Instantly, it was as if the air had been violently torn by a sharp object. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the forest area in the distance was upheaved from below. Countless trees, soil, and streams were violently thrust together by the intense energy. This commotion undoubtedly attracted the attention of the entire academy. Shen clenched his left hand and tugged downward again, restoring the previously chaotic forest area to its original state in an instant. Aside from the previous piercing explosion, it was as if nothing had transpired. Shen stretched his limbs, feeling increasingly elated. The potential of electromagnetic control was immense. Mastering it fully would require relentless practice and ample time. Thus, he felt an eagerness to engage in real combat on the battlefield through the academy. With this in mind, Shen glanced at the venue where the committee had invited him for dinner tonight, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Tonight's banquet presented a splendid opportunity. Chapter 19. The banquet was held on the second floor of the academy's dining hall and was by invitation only, meaning that ordinary students and regular lecturers were unable to enter. Has he confirmed his attendance? The dean inquired, having repeatedly sought affirmation from the committee, finally exhaling in relief upon receiving a positive response. That's good. Today, I've invited the main leaders from Xinjiang to witness this young man. Please, do not let me down. The committee member offered a wry smile in reply. Dean, we certainly cannot retain him. You needn't tell me that. The dean huffed, sounding quite helpless. I didn't dare turn on my phone while I was out. I must have received calls from at least dozens of people along the way. And I suspect there will be many more tonight. This talent is undoubtedly not one we can keep. We might as well let him bring more benefits to our academy. Perhaps we can request additional resources from other academies later. The dean is indeed astute. On the second floor, a scene was being arranged. While a few tourist buses arrived directly at the entrance of the Xinjiang Academy of Supernatural Abilities, a capable man dressed in black swiftly emerged from the open door of one of the buses, directing various inspection personnel to expeditiously unload their medical equipment. Simultaneously, the news quickly attracted a group of special individuals, all clad in dark golden long robes adorned with dragon patterns, their bodies covered meticulously. Although the personnel from the Central City Control Center were unaware of these individuals' identities, the level of credentials they displayed was astonishingly high, compelling the reception staff to comply with their duties. Where are they? At the academy. The dean had mentioned that they would make an appearance during the evening banquet. The reception staff promptly answered, albeit without fully grasping the identities of the individuals before them. They speculated that these individuals were likely affiliated with relevant departments of Xinjiang. The man chuckled lightly at the reception staff before continuing, "We have gathered sufficient information. You may continue with your work without concerning yourselves with us." With a smile, he gestured for his subordinates to carry their belongings into the academy, appearing quite familiar with the surroundings. Despite the reception staff's desire to inquire further, the impressive credentials of these individuals rendered them discreetly silent. This was a situation they had never encountered before. The team following the man in the academy began to exhibit curiosity. Could it be that Xinjiang Academy is deceiving us? One pondered. A level superhuman appearing out of nowhere. It's hard to believe. Most likely, they possess a unique ability that goes unnoticed. The man casually responded, "Do you wish for a grand awakening?" The group's expressions shifted, and they fervently shook their heads. The speaker was Chung Xin, the team leader, a level superhuman with electrical abilities. The man turned to scan his team members, a smile adorning his face. Isn't this the best scenario? We merely need to verify the identity of this level superhuman and exchange a few words for a brief assessment. Chung Xin seemed quite experienced in such matters, his smile unwavering. If they could recruit this high-level superhuman, their special department's combat capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Chung Xin gazed towards the campus, stroking his chin as he murmured, "Oh, young man, do not disappoint me." How intriguing. Shen stood before the mirror, focusing on his eyes, which had transformed into a striking golden hue. However, this could easily be concealed. He could simply claim to be wearing contact lenses later. as they could also create a beautiful eye effect. He stepped out of his room, where Qin Xian was seated in the passenger seat, waving at him. The driver was, of course, the white-haired Zhuoma, who had been notably low-key since learning that Shen Du was indeed a genuine level superhuman. The previous sarcastic comments had vanished, replaced by a demeanor of caution and care. This made Shen Du perceive him as adaptable. Shen Du smiled as he entered the vehicle, admiring the exquisite interior. This must be Zhuoma's car, right? He guessed accurately. Spot on. Qin Xian replied cheerfully. He came specifically to be your driver, knowing you would attend the banquet tonight. Shen Du chuckled but remained silent. He understood the intentions of the two. There were certain thresholds set for the banquet, as it was attended by regional heads and key figures from other major supernatural academies, making it inaccessible to the uninvited. For Zhuoma and Qin Xian to enter, they would have to be by his side. Shen Du refrained from pointing this out. Instead, he settled into the back seat, listening to Qin Xian excitedly speak about the prominent figures expected to attend that evening. All four major academies might show up tonight. Qinglong, Xuanwu, Zhuke, and Baihu are likely to be present. She exclaimed, "Oh, if only my initial abilities had been stronger, perhaps I could have joined Zhuke Academy." Shen Du smiled as he listened, while Zhuoma remained quietly reserved, until Qin Xian mentioned that they planned to conduct a more detailed assessment of his abilities that evening. An assessment for me? Shen Du inquired curiously, recalling that he had already undergone testing at the academy. The equipment is different, she explained. Our academy's devices lack precision, only determining levels and general capabilities. The equipment at these larger academies is more sophisticated and highly accurate. They'll know exactly what your abilities entail. As Qin Xian continued to discuss current news, she brought up the recent reports of elite supernatural creatures breaking through the frontline defenses and fleeing into the inland areas, with rumors suggesting they might have encroached upon Xinjiang. How formidable are these so-called elite creatures? She wondered aloud. They are estimated to possess level strength. Zhuoma, who had been silent until now, spoke up. There should be 3-level creatures, one of which might be even stronger. The academy has been quite unsettled lately, with rumors circulating that these creatures have indeed arrived in Xinjiang. Should they come to the academy, it would be refreshing. I'm growing weary of the simulated battles, Qin Xian suggested playfully. Zhuoma nodded, seeming somewhat intrigued. If we do encounter them, it would be interesting to ascertain their true strength. If they are too weak, it would indeed be disappointing. Chapter 20. The testing of abilities. Shen Du was the centerpiece of the banquet, and thus, it could not commence prior to his arrival. The personnel on the second floor arrived one after another, yet several groups that came seemed rather unfriendly. After their encounters, little conversation was exchanged, leaving Dinyu in an awkward predicament. Why do you all seem so unfamiliar with each other? He quietly inquired of a nearby individual, who hailed from the QNGL-ing Academy of the Great Xia Nation, a relationship that remained reasonably cordial. What is there to discuss with them? The question party chuckled. It would be a falsehood to claim we are unfamiliar. It is simply because we are all competitors that we present ourselves in this manner. Dinyu nodded thoughtfully, intending to ask further when a voice from the entrance announced the arrival, and he immediately noticed the representative from QNGL-ing Academy had vanished from his side. The reason for this gathering was entirely due to SHND. Therefore, when news of SHND's arrival circulated, nearly everyone's attention swiftly shifted to the entrance, each person eagerly anticipating the appearance of this exceptional level ability user. The grand door was thrust open, and amidst the expectant gazes, a figure with white hair, Zhuoma, stepped inside. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, particularly under the scrutiny of several high-level ability users who appeared quite unfriendly, Zhuoma broke out in a cold sweat. Hesitating at the doorway, "Zhuoma, what brings you here?" Dinyu recognized the young man and promptly inquired. Ordinarily, he should not have been present at tonight's banquet, as he was merely a mid-level ability user and had not received an invitation. Zhuoma stammered for several seconds before recalling his excuse, managing a wry smile as he replied, "I accompanied SHND here on the way." "Ah, I see," Dinyu nodded. "But where is SHND? Why did you arrive first?" "He is behind me." Just as Zhuoma finished speaking, SHND appeared at the entrance. He seemed in high spirits, and upon entering, he noticed that all the ability users' gazes were fixed upon him, which did not strike him as inappropriate. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "What an impressive gathering today." Dinyu immediately stepped out from the crowd, excitedly approaching SHND, and began to introduce him to those present. It was only at this moment that everyone confirmed that the man before them was indeed the sole high-level existence from JNJI-ing Academy, the very target of their visit. Yet, SH&D appeared rather unremarkable. Some attendees noted the golden hue of his eyes, but dismissed it as merely the effect of decorative contact lenses. Members from the various academies exchanged glances, and soon one of the representatives from QNGL-ing Academy stepped forward, addressing SH&D. "You are SH&D, correct? Your assessment from JNJI-ing Academy indicates you possess high-level abilities. We are here today primarily to verify the authenticity of your abilities. If confirmed, all 4 academies will welcome you, allowing you to join any of us at your discretion." The speaker's gaze remained fixed on SH&D. He had received limited information from Dean Yu, only knowing that the individual before him was high-level and had never previously exhibited any abilities. Thus, QNGL-ing Academy collectively believed he belonged to the class of naturally awakened ability users, as opposed to those who acquired powers through devouring ability stones, which typically denoted a more formidable strength. However, SH&D's demeanor did not reflect that of a high-level ability user, leading the representative to ponder deeply. If he were indeed a high-level user, should he not appear more arrogant in his entrance and speech? Reflecting on the attitudes of the few high-level users within their academy, coupled with SH&D's appearance, doubt began to creep into his mind regarding SH&D's true identity. SH&D, on the other hand, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Most of the individuals before him were the cream of the crop from their respective academies, elite and formidable, and their willingness to visit a smaller academy clearly bore a hint of arrogance. Consequently, their words were rather brusque. SH&D chose not to engage with the individual addressing him, instead directing his gaze toward Dean Yu, who immediately understood the cue, signaling for everyone to take their time in introductions before proceeding further. The representatives from QNGL-ing Academy, initially hoping for a reply, frowned in silence upon realizing SH&D's disinterest in engaging. One of the individuals nearby, noticing SH&D's aloof demeanor, leaned toward the QNGL-ing representative and whispered, "This fellow certainly has an air of arrogance about him. Should we not teach him a lesson to humble him?" Before the words could settle, the other person shot him a glare. This is a critical moment. If he truly is a high-level ability user, we should be courting his favor, not risking his resentment. Everyone was present primarily to ascertain the veracity of SH&D's abilities, thus they bore with the situation, patiently introducing themselves to Dean Yu one by one. It was only then that SH&D learned the identities of those around him. The groups consisted of the enrollment heads from the 4 major ability academies, QNGL-ing, ZH-Chu, SU-NW, and BIH, with some from a special department in the North River region, though they had remained largely silent. SH&D only recognized the leader among them as CH-ing XN. As for the representatives from the 4 major academies, due to the multitude of names and the abbreviated introductions, SH&D managed to remember none of them. Dean Yu, brimming with excitement, introduced SH&D around, leaving him exceedingly pleased. Tonight, SH&D had undeniably brought great honor to him. However, the crux of the matter still lay in the impending assessment of the authenticity of SH&D's abilities. The crowd was growing impatient, and once the introduction from the dean concluded, a tall figure from the White Tiger Academy stepped forward, stating in a low voice, "Since the introductions are over, shall we proceed with the test?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone from behind brought forth a device resembling a water dispenser. "Cough, Shen. Let us conduct a simple test, shall we?" The tall individual, Shen, recognized as Chun Jinlu, possessed an ice-based ability. This device was the latest invention from the Great Xia Kingdom, capable of accurately measuring one's ability level and even discerning its specific nature. Chun Jinlu declared, "Whether it's a rank or not, we'll find out with this test." The surrounding crowd quickly gathered around, their gazes fixated on Shen, eager to uncover the nature of his abilities. Previously, the report from Jinjiang Academy merely indicated that he was a rank ability user, leaving them entirely in the dark about the specifics. The dean inhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The testing device at the academy's entrance was infallible, and it was indeed true that Shen was a rank user. However, the precise strength of this ability remained a mystery, even to the dean himself. Although any rank ability user was a rare and coveted talent for the Great Xia Kingdom, there were still significant nuances involved. Their primary focus was on the frontline rift battlefields, where rank ability users were prized for their formidable individual combat power, especially offensive abilities. While supportive abilities were also impressive, many of them could be compensated for through technological advancements, such as mental linking, which could be effectively replaced by devices. Given the increasingly uncertain situation on the front line, the demand for offensive talents had surged once more. Understanding this, the Dean eagerly anticipated the revelation of Shen Du's capabilities. In simulated combat, Shen Du's displayed powers resembled those of mental telekinesis, typically associated with offensive types. Shen Du, however, had no intention of delaying further. He approached the device and placed his right hand directly upon it. The crowd surged forward, brimming with excitement. Although Chung Xian was part of a special department, he found himself at a loss when faced with the sudden emergence of ability users from various regions for recruitment. His responsibilities involved managing domestic ability users, while the external combat operations were not within his purview. The moment was not yet ripe for him to intervene. Consequently, Chung Xian and his team were pushed to the periphery, causing his subordinates to grow increasingly anxious. What is the hurry? It's just a result. Chung Xian shot a glance at his impatient subordinate. The outcome was inevitable. He could observe it at any moment. The crucial issue lay in whether this rank ability user could be absorbed into the special department and utilized effectively. While the situation on the front line was tense, it was manageable. However, the entire Great Xia Kingdom was grappling with chaos due to issues involving ability monsters and users. The personnel in the special department felt somewhat overwhelmed, their combat prowess significantly inferior to that of the returning ability users, many of whom had begun to exploit their achievements for personal gain. Although the special department had been established, it lacked the decisive means to address such misconduct, leaving them in a precarious position. Chung Xian had faced considerable reprimands from his superiors as a result. Now, with the sudden emergence of a powerful rank ability user from Jinjiang Academy, Chung Xian had initially believed that the dean had solely informed them of this development, eagerly anticipating the recruitment of a strong assistant. To his dismay, he discovered that the dean had initially reported the news to the 4 major academies, leaving him and his team as the last to arrive. The thought of this infuriated Chung Xian, who felt an overwhelming urge to confront the dean. In a moment of reflection, Chung Xian recalled recent incidents involving ability users in Beha, their actions mirroring his own frustrations. As he was lost in thought, Shen Du had already placed his palm upon the device, and upon activation, a radiant light illuminated the entire second floor. Was this the luminescence of electrical abilities? No, it was water-based. Why did the color change? Shouldn't it instantly display the level? The crowd began to murmur among themselves, while Qin Xian nudged her companion Zhuama, who immediately perked up upon hearing their conversation. It's similar to what you observed at the academy entrance, he remarked softly. Indeed, Qin Xian nodded, affirming the enigma surrounding Shen Du's abilities. However, they were both confident that he was undeniably a rank ability user. Zhuama grunted in acknowledgement, but remained silent. The crowd buzzed with excitement as representatives from the 4 major academies scrutinized the wildly fluctuating ability levels displayed by the device, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Is the device malfunctioning? That's impossible. I tested it thoroughly before bringing it here, and it was functioning perfectly. The unusual situation escalated as the device, typically reliable across all 4 academies, failed to yield results for Shen Du. Chen Jinlu's eyes darted, and he promptly halted the machine, turning to Shen Du. Since the device cannot provide results, let us conduct a manual test instead. I am a recruitment officer from the White Tiger Academy, and my ability is rank ice. With this declaration, he gestured for the crowd to disperse, instructing the attendants to bring forth several buckets of water. I shall demonstrate. Chen Jinlu let out a soft exclamation, and with both hands directed at the water in the bucket, he summoned the water to surge forth, transforming it into ice cubes in midair. These ice cubes, upon landing in his hands, became as pliable as sponge, which he effortlessly molded before him. Behold, he proclaimed, raising this shield-like construct. This ice shield can withstand the full force of a level anomalous abilities user, with a strength comparable to that of steel plates several meters thick. His words were few, and he paused there, adding, if you can shatter it with a single blow, it would at least demonstrate that your attack capabilities rival those of a level anomalous abilities user. Shen Du looked at Chun Jinlu with a hint of astonishment, feeling that the latter might not be entirely sound of mind. Can your ice shield truly withstand a strike from a level anomalous abilities user? As soon as Shen Du finished speaking, he extended his hand. Chun Jinlu, who had intended to nod and boast, was abruptly silenced by the sound of cracking ice. The shield before him shattered like thin paper, turning to dust in an instant. While Chen Jinlu remained in a state of shock, the crowd around them quickly grasped what had transpired. The director, Yu, was so exhilarated he nearly fainted. The elderly man stammered excitedly. It shattered. How did you do that? I didn't see it clearly, just saw this young man point a finger. So effortlessly. Good heavens, what kind of ability is this? This lad's powers must be extraordinary. His potential is immense. Chen Jinlu's ice shield was not weak. Such a shield typically possessed formidable defensive capabilities, easily withstanding attacks from fire-type elite anomalous beasts. The crowd buzzed with whispers, as they were all familiar with one another. Witnessing how effortlessly Shen Du had dismantled Chen Jinlu's display of power, which invigorated their spirits. Cheng Xian, standing outside the throng, managed to discern the events within and promptly found a stool to elevate his view. This young man seems quite intriguing. Chapter 22. A shift in attitude at this moment. Director Yu was as giddy as a child. The greater Shen Du's abilities, the more advantageous it was for him. Just days prior, he had made special arrangements for the academy to supply Shen Du with anomalous stones, insisting on a substantial quantity, regardless of their lower grade. It seemed now that his efforts were well placed. Although Shen Du had not been at the academy for long, Director Yu was confident that he had left a decent impression, which would facilitate future negotiations. After a moment of bewilderment from the shattering of his ice shield, Chen Jinlu furrowed his brow and looked at Shen Du, asking, "How did you accomplish that?" "Simply by harnessing my abilities," Shen Du replied with a light smile. Without waiting for Chen Jinlu's response, he raised his left hand slightly and instantly replicated the ice shield that Chen Jinlu had just demonstrated. Only this version was even stronger. Your strength is indeed lacking. Care to test mine? Utilizing his electromagnetic manipulation ability, Shen Du commanded the water particles in the air to perfectly recreate Chen Jinlu's ice shield, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. He can wield ice abilities. No, this power resembles a form of replication. How does the strength of this ice shield compare to Chen Jinlu's? One wondered aloud. We shall find out. At that moment, a woman from Zhuke Academy stepped forward, glancing at Chen Jinlu before turning her gaze to Shen Du. Noticing the smile at Shen Du's lips, she couldn't help but frown slightly. To her, it seemed as though Shen Du was deliberately provoking them all. Chen Jinlu, a level anomalous abilities user, has already faltered. This implies that this young man's strength is far beyond mere level. It was Zhao Wan. Sister Wan, show him our prowess. Is he not deliberately seeking to embarrass us? Quite audacious. You know, young man, if you continue like this, even if you manage to enter one of the 4 major academies, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Many in the academy were clamoring, but once Zhao Wan stepped forward and surveyed the crowd, the noise quickly subsided. She nodded slightly at Shen Du, then clasped her hands together and exclaimed, enveloped in a blaze of flames. With a sudden burst of speed, she unleashed the fiery power coursing through her, crashing it against the ice shield. Boom! The flames transformed into a phoenix-like firebird, soaring towards the ice shield. This is the fiery phoenix's incineration. This technique was Zhao Wan's signature move. Having vanquished numerous elite anomalous beasts, surely it would shatter an ice shield without issue. The crowd erupted in gasps of admiration. Even Director Yu found himself growing anxious, not over the durability of the ice shield, but over the potential destruction of the second floor of the dining hall. After all, he was responsible for the entire academy, and if a battle between anomalous beings turned the area into ruins, he would have much to answer for. Yet, to everyone's utter disappointment, the ice shield remained intact, emanating a chilling aura, showing no signs of cracking. Zhao Wan's fiery phoenix slammed into the ice shield, yet the shield remained steadfast, undisturbed. Zhao Wan gazed incredulously at her flames, sensing something amiss. As a level fire-type anomalous abilities user, her combat prowess was among the best. Her fiery phoenix's incineration was a formidable force on the battlefield. Yet, this individual had replicated Chen Jinlu's ice shield, a mere level ice type, which should be susceptible to fire, and it had withstood her assault. Behold, this is what one calls an ice shield. At this moment, Shen Du chuckled softly, gesturing towards the ice shield, which instantly melted into a puddle of water, leaving everyone present in a state of incredulity. The burly man from the Qinglong Academy, initially curious, found himself astonished by Shen Du's effortless dismantling of Chen Jinlu's ice shield. Furthermore, the fact that he could summon an enhanced version of the ice shield, one that even Zhao Wan's advanced fire abilities could not dissolve, implied that his strength far exceeded their expectations. The representatives from the 4 major academies exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain about how to proceed. Their core forces were conspicuously absent. as the frontline battlefield was in dire need of capable ability users. The academies were primarily established to cultivate such talents. Yet most of those present were merely admissions office personnel. Though their ranks were not insignificant, they were hardly formidable. As Shen Du's prowess became increasingly enigmatic, the representatives found themselves at a loss for words. Eventually, Chun Jinlu, with a grave tone, inquired, "What exactly is your ability?" Given the inability to discern it through observation, direct inquiry seemed the most prudent course of action. Upon uttering these words, Shen Du sensed a collective sigh of relief among the onlookers. "Perhaps it is a psychic ability," he replied nonchalantly, "something akin to telekinesis, which should fall under the category of mental powers." This was indeed the case. It was no wonder he was so formidable. Individuals endowed with telekinetic abilities were rare, yet those who manifested such powers were invariably powerful. "Young man, come join our Xuanwu Academy. We have a distinguished telekinesis instructor, and 3 advanced telekinesis students have emerged from our ranks, all of whom have shone brightly on the battlefield." "Is this an attempt to poach him already? Why didn't you speak up earlier?" Another voice interjected. "I suggest you join Xinglong Academy. I can arrange for you to receive an ability stone of level 1 daily, along with a minimum monthly stipend of 200,000 ability coins." With Shen Du's words, the crowd erupted into animated discussions, swiftly transforming into attempts to court his favor. Although Shen Du's displayed strength remained somewhat elusive, it was evident to all that his capabilities were formidable, especially as a telekinetic. Such individuals, once unleashed on the battlefield, became living weapons of mass destruction, making them highly coveted by any academy. Watching the unprincipled efforts of the crowd to win over Shen Du, Cheng Xian's expression darkened. Just moments ago, it seemed they were indifferent to Shen Du. How had their demeanor shifted so drastically? This left him at a disadvantage, unable to make his own appeal. Meanwhile, Shen Du listened with keen interest to the various alluring propositions surrounding him, fully aware of his newfound significance. An unexpectedly emergent level 1 ability user was akin to discovering a gold mine for these academy representatives. Chapter 23. A temporary task at this juncture. Dean Yu wore an expression of uncontainable delight. He was representing Shen Du in negotiations with the admissions office members from the 4 major academies. While Shen Du sat at a nearby table, indulging in refreshments and clearly disinterested in the discussions between Dean Yu and the others. His worth had already been established. Dean Yu, having been in this field for many years, knew precisely how to negotiate interests and maximize benefits, relieving Shen Du of such concerns. Qin Xian and Zuoma were summoned by Shen Du. He bore no overt animosity towards Zuoma, who had shown a modicum of understanding and respect since recognizing Shen Du's formidable strength, keeping his comments to himself in recent days. In contrast, Qin Xian observed the heated debate among the admissions personnel, noting Dean Yu's fervent enthusiasm, which was palpable even as he spoke tirelessly. "How wonderful it is." Qin Xian had never experienced such a sensation. Although her ability was classified as level 1, it had been awakened through the use of ability stones after joining the academy, placing her at a disadvantage compared to others. The scenario of being fervently sought after by the 4 major academies was nearly unfathomable to her. For someone of her caliber, had she not initially demonstrated sufficient strength, the doors of the 4 major academies would have remained closed to her. The entry standards of the 4 major academies contrasted starkly with those of Jinjiang Academy. The former required exceptional performance in other institutions before consideration. Though Qin Xian's level 1 ability appeared commendable, it would be deemed insufficient for entry into the 4 major academies, often dismissed as lacking in talent, having been awakened later, or being of an auxiliary type. Seated at the back, Shen Du observed the fervent discussions unfolding before him, feeling a sense of wonder at his swift transition into this new role. Just a few days into this world, and he was already on the verge of switching allegiances. How remarkable! Lost in thought, he was suddenly approached by a group who bypassed the arguing factions and made their way directly to him. "Hello, Shen Du." A bold man seated himself directly across from Shen Du, grinning as he introduced himself. "I am Cheng Xian from the Ability Management Bureau of Baya City. You may call me Captain Cheng." Shen Du maintained a neutral expression but directed his gaze toward Cheng Xian. The exceptional system promptly relayed detailed information about this man, outlining his ability type, level, and relevant achievements. Shen Du found it particularly intriguing that this man's record of defeating ability creatures surpassed that of both Qin Xian and Zuoma, both of whom had recently returned from the front lines. What, then, was this so-called Ability Management Bureau? Chung Xian introduced himself with a cheerful demeanor, providing a general overview of the current global context. The conversation swiftly shifted to the topic of the Abilities Management Bureau, ultimately revealing his intention. He wished for Shen Du to join their ranks. Do you truly trust me, Captain Shen? Shen Du chuckled lightly. Have you thoroughly investigated my identity? I presume you have yet to conduct any tests on me. The equipment they provided is utterly inadequate. Can yours fare any better? In truth, he had brought some devices himself, but considering the earlier circumstances, he chose not to display them. Chung Xian responded with a smile, stating that his equipment was merely for testing and identity verification. At that moment, Chung Xian's phone rang. He quickly retrieved it from his pocket. It was clearly not a smartphone. After answering, his previously jovial expression shifted to one of seriousness. Yes, I understand. Following the call, he transitioned from his earlier carefree demeanor to that of a solemn bureau captain, offering a slight apology to Shen Du's circumstances have changed. The elite ability beasts that fled the battlefield have now been located in the nearby mountainous region. We must address this matter immediately. We shall continue our discussion another time. With that, Chung Xian waved to his team, signaling their departure. Intrigued by the situation, Shen Du stood up and blocked his path. I wish to accompany you. Initially frowning at Shen Du's interruption, Chung Xian relaxed upon hearing his words. Very well, keep pace with us, do not fall behind, and refrain from acting recklessly. Before departing, Shen Du merely bid farewell to Qin Xian and Zuoma. By the time Dean Yu and the others resolved their discussions, they realized Shen Du's seat was already vacant. Qin Xian had long since finished her meal and left, while Zuoma, trembling at the door, reported Shen Du's whereabouts to the dean, which incensed Dean Yu. He could scarcely believe that Shen Du would voluntarily follow Chung Xian. He was convinced that Chung Xian had coerced him into leaving. However, given Chung Xian's representation of a unique force within the Great Xia nation, Dean Yu, despite his frustration, had no recourse but to arrange for the personnel from the 4 major academies to settle in the academy, while he sought to contact Chung Xian. Upon boarding the bus with Chung Xian and his team, Shen Du noted the sparse number of passengers, most of whom were various kinds of equipment and weapons. He observed numerous technological products, many equipped with various specialized components. Chung Xian, having relaxed somewhat after boarding, took the opportunity to review mission updates while introducing Shen Du to the array of weaponry. These are weapons developed by the Ministry of Technology in response to the Rift ability beasts. Their power is quite considerable. They utilize the blood of the ability beasts as the core power source. This here is the blood of a self-destructing octopus monster. Chung Xian held up a firearm containing a black liquid, stating that even a small amount could obliterate a tank. Shen Du nodded slightly as Chung Xian detailed the weaponry, eventually asking for his impressions. What are my impressions? They are rather underwhelming. Shen Du shook his head dismissively, prompting a wry smile from Chung Xian. You're right. These weapons often become useless when facing ability beasts, as they are originally designed for their kind. Chung Xian gestured animatedly. We merely adapted their creations. Yet these damn monsters mostly possess immunities. Ultimately, it falls to the ability users to handle them. Prepare yourselves. The strength of this elite ability beast may be formidable. Since you are here, there will likely be a time when we shall need your assistance. Chapter 24. The elite ability beast Shen Du had anticipated this outcome and was eager to witness the so-called elite ability beast firsthand, desiring to engage such a creature in combat. Thus, he readily agreed to accompany them. Chung Xian seemed taken aback by Shen Du's decisive response. Yet he had little time to dwell on it, as they had already arrived at the area indicated by their mission directive concerning the fleeing elite ability beast. Everyone disembark. Chung Xian swiftly commanded, and the personnel from the 3 buses quickly exited. Shen Du observed that the mountainous region ahead had been cordoned off by a substantial force. Chung Xian and the leading personnel promptly exchanged information, and soon helicopters received deployment orders. Ground teams, numbering in the thousands, swiftly consolidated with Chung Xian's group, commencing a thorough search of the mountain. All were armed, with those lacking weapons being at least Class A ability users, fully utilizing their powers. Given the scale of the operation, Shen Du should have felt anxious. However, having acquired various Class A abilities through the exceptional system, that apprehension evaporated. While he was supposed to join Chung Xian in the mountain search, he instead called out to him after glancing toward the mountainous region. I have located the creature's position. Chung Xian and his team were momentarily stunned. You found it. Chung Xian gazed at Shen Du in disbelief. then turned to survey the dense jungle spanning hundreds of meters across the mountain area, still astonished. Their extensive deployment was precisely to guard against the potential resurgence of the fled beasts. Cheng Xian had more to say, but suddenly heard Shen Du let out a sharp exclamation. "It's here." As the words left his lips, countless crimson-black points of light erupted violently from the dense forest, obliterating several helicopters in the sky in an instant. An alarm blared through Cheng Xian's earpiece, and 4 pilots perished instantly, while the remaining 2 helicopters spiraled downward, engulfed in flames. At this moment, Shen Du stood beside Cheng Xian, his gaze shifting from the 4 helicopters that had been completely destroyed to the 2 still plummeting. He then raised his hand and pulled. Cheng Xian, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, watched helplessly as the helicopters descended, when suddenly, the pilots from both craft appeared beside him. Turning to the equally bewildered pilots, Cheng Xian quickly glanced at Shen Du, who had abruptly launched himself into the air, resembling a fighter jet breaking the sound barrier, creating a massive crater in the ground beneath him. In the blink of an eye, Shen Du accelerated again, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Cheng Xian was left in a state of shock. He had encountered numerous superhumans, but never had he witnessed such extraordinary prowess as Shen Du's. Before Cheng Xian could issue orders for the pilots to retreat, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant mountains, shaking everyone present. Cheng Xian immediately recognized the source. It was the elite anomaly, a creature born from the rift they had been pursuing relentlessly. This humanoid beast, adorned with dark blue armor and sporting 2 horns, wielded a colossal battle axe, with a massive shield strapped to its left arm. This elite anomaly had already slain 2 high-level superhumans on the battlefield, proving to be an insurmountable threat as it carved its way through the encirclement, ultimately fleeing into the ruins of the city. The creature possessed remarkable intelligence, luring several high-level superhumans to their doom before retreating into the inland city. Snapping back to reality, Cheng Xian hastily reached for his phone to request reinforcements, hoping to summon a top-tier superhuman from one of the 4 major academies to turn the tide of battle. However, just as he pulled out his phone, he witnessed the entire mountain range being cleaved as if by a razor's edge, a resounding crash echoing as it split apart before the eyes of 1,000 onlookers. Cheng Xian, usually composed, couldn't help but curse aloud. Everyone stood frozen, uncertain of their next move, as a towering figure surged forth from the mountainside, closely followed by a human who swiftly caught up to the beast and delivered a powerful kick. The massive creature was sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater several hundred meters wide. It was only then that Cheng Xian recognized the human was not Shen Du, who had just launched himself into the air. Cheng Xian's mouth fell agape, his mind utterly overwhelmed. The power of this superhuman was nothing short of astonishing. As the ground trembled, the elite anomaly realized its precarious situation and, recognizing the futility of escape, unleashed a terrifying force, ready to engage Shen Du in a life-or-death struggle. The earth shook violently, and amidst Cheng Xian's shouts for retreat, a blinding beam of light tore through the ground, splitting it open for hundreds of meters, barreling straight towards Shen Du. Even Shen Du was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the elite beast could unleash such formidable power. The moment the deathly light surged forth, it decimated a third of the onlookers. Cheng Xian, realizing the dire situation, commanded everyone to withdraw, understanding that this battle was beyond their capabilities. Frustrated by the erroneous intelligence he had received, he focused on getting his team to safety, yet he caught a glimpse of Shen Du, who suspended in midair, caught the incoming beam of light with his bare hands. What manner of being is this? Cheng Xian marveled internally, his mind racing with incredulity. An entity capable of clashing with an elite anomaly, truly a formidable superhuman. Chapter 25. Slaying the elite anomaly. Shen Du braced himself against the deathly light, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his current abilities. He was still adjusting to the mastery of electromagnetic forces. Logically, the elite anomaly's attack should not have reached him at all. Yet, it was only when the beam was inches from his face that he managed to deflect it, nearly sustaining injury in the process, a fact that left him deeply dissatisfied. As Shen Du pondered this, the elite anomaly surged from the ground, seizing the moment of Shen Du's distraction to swing its massive axe in a deadly arc. The beast's physical strength was formidable, and its powers terrifying. A single swing could rend the earth, creating chasms hundreds of meters wide. As an elite being from the rift, it bore an air of arrogance, having previously torn through human defenses to escape, now nearly exhausted. Yet, facing a tenacious opponent like Shen forced it to tap into its last reserves of energy. Bang! Yet, this time, the elite anomaly's surprise attack failed utterly. Shen, with remarkable strength, seized the colossal axe of the elite anomalous beast with one hand, and before its very eyes, he astonishingly crushed the massive adamantine axe with ease. The sound of cracking echoed through the air. The material of the adamantine axe was exceptionally hard, surpassing the hardness of any existing substance in the world by hundreds of times. The elite anomalous beast widened its crimson eyes, utterly astonished as it watched its formidable weapon being effortlessly obliterated by this human. A seed of fear was sown deep within its heart. The adamantine axe was a product of the rift, a weapon that had allowed the elite anomalous beast to vanquish its foes with unparalleled success. It had long since convinced itself that this weapon could never be destroyed. Yet today, it found itself confronting a reality it never anticipated. Not only had Shen crushed the adamantine axe, but he also raised his hand and waved towards the elite anomalous beast, shattering the adamantine shield on its left arm right before its eyes. At that moment, the elite anomalous beast felt as though its worldview had been shattered. It had always perceived humans as weak, considering even those who had awakened their abilities to be nothing more than pesky insects. It was only when it was besieged by a swarm of these mosquitoes that it realized their collective might. However, after escaping, it still believed that a solitary human could never defeat it. That was until it encountered a freak like Shen. Unbeknownst to Shen, the thoughts swirling in the anomalous beast's mind were irrelevant. After utterly dismantling its weapon, he charged forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending the beast crashing back into the mountainside. Subsequently, as if unleashing a mighty spell, Shen drew countless charged particles from the surrounding air, coalescing them in his hand, resembling a mythological figure wielding lightning. On the ground, Chung Xian and the others watched in awe as the sky dimmed, and Shen held a crackling stream of electricity. The spectacle left them momentarily speechless. In mere seconds, Shen hurled the lightning with all his might, producing a thunderous sound that tore through the air, striking the ground with explosive force. All present felt the ground tremble beneath them, followed by a deafening roar akin to a catastrophic landslide. The tumult continued for several seconds before finally subsiding. As the mountains returned to silence, Chung Xian hesitated, ensuring that apart from the blaring alarms of various vehicles, there was no other sound before daring to rally his team to tend to the injured. The entire mountainous region was in disarray. Although the battle seemed to have concluded, it appeared as if a natural disaster had ravaged the area. Chung Xian's heart ached at the sight of such devastation. He directed his personnel to swiftly assist the wounded while frantically searching for the key figure responsible for this chaos, Shen. It was Shen confrontation with the elite anomalous beast that had led to this calamity, costing him at least 300 lives, with countless others injured. A staggering loss indeed. Shen, Chung Xian shouted, his voice echoing in the empty sky, filled with despair over the disastrous mission. Just as he was about to voice his grievances, a voice emerged from behind. If I hadn't come, you would have faced total annihilation today. Shen appeared behind Chung Xian, who was about to express his anger but found himself captivated by Shen golden gaze. Can your organization truly contend with such anomalous beasts? Chung Xian, momentarily devoid of will, expressed his frustration. It was a matter of intelligence. Who could have known that an elite anomalous beast would arrive? The information I received indicated it was merely an anomalous beast of lesser rank. By the way, Chung Xian quickly inquired, did you kill it? As the team worked to gather the injured, the entire anomalous management department was retreating, unable to bear another wave of losses after such a catastrophic day. Shen regarded Chung Xian, nodding. If ordinary anomalous users encountered such a beast, it would indeed be a formidable challenge to defeat it. The armor on that creature is exceptionally sturdy, rendering typical anomalous users and current weaponry ineffective. Chung Xian frowned slightly, but soon relaxed, recognizing the truth in Shen words. The reason society places such importance on anomalous users is that only they can combat the monsters emerging from the rift. Today, we owe you a great debt. Chung Xian finally spoke after a long pause. Thank you. Shen waved his hand dismissively and turned towards the academy. Chung Xian had intended to ask if Shen was considering joining the Anomalous Management Bureau, but realizing that he was soon to head to one of the 4 major academies and face the Rift battlefield, he refrained from expressing this thought. This young man's strength would likely place him among the top contenders once he reached the battlefield. Chang Xian sighed, wishing him good luck. Chapter 26. Ambition. After parting from the crowd, Shen Du finally noticed the notification from the superior system. There was no doubt that he had just slain an elite anomalous beast from the Rift, as the system explicitly labeled its identity. Rift Axe Demon. The gleaming word elite immediately elevated its status. Elite monster. Rift Axe Demon. Ability assessment. Level. Threat level high. Assistance for killing rewards. Level of extraordinary abilities. Solo kill reward. Level of extraordinary abilities. This evening, Shen Du, having seized an unexpected opportunity, indeed qualified for the aforementioned solo kill. Thus, the exceptional system generously bestowed upon him yet another level of extraordinary ability. Rapid recovery. As a level extraordinary ability, its effects were described as nothing short of miraculous. The exceptional system directly informed Shen Du that as long as he was not instantaneously obliterated by an overwhelmingly powerful force, this level of extraordinary ability would enable him to almost completely heal all his injuries. Even if he were to lose an arm or a leg, he could regenerate the severed parts within mere seconds. Upon first encountering this capability, Shen Du was momentarily taken aback. This was far more outrageous than descriptions found in typical novels. Was this not tantamount to immortality? However, Shen Du had never been one to disdain additional abilities. Especially when they were of such high caliber, such a gift was too valuable to refuse. The journey back to the academy from the mountains consumed a considerable amount of time, though he had no intention of soaring back at high speed, despite the significant increase in velocity that would entail. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to truly explore the vicinity of the city, with the current core rifts primarily concentrated along the eastern coastal areas. Although there were signs of encroachment inland, for regions like North River, a peaceful existence could still be maintained for the time being. Recently, due to the actions of the Replacer organization, the populace was engulfed in anxiety, with many even reluctant to venture out at night, as no one could guarantee they would not encounter members of this sinister group that specialized in dismemberment. However, after Shen Du dealt with the headquarters of the Gray Erosion organization within the Wolf Pack, the area had seemingly stabilized considerably. By the time he returned to the academy, it was already late at night. Shen Du arrived at the dormitory entrance only to find Zhuo Ma's vehicle parked at his doorstep. Approaching the car, he noticed Qin Shen asleep in the back seat, while Zhuo Ma sat in the driver's seat, nodding off intermittently. Shen Du tapped on the window, startling both of them awake. "Ah, you're back," Qin Shen exclaimed, rubbing her eyes and beaming upon recognizing Shen Du, prompting Zhuo Ma to hastily exit the vehicle. "Why are you two waiting for me here instead of heading back to your dorms?" Shen Du chuckled, his gaze playful. "Surely you weren't waiting for my return?" Zhuo Ma, regaining his composure, quickly replied. "The dean asked me to convey a message. He has come to an agreement with the 4 major academies and wants you to meet him tomorrow." Shen Du nodded slightly to indicate he understood, then invited them to exit the car. "It's late, so why not just stay here for the night?" He gestured towards the house behind him. "Although it's designated as my independent residence, it is a small 2-story building with 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, so accommodating 3 people is certainly feasible." Seated on the sofa, Shen Du felt no fatigue. After tidying up, Zhuo Ma and Qin Shen returned to their respective rooms, while Qin Shen lingered downstairs to chat with Shen Du a bit longer before succumbing to drowsiness and ultimately choosing to sleep. Zhuo Ma had previously fought alongside Qin Shen in the same squad, but their team had suffered catastrophic losses when faced with an elite extraordinary beast, leaving only the 2 of them alive. Zhuo Ma had fought valiantly, managing to escape with Qin Shen. His mane of white hair was a result of the vitality he had expended during that dire encounter. At that moment, Shen Du's perception of Zhuo Ma underwent a significant transformation. He had never anticipated that this seemingly quiet individual harbored such ferocity and a tragic past. Both had been deeply affected by their initial battlefield experiences, leading them to seek employment at the academy, where they would perform logistical duties. As Shen Du remained on the sofa, the lights on the first floor had long since been extinguished, yet he continued to sit there, his gaze intent on the book in his hands. The level extraordinary ability, electromagnetic manipulation, that the exceptional system had granted him offered myriad avenues for development, many of which he could scarcely envision. He could only deepen his understanding through literature, hoping to utilize it effectively in future battles. Today, while accompanying Chang Xian and his group, Shen Du had encountered an elite extraordinary beast. Upon examining the accompanying adamantine axe and adamantine shield, he realized that the materials used for their creation did not exist on Earth. He could easily discern that these weapons were crafted from materials not of this world, but rather produced by the rifts, pulsating with a power that was intrinsically linked to the rifts themselves. This was somewhat redundant to state, as these rift creatures had emerged from the rifts, and naturally, their weaponry would share the same origin. Shen found himself exceedingly intrigued by these rifts. If the rifts in the simulated scenarios he had encountered at the academy were analogous to those on the battlefield, then every rift represented a potential reward for him. By destroying a rift seal, the exceptional system would reward him with a level extraordinary ability. Shen remained unaware of the exact number of rifts currently present on Earth. Otherwise, he could at least ascertain how many level extraordinary abilities he might acquire. He pulled out his phone and conducted a quick search, discovering that the current count of rifts was clearly stated online. There were 124 in total, with the Great Xia Nation having the highest concentration, accounting for over 40. Following closely was the land across the ocean, with more than 30, while other smaller nations collectively had just over 30. The most outrageous statistic was for the New Australia region, which reportedly contained 22 rifts. In such a small area, the presence of so many rifts truly rendered it a veritable domain of demons. Shen, in his mind, had already formulated a rough plan. What he needed next was not anything else, but to swiftly enter the battlefield of the rifts and seal them all. Sealing a single rift would grant him a substantial level of abilities. If he managed to seal them all, Shen could acquire at least 120 levels of abilities. The thought made Shen heart race with excitement. Chapter 27. Choosing the academy. Shen had made up his mind and formulated a plan. The next day, when he arrived at the door of the principal's office, he found that the principal had been waiting there for quite some time. "You've arrived." Principal Yu greeted him with a broad smile and waved for Shen to enter. On the desk lay a thick stack of documents, clearly divided into several sections. To Shen surprise, he discovered that he was not alone with the principal, for unfamiliar young individuals were also present. They stood as Shen entered and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "They arrived early this morning, and I truly could not delay their visit," Principal Yu said. Casting a helpless smile at Shen, you should be aware of the rarity of an ability user of your caliber. Shen scanned the 4 individuals and realized they were not the recruitment office staff he had encountered the day before. Each exuded a powerful aura of abilities. At that moment, the elite system provided Shen with a prompt, indicating that the 4 individuals before him possessed a strength that was undeniably high, each being at least of a rare spatial ability type. The individuals were as follows: Chen Min from the Azure Dragon Academy, specializing in spatial abilities; Xiaohou from the Vermilion Bird Academy, specializing in fire abilities; Chaoyin from the Black Tortoise Academy, specializing in earth abilities; and Bai Yunhu from the White Tiger Academy, specializing in electrical abilities. The elite system swiftly furnished Shen with detailed information about these 4, revealing a stark contrast between them and the recruitment staff from the previous evening. It was evident that Shen arrival had garnered the attention of all 4 major academies. "Please, everyone, take a seat. We can have a thorough discussion," Principal Yu suggested, feeling a considerable amount of pressure in front of these 4 young prodigies, each of whom had fought on the battlefield against the rift creatures. Their presence here was merely a task assigned by the higher-ups of their respective academies. Aiming to recruit the suddenly emerging level ability user, Shen Principal Yu's usual charm and finesse seemed ineffective in this scenario. He glanced nervously at Shen who appeared remarkably calm, much to the principal's astonishment. Upon seeing the 4 individuals, Shen felt a sense of surprise but quickly regained his composure. The recruitment office's previous representatives had been utterly incoherent, which had only served to frustrate him. In contrast, the arrival of these seasoned ability users was significantly more beneficial. Among the 4, the young woman was the first to speak, her lips parting gracefully. "We have heard that Mr. Shen is an innate awakened level ability user. We have come specifically to invite you to join us. There's no need for introductions. I am already aware of your identities," Shen interrupted, promptly inquiring. "As representatives of the 4 major academies, you must possess more knowledge regarding the rifts. I wish to learn about certain aspects of the rifts. My decision on which academy to join will depend on the information you provide." The 4 exchanged glances, momentarily puzzled by Shen candidness. However, since he had requested it, they nodded in agreement, initiating a question-and-answer session. Shen sought information regarding the specific types of monsters encountered on the battlefield of the rifts, the categories of rifts, the associated danger levels, and, most crucially, which academy was nearest to the front lines. Upon hearing this inquiry, the 4 began to chuckle. "Mr. Shen, It appears you are not well acquainted with our 4 major academies, the young woman explained with a smile. While we are referred to as academies, they are more akin to 4 major regions. The rift zones in the Great Xia Kingdom are primarily concentrated in the east. Smaller rifts in other areas can be eradicated with military force. Our 4 academies are all established in the east, forming a protective barrier that separates the main battlefield of the rifts from the interior. If one were to ask which academy is closest to the front lines, they are all quite comparable, she continued. The young woman, named Chun Min, was a special ability user from the Azure Dragon Academy. Her spatial abilities distinguished her as a leader among ability users, and her combat team consistently ranked first in exterminating ability beasts. Shen Du felt a tinge of surprise. He indeed lacked profound knowledge about the 4 major academies. In principle, you had not elaborated on them either. Looking up, he caught sight of the slightly balding principal, who was awkwardly smiling, clearly aware of the predicament he was in. Our 4 academies each have their own focus, Chun Min suggested, pushing a document towards Shen Du. If you are inclined to join the Azure Dragon Academy, the benefits will be unparalleled. Our monthly compensation and welfare allowances are among the best in the Great Xia Kingdom. We can guarantee the provision of 2-level ability stones daily. Shen Du remained silent, perusing the documents before him. Chun Min's words prompted the other 3 to present their respective academies' offers, each more generous than the last. When Principal Yu heard that the Black Tortoise Academy could offer Shen Du an annual salary exceeding 100 million ability coins, he broke into a fit of coughing, drawing everyone's attention and prompting him to repeatedly wave his hands in apology. I sincerely apologize for the interruption. The shock within him remained undiminished. For his current annual salary as the dean was merely 100,000 ability coins. Chao Yin of Xuanwu Academy, a man with a stern visage, chuckled as he spoke. Of course, better treatment entails greater challenges. If Mr. Shen were to join our Xuanwu Academy, he would subsequently need to accomplish various tasks, with exterminating the monsters emerging from the rifts being merely the most fundamental. The other 3 nodded in agreement, yet to their surprise, Shen Du also broke into a smile. Among your 4 academies, which position encounters the most powerful and aggressive ability beasts? The group exchanged glances and turned their gaze towards the first speaking woman. At this moment, Chun Min slightly raised her crimson lips, looking at Shen Du, and said, "Indeed, if we are to discuss it, it is our Qinglong Academy that faces the most intense assaults, with both the strength and quantity of the ability beasts we encounter being the highest." "Then I shall choose Qinglong," Shen Du replied, nodding slightly, a smile gracing his features. "As for treatment, I am rather indifferent. My primary concern is my nature." Shen Du's smile made the 4 of them realize he was not jesting. Mr. Shen truly possesses a profound sense of righteousness. Bai Yunhu from Baihu Academy, known for his forthright demeanor, promptly declared his withdrawal from the competition for Shen Du's favor. "In that case, I represent Baihu Academy in relinquishing our claim." Upon hearing this, the other 2 also expressed their agreement. Since Shen Du had made such a declaration, what further words could they offer? Continuing the contest would only render them the objects of ridicule for lacking perspective. Seated on the sofa, Shen Du showed no inclination to rise, merely perusing the materials presented by the 4, which contained far more detailed accounts of the Rift battleground than those from Jinchong Academy. While Shen Du remained still, the 4 exchanged glances, signaling one another before deciding who would speak next. "Ahem, Mr. Shen," began Chao Yin of Xuanwu Academy. Although he had no direct experience of Shen Du's ability strength, he could not help but exercise caution. Considering Shen Du's status as a formidable ability user amidst the presence of other elite-level ability users known for their destructive power. "What is it?" Shen Du lifted his gaze to the bespectacled man. Chao Yin, awakened to an elite-level Earth-type ability, possessed defensive capabilities akin to an apocalyptic fortress, capable of withstanding any conventional weaponry's direct assault when fully unleashed. Such terrifying defensive prowess had established him as one of the key figures in Xuanwu Academy. At that moment, Chao Yin found himself momentarily entranced by Shen Du's golden eyes, regaining composure half a second later as he said with a smile, "Well, the reason we 4 have come today is to conduct a simple test of your abilities. Indeed, the battle will be recorded in its entirety for evaluation later." Chun Min interjected, her radiant smile leaving no room for Shen Du's refusal. Aware that the 4 had not come for trivial matters, Shen Du was not caught off guard. The venue was chosen to be the rear mountain of Jinchong Academy. Upon hearing of a battle between elite-level ability users, Dean Yu initially contemplated a refusal. Yet the earnest gazes of those present compelled him to withhold his dissent. Ultimately, he even organized for the Academy's student instructors to clear the area, emptying the rear mountain entirely. Eager students began to climb the slopes, yearning for a glimpse of the battle among the high-level ability users, disregarding the inherent dangers. In response, Dean Yu, accompanied by several instructors, hastily pulled each student back, his heart brimming with indignation. Have these students lost their senses? Do they dare to stand nearby during a battle of this magnitude? Meanwhile, as Shen and the four arrived at the designated site, they engaged in a spirited debate over the order of combatants. Well, Shen interjected softly, and upon his utterance, the previously animated discussion fell silent. All ears now attuned to Shen's leisurely suggestion. Why not all four of you come at me together? This way, we can save time. The four stared wide-eyed, as though they had just heard the most astonishing declaration. This fellow is audacious. Are you jesting? I am an elite-level ability user, and so is Xiaoho. Among us, only Qin is an elite-level user, albeit her abilities are somewhat unique. Level 8 is already sufficient. Young man, should we reunite? Even an elite-level Beast King would not stand a chance. The group voiced their concerns. They believed that despite Shen being an elite-level ability user, he would surely struggle against the combined might of 3 elite and 1 level 8 user. The intent of the battle was merely for sparring, aimed at recording footage for the 4 academies to review, not to treat Shen as a mere target for the ability beasts. Thus, each assumed Shen was merely jesting. By all accounts, your physical fortitude should be capable of withstanding significant damage, correct? Shen was entirely oblivious to the discourse among the 4, and with a chuckle, he proclaimed, as long as you possess sufficient confidence not to be injured by me, there is no issue in facing me together. Bai Yunhu and Chao Yin were the first to realize that Shen was not jesting. The smiles on their faces instantly froze, and they exchanged glances with Chunmin and Xiaoho. Without a word, they tacitly spread out, forming a square formation. Kid, if you can't handle it, speak up, Bai Yunhu declared in a low voice before suddenly exclaiming, then I shall offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire being was enveloped by a brilliant, thick bolt of lightning, resembling the descent of a thunder god, even forming a spectral image of the deity. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike towards Shen. The onlooking students in the distance recognized the move and gasped, exclaiming that it was evidently Bai Yunhu's descent of the thunder god. Isn't that disastrous? By heavens, he's starting with his ultimate move, the crowd murmured, astonished at Bai Yunhu's ferocity, while others questioned why the senior of their academy remained inactive. Their eyes were fixated on the arena, but the distance prevented them from discerning the unfolding events. They only noted that the previously terrifying spectral image of the thunder god had inexplicably vanished after the strike. Confusion swept through the crowd, and at that moment, Bai Yunhu was equally perplexed. What on earth just happened? He was astonished to see his thunderous attack dissipate into nothingness, leaving him momentarily dazed. Standing in the arena, Shen's lips curled into a faint smile. Are you all playing a turn-based game here? If you wish to come at me together, then let us proceed. Upon hearing his words, the remaining 3 could no longer maintain their gentlemanly demeanor. They exchanged looks and simultaneously unleashed their full powers. In an instant, a cacophony of roars erupted, the roar of tigers, the song of dragons, and the cries of phoenixes, as the 4 divine beasts of the back mountain converged. Chapter 29. A single gesture to annihilation. Each of the 4 was among the pinnacle of their respective academies, and with Shen's audacious demeanor, they ceased to hold back, unleashing their abilities with fervor. Qin, specializing in spatial powers, initiated a spatial binding attack. Shen sensed a potent force emerging from all directions, attempting to immobilize him. However, to him, this force was clearly discernible. Though spatial abilities were formidable, they paled in comparison to Shen's mastery of electromagnetic forces. With a mere thought, the pre-existing electromagnetic energy surged, effortlessly tearing apart Qin's spatial constraints. His command over electromagnetic forces rendered the tearing of space trivial. Dealing with a mere level of spatial power was a breeze. As Qin realized the sudden severance of her connection to her ability, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Meanwhile, the other 3 had already unleashed their respective attacks against Shen. Chao Yin summoned a gray aura around his fists and struck the ground with ferocity, causing the earth to tremble and fissures to race toward Shen as a practitioner of earth manipulation from Xuanwu Academy. His earthquake strike drew a startled reaction from the distant Dean Yu. This will devastate the back mountain. True to his words, Chao Yin's earth-shattering blow cleaved the ground beneath them, separating the four combatants. Bai Yunhu's electrical prowess manifested once more as he summoned the descent of the Thunder God, unleashing bolts of lightning upon Shen Du like divine retribution. Xiaoho's display was even more fearsome. He ignited the very earth beneath him, transforming their battleground into a veritable inferno. As the four attacked simultaneously, the students watching from afar were enthralled. Dean Yu, supported by several committee members, struggled to remain upright, his heart bleeding at the sight. The back mountain, though yet to be fully constructed, had undergone significant groundwork, with the terrain meticulously leveled and the surrounding greenery established. Yet, in an instant, the fruits of their labor were threatened by this burgeoning conflict. Even with prior mental preparation, Dean Yu found it hard to bear. Is this truly the might of the four great academies? How formidable! What kind of ability does our academy possess that remains unexploited? Wait, look at the center. A gasp rippled through the crowd as they beheld the figure at the arena's heart radiating a dazzling white light. This brilliance surged skyward, enveloping the entire back mountain in its embrace. Strike as you will, but do not harm the bystanders. Shen Du's voice resonated, echoing in the ears of all present, leaving them in awe. How was he capable of such feats? His displayed power resembled that of legendary figures from myth and folklore. In the next moment, the battle within the arena swiftly approached its climax. After Shen Du unleashed his brilliant light, he no longer held back. He raised his hand and clenched it towards the distant Xiaoho, causing the fire-wielding man to scream in agony as the flames enveloping him were instantly extinguished. The inferno on the ground also vanished under Shen Du's gaze. He then extended his hand towards the airborne Bai Yunhu, beckoning him to come closer. The overwhelming and oppressive force of electromagnetic control activated instantly. Bai Yunhu, who had been hurling bolts of lightning at Shen Du, found himself rendered powerless, and in an instant, he was drawn before Shen Du with a mere gentle tap in front of him. Bai Yunhu could no longer summon any electric energy. As for Chao Yin, despite his formidable earth-based abilities, he discovered that the ground was as unyielding as celestial stone when he attempted to unleash a seismic strike after Shen Du's intervention. His full-force attack did not even leave a minute crack in the surface. At this moment, even a fool would comprehend the situation. Chao Yin's expression darkened, and he suddenly heard Shen Du's voice in his ear, challenging him to test his defensive capabilities. Instinctively, he summoned all his earth-based power. But just as he began to unleash it, Shen Du's attack, akin to that of a celestial emperor, descended with thunderous force. With a mere flick of his finger towards Chao Yin, Shen Du activated electromagnetic control, summoning all the surrounding loose particles to coalesce into a terrifying electromagnetic tsunami. Under Shen Du's mental command, the wave surged and crashed upon Chao Yin. It must be said that Chao Yin was indeed impressive. After initially withstanding Shen Du's first assault, he quickly regained his footing. His powers surged as he roared, drawing energy from the ground to erect an immense protective barrier, which managed to withstand Shen Du's particle tsunami for an astonishing 13 seconds. However, that was the extent of his resilience. Shen Du, intrigued by Chao Yin's desperate struggle, summoned an overwhelming force from behind, incapacitating him with a jolt that left him sprawled on the ground. At this point, 3 of the 4 representatives from the academies had been decisively subdued by Shen Du. Meanwhile, Chun Min, standing at a distance, watched the entire battle unfold with a pallid expression, rendered speechless by the sheer intensity of Shen Du's combat style. His approach was remarkably swift and efficient. Initially, he had not even engaged, instead observing the techniques of the 4 adversaries. He effortlessly defended against their combined assaults with merely the protective shield surrounding him. Chun Min realized that Shen Du had already broken free from the spatial constraints she had imposed at the outset, which explained her initial sense of disconnection from her power. Contemplating this, she felt an even greater dread regarding Shen Du's terrifying strength. Was this the combat prowess of a high-level ability user? No wonder the Academy offered such generous terms to recruit him. With his abilities, one could easily safeguard an entire region and eradicate all anomalies within it. Chapter 30. Time reversal. When Shen Du chose to engage, he did so with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. The ground trembled, and within a brief span, all representatives from the 4 academies lay defeated. This overwhelming display instantly ignited the emotions of the crowd gathered at Jinjiang Academy. Incredible! I never imagined our academy's newcomer could be so powerful, even defeating the representatives of the 4 major academies. Ha ha ha, those aren't just ordinary individuals. They are elite representatives. Their faces are utterly disgraced now. Where did this remarkable individual come from? He is astonishing. He truly brings honor to Jinjiang Academy. I wonder if those from the other academies will continue to act arrogantly after this. If only I could get his autograph right now. I find it rather perplexing that the representatives of the 4 academies were so easily defeated. What kind of ability does our academy's powerhouse possess that allows him to counter 4 opponents simultaneously? The spectators buzzed with excitement, while the academy president, though pained by the devastation of his territory, could not help but be pleased by Shen Du's effortless victory over the representatives. He immediately called for the committee members to convene and discuss significant matters. Meanwhile, the committee members were nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The 4 representatives were undoubtedly formidable, and Shen Du's victory would undeniably enhance their bargaining power, potentially elevating Jinjiang Academy's status in the future. This could even make the committee members' position more valuable. Each person had their own thoughts, while Chen Min, observing the defeated trio at Shen Du's feet, realized that the battle had unquestionably concluded. She promptly gestured for Shen Du to allow them to leave the area. After a brief moment, Shen Du smiled and waved his hand dismissively at the woman, casually tossing the 3 incapacitated individuals to her, indicating that they needed to tidy up the chaos they had wrought. Chen Min used her abilities to catch the beleaguered trio and was suddenly struck by the realization that Shen Du had completely neutralized their powers during the battle. At that moment, Xiao Yin, Xia Ho, and Bai Yunhu wore expressions of bitter resignation, acknowledging that their current state might not even qualify as that of an ordinary person. Hey, Chen Min, ignoring Shen Du's earlier remarks, furrowed her brow and questioned, wasn't it agreed that we would engage in a spar? Why have you rendered their abilities useless? Shen Du, about to tend to the ravaged ground, glanced at her in response. They have merely been temporarily stripped of their abilities. As the words flowed, Shen Du no longer paid attention to what Chen Min was saying. He simply raised his hand and gently tapped the ground. Electromagnetic control activated. An immense wave of energy began to swirl downwards from Shen Du, instantly enveloping the entire rear mountain. To the astonishment of Chen Min and the other 3, the ground actually trembled violently. Director Yu was still oblivious to the unfolding events, hastily retreating from the high platform. Upon feeling the tremors, he mistakenly thought the battle had reignited. When he overheard someone mentioning that Shen Du was unleashing his powers, he furrowed his brow and quickly ascended back to the platform. What was he doing? He had just mentioned tidying things up. This fellow's abilities surpassed even those of Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, the Earth-type ability user from Xuanwu Academy, could truly shake the earth when he unleashed his powers. Little did they know that this time, it was not Xiao Yin unleashing such earth-shattering abilities, but rather Shen Du from their own academy. With a swift motion of his left hand towards the ground, the trembling intensified. Simultaneously, the vast arena, once ravaged by the battle, began to transform before the eyes of the 1,000 spectators as if reflecting a mirage. The ground, previously scorched by flames, rapidly reverted to a lush green state, while the cracked surface miraculously restored itself in the blink of an eye. The craters created by Bai Yunhu's lightning strikes seemed to slowly mend as well. Time reversal. Everything was simply too incredible, leaving Chen Min and his companions in a state of shock. However, the entire process unfolded in a brief moment, with Shen Du's voice proclaiming, "All done." The once shattered rear mountain astonishingly returned to its original form. How did you accomplish that? Chen Min, still in disbelief, blurted out. The other 3 were equally baffled, their minds racing with wild conjectures about this miraculous feat if it truly was a power to reverse time. Then losing to Shen Du would not be a matter of shame for them. After all, if this conjecture held any truth, perhaps Shen Du had already defeated them countless times using this ability and had ultimately devised a method to conquer them. Such comforting thoughts remained unvoiced, lingering solely in their hearts. Shen Du slowly approached Chen Min and his companions with a smile, stating, "Of course, it was through the use of my abilities. Let us go." He nodded towards Chen Min, then abruptly raised both hands, and in the next moment, the 5 of them found themselves on the distant high platform. Atop this platform stood over 1,000 students, including Director Yu and various committee members, who were observing the recent battle. Due to the distance, they were oblivious to the discussions among the distant figures and could only witness the battle scenes. When the spectacle of time reversal unfolded, a collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Such divine techniques could only be executed by the most elite of ability users. Everyone hastily took out their phones to capture the moment. While Director Yu sat in his seat, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't help but reflect on the fact that after all these years, Jinjiang Academy had finally produced another extraordinary ability user. Suddenly, Shen Du and the other four appeared unexpectedly on the high platform, causing initial panic among the crowd. However, it wasn't long before a throng of enthusiastic ability students surged forward. Many brave souls sought an autograph, for Shen Du's celestial techniques had profoundly shocked everyone present. The other three from the four major academies, despite their defeat, were renowned top ability users within the Great Xia. If they couldn't get Shen Du's signature, obtaining one from the representatives of the four academies would suffice. In no time, the area around the four was packed with students clamoring for signatures, prompting the committee to dispatch personnel to maintain order. The four remained in a state of shock, still reeling from the awe Shen Du had instilled in them. Needing time to assimilate the waves of astonishment he had brought forth. Chapter 31. Journey to Qinglong Academy. Director Yu's emotions were beyond description. If it weren't for Shen Du's youth, he might have wished to bow before him in reverence. Once the scene of their sparring spread across the internet, Jinjiang Academy's reputation would undoubtedly elevate several notches. The influx of visitors seeking admission would surely increase. The three from the four major academies appeared somewhat drained after the battle, prompting Director Yu to arrange for their care. After obtaining their consent, he even allowed them to stay at Jinjiang Academy for a few days. Meanwhile, Shen Du, after a brief stay, prepared to set off to Qinglong Academy with Chen Min. "I will miss you a bit," Director Yu said, grasping Shen Du's hand, tears glistening in his eyes. "After all, this is your alma mater. You must return to visit whenever you have the chance." Director Yu was convinced that Shen Du was destined for great things. With his prowess, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier rift destroyer on the battlefield in the future. When that time came, adorned with numerous medals and honors, he would return to his alma mater. Director Yu imagined inviting journalists to capture photos, envisioning the academy regaining its former glory. He would place Shen Du's portrait prominently on the walls flanking the entrance, ensuring that every incoming class would hear tales of Shen Du's greatness. This was truly an investment that could not fail. Shen Du found himself both amused and exasperated by Director Yu's fervent aspirations. How could he not discern the thoughts of this old man before him? Though he referred to it as his alma mater, in reality, Shen Du had only spent a mere week in this world since his arrival, with only 3 or 4 days spent at the academy. Nevertheless, he nodded affirmatively and mentioned the name of the restaurant owner's son to the bald man before him, hoping that the dean would take a particular interest in nurturing him. The dean readily agreed to this request. As Shen Du boarded the bus alongside Chen Min and the others, he noticed a large crowd had gathered at the academy's entrance to bid them farewell. Chen Min, seated at the front, cheerfully remarked, "It's hard to see you go." Shen Du glanced at the crowd outside and observed that most were not reluctant, but instead expressed genuine emotion. Many were wiping away tears, fervently waving bouquets of flowers. The departure of a formidable figure like Shen Du from Jinjiang Academy stirred profound feelings of loss among them. Even though Shen Du was a stranger to them and they had never heard of his existence prior, once they learned of his strengths, they felt a simple yet deep sense of gratitude towards him. From the moment the rifts appeared, the ability users among humanity had rushed to the battlefields. Undeterred by the perilous conditions, despite the rift battlefields resembling a meat grinder, countless ability users bravely ventured forth. After all, they alone could withstand the global crises that had arisen. Nations bestowed the highest honors upon ability users to ensure they would rise to the occasion in crucial moments to aid humanity in pivotal battles. One of the daily lessons at the academy was dedicated to these very topics. Chen Min remained silent regarding Shen Du's comments, her gaze fixed on the crowd outside. After a moment, she sighed softly. "This is their hope for you." As their journey would take them across several provinces, the trip was not short. Shen Du dozed off in his seat and, upon awakening, found the surrounding environment had undergone a dramatic transformation. The landscape was shrouded in a gray haze, with vegetation predominantly in shades of black and gray. Surrounding them were ruins, presenting a scene reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. "We have reached the outer region." Chen Min turned in her seat to inform Shen Du we are still several hundred kilometers from the frontline rift battlefield. But the energy from the rifts has led to the extinction of local flora and fauna. Moreover, occasional rift creatures escape into this area, and battles involving ability users can extend here at any moment, rendering this place a veritable wasteland. Her previous smile had vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. "Our academy is located deep in the front line, merely a few hundred meters from the nearest rift, making it the closest among the 4 academies. Shen nodded slightly, well aware of this information from his prior studies. After another half hour on the bus, they encountered a convoy of black-painted special vehicles approaching. Shen glanced over, and Shun Min explained, "Those are the military vehicles stationed around the academy. They handle the outer rift beasts and assist with internal issues at the academy as needed." Before long, they met the academy's welcoming vehicles. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they continued towards the academy, but soon, Shen heard the distant sound of heavy artillery fire. "It seems to be coming from that area," Shun Min remarked, her brow furrowing as she assessed the situation. "It shouldn't be a major issue. Otherwise, we would be hearing more than just artillery." Several members of their party, equipped with communication devices, glanced at their devices, their expressions shifting to concern. They signaled the bus driver to stop as they prepared to disembark. When Shun Min inquired about the matter, the group, now serious, informed her. "An elite Rift Beast King has just been spotted in the area. All capable ability users have been temporarily summoned." Shun Min and Shun exchanged glances before both resolutely expressed their desire to join the battle. Initially, the reception personnel had planned to keep Shen at bay due to his unfamiliarity with the local battlefield. But now they smiled and directed the driver to turn the vehicle towards the conflict. Seated at the front, Shen soon saw peculiar flashes of light in the distance, signifying an intense battle between ability users and the Rift Beast King. Shun Min quickly retrieved several combat communication devices from the bus, handing one to Shen. Just as she was about to explain its usage, she was startled to see Shen already opening the bus door and leaping out. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Shen propelled himself forward, heading directly towards the tumultuous battlefield. Chapter 32. The Wailing Angel. Shen speed was astonishing in mere moments. He had traversed the undulating mountains and beheld the rift battlefield in its entirety for the first time. The scene was dominated by a dark palette. The battlefield appeared as an ancient, desolate wasteland, stretching out in a somber gray expanse, devoid of any obstructions, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. The rifts materialized out of thin air, as if the very fabric of reality had been violently torn apart, a sight that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Each rift exuded a black aura, continuously tainting the surrounding soil and air. It was Shen first encounter with the true nature of the rifts, and he was astounded by their scale. He observed 4 or 5 rifts before him, the smaller ones measuring only a few meters in length, while the largest spanned at least 100 meters. The fissure where the battle unfolded was not far from Shen, squinting his eyes. He noticed dozens of individuals standing before the rift, incessantly unleashing their unique abilities in a joint effort to combat a colossal creature that had emerged halfway from the breach. This creature bore a humanoid form, but its head was entirely enveloped in a pallid, featureless skin, with a massive disc-like structure protruding from the back of its neck. Wielding a long sword in each hand, it furiously swung at the humans attacking it. Though only half of its body had emerged, the other half remained trapped within the fissure, rendering it unable to fully escape. In its escalating frenzy, it swung its weapons with increasing rage. "Do not hold back. Take advantage of the fact that it has not fully emerged and bring it down," bellowed a burly man among the crowd. The white energy orb he conjured was hurled directly at the creature, eliciting a thunderous roar from this beast of extraordinary abilities. Realizing its imminent demise if things continued this way, the creature swiftly drove its left sword into the ground, unleashing a chilling gust that instantly froze 2 nearby individuals in place. At that moment, 2 fire element wielders from the back sprang forward, combining their powers to repel the icy onslaught. What a ferocious beast! Capitalize on its weakness. Everyone, attack together. With the man's command, an explosion of multicolored lights erupted once more from the crowd, mirroring the scene Shen had witnessed from afar on the bus. A barrage of attacks pounded against the creature, each strike accompanied by roars and explosions. After standing still for a few seconds, Shun Min hurried to catch up with Shen. She cast a distant glance at the creature before the fissure, her expression one of astonishment. "A new species. I've never seen one like this emerge from the rift before. This is the first time." Yet Shen was already aware of the creature's classification and name, Wailing Angel. This extraordinary beast was classified as an elite-level entity, far more powerful than typical elite monsters due to its rarity. Wailing Angel, elite-level extraordinary beast. Abilities include Deadly Wail, Frost Breath, Ice Immunity, and Magic Immunity. The danger level of this creature is classified as high. Approach with caution. The superior system promptly informed Shen Du regarding the Wailing Angel's attributes. Why hasn't it completely emerged? Shen Du inquired, furrowing his brow. Initially surprised, Chen Min soon grasped the reason. It could be due to a device recently developed by the Academy. I heard rumors that the military has created a machine capable of momentarily affecting the fissure, preventing certain powerful extraordinary beasts from fully emerging. Shen Du found no cause for astonishment. It was quite reasonable for a society long plagued by rift invasions to develop such technology. I didn't expect it to work so effectively, Chen Min remarked, but before she could finish, a sound akin to a sonic wail pierced the air, rushing violently toward her ears. This sound carried a potent mental wave, leaving Chen Min's head buzzing as if it might explode. Suddenly, Shen Du beckoned to her. The agonizing wail vanished without a trace, and although Chen Min's ears still rang, she was evidently freed from the preceding state. Gasping for breath, she looked at Shen Du in panic. It's over. In the next moment, both Shen Du and Chen Min witnessed the individuals near the fissure, their heads exploding simultaneously. These unfortunate souls could not even utter a cry, for they were closest to the Wailing Angel. As the creature's sound erupted, they fell like wheat stalks before the wind. Chen Min could hardly bear the sight, stumbling and attempting to flee down the mountain. Shen Du, too, was taken aback by the creature's swift attack. He had been observing the extraordinary beings assaulting the Wailing Angel, pondering whether they could inflict any significant damage, only to find that the beast had unleashed its deadly wail in an instant. The effect was so intense that even Shen Du and Chen Min, at a distance, felt its impact. Those closest to the creature had no hope of survival, being obliterated in moments. Now, with no extraordinary beings to interfere, the Wailing Angel strained to extricate its entire body from the fissure. We must stop it. As Chen Min sprinted, the spatial energy in her hands coalesced into a powerful form, which she hurled towards the struggling creature. If it fully emerged, a catastrophe would follow. Shen Du. Her spatial attack struck the Wailing Angel, causing it to roar in pain, clearly affected. Hearing Chen Min call his name, Shen Du frowned but immediately followed suit. The creature, noticing the approach of two more humans, became increasingly agitated. The disc behind it emitted a blinding white light once more, and the deadly wail ability was unleashed again. Chun Minjiao let out a fierce cry, unleashing her spatial abilities, which immediately formed a protective shield in front of her, effectively redirecting the devastating wails into another dimension. Yet, before she could regain her composure, she was startled to see the once half-bound beast of extraordinary power emerging from the rift. This was dire. Chapter 33, a test of strength. In a fleeting moment of panic, Chun Min realized that these elite-level beasts were immensely formidable. Not only did they possess incredibly potent abilities, but their physical prowess was equally terrifying. The elite beast that had just emerged stood at a staggering height of 3 meters, its speed, strength, and reflexes far surpassing those of an ordinary human, even outstripping those of other ability users. The recently freed Wailing Angel seemed quite satisfied with its current state. Although it had suffered damage from the previous attack, it was far from gravely injured. Now, having emerged, it caressed the wound on its head, and in the blink of an eye, fully healed itself. Despite Chen Min's initial trepidation, upon seeing the scattered bodies of her fellow ability users strewn across the ground, fury consumed her, clouding her judgment. With a fierce shout, she harnessed her spatial powers and charged at the fully emerged elite beast. The towering giant engaged in a fierce struggle with the relatively diminutive Chen Min, who stood at just over 1.60 meters. Her spatial energy shimmered in her hands, not only allowing her to fend off the Wailing Angel's attacks, but also enabling her to seize the upper hand during several exchanges, ultimately severing one of the beast's arms. Yet, these beasts were known for their resilience, a trait that made them extraordinarily formidable. The Wailing Angel, after losing its arm, merely displayed a fleeting expression of pain before unleashing another deadly wail, forcefully repelling Chen Min. It then tilted its head, glanced at its severed arm, and in an instant, regrew a brand new left arm right before her eyes. Damn it! Chen Min's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily overwhelmed. Her abilities were primarily supportive, and she usually assisted other ability users in delivering lethal blows while minimizing her own injuries. Now, facing this elite beast alone, she found herself struggling after just a brief skirmish. She had assumed that severing its arm would provide her some advantage, but the creature had regrown it within seconds. Amidst her scattered thoughts, the composed Shen Du finally arrived. Unscathed, Shen Du landed on the ground and glanced at Chen Min, his tone devoid of concern. sounding more like a routine inquiry. No. Chun Min shook her head and turned to Shen Du. This creature is quite troublesome. If things go awry, we should wait for reinforcements. Shen Du regarded her with a non-committal expression, about to speak when the beast, now fully regrown, roared once more, prompting Shen Du to frown. Chun Min noticed the beast moving with the agility of a monkey as it swung its massive white sword towards them. Shen Du positioned himself in front of Chun Min, just as the giant sword descended upon him. In a moment of panic, she attempted to push him away using her spatial powers, only to find that he stood firm. Unwavering. Are you insane? Chun Min exclaimed, just as the beast's attack struck Shen Du. Chun Min gasped in shock, bracing for the imagined gruesome sight of him being cleaved in two. However, to her astonishment, Shen Du grasped the imposing sword with one hand just before it made contact. The beast, taken aback, gasped in disbelief. It found that its weapon was firmly held by this human, completely immovable. Shen Du, gripping the blade, exerted an overwhelming force that bent the elite beast to its will. It resisted, unwilling to relinquish its weapon, and thus was compelled to bend its body in the direction of Shen Du's grip. Chun Min's eyes widened in amazement. She had never anticipated that Shen Du possessed strength that could surpass that of the elite beast. Such creatures typically required a coordinated effort from several high-tier ability users to defeat. Now was the perfect moment to strike. Taking a deep breath, Chun Min gathered her spatial energy once again and launched an attack at the now awkwardly positioned Wailing Angel. A piercing cry escaped the Wailing Angel, resonating for miles, prompting nearby teams of ability users rushing to aid to exchange bewildered glances before hastening their pace. Meanwhile, as Chun Min struck successfully, she planned to follow up with another attack, only to see Shen Du step directly in front of her, unleashing a chilling frosty aura that surged forth. Chun Min was well aware of this technique, yet she was taken aback by the decisiveness with which the elite beast employed it. Grateful for Shen Du's protective stance, she glanced to gauge his condition when she heard his voice cutting through the tension. It seems your abilities are rather limited. In that instant, Chun Min witnessed the towering elite beast being launched away like a cannonball. Boom. The speed at which events unfolded far exceeded Chun Min's imagination, leaving her utterly astonished as she observed the scene. She noticed Shen Du brushing off his clothes, which were evidently tainted by a significant amount of frost aura. This creature seemed limited to just 2 moves, lacking the prowess of the previous foe. Upon seeing Chun Min, Shen Du offered a faint smile, relieved that she was unscathed. He advised her to refrain from intervening in the upcoming battle, assuring her that he would handle it. Chun Min, initially taken aback by his words, was unaware that this newcomer to Qinglong Academy had previously encountered an elite-level ability beast. However, by the time she processed this information, Shen Du had already leaped into action, pursuing the Wailing Angel he had just sent flying. The creature's ability was evaluated at a mere level, significantly inferior to the Rift Axe Demon they had faced that night. Nevertheless, defeating this beast would still yield a level of ability for Shen Du he had held back from attacking earlier. Intending to gauge the strength of this foe and observe the intelligence of such creatures, what he did not anticipate was that, while the Wailing Angel's abilities might not be formidable, its techniques and cunning were exceptional. Had he not intervened to shield Chun Min, she likely would have perished on the spot. Chapter 34, Shattering Together. Although Shen Du felt a pang of regret for the ability users who had been instantaneously slain by the Wailing Angel, he did not believe that his intervention at that moment would have guaranteed their survival. Furthermore, he had been positioned on the hillside, watching as they gathered before the ability beast, and he had not expected the Wailing Angel to unleash such a sudden attack. Words were futile. Shen Du leapt from a distance, landing directly amidst the remnants of the Wailing Angel he had previously struck down. The wound on the creature's abdomen was visibly healing at an alarming rate. Upon noticing Shen Du's arrival, it immediately activated its wailing apparatus once more, unleashing a deafening shriek. This time, however, Shen Du made no effort to defend himself. With a single hand gesture, he sliced through the air. In an instant, the Wailing Angel's body was cleaved into countless fragments, the sound abruptly ceasing. Yet, the superior system did not inform Shen Du of his success in slaying the level elite ability beast, prompting him to realize that the creature was not yet dead. Indeed, while the remains of the Wailing Angel lay scattered across the ground, not a drop of blood was shed. Instead, they began to writhe. And in the blink of an eye, the creature reassembled its lower half. It appeared that it would soon be able to reconstruct its entire form. This revelation filled Shen Du with a sense of disgust, as he had not anticipated this hidden ability. Shen Du, this creature harbors the seed of revival within its body. You must locate that entity to ensure its complete destruction. Chun Min's voice crackled through the battlefield communicator as she had just scaled the hillside and witnessed the full scope of the battle. Horror dawning upon her as she realized the beast's capacity for resurrection. Simultaneously, she recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly relayed new combat instructions to Shen Du. The seed of revival was not unfamiliar to her. She had encountered numerous elite ability beasts with such capabilities in previous battles, which posed a considerable threat to the battlefield through their repeated resurrections. Although Shen Du did not require Chun Min's reminder, he was already aware of the creature's revival ability. He understood it must possess some form of resurrection mechanism. However, he was unconcerned about whether this ability beast could return to life, for with his capabilities, the matter was trivial. If he could annihilate it instantaneously, what did it matter if it revived? He would simply slay it once more. As Shen Du directed his thoughts outward, the surrounding electromagnetic forces began to churn violently, as if heralding an apocalyptic phenomenon. The area transformed from day to night in an instant, and the terrifying energy surged toward him from all directions. With a mere gesture, akin to the finger of a deity, he obliterated every cell of the beast before him into dust. Before the wailing angel could utter a sound in its attempt to resurrect, it was utterly annihilated. Chun Min wished to provide Shen Du with additional information regarding the creatures bearing the seed of revival, but upon lifting her gaze, she was struck by the terrifying spectacle of the celestial phenomena surrounding him, culminating in the sight of Shen Du's devastating gesture. Rooted to the spot, she felt the life force of the elite ability beast dissipate entirely. The seed of revival was a rather peculiar substance, lacking a fixed form. Chun Min had previously encountered spherical, triangular, and filamentous varieties. However, most of these seeds lost their vitality shortly after being extracted from their host, limiting further human research on these materials. Yet, despite the seed's amorphous nature, she was certain that its material strength was beyond the capacity of ordinary ability users to destroy. Yet, Shen Du's recent maneuver had shattered not only the wailing angel, but also the seed of revival within its body. How could this not astonish Chun Min? This individual is extraordinarily powerful, she murmured, just as the thunderous roar of colossal engines reached her ears. Soon after, a fleet of massive aircraft emerged from the direction of Qinglong Academy, each adorned with an enormous blue dragon insignia. Reinforcements from Qinglong Academy had arrived. Simultaneously, the combat personnel from the bus, delayed in their arrival, finally made their appearance. They lacked the speed of Shen Du and Chun Min, showing up only after Shen Du had already dispatched the elite ability beast. Aside from handling the aftermath of the deceased, those who can no longer perish, there truly remains little else to be done. Upon the arrival of personnel from the colossal airborne vessel, they swiftly documented the bodies. The ground team hastily cleared the entire site, with some individuals specifically inquiring whether Shen Du and Chun Min had sustained any injuries. Once they received negative responses, the investigation concluded swiftly. It was evident that they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Chun Min, feeling somewhat dispirited, approached Shen Du. Observing the ground devoid of even a trace of remnants, her heart involuntarily constricted. She was acutely aware of Shen Du's prowess. Just days prior, he had effortlessly neutralized an ambush by 4 individuals at Jinjiang Academy. This man was undoubtedly deserving of his title. How did your first battle feel? Despite her melancholy, Chun Min attempted to feign a light-hearted demeanor. It's rather unexpected that your initial experience at the academy would involve combat, even before you formally entered. Having mentally prepared herself in advance, Shen Du turned to face her, a rare smile gracing his features. I truly believe this journey was worthwhile. Chun Min's expression transformed into one of astonishment, her mind racing with thoughts. This man was a lunatic. Not a single powerful ability user could be deemed normal. Shen Du, oblivious to the woman's musings, was entirely focused on seeking the ability granted by the superior system following his defeat of the Wailing Angel. The Wailing Angel, merely a grade-level beast, was referred to as a Beast King by the Academy personnel. However, its strength could be significantly mitigated with proper preparation. The casualties this time were largely due to the Wailing Angel being a novel species. It had entered the human realm for the first time through a rift, and most ability users were utterly unaware of its lethal capabilities. After all, they lacked the superior system that Shen Du possessed, leaving them ignorant of the abilities attributed to these so-called beast entities. With a sigh, Shen Du lamented the untimely demise of those individuals, which was indeed a consequence of underestimation and information asymmetry. Chapter 35. Entering Qinglong Academy. This was undoubtedly a strenuous task for the investigators. Typically, after clearing a battlefield, they could at least collect fragments or intact bodies of ability beasts. Yet today, upon arriving, they found the battleground completely devoid of any remnants of the ability beasts, save for the corpses of the ability users. After querying the only 2 survivors present, the Academy's investigation team realized that this grade-level confrontation had been gravely underestimated. Although the newly emerged species, the Wailing Angel, possessed limited offensive strategies, the danger posed by its abilities was alarmingly high. This was the reason for the significant loss of Academy members. The investigators understood that upon their return, someone would likely face repercussions. However, to mitigate the fallout, they needed to quickly identify a silver lining. Through Chun Min's introduction, Shen Du naturally became the focal point of this operation. They planned to emphasize the battle between Shen Du and the new species while downplaying the deaths of numerous ability users caused by the deadly whale. This was a familiar tactic of emphasizing one matter while lightly brushing over another. Consequently, Shen Du received specific instructions, and Chun Min discreetly reminded him how to respond if questioned, ensuring they would merely nod in his presence without uttering a word. At that moment, Shen Du had just discovered the ability he acquired from vanquishing the Wailing Angel. Great ability, Howl. This skill was obtained directly from the Wailing Angel. As the name implies, it allows the possessor to unleash a mental shockwave. Its potency varies with the user, capable of causing instant demise to all weaker beings present. While even the more formidable individuals would find themselves affected, much like how Chun Min had initially experienced. However, Shen Du felt little significance attached to this ability. Fundamentally, it still relied on the user's mental energy to activate. In reality, he could have utilized such an ability even during his prior mastery of thought manipulation. Regrettably, due to a lack of opportunity, it had been forgotten in the moment. The abilities Shen Du currently wielded were undeniably more powerful than this one. Isolating it as an ability seemed rather unworthy. As he regained his focus, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. In his recollection, ability stones were produced by ability beasts. Given that he had utterly annihilated this beast, it was likely that even the ability stones had been obliterated in the process. What a pity. Shen Du clicked his tongue. Refocusing on Chun Min and inquiring, the Academy previously promised to provide me with an ability stone, which should be sourced from the ability beasts, right? Since I completely dismantled this one, I should be unable to obtain it. Chun Min chuckled lightly before responding. You certainly won't find any ability stones from this one. However, the Academy will still fulfill its promise. I'm not concerned about that. Shen Du shook his head, suddenly struck with an idea. He asked Chun Min, do you have any ability stones, even of a lower grade? Chun Min, momentarily puzzled by Shen Du's intentions, rummaged through her backpack and retrieved 2 white crystal stones. Here, these are all that remain. Shen Du picked up one of the stones, briefly examining it, and immediately recognized that this ability stone pertained to the telekinesis ability of the superpower category. The art of manipulating the wind is considered a fundamental ability, and the efficacy of this supernatural stone is rather modest, merely at a singular level, better than nothing, perhaps. Nevertheless, Shen Du swiftly concentrated his mental faculties, directing all his attention toward the small crystal in his hand. He endeavored to transfer the supernatural powers he had mastered into this stone. Despite his earnest efforts, there was no perceivable effect. The stone remained motionless in Shen Du's grip. After closing his eyes for several seconds, he reluctantly opened them and murmured, "It seems this approach is futile." Shen Du's peculiar behavior piqued Chun Min's curiosity, yet she refrained from inquiring further, respecting his silence as she led him toward the Qinglong Academy. The Academy's vast expanse was striking. Its towering outer walls were designed to resemble grand castle structures, soaring hundreds of meters high, while the length stretched infinitely beyond Shen Du's gaze. At the entrance, an array of advanced military technology awaited, with fully automated weaponry on standby. For this place lay on the front lines of the rift. The distant rifts threatened to unleash waves of supernatural creatures into the human realm at any moment. Lacking the necessary identification for entry into Qinglong Academy, Shen Du found Chun Min exerting considerable effort to validate his presence. As they entered, the guards displayed incredulity, astonished that this seemingly unassuming young man was, in fact, a level supernatural being. Such a revelation was indeed remarkable. However, in this world where strength reigned supreme. Qinglong Academy was teeming with level supernatural beings arriving from all corners of the nation. Those of a higher level only manifested during significant rift eruptions. If Shen Du truly was a level supernatural being, it would undoubtedly bolster the Academy's prowess, making future confrontations with rifts notably more manageable. This thought invigorated the guards. Unaware of the guards' musings, Shen Du followed Chen Min through the majestic gates of Qinglong Academy, only to be greeted by a scene entirely distinct from the external world. Everyone donned the Academy's combat uniforms, strolling in small groups, enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity, an idyllic realm. Aside from the armed aircraft descending from the towering structures, indicating that battles still raged beyond, the pristine state of the surroundings belied the fact that this was a frontline battleground. Surprising, isn't it? Chen Min observed as she noticed Shen Du's astonishment. It appears rather splendid, doesn't it? Though we call it an academy, the entire area resembles a compact city. Everything you might need is provided here, given the constant threats we face. Thus the amenities are exceptionally generous. She had secured an identity card for Shen Du. Peeling away the label to reveal its golden embossed inscription, Level Supernatural Being. On behalf of Qinglong Academy, I extend my warmest welcome to you, she exclaimed, presenting the card with a smile. From this moment on, we shall be comrades in arms. Chapter 36. Welcome Party. Shen Du nodded appreciatively toward the girl before softly expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks, she replied cheerfully, waving her hand. We will soon be fighting side by side. Come, let me familiarize you with the Academy's facilities. Chen Min's lively disposition reminded Shen Du of Qin Xian from Jinjiang Academy, a girl who bore a striking resemblance to her. Perhaps one day, he could return to share a meal with her. As they strolled through the academy, guided by Chen Min, Shen Du quickly became acquainted with the principal buildings and learned the location of his new residence. The accommodations arranged for him were undeniably luxurious, akin to those at Jinjiang Academy, an independent three-story villa, exquisitely adorned, a clear testament to the effort invested in its design. Each level supernatural being was afforded such high-standard lodgings, and Chen Min beamed as she informed him, yours is no exception. Since you are just arriving, the Academy will host a welcome party for you this evening. Be sure to attend. If you have any questions, simply consult your communicator or call me. I must take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Chen Min, Shen Du exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief. He found it somewhat challenging to engage with such an exuberant individual, as he preferred a more tranquil existence. The house was indeed beautiful, and he settled onto the sofa, recognizing his need for a serene environment to contemplate the matters ahead. He had grasped the general layout of Qinglong Academy, a small city on the front lines inhabited solely by supernatural beings, all of whom were at least level beings, with the highest being of his own caliber. Currently, there were 6 level supernatural beings within the academy, 5 men and 1 woman, 2 of whom were away on missions, while the remaining 4 resided in their quarters. Shen Du felt a flutter of anticipation at the prospect of meeting these level supernatural beings. An opportunity for mutual training would be most beneficial. Just upon his arrival at Qinglong Academy, he had already engaged in a skirmish with elite creatures from the rift, providing him with a preliminary assessment of the combat capabilities on this side of the rift. The elite fisher beasts before him were utterly defenseless. Although it was possible that their initial encounter caught him off guard, once Shen Du became serious, such elite-level supernatural beasts were mere trifles, easily crushed underfoot. He had yet to encounter higher-tier supernatural beasts, but they were likely to be even stronger than the previous Fisher Axe Demon. Shen Du opened his eyes, assessing his current strength. His abilities had completely transformed from the initial mental manipulation to electromagnetic control. The vast array of supernatural powers he had absorbed remained under his command, albeit now manifested in a different form. A swirling mass of white gas wrapped around his hands. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a cluster of electrical charges. He effortlessly decomposed these particles he drew from the air, allowing him to create objects out of thin air, akin to magic. Shen Du was confident that this unique ability was unparalleled among other supernatural beings. Is it the welcoming party? He murmured to himself while toying with the charge cluster. I should encounter some formidable supernatural beings there. With so many level supernatural beings at Qinglong Academy, he might very well meet 1 or 2 tonight. At the very least, he could discern their capabilities through the extraordinary system, preparing himself for future encounters. Around 6 o'clock, personnel sent by the Academy formally invited Shen Du to the welcoming party. This event was not exclusively for him, but due to his exceptional qualifications as the most gifted among this batch entering Qinglong Academy. He was undoubtedly the star of the evening. From Chen Min, Shen Du learned that not many were aware of his status as a level supernatural being entering the academy. Although it appeared bustling at Jinjiang Academy, the news barely made a ripple on the vast internet. With the assistance of an aide from the academy, Shen Du got into the car, where the aide respectfully handed him an invitation card. "What is this?" Shen Du inquired. "It's a list of attendees for tonight's event." The aide replied nervously. "The committee asked me to give it to you so you can at least be aware of some identities." He added, "Ms. Chen Min will be there to introduce you to everyone." As expected, it was indeed her. Shen Du reflected briefly, then took the invitation card and opened it. He noted that the list of attendees was not extensive, comprising merely a handful of individuals. Each person bore various titles, likely the committee members and senior leaders of Qinglong Academy. Remarkably, the invitation even included their photographs, which intrigued Shen Du. After carefully reviewing the list and recognizing most of the names, he closed the card, feeling a sense of anticipation for the evening's festivities. If nothing particularly interesting occurred, he resolved to enjoy the event as a devoted spectator, relishing the sounds of idle chatter. With those thoughts in mind, Shen Du's vehicle arrived at the venue. In contrast to Jinjiang Academy's event, which utilized the second floor of the cafeteria, Qinglong Academy boasted a dedicated reception hall capable of accommodating hundreds, exquisitely adorned to reflect its prestige. The reception staff patiently scanned each attendee's identity card before granting entry. Shen Du followed suit, which inevitably drew a wave of gasps. Anyone who glimpsed the golden 3-star emblem on his identity card could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "The Academy's top supernatural being is right beside me." However, most attendees were new students unfamiliar with one another, leaving little room for sharing their excitement. Qinglong Academy strictly prohibited all mobile devices. Instead, attendees were provided with specialized battlefield communicators that ensured greater reliability and safety than personal phones, albeit at the cost of entertainment value. Shen Du successfully entered the reception hall, and upon lifting his gaze, he was astonished to see no fewer than 100 individuals seated, awaiting the commencement of the event. So many have joined Qinglong Academy. Just as he pondered this, a familiar voice called from behind him. "Amen." He did not need to turn around to know it was Chen Min tonight. She wore a stunning black evening gown, her hair elegantly styled, enhancing her already remarkable beauty. Shen Du glanced at the exquisite pearls adorning her and remarked, "I didn't expect you to look this lovely when dressed up. Are you saying I don't look good without dressing up?" She teased. "No, you simply look even more beautiful now. Hee, you really know how to flatter a girl." Chen Min stepped closer, gazing at Shen Du. "Feeling good tonight?" "Not bad," Shen Du replied with an impassive expression, not wishing to reveal his true emotions. However, it was evident from his demeanor that he was more talkative than usual, and being an astutely sensitive girl, Chen Min immediately sensed the change. "I suspect you'll be assigned a special task tomorrow. If possible, I'll request the academy to let me accompany you." Before she could finish, someone called for her from behind. "Amen." She turned to see a man with a messy haircut and a leather jacket, exuding a rather unrefined air. "Is it really you? I didn't expect to run into you here. Fate has brought us together again." The man eagerly approached to grasp Chen Min's hand, only to have her deftly evade him. With an unwavering gaze, she remarked, "Lu Bin, I have already made it clear that there is no possibility for us." Chapter 38. The probe of powers. Shen Du felt rather unconvinced, yet he responded with a polite nod. Observing Chen Min's demeanor, he noted her lack of alarm, which suddenly reminded him of her status as an ability user. "I seem to have forgotten your power level," the girl chuckled lightly, glancing at Shen Du before adding, "If you encounter him next, do not hold back." "I fear that should I not hold back, there would be nothing left of him," Shen Du replied, surprised by Chen Min's words. With a smile, he inquired, "Moreover, considering this man was once an acquaintance of yours at the local academy, you are so readily willing for me to deal with him? Your relationship seems rather amicable." "Humph." Chen Min's expression hardened, a layer of frost settling upon her features. With a scoff, she recounted Lu Bin's misdeeds during their time at the local academy. Truly, he was the very epitome of scum. This character engaged in deceit and manipulation, leveraging connections with a powerful figure to dominate the academy, where he had bullied no fewer than 50 female ability users. Shen Du raised an eyebrow as he listened to Chen Min's account of Lu Bin's numerous transgressions. While he did not wholly believe every word, it was evident that Lu Bin was far from a commendable individual at the academy. What piqued Shen Du's curiosity was how such a wretch managed to gain admission to the Azure Dragon Academy. Just as he was about to question Chen Min further, an announcement echoed from above, signaling the commencement of the welcome gala. As anticipated, Shen Du found himself summoned to the stage. His identity card as a high-level ability user gleaming under the spotlight, eliciting gasps of awe from the new students present. He is indeed a high-level ability user. My goodness, how young and handsome. I wonder if he would be interested in dating a lower-level ability user? What are you thinking, Arue? Look at the girl beside him. She's stunning. Besides, you're a man. And what's wrong with that? If I were also a high-level ability user, how wonderful it would be. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Shen Du received their enthusiastic gazes with composure. In a world that revered strength, he resolved to embrace his role as a formidable force. Scanning the crowd, he noticed the absence of Lu Bin and his associates. As he surveyed the room, he found no other members of the Gray Erosion Organization, and for now, he chose to set that concern aside. This must be the new high-level ability user. A pleasure to meet you. I am Chiguanda, one of the Academy's executive committee members, primarily overseeing weaponry and supplies. Shen Du smiled and shook hands with the middle-aged man, who continued, As you are new to the Academy, you may find that many essentials are lacking. Please visit my department tomorrow to collect some basic supplies. Thank you very much. Shen Du replied with a slight nod, recognizing that this man was likely in charge of logistics at the Academy. Over 10 committee members were present that evening, each responsible for different areas, which left Shen Du feeling somewhat overwhelmed as he was introduced to each one. Had it not been for his desire to meet other high-level ability users, he would never have attended such an event. Fortunately, Chen Min quickly grasped Shen Du's thoughts and relayed them to the executive committee head, who soon had someone lead a new individual over. The newcomer was a robust figure, not conventionally handsome, but exuding a strong masculinity. This is the Academy's high-level ability user, nicknamed Silver Chain, the committee head introduced with a smile. His powers are quite complex, primarily manifesting as mind control and telekinesis, which bear a resemblance to your own abilities. The formidable man said nothing, merely locking his gaze onto Shen Du, an overwhelming aura surging forth toward him. While others might not perceive it, Shen Du felt the immense force clearly. He could see this telekinetic energy crashing toward him, coalescing into a near-physical entity before him. Recognizing the gravity of another high-level ability user's power, Shen Du did not underestimate it. He unleashed his own abilities in response, and in an instant, their energies collided. The intensity of both forces was potent enough to obliterate the surrounding structures, compelling both parties to exercise restraint. Yet even so, the clash reverberated throughout the reception hall. Chen Min, having sensed something amiss from the outset, had been attentively watching the encounter. As the energies began to escalate dangerously, she swiftly employed her spatial powers to redirect the shockwaves produced by their confrontation outside. The burly man squinted, seemingly astonished that Shen Du could withstand his assault without flinching. Shen Du, in turn, was taken aback by the strength of the other high-level ability user. It appeared that the power at play was not singular in nature. However, Shen Du's true ace in the hole was his command over electromagnetism. Their recent clash had only involved telekinetic manipulation, and both were merely testing the waters. Would I? The man's surprise was fleeting. He had been invited by the committee to assess Shen Du, needing only to exert a small fraction of his strength. After all, they were in the reception hall, and unleashing full power would likely result in casualties. Guodai readily complied, eager to witness the capabilities of this new high-level ability user. Thus, the earlier tentative exchange had transpired. Shen Du, a pleasure to meet you. Shen Du approached the burly man with a smile, shaking his hand, only to realize in that fleeting moment that the man was applying a bit of force, evidently desiring to engage in a contest of strength. However, Shen Du was prepared. A surge of electricity coursed through his palm instantly. It was no ordinary current, but rather an arc that could easily overwhelm a person. The burly man felt a sudden tingling sensation throughout his entire arm, rendering him unable to exert any force, as he could only watch helplessly while Shen Du withdrew his hand with a grin. Guodai had already recognized that this young man possessed formidable strength, even exceeding his own. Consequently, he chose to remain silent about the earlier incident, and his demeanor softened considerably, inviting Shen Du to engage in casual conversation. In essence, Guodai's personality was naturally boisterous and magnanimous. Initially, his meeting with Shen Du had a purpose, which made him somewhat serious. Now that the probing had concluded, he reverted to his original self. He waved his left hand to beckon someone over, indicating his intent to share a few drinks with Shen Du. After restoring his jovial demeanor, he led Shen Du to a window-side table, personally opening 2 bottles of liquor and filling Shen Du's glass to the brim. My brother, my earlier actions were merely a test mandated by the Academy, so do not take offense, the burly man said, downing a bottle in one go and then quickly opening another. Shen Du interjected, "Are you not concerned about the Academy's potential disapproval?" Disapproval? Nonsense. Guodai scoffed, his eyes wide as he fixed his gaze on Shen Du. The results of the test are conclusive. The Academy's primary concern was to ascertain whether you could withstand my telekinetic assault. The outcome is abundantly clear, and there is nothing more to discuss. I don't even need to report it. Guodai took another hearty swig, belching contentedly before adding, "Individuals of our caliber are treated like treasures within this academy. There are only 6 of us, and with you, that makes 7. Losing any one of us would be a significant blow to the Qinglong Academy." Shen Du smiled, not responding to Guodai's remarks, though he was still somewhat curious. "What do you typically do at the academy? What else can we do?" "We remain on standby," Guodai replied nonchalantly. "We are generally prohibited from engaging in combat alongside ordinary able-bodied individuals, as we must preserve our strength for critical moments. Unless a rift opens wide or a formidable creature appears, we simply observe the surveillance feeds within the academy." Shen Du was taken aback. He had assumed that high-level able-bodied individuals were always at the forefront, leading the charge with a host of others against the beasts. However, when a rift does open or a powerful monster emerges, we are required to take action, Guodai remarked, his expression shifting as he turned to Shen Du. "Speaking of which, brother, you have yet to encounter a truly powerful monster, have you? Some of those beasts are elite among their kind, possessing immense combat prowess. An ordinary able-bodied individual would be nothing more than fodder against them, easily dispatched, like slicing vegetables. Unfortunately, only we possess the capability to tackle such formidable foes. Moreover, we must not only neutralize them but also minimize their impact, steering them away from the academy and the inland areas." Guodai began to ramble, revealing his genuine feelings. "Alas, while we enjoy excellent benefits, when these elite creatures emerge, we must put our lives on the line." Guodai finished speaking and opened yet another bottle, downing half of it in one go, revealing his earnestness. "What has happened to them?" Lu Bin exclaimed, though his bravado was merely a veneer, as he was, in reality, just a basic-level able-bodied individual at Qinglong Academy. Without the henchman he had summoned, he felt rather uncertain about confronting Shen Du. Moreover, Shen Du's sudden display of power had made Lu Bin realize the situation was precarious. He had not paid attention to Shen Du's true strength upon leaving the gathering. If Shen Du were a higher-level entity, what chance did he have? In his moment of distress, Shen Du spoke. "I presume they are asleep, perhaps." Shen Du yawned, the drunken appearance he had displayed earlier vanishing without a trace as he cast a mocking glance at Lu Bin. "With such individuals, you think you can come to deal with me? Surely you underestimate my capabilities." Lu Bin swallowed hard, fixating on Shen Du. "Did you kill them? The Academy forbids able-bodied individuals from harming one another. You cannot kill me." Shen Du stepped forward with a slight smile, locking eyes with Lu Bin as he spoke. "All you need to do is tell me whether you are affiliated with the Gray Erosion." Lu Bin felt a tightening in his chest. It was evident that Shen Du was aware of the Gray Erosion, an organization notorious for its secrecy due to their nefarious activities. If this man knew, it could only mean 2 things. Firstly, Shen Du is also a member of the Gray Corrosion. Secondly, Shen Du is an enemy of the Gray Corrosion organization. Having grasped all this, Lu Bin swiftly scrutinized Shen Du's attire and immediately concluded that Shen Du was certainly not a member of the Gray Corrosion. This left only one possibility. He was an adversary of the Gray Corrosion. Before Lu Bin could utter a word to stall for time, Shen Du's figure had already appeared before him in an instant. Lu Bin barely noticed any movement from the man before him. In the next moment, he felt as though his very lifeblood was being controlled by some unseen force, and the icy gaze of Shen Du pierced him to the core. "You have but one chance. Should your answer disappoint, death awaits." Shen Du's chilling voice echoed, reminiscent of a haunting whisper from the depths of a dark abyss. At that moment, Lu Bin finally discerned the information on the identity card affixed to Shen Du's chest, which bore a strikingly prominent mark. A resounding buzz filled his mind as it went blank in an instant. What level? What kind of formidable individual have I entangled myself with? To think I regarded such a legendary being as a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will, and even brought along to deliver an unforgettable lesson. However, Now was not the time for such thoughts. Lu Bin felt an unbearable heat coursing through him, as if his very blood were poised to erupt. The control exerted by this extraordinary individual was unmistakable. Realizing that a single misstep in his response could lead to his blood gushing forth uncontrollably, Lu Bin trembled in fear. "Why, you ask? Please ask," he stammered, having lost all his previous bravado. "Does the Grey Corrosion Organization have branches within the Azure Dragon Academy?" "Yes, yes." Shen Du stood before Lu Bin, engaging in a question-and-answer exchange for a considerable time, until he had thoroughly confirmed that Lu Bin possessed no further useful information. Only then did he fall into a contemplative silence. Lu Bin, observing Shen Du lost in thought, was ready to bolt. However, Shen Du paid no heed to his movement. He merely watched as Lu Bin's figure suddenly exploded like a gory gourd, collapsing to the ground with a thud. As for Lu Bin, he was utterly obliterated that very night. Shen Du harbored no concern that the ensuing investigation would trace back to him, for on the following morning, as he awoke, he received an urgent summons from the Azure Dragon Academy regarding the anomalies in the rifts. Everyone prepare for battle. As one of the frontline bases at the Rift battlefield, the Azure Dragon Academy had meticulously designed specialized detection devices. Over the years, these instruments had recorded the Rift's unsettling activity, allowing the Academy's relevant departments to ascertain precisely when the rifts would open, thus enabling them to deploy targeted countermeasures. At present, the Academy's detection devices had evidently indicated unusual movements in the rifts, predicting that they would open by nightfall at the latest, heralding an inevitable fierce battle. The bodies of those who perished within the Academy the previous day had already been cleared, and the investigators, too preoccupied to determine the identity of the assailant, had been urgently dispatched to the front line. Shen Du calmly proceeded to the assembly point as instructed by the communicator, discovering that the Academy had mobilized thousands of individuals, organized into numerous teams, creating a formidable presence. Chen Min located Shen Du and quickly led him to the rear, where high-level abilities had gathered. Here, Shen Du encountered the other 3-level abilities, excluding Wadai, while the other 2 were still away. There was no time for pleasantries. Professional combat personnel briefed everyone on the situation. The vast area had been divided into 12 zones, each representing one of the 12 rifts associated with the Azure Dragon Academy. Among these, the most perilous rift was classified as the highest level, and its emergence would invariably summon elite-level ability beasts. Any ability user below level 5 who dared to confront them would meet certain death. To tackle these rifts, the Academy's protocol had always been to assign level abilities to oversee each rift, swiftly exterminating any emerging ability beasts on site. The operational command personnel promptly assigned each of the assembled individuals their respective combat zones, including the rift they were to defend. The 4 zones assigned were among the most dangerous, and as a level ability user, Shen Du was directly tasked with defending one of these zones. He was provisioned with a substantial amount of equipment, mostly protective gear and firearms. However, finding the equipment excessively burdensome, Shen Du opted to carry nothing at all. After confirming his designated area, he joined the ranks of lower-level ability users in their departure. Accompanying him was Chen Min, who had also been assigned to the same zone's team. Yet, Shen Du's actions astonished several high-level ability users unfamiliar with him. Following Guo Dai's introduction, many shook their heads in disbelief. To them, it seemed Shen Du was blissfully ignorant of the arduous battles that lay ahead. They anticipated that after weathering several waves of rift ability beasts, he would soon find himself languidly sipping tea within the Academy until formidable foes emerged. Chapter 41. Battle before the rift. Shen Du and his team of ability users were airlifted directly to the designated area, disembarking in a steady stream. Meanwhile, Chen Min stood beside Shen Du, whispering to him, "Did you know Lu Bin died last night?" Shen Du's expression remained unchanged, though he noted the peculiar look on Chen Min's face. He nodded slightly, only to hear Chen Min continue. "They say that guy died from a rupture of blood vessels, and several ordinary individuals who loitered in the Academy perished alongside him. It couldn't possibly be your doing, could it?" The girl instinctively directed her suspicions towards Shen Du. At the gala last night, there had been a palpable animosity between Shen Du and Lu Bin. Given Lu Bin's vengeful nature, it was conceivable that he might seek retribution against Shen Du that very night. Coupled with Shen Du's formidable abilities, particularly his telekinetic prowess, and the fact that Lu Bin had perished from ruptured blood vessels, it was impossible for Chen Min not to connect these dots. Has the Academy conducted an investigation? Shen Du did not provide a direct answer, merely responding in a nonchalant manner. Not yet. Chun-Min shook her head, her gaze drifting towards the distant fissure. The fluctuations from the fissure were too sudden. After the academy cleared the scene, they ceased further investigation, clearly intending to let the matter rest. Shen nodded in tacit agreement, shifting his focus to the fissure ahead. He sensed a powerful and oppressive aura emanating from it, which was swiftly followed by the blaring alarms from everyone's communicators, warning all empowered individuals in the vicinity of the fissure that it was in flux and poised to unleash a multitude of supernatural beasts. "They're coming," Shen murmured, prompting Chun-Min to immediately enter a combat-ready stance, her spatial abilities surging forth. Chaos erupted among the ranks of the empowered, with hundreds converging in one area, inevitably leading to confusion. However, a tremendous buzzing sound from the fissure silenced the crowd in an instant. All awaited the fissure's official opening, prepared to engage in a fierce battle with the creatures that would emerge. The opening seemed sluggish, and just as Shen contemplated voicing his concerns, a piercing whistle pierced the air, and the fissure appeared to tear open, expanding exponentially in an instant and spewing forth a horde of supernatural beasts. The cacophony of howls and roars surged forth almost instantaneously. "By the heavens, so many monsters! Second, lend me a hand. This creature can absorb fire energy. Brothers, charge. This beast wields telekinesis. Summon a psychic link." The roars of the beasts intertwined with the sounds of battle, transforming the scene into a veritable cacophony of chaos. Without hesitation, Chun-Min activated her spatial powers and plunged into the fray, providing assistance. All the supernatural beasts she targeted were banished to another dimension, while those capable of resistance were swiftly overwhelmed by the collective might of the empowered. The beasts varied in type, ranging from lowly wraiths and minor demons to more formidable foes such as Hell Sentinels and the dreadfully formidable Rift Axemon and Wailing Beasts. After an initial bout of disorder, the human forces quickly regained their composure. Trained in combat, the empowered exhibited unimaginable strength, swiftly decimating the emerging supernatural beasts. Yet, among the remaining creatures, a frenzy of slaughter unfolded. The Rift Axemon, an elite-class supernatural beast, unleashed a roar that rendered dozens of empowered individuals immobile, their legs weakened. Before executing a devastating cleaving attack, a blade of light surged forth, threatening to inflict grievous casualties. Chun-Min called out sharply, coordinating with several empowered allies capable of defensive maneuvers to counter the elite beast's assault. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of a pale figure beside the Rift Axemon, the Wailing Angel, a new breed she had previously encountered with Shen. If the Wailing Angel were to unleash its voice now, the battle would likely descend into chaos. As the blade of light approached, Chun-Min focused all her energy on defending against the impending strike, fervently hoping for Shen to intervene swiftly. Many of the empowered were likely unfamiliar with Shen and unaware of the elite presence among them. But Chun-Min knew all too well that should the situation become dire, Shen would undoubtedly step in. The blade of light struck, and Chun-Min gritted her teeth against the impact. Yet the force of the Rift Axemon's attack left her chest heavy. Such a powerful creature, elite beasts were seldom encountered, and it typically required several high-ranking empowered to confront one. As a mere rank 1 empowered, she had perhaps overestimated her capabilities. Simultaneously, the Wailing Angel's assault commenced, accompanied by several dark figures behind the Rift Axemon, all appearing to be elite creatures, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles towards the empowered. Chun-Min was overwhelmed, unable to contend with so many adversaries, and her gaze turned to Shen at the periphery of the battlefield. He stood, slightly tilted back, observing the incoming energy projectiles with an unwavering gaze. "Return," Shen spoke calmly, and in an instant, the myriad energy projectiles halted mid-flight, reversing direction and hurtling back. This left not only the empowered bewildered, but also the elite supernatural beasts in shock. The returning projectiles included the deadly sound waves from the Wailing Angel, and with Shen's command, all assaults retraced their path, crashing down upon the elite beasts, inciting chaos among them. What is happening? The destructive potential of these offensive tactics was already formidable enough, immediately causing chaos upon their return. A group of supernatural beings initially struggled to comprehend the situation, but as they observed Chun-Min and others directing their gaze towards Shen, standing apart from the crowd, they soon realized that he was no ordinary individual. The ability to deflect the attacks of these elite-level supernatural beasts indicated that he was, at the very least, a formidable supernatural entity himself. Consequently, The crowd erupted in cheers, buoyed by the presence of such a powerful ally, emboldening them to confront these supernatural beasts decisively. Chapter 42. A single palm instantly vanquishes 5 beasts. Shen was acutely aware of the combat prowess possessed by the Fisher Axe demons and other such creatures, and he fully understood that his previous maneuver could not eliminate them all in an instant. Therefore, he immediately broadcasted his voice throughout the area, resonating in the minds of every supernatural being present. Retreat. The supernatural beings were taken aback. This voice, unlike the mechanical tone from a communicator, seemed to directly manifest within their consciousness. Those with quick reflexes surmised that it was the voice of a significant figure, and they began to step back. However, those who were slower to react remained momentarily stunned, only to witness the thick smoke dissipating near the fissure, revealing several elite fissure creatures still standing unharmed, raising their limbs to launch energy blasts towards the crowd once more. Dodge the attacks. Someone shouted urgently, but the scene was chaotic, and for a moment, no one moved to defend themselves. The individuals at the forefront, witnessing this, believed their demise was imminent. Most possessed close combat abilities or physical enhancements, rendering them powerless against such assaults, leaving them to stand helplessly as the energy blasts bore down upon them. Unexpectedly, what surged towards them was not a torrent of energy blasts, but merely a gentle breeze. The crowd opened their eyes in astonishment, realizing that the young man who had previously stood at the periphery had somehow appeared before them. He then raised his hand and, with a mere squeeze, caused the myriad energy blasts, akin to a sky full of stars, to detonate instantaneously. Moreover, Shen stood firm, clenched his left fist, slightly drew it back, and then thrust his palm forward with a sudden force that seemed to stir the very essence of the world. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, rendering the other supernatural beings behind him breathless. In that moment, they witnessed the elite fisher beasts before them explode in unison at Shen Du's command. Indeed, they detonated outright. The resilience of these elite supernatural beasts was unfathomable, and facing them with current human technology was nearly impossible. Yet here they were, bursting forth in a most audacious display before their very eyes. How could such a spectacle not evoke a sense of awe? Shen effortlessly dispatched the distant supernatural creatures, though he felt a twinge of disappointment as he dashed to the fisher's front, only to find no living beings remaining. Was this it? He shook his head in mild dissatisfaction. It was far too meager. Just moments ago, he had annihilated 5 elite fisher supernatural beasts with a single strike, garnering a grade-level supernatural ability and 4 advanced abilities. The newly acquired abilities included supernatural sealing, with advanced powers in illusion, water dragon, precision, and stealth. This left Shen exhilarated. He had always exercised caution in utilizing his electromagnetic control abilities, aware that miscalculating the range or release area could lead to catastrophic consequences. For instance, if Shen were to inadvertently unleash too much power, the supernatural beings engaged in battle within the vicinity could perish in an instant. Shen possessed an absolute advantage over these individuals. The advanced ability, supernatural sealing, was particularly unique, allowing him to seal his own or other supernatural powers, and even extract these abilities from human bodies. Such a capability was indeed extraordinary. Upon obtaining this ability, a grin spread across Shen face, as he realized that his desires were manifesting into reality. Previously, he had experimented multiple times, attempting to transfer the various abilities obtained from defeating lesser supernatural beasts into supernatural stones, but had failed. Now, however, the exceptional system had granted him this capability as a supernatural ability, a source of immense joy. Initially, he had acquired thought manipulation, followed by electromagnetic control, and these 2 skills inherently possessed strong synergy. After extensive study of electromagnetic theories, certain abilities could potentially be grasped without relying on the system or consuming supernatural stones. He could fully comprehend and master these abilities based on their principles. Thus, every ability bestowed by the exceptional system began to feel somewhat superfluous. If he transferred them into supernatural stones, Shen could easily create multiple advanced supernatural stones to be distributed to ordinary individuals, enabling them to acquire specific abilities. Naturally, Shen was eager to master such a game-changing power. Meanwhile, the crowd of supernatural beings witnessed the battlefield's transformation. The elite fisher beasts that had previously posed a significant threat were eradicated in an instant, causing the spectators to draw in a collective breath, their respect for Shen deepening. He was undeniably a peak powerhouse among the supernatural beings. Shen Min's eyes were filled with disbelief. She had previously observed Shen Do requiring several strikes to defeat supernatural beasts, yet today he had dispatched multiple elite beings with a single blow. The disparity was staggering. On the other side, those monitoring the battlefield through unmanned aerial vehicles were equally stunned by the unfolding events. A group of high-level ability users continued to guard the rear of the Qinglong Academy, only intervening when they encountered truly formidable ability beasts. The emergence of several elite-level ability beasts in the region was not considered a significant event. The many ability users could easily unite to eliminate them, accepting that some losses, even fatalities among their ranks, were merely a normal cost of engagement. However, the surveillance footage today presented an entirely different spectacle. They witnessed the newly admitted elite ability user, Shen Do, entering the fray. With a single strike, he obliterated 5 elite ability beasts on the battlefield. Guodai, who had previously sparred with Shen Do, was effusive in his praise. Upon witnessing this display, he quickly recognized Shen Du's terrifying strength and chuckled. "What did I tell you? Brother Shen's prowess is anything but weak among us." The other elite ability users fell silent, each contemplating whether they could stand against Shen Do should conflict arise in the future. Responding to Guodai was a petite girl who cheerfully asked, "Brother Gua, does this Mr. Shen possess the same abilities as you?" To say they are the same would be an understatement, Guodai replied, his demeanor amiable. "Fangmei, should you truly encounter him, you might find yourself unable to retaliate." The girl, known as Fangmei, paused momentarily, trying to comprehend Guodai's implication. She wielded elemental powers, having been dubbed a great sorceress upon her awakening. Yet Guodai's words made her reconsider. Wasn't it merely telekinesis? Surely her elemental prowess would allow her to dominate him. Chapter 43. Feng Rui's kindness. The petite girl huffed, eliciting laughter from several onlookers. "I say, Fangmei, Guodai might be onto something. Your elemental power is indeed formidable, yet judging by the techniques displayed by that fellow just now, you may not even get close before being dispatched," one individual remarked, mimicking a slicing gesture and igniting further amusement among the group. Guodai intended to elaborate when he noticed the surveillance drone revealing Shen Do flying towards a fissure. "What is he planning?" Guodai murmured. A nearby girl blinked, as if struck by a thought, and exclaimed, "He wouldn't dare attempt to seal that fissure, would he?" A wave of apprehension swept through the crowd. Shen Do, indeed, harbored such intentions. The exceptional system had previously informed him during a simulation that sealing the fissure would grant him elite-level abilities on the spot. The distance to the fissure was minimal, and in just 2 swift movements, Shen Do arrived at its brink. As he scrutinized the authentic fissure, he noted the stark contrast to its simulated counterpart. The real fissure was far larger and continuously exhaled noxious black gas. Even Shen Do felt a palpable discomfort. Stepping back, he received a communication request from the academy. Surprised, he accepted. "Hello." A melodious voice chimed through the communicator. Shen Do frowned slightly as he heard the introduction from a girl named Feng Rui, an elite ability user from Qinglong Academy. Upon learning she was another elite ability user, Shen Do felt considerably more at ease. Surely, this connection would not be trivial. "I understand you wish to attempt sealing the fissure, but please, refrain from doing so," Feng Rui cautioned. "Sealing a fissure requires an immense force from within. We cannot achieve that here. If you recklessly inject power into it, you risk being drained of your abilities, or, worse, devoured by the fissure." Devoured? Shen Do's brow furrowed at the thought. Could it truly consume ability users from this world? Feng Rui's words soon confirmed his fears. The academy had already lost 2 elite users to this peril, leading to a strict prohibition against direct contact with the fissure. And there are other precautions. Feng Rui continued, chattering on, but Shen Do felt no inclination to linger. The area had been swiftly cleared of monsters, yet he remained unsatisfied with merely a few creatures. The ability beasts he had slain had provided him with varying degrees of power. He resolved to sweep the entire battlefield of all emerging beasts. With that thought, he abruptly cut off the communicator. "What do you want to say?" he asked, dashing toward the chaos. "If there's nothing else, I will disconnect." Actually, it's nothing important. Just that Guodai mentioned your abilities surpass mine." The girl huffed. "So after this battle, I want to challenge you. Just make sure you don't die or get drained by the fissure." Shen Do halted, taken aback. "Is that why you called?" His voice carried an edge of irritation. "Is this really the time for such matters? Nonsense." With that, he severed the connection and even crushed the communicator in his hand, feeling quite vexed as he moved past another area. Spotting clusters of ability users engaged in fierce combat with several elite beasts. The appearances of these elite-level anomalous beasts are indeed remarkable, among which one stands out as a colossal mechanized spider, the elite mechanized brain spider. This creature possesses abilities such as corrosive ray, energy shield, and reinforcement for other creatures. It is recommended to prioritize its elimination due to its significant threat level on the battlefield. The exceptional system provided Shen with a markedly different annotation regarding this creature. At that moment, Shen also noticed several motionless anomalous beings on the ground, evidently having perished while entangled in combat with the elite-level beasts. This revelation only intensified Shen's discontent. Despite the commendable combat prowess of those anomalous beings, they chose to remain within the academy, merely observing the battlefield through surveillance equipment, and refrained from intervening even when witnessing the heavy casualties in certain areas. Was this not intentional? With this thought in mind, Shen harnessed his power and struck with tremendous force upon the anomalous beasts engaged in fierce combat, crashing through the crowd. The elite-level anomalous beasts were inherently formidable in combat, rampaging through the throngs with their energy shields, inflicting injuries upon countless individuals while enduring the attacks from numerous anomalous beings, resulting in significant casualties. Two elite-level anomalous beings within the vicinity found themselves unable to breach the energy shield, forced to evade attacks with considerable frustration. However, as Shen made his move, he instantaneously shattered the energy shield of the roaring beast battling in the distance. Not only that, but the elite-level beast nearby was swiftly vanquished after its shield was breached. Kill, elite-level Rift Soldier. Acquired level ability, Hellfire. The prompt from the remarkable system flashed by, but Shen paid no heed to the low-level abilities he had just obtained. After all, the level of abilities he currently possessed was sufficient to overpower all those beneath it. In the blink of an eye, one of the 4 elite-level anomalous beasts vanished, prompting the remaining 3 to sense imminent danger. They roared and unleashed their respective abilities, pushing back the approaching anomalous beings and quickly regrouping. At this juncture, Shen discerned the identities of the remaining 3 beasts, 2 elite-level mechanized brain spiders and 1 rift gargoyle. The mechanized brain spiders were grotesque in appearance, yet they served as exceptional support roles on the battlefield. Together, they endowed the 2 nearby elite-level anomalous beasts with energy shields, rendering the surrounding attacks futile. Chapter 44. The arrival of the King-level Rift Axe Demon. The energy shields provided by the 2 mechanized brain spiders enabled the Rift Soldier and the Gargoyle to thrive amidst the chaos. The Rift Gargoyle, with its formidable defenses, stood as a vanguard among elite-level anomalous beasts, capable of withstanding multiple rounds of attacks from human anomalous beings due to its inherent abilities. With the addition of the mechanized brain spiders today, it transformed into an impenetrable fortress, causing human anomalous beings to flee in terror. Yet, the sudden shift in the battlefield alerted the Gargoyle to the impending crisis. It quickly sought refuge with the mechanized brain spiders, attempting to rely on its astonishing defensive capabilities to endure until reinforcements arrived. Shen was intrigued by the reactions of these 3 elite-level anomalous beasts. He swiftly entered the fray and soon overheard the furious discussions among the surrounding anomalous beings. What the hell? These 3 beasts are putting on a show. Who can breach their shields? Those energy shields are excessively robust. Our attacks are ineffective. It appeared that these energy shields could only be breached by full-force strikes from level anomalous beings. Everyone, be cautious of the corrosive rays from the mechanized brain spiders. I want to test if my elemental powers can bypass these shields to inflict damage. The discussions were rife with frustration and helplessness towards the 3 elite-level anomalous beasts, while a few individuals contemplated alternative attack methods. Yet, after several attempts, they discovered their efforts were utterly futile. Moreover, the mechanized brain spiders were not solely defensive. The persistent attacks from humans triggered a barrage of corrosive rays from them. Ultimately, it was Shen timely intervention that diverted the rays, safeguarding several anomalous beings from harm. After several minutes of futile attempts to breach the energy shields of the 3 anomalous beasts, the mechanized brain spiders, realizing their defenses were unassailable, grew increasingly audacious, unleashing a frenzied assault of corrosive rays that claimed several more anomalous beings. It was then that Shen recognized his earlier restraint had been a grave error. He resolved to act decisively. The electromagnetic manipulation was immediately activated, shattering the energy shield upheld by the mechanized brain spider. In the instant of their bewilderment, a thunderous assault from Shen struck. Despite the gargoyle's formidable defenses, it succumbed within less than a second to the overwhelming force of Shen's electromagnetic manipulation. The two mechanized brain spiders met a swift demise, their massive brains obliterated, collapsing to the ground in disarray, never to rise again. Kill. Elite level mechanized brain spider, X2. Acquired level ability. Energy shield. Acquired level ability. Corrosive ray. Kill. Elite level rift gargoyle, X1. Acquired level ability. Body enhancement. Shen clenched his fists, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the rewards bestowed upon him by these three elite-level anomalous beasts. Although these extraordinary abilities may not be deemed formidable by Shen, he has, nonetheless, acquired the capability to transfer these powers elsewhere. Upon returning to the academy, he plans to find several ability stones to transfer these powers into. Shen can hardly fathom the potential upheaval these abilities could unleash. In an instant, his figure vanished from the vicinity. The other extraordinary beings were left bewildered as the formidable ability beast before them collapsed suddenly, utterly unaware of what had transpired moments before. Shen's velocity was astonishing. He even felt as though he was moving too slowly. During this outing, several small teams had been delineated, with those venturing further encountering increasingly powerful rifts. The three rift areas ahead attracted numerous high-level extraordinary beings. If Shen did not act swiftly, these beings might preemptively eliminate the ability beasts. Although Shen's attacks on the ability beasts did not yield ability stones, the exceptional system rewarded him with an ability for each beast he vanquished. While the abilities he received were not particularly high in rank, their sheer volume compensated for it. Despite not needing these abilities as much at present, he naturally welcomed any increase in strength. Shen dashed into the area, noticing that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Several high-level extraordinary beings were collaborating against a massive Rift Axe Demon, yet they seemed to be making little progress. Upon glancing at the Rift Axe Demon, Shen realized that it was not merely elite level, but rather king level. The king level Rift Axe Demon posed a significant threat. Its abilities included Energy Shield, King's Axe Strike, and Axe Demon Roar. This ability beast was of king level, presenting a critical danger on the battlefield, and it was advised to prioritize its elimination. Among the three high-level extraordinary beings in the area, one wielding laser vision, another controlling lightning, and the last brandishing dual blades, they had evidently engaged in numerous battles together. Now, in close coordination, they unleashed relentless attacks on the Rift Axe Demon, yet after several seconds of assault, the demon showed no signs of injury whatsoever. Moreover, in a moment of distraction, the dual-blade wielder was caught off guard and suffered a devastating blow from the massive Rift Axe Demon, severing one of his arms. This effectively incapacitated half of his abilities. As the dual-blade wielder cried out in pain, the king-level Rift Axe Demon let out a thunderous roar that immobilized everyone present. The other two high-level extraordinary beings were equally stricken with dread. They realized that even they were rendered motionless by the sheer force of that sound. This was undoubtedly the Rift Roar skill that Shen had observed earlier. The Rift Axe Demon seemed quite pleased with the effect, taking a deep breath and hoisting its colossal axe high, then turning to cleave at the two immobilized extraordinary beings. The two were filled with despair, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated so drastically. Just moments ago, their trio had been proceeding smoothly against the lesser foes emerging from the rifts. Even elite-level beasts had posed no challenge for them. However, after dispatching the elite enemies, a powerful disturbance emerged from the rift, heralding the arrival of this heavyweight Rift Axe Demon. Upon its entrance, it unleashed a devastating arc of its blade, instantly inflicting casualties upon dozens of individuals present, many of whom were left in mere fragments. After a brief skirmish, the trio horrifyingly recognized that the strength of this Rift Axe Demon was far beyond that of any elite beast. Chapter 45. Handcrafted Nuclear Bomb in an Instant. The blade's light surged forth, stirring the black soil beneath, causing the ground to tremble violently. The expressions of everyone in the vicinity shifted dramatically, as the once favorable situation threatened to be overturned by this extraordinary beast of elite stature. The individuals in the monitoring room immediately contemplated rushing to the aid of the area, but just as one took a couple of steps, he was halted. "No need for us to intervene," someone interjected. "Shen has arrived." The man poised to leave halted in his tracks, gazing at the monitor, where he observed that the overwhelming shockwave had dissipated. This young man possesses remarkable skills. He managed to withstand such an assault. I told you not to underestimate him, Guodai remarked with a grin. Dealing with such threats should be quite effortless for him. The onlookers were taken aback. The recent shockwave had been insurmountable for many present, even for someone as powerful as Feng Rue, who required all her might to resist it. Yet Shen Du, displayed on the monitor, casually raised a hand and quelled the shockwave with ease. How could he achieve such a feat? The primary concern among the observers was Shen Du's potential power limit. This individual, having entered the academy without drawing attention, now exhibited astonishing prowess upon entering the battlefield, igniting a desire for alliances among many. However, the battle continued unabated, leaving everyone silent for the moment. Back on the battlefield, Shen Du raised his hand and silently dissipated the overwhelming shockwave, swiftly allowing all present to recover from the earlier roar. The two high-level extraordinary beings suddenly realized they could move freely again, prompting them to rapidly drag the injured dual-blade wielder back several hundred meters. Shen Du then called out, signaling all extraordinary beings to retreat. The Fisher Axe demon before them was of the kingly rank. Judging from its previous encounter with the elite Fisher Axe demon during Chung Xine's actions, the destructive power of this anomalous beast was truly astounding. The shock waves unleashed by elite anomalous beasts could rend mountains and split the earth. Although such force was only manifested in life and death situations and should not be regarded as a standard measure, yet the Fisher Axe demon standing before them was undeniably a king-level entity. Shen Du's earlier display had already sufficiently attested to his prowess, and those from the academy were acutely aware that this sudden intruder was no ordinary individual, at the very least, a high-ranking anomalous adept. Consequently, they hastily retreated, leaving the area nearly deserted, with only Shen Du and the kingly Fisher Axe demon remaining in proximity. The Fisher Axe demon appeared somewhat astonished that Shen Du had nullified its attack. Unsure of how he had accomplished such a feat, however, it seemed indifferent to these matters, patiently waiting for Shen Du to conclude his preparations before letting out another resounding roar. Quite considerate indeed. Shen Du turned to regard the imposing figure of the Fisher Axe demon, chuckling lightly as he remarked, "It appears that with great power comes a notable increase in quality. Shall we commence?" Upon finishing his words, he showed no intent of delay, extending his arms forward and suddenly swinging them from behind. A piercing sound reverberated throughout the venue, followed by the astonishing sight of Shen Du extracting several entities resembling thunderous dragons from the air behind him. This fellow possesses mastery over lightning. The individuals in the monitoring room stood up in astonishment. Shen Du had only reported his ability to manipulate thoughts. He had never mentioned wielding lightning powers. But soon, Feng Rue shook her head. "This is not lightning power. It resembles my elemental energy more closely." As her words left her lips, everyone witnessed Shen Du effortlessly compressing the thunderous dragons into a compact mass, which he then hurled toward the Fisher Axe demon. They could now ascertain that these extracted entities were indeed not lightning, but rather akin to elemental energy. However, as Shen Du cast this mass, the monitoring drones swiftly detected intense electromagnetic interference, and the screen promptly went dark. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Feng Rue turned and dashed out of the monitoring room. Racing towards Shen Du's location, she realized that Shen Du's powers extended beyond mere thought manipulation. He must possess hidden strengths. Guodai closely followed, and after a brief hesitation, the others also exited the room. Just as they stepped out, an immense explosion cloud surged from the area ahead. The appearance of this phenomenon resembled a mushroom cloud. The group at the entrance exchanged startled glances, their hearts racing with disbelief. Could it be that the military had intervened? Yet, the creatures on the Fisher battlefield had long ceased their attacks, as humanity's conventional weapons were utterly ineffective against them. What, then, was the origin of this mushroom cloud? Feng Rue swiftly reached the outskirts of the area, her eyes widening at the sight of the colossal mushroom cloud rising in the distance. In her astonishment, she suddenly realized that this immense phenomenon was a direct result of the mass Shen Du had just flung. The abilities he wielded were nothing like elemental energy. Feng Rue descended into the area, feeling the oncoming heat waves, but her body was enveloped in a swiftly swirling layer of wind, preventing the heat from reaching her. Noticing that others were approaching, Shen Du spoke without turning his head. "This place is perilous. If you have no business here, it would be wise to leave." Feng Rue, astonished by Shen Du's composure, exclaimed, The abilities you command do not resemble elemental energy, nor are they solely thought manipulation. Do you perhaps also possess powers related to fundamental forces? If you indeed wield such forces, it would not be surprising for you to execute such a maneuver. Could it be that your technique resembles a handcrafted nuclear bomb? Your powers must involve electromagnetic forces, right? Shen cast a mildly surprised glance at the girl, recognizing her as the one he had spoken to earlier through the communicator. Quite petite, he thought to himself, and he had not anticipated that she would deduce the nature of his powers. However, upon reflection, he realized he had indeed utilized particle manipulation to craft the nuclear bomb, inadvertently revealing his abilities. Chapter 46. Hand-to-hand combat. Before launching his handcrafted nuclear bomb, Shen had made ample preparations, instantaneously locking down the particle flow within the entire region. Thus, when he threw the bomb, it only inflicted damage upon the king-level Fisher Axe demon at the forefront, sparing the crowd of anomalous adepts behind. In truth, as Shen released the luminous sphere, triggering the mushroom cloud explosion, nearly everyone present was on the verge of fleeing. They had lived in this temporal space for quite some time and were well aware of the devastating power of nuclear weapons. Even if they could not eliminate the anomalous beasts emerging from the fissures, the shockwaves alone posed a significant threat to them. The gratitude they had felt for Shen transformed into resentment and bitterness in an instant. They were too close to him to escape in time. Many believed they would meet their demise on the battlefield that day. However, while the anticipated shockwave and heat did arrive, the corresponding force was notably absent. Many of the despairing anomalous adepts, bracing for their fates, were taken aback as they felt the warm winds approaching. Originally, they would have been instantly vaporized by the intense shockwave produced by the thermonuclear weapon. However, the hot wind that blew in was devoid of any harmful essence. Feng Rue's arrival was unexpected. As she chattered incessantly, Shen gaze remained fixed ahead. There stood a king-level mutant beast. According to their conversation, this creature was no mere beast king, but rather a beast emperor. Shen silently mocked the situation. Yet his eyes flickered for a moment before he observed that the previous king-level mutant beast stood unharmed in place. Realization dawned upon Shen meanwhile. Feng Rue, upon seeing that the mutant beast was alive, exclaimed, your attack was ineffective. This creature is remarkably tough. Do you require my assistance? Shen cast a sidelong glance at the young girl and replied, you should keep your distance to avoid injury. I am a tiered mutant as well. Perhaps you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Feng Rue huffed, and noticing Shen disinterest, she turned away in a huff, choosing silence instead. Shen undeterred by the girl beside him, focused on the distant Rift Axe demon, which had finally begun to move. A roar echoed from the Rift Axe demon, exuding an air of excitement, evidently pleased that Shen earlier attack had failed to inflict harm. Take care of yourself. I am about to engage this creature in combat. With that declaration, Shen propelled himself forward, charging towards the Rift Axe demon. Feng Rue, initially poised to speak again, turned only to discover that Shen had vanished from her side. In the next moment, she witnessed him locked in battle with the Rift Axe demon. The creature, formidable and skilled in close combat, did not underestimate Shen despite their size disparity, raising its massive axe to block Shen's assault. As Shen unleashed a punch imbued with unparalleled might, the very fabric of space around him trembled. His fist collided with the Rift Axe demon's axe, forcefully propelling the beast backward several hundred meters. The mutant beast regained its footing and immediately retaliated against Shen. The ensuing battle quickly escalated beyond the comprehension of ordinary mutant practitioners. The mutant beast endured most of the onslaught, though Shen's attacks frequently met with its defenses. It roared, attempting to parry Shen's strikes, and at one point even used its axe to send Shen crashing into the crowd of practitioners. Had Feng Rue not swiftly intervened to cushion Shen's fall, the consequences could have been disastrous for the assembled practitioners. Shen quickly rose, discovering his clothing torn asunder, which elicited a sardonic chuckle. I was somewhat careless. Though his arsenal of attacks was vast, Shen found himself particularly hindered. Once engaged, the Rift Axe demon was unable to move, relying solely on its formidable toughness to withstand Shen's relentless barrage, occasionally attempting to counterattack. The battle, initially unfolding before the onlookers, soon exuded a palpable sense of peril. The tremendous shockwaves generated by Shen's exchanges with the king-level Rift Axe demon swept through the air, striking the faces of the practitioners and altering their expressions drastically. The force wielded by the king-level Rift Axe Demon was beyond human comprehension. A full-force strike could cleave the battlefield, creating a chasm hundreds of meters wide. Each swing of its massive axe unleashed waves of potent energy. This monstrosity wielded immense power with every movement, and it was no exaggeration to assert that, without tiered practitioners present, the combined efforts of all those present would likely fall short against this beast. Remaining in the vicinity posed a significant risk. Should they inadvertently be caught in the crossfire of the ongoing battle, the outcome could be catastrophic. Thus, after several tense moments of combat between Shen Du and the Rift Axe Demon, the practitioners received an urgent order to retreat. Can he truly contend with that mutant beast? This was no longer their concern. Hurry, brothers. We must flee, lest we meet our demise here. Watch out. The shockwave is coming again, someone shouted. And chaos ensued as the practitioners scrambled to evade the impending danger. Feng Rue, being a tiered practitioner herself, remained unfazed by the shockwaves from the battle. She watched intently, growing increasingly anxious as the outcome remained uncertain. Hey, I say. Feng Rue's voice, though not loud, reached Shen Du's ears distinctly. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Allow me to assist. Upon hearing this, Shen Du momentarily intensified his strikes, sending the Rift Axe Demon flying once more over 100 meters, swiftly creating distance between them. Who said I cannot handle it? Shen Du turned to the girl, his expression a mix of bewilderment and amusement. What brings you here? Merely to spectate? Feng Rue, grinning, replied, I assent at what brother was said, that your strength surpasses mine. Naturally, I cannot allow you to come to harm before our duel. Shen Du furrowed his brow, recalling who this brother Guo was, most likely Guodai. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, the Rift Axe Demon in the distance had already risen from the ground, hurling its enormous axe towards Shen Du with reckless fury. This creature, in a fit of rage ignited by Shen Du's previous actions, charged forward at an astonishing speed. Be careful, Feng Rue exclaimed in alarm, only to witness Shen Du effortlessly intercept the massive axe midair. The enraged Rift Axe Demon, after a ferocious roar, unleashed a devastating double-handed attack directed at Shen Du. With a towering height of nearly 5 meters, this king-level Rift Axe Demon was significantly larger than the typical elite-level demons. Its hands came crashing down with tremendous force, obliterating the ground around Shen Du and laying waste to the terrain within a vast radius. The impact destroyed land spanning hundreds of meters. Concerned for Shen Du's safety, Feng Rue rushed over, only to find him standing unharmed amidst the devastation. You're all right, she exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and relief washing over her. But Shen Du merely shot her a displeased glance before raising his right hand and casually sweeping it across the ground. In an instant, the terrifying scene wrought by the Rift Axe Demon reverted to its original state. Is that even possible? Feng Rue gazed at Shen Du in astonishment, only to hear his cold voice drift towards her. Watch how I slay it. With those words, Shen Du extended his left hand towards the Rift Axe Demon. The creature, which had been roaring and struggling to reclaim its axe, suddenly appeared deflated and devoid of spirit, akin to a defeated fowl. As Shen Du's left hand clenched in a swift motion, the king-level Rift Axe Demon let out a savage roar, only to disintegrate completely before Feng Rue's eyes. What did you do to it? Feng Rue's heart trembled as she stared at Shen Du, noticing that he remained unfazed, his expression as tranquil as a placid lake. I merely refrained from intervening, he replied nonchalantly, as if he had accomplished something trivial. Feng Rue understood that this extraordinary creature was undoubtedly above elite level, its might such that it could contend against 2 adept practitioners without faltering. Yet, Shen Du had dispatched it with a mere flick of his wrist. Shen Du paid no attention to the heap of black dust that was once the Rift Axe Demon. He simply soared into the air, heading towards a more distant area. Wait for me, Feng Rue exclaimed, disregarding her astonishment as she hurried to catch up with him. The magnitude of the shock this man had imparted upon her was overwhelming, intensifying her desire to uncover the secrets he harbored. At this moment, Shen Du's thoughts were far removed from the girl trailing behind him. He had just slain the king-level Rift Axe Demon, and in response, the superior system bestowed upon him an advanced ability, along with a special item, the Crown of Kings. The system elucidated that this was akin to a halo, invisible to ordinary practitioners, but perceptible to those with formidable elemental sensitivity. Its effect was one of intimidation. Creatures below king level would lose their combat prowess in its presence, becoming mere targets. Once Shen Du donned the Crown of Kings, He noticed Feng Rui's expression shift to one of intrigue. The girl, adept in elemental powers, could she truly sense the crown's presence? Chapter 48. The battle concludes as Feng Rui observed Shen Du with a curious gaze. She remarked, "What is that thing hovering above your head? It feels like some form of potent elemental gear." Shen Du, having landed at the outskirts of the area, smiled at her and inquired, "You can see this?" "I can see a crown-like object spinning above you," Feng Rui exclaimed, landing beside him and gesturing animatedly. "It's so fascinating. It just appeared out of nowhere." Shen Du, intrigued by her fascination, responded, "This is an elemental crown, specifically designed to counter individuals like you who wield immense elemental power." Feng Rui was momentarily taken aback by his seriousness. "For elemental power users? That is aimed directly at me," she cried in protest, but Shen Du, seizing the moment, swiftly distanced himself from her in the blink of an eye. "Don't run away," Feng Rui called out as she hurried to pursue him. The battle in this region had concluded, with numerous practitioners now clearing the battlefield, while medical teams from the Azure Dragon Academy were tending to the wounded. Shen Du's sudden appearance caused a momentary stir among the chaos, yet he had no intention of lingering, recognizing that the conflict had ended and choosing instead to avoid the commotion. "What a wasted trip," Shen Du sighed softly, coming to a halt. "Is the scale of each rift battle always so minimal?" He cast a glance at the girl beside him, who had just caught up, and inquired with a furrowed brow. "Before I arrived from the mainland, I had heard tales of the rift battlefield's dire circumstances. I had assumed this place was indeed as dreadful as described." Having just caught her breath, Feng Rui chuckled upon hearing his words. What they said about the mainland was not entirely inaccurate. However, the most ferocious battles do not occur in our 12 regions, but rather at the core stronghold of the Qinglong Academy, the Zonglong Gorge. Although Feng Rui appeared petite, her large eyes sparkled as she spoke. "That area is currently guarded by troops dispatched from Qinglong Academy, and there has been no movement from them. Thus, what we are dealing with here could be considered mere trifles. The absence of several high-level ability users from the Academy is quite justified." Shen Du now understood the situation. Yet no one had ever mentioned this to him. Not even Chun Min dealing with the rifts here is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The true terror emerges from the depths of Zonglong Gorge, where the beasts that appear are often in groups, typically accompanied by numerous elite-level creatures. "Of course," she continued, "if luck is not on our side, we might encounter more formidable beasts that would necessitate our intervention, potentially costing us 1 or 2 high-level ability users." Feng Rui, despite her youthful appearance, vividly recounted, "The last time I went to Zonglong Gorge, I faced an ability beast general, an enormous dinosaur-like creature with astonishing destructive power. I nearly fell prey to it." "How formidable was it?" Shen Du raised an eyebrow, prompting the girl to exclaim enthusiastically, "Incredibly strong. I had to fully awaken my abilities just to withstand it, and I had 2 other high-level ability users assisting me. In the end, I managed to bury it using earth magic." Shen Du found her animated demeanor somewhat overwhelming, merely nodding in response before preparing to depart. Feng Rui, eager to spar with him, soon realized that if Shen Du truly wished to evade her, even with all her speed, she could not keep pace with his strides, leaving her frustrated, stamping her feet in the air. Thus concluded Shen Du's first skirmish at the Rift battlefield, a rather uneventful affair that left him feeling rather uninspired. Upon returning, he did not greet anyone but went straight to his residence, procuring a full 1,000 ability stones through channels exclusive to high-level ability users, which arrived later that evening. After slaying a king-level ability beast, Shen Du received the exceptional system's gift of the ability, Energy Constitution. This ability proved remarkably potent, leaving Shen Du somewhat incredulous. It effectively functioned as a perpetual battery. Once activated, the energy output within the ability user would flow endlessly, never depleting, regardless of demand. Furthermore, the energy produced would never cause overload or destruction to the tools utilized, as it was meticulously controlled by the user. Upon realizing the characteristics of this energy constitution, Shen Du found it both amusing and alarming. If such an ability fell into the wrong hands, its owner might be seized to serve as an energy source. However, in Shen Du's possession, it transformed into something entirely different. The energy constitution allowed him to function as a human electromagnetic cannon, an authentic one at that. Previously, he would have required time to warm up his electromagnetic control, and frequent use could leave him fatigued. Now, with the addition of the energy constitution, he was liberated from his final reservations. With merely the electromagnetic control ability, he already possessed considerable power, though he had yet to fully develop it. The exceptional system's generous gift spared him the trouble of further development. Once back at his residence, Shen Du settled onto the sofa and casually retrieved one of the ability stones from the box before him. Among the abilities he had acquired on the battlefield was Ability Seal, which allowed him to create abilities from thin air or transfer them from within himself to the ability stone. With his eyes closed, he adeptly transferred the recently acquired ability of Illusion into the stone in his hand. The stone glimmered with a peculiar black sheen, signaling the presence of the Illusion ability. Success! At that moment, the stone simultaneously housed the abilities Illusion and Laser Ray. A smile finally graced Shen Du's lips. Chapter 49. Academy Rewards with Renewed Enthusiasm. Shen Du rummaged through the box, extracting a batch of ability stones of varying levels. Combining these with those previously gifted by the exceptional system, he proceeded to seal them with new abilities: Laser Ray, Illusion, Swap, Storm's Grasp, Blade. As he examined each successfully sealed ability stone, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Now, he need not worry about the waste or redundancy of abilities granted by the exceptional system. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the doorbell ring at his residence. "Mr. Shen, are you home?" A voice called from outside, accompanied by hushed inquiries from several others. "Have you noticed that Mr. Shen has returned? I heard he was back." After parting ways with Feng Rui, he had vanished from the district, leaving others uncertain of his arrival. A few individuals seemed eager to express their thoughts, but the door suddenly creaked open with a distinct sound. "Come in," echoed Shen Du's voice from within. The group exchanged glances, then hastily entered one after another. The newcomers were staff members from the Qinglong Academy, visiting Shen Du's residence primarily for one purpose: to bestow rewards. The entirety of the Rift battlefield had been meticulously documented by the Academy's unmanned aerial vehicles, capturing Shen Du's remarkable performance on the battlefield. His prowess in various regions had not gone unnoticed by the Academy, which was well aware of his capabilities. Thus, their visits served a dual purpose: to present rewards and to convey the Academy's encouragement. Individuals of Shen Du's caliber were exceedingly rare within the Academy. With only 6 in total, the loss of any one of them would be unbearable. "Mr. Shen, we are here on behalf of the Academy to present you with rewards and honors," the leader announced with a smile, gesturing for his companions to bring forward the items. One of them stepped forward, unveiling a tray covered with a crimson cloth, which revealed the top-tier ability user, medal awarded to Shen Du by Qinglong Academy. The medal, composed of an unknown material, shimmered with a resplendent purple-gold hue, exuding an exquisite elegance. It bore the Academy's dragon emblem and inscription, prominently displaying Shen Du's name. Such medals were exclusively awarded to top-tier ability users, with only 9 having been issued thus far. The individual smiled, noticing Shen Du's slight nod of acknowledgement, and indicated for his companion to place the medal on a nearby table. "The Academy has shown great thoughtfulness," Shen Du remarked, acknowledging that while the medal held little practical value for him, it would serve as a commendable keepsake. Indeed, this material is crafted from the violet blue steel produced only after slaying king-tier ability beasts on the Rift battlefield. "It is a splendid memento," the leader explained, well versed in the medal's significance. After a moment, he observed Shen Du lifting the medal. Its touch was cool, yet not cold in the conventional sense. Rather, it possessed an intriguing texture akin to that of weapons wielded by ability beasts. This material was known as violet blue steel. Shen Du briefly experimented with it, astonished to discover that it shared properties almost identical to those of ability stones. This meant he could similarly seal ability stones within it. Maintaining his composure, Shen Du gestured for the speaker to continue. The individual, recognizing Shen Du's satisfaction with the medal, relaxed and cheerfully remarked, "There is not just one medal." He beckoned for his companions to step forward, soon revealing 3 additional medals: the Battlefield Monarch medal, the Rift Elite medal, and the Qinglong Incarnation medal. As each was introduced, a smile finally graced Shen Du's face. The team leader, noting that Shen Du comprehended the situation, respectfully bowed and exited. "How could I have forgotten about this?" Shen Du mused, standing at the doorway with a complex mixture of emotions. Since arriving at Qinglong Academy, he had rarely ventured outside, leaving him largely unfamiliar with the campus's various structures. When he first arrived, Chen Min had given him a brief tour, but he had not paid it much mind at the time. Now, to uncover information about the Dragon's Grave, he knew he must visit this place. Without further hesitation, he made his way to the Academy's information center. The so-called information center was an immensely large building. Standing before it, Shen felt an overwhelming sense of awe. It must have been at least 20 stories tall. Although it was not the tallest structure on campus, its height made it stand out amidst the surrounding low-rise buildings. Various ability users clad in diverse attire entered and exited the entrance, and Shen arrival went largely unnoticed, as most were still unfamiliar with him. He strolled into the foyer, swiped his identification card, which instantly confirmed his status as a top-tier ability user, granting him the highest level of access. The information center was staffed by an executive committee member, who promptly approached Shen upon noticing his arrival. Mr. Shen, the committee member, though relatively young, was well-versed in social niceties and promptly invited Shen into a private room. Shen, however, waved his hand dismissively. I'm merely here to have a look around. You need not concern yourself with me. The committee member, not daring to treat him lightly, nodded in agreement and instructed the staff to be attentive, lest the Academy's top-tier ability user be displeased. As Shen entered the first floor of the building, he observed that the room was filled with various bookshelves, housing a plethora of books. At the forefront, a row of display screens bore warnings prohibiting the dissemination of Qinglong Academy's internal literature. Upon entering, all ability users were required to disable their powers, clearly a rule of the information center. Shen surveyed the first floor, noting that most of the books dealt with essential knowledge of modern society, encompassing all aspects of the former world. It became apparent that the texts on electromagnetic forces he possessed had been sourced from this very place. Finding nothing of interest on the first floor, Shen lingered for a moment before seeing the committee member approach him once more. May I inquire what information Mr. Shen is seeking? The committee member, noticing Shen actions, realized he was there to research something specific rather than simply peruse the available literature. Shen sighed, then slowly replied, I wish to learn about the dragon's grave. It is certain that you cannot access any information on the first floor, as these materials are classified as top secret. The executive committee glanced around at the surrounding individuals with abilities, none of whom noticed their conversation, and remarked with a smile, the information regarding the dragon's grave is not a secret per se. It has merely been concealed to prevent unnecessary panic. Please follow me. After gesturing to several staff members, who nodded in acknowledgement, the executive committee led Shen to the elevator. This area is distinct from the rift. It is a unique zone, and most of our data concerning it has been compiled through the accounts of frontline-level practitioners. Modern technology cannot penetrate? Shen inquired, somewhat astonished. The executive committee whispered, that region essentially exists within the confines of the rift, and the technological products we currently possess are unable to approach that area. Intense electromagnetic interference renders all technological devices inoperative. We rely solely on the feedback from practitioners to gather an understanding of that realm. However, we have captured numerous images of the peripheral area, which are also classified. As he spoke, the executive committee pulled aside the elevator button on the wall, revealing a place for scanning identity cards. He held up his card to scan it, then turned to Shen with an apologetic expression. Mr. Shen, yours is required as well. Shen promptly removed his card and scanned it, feeling the elevator rumble before it began its descent. This revelation intrigued Shen. He had assumed the equipment would be located upstairs, but it turned out to be underground. The two descended swiftly in the elevator, with the executive committee exiting first. Followed closely by Shen, the underground area was enclosed by white walls, and within the expansive room stood a solitary electronic device. Mr. Shen, you may ascend at any time after your queries. The executive committee clicked on something on the adjacent display panel and, smiling, added, I shall not disturb you further. After receiving a nod from Shen, the executive committee quickly returned to the first-floor data room. Taking a deep breath, Shen approached the display screen. As he stepped closer, the screen illuminated automatically, recognizing his identity. Various indexed information regarding the Rift battlefield emerged before him. The intensity of the Rift surrounding Qinglong Academy. Explorations of the Rift, classifications of monsters, rare illustrations of anomalous beasts, and data on special regions. Shen swiftly skimmed through the information, soon locating what he sought. The special region's data indeed encompassed details about the dragon's grave. It was situated 132 kilometers east of Qinglong Academy, a narrow canyon approximately 900 meters long and between 325 meters wide. This area emerged alongside the primary rift in the New Australia region and is preliminarily suspected to be part of another world. The zone exhibits significant electromagnetic disturbances, rendering conventional detection impossible, and it is advised that practitioners of level 4 and below refrain from entering. As Shen Du continued to browse, he soon came across images pertaining to the dragon's grave. The visuals depicted an expanse of dense jungle, with extraordinarily robust vegetation that seemed to erupt from the canyon, completely engulfing the area. Most images were captured from great distances on the canyon's periphery, yet there was also a hand-drawn simulation. Why does it resemble an abyss? Shen Du raised an eyebrow. The hand-drawn representation of the interior of the dragon's grave evoked an indescribable sensation, reminiscent of an abyssal illustration. Shaking his head, he continued to scroll down, soon discovering content that piqued his interest. Remnants of another civilization lay within the dragon's grave. Chapter 51. The Rift World, a Hellish Realm. There were no photographs, only hand-drawn images and general descriptions. Through these sketches and texts, Shen Du quickly formed a preliminary understanding of this Rift World. The ruins consisted of various remnants resembling human architecture, yet the dragon's grave bore signs of erosion from the rift's peculiar energy, with no intact structures remaining. Various anomalous beasts and mutated vegetation dominated the entire dragon's grave, yet most were unable to escape for some peculiar reason. A significant rift above the dragon's grave had once opened, resulting in the deaths of 2-level practitioners from Qinglong Academy, with even greater casualties among those of higher ranks. Had it not been for 1-level practitioner who risked everything to suppress the rift, Qinglong Academy might not have survived. The data on battle scenarios was vividly detailed, accompanied by a multitude of images. As Shen Du surveyed these images, his brow furrowed in concern. Why do these anomalous beasts seem so familiar? The creatures depicted in the photographs were diverse, yet many resembled denizens of hell. Shen Du had indeed encountered these beings before, but he could not recall where. He stood in contemplation for several seconds, fixating on an image of a juvenile demon, when suddenly an epiphany struck him. Are these creatures from the realm of hell? Shen Du nearly exclaimed. The entities captured in the images, zombies, bone-spike zombies, rift axe demons, spectral sentinels, juvenile demons, and even the so-called king-level beings of the dragon's grave, were unmistakably titanic anomalous beasts. He quickly recalled the name of such a creature, Titan Slave. Still somewhat incredulous, he hastily scrolled down the data. As Shen Du delved deeper, his astonishment grew exponentially. His thoughts gradually found validation, and it was only upon encountering the infernal tendrils that Shen Du painfully realized that this so-called dragon's grave was, in fact, a manifestation of another civilization from a game he once played, known as Doom. Upon stepping away from the display screen, a chilling sensation enveloped him, prompting him to pace restlessly as he began to contemplate the rationale of his existence in this world. Having inexplicably traversed into this realm and awakened a system to escape its clutches, he initially believed it to be a wholly unfamiliar parallel universe. Yet, he was horrified to discover that the ultimate secret of this world was the fictional game universe from another reality. These chaotic revelations bombarded Shen Du's mind, leaving him momentarily unable to process the overwhelming information. Fortunately, he was undisturbed in the depths of the data room. After sitting in silence for a spell, he finally managed to recalibrate his mindset. He had already attempted to return to his original world and recognized it was no simple task. It required some form of potent energy or a governing force, which he evidently lacked at present. More importantly, Shen Du came to understand the immense fortune of grasping the secrets of the dragon's grave. Very few individuals at the Qinglong Academy were aware of its existence, and the catastrophic battles had resulted in significant casualties among the extraordinary beings, with many survivors oblivious to the source of the monstrous abilities that surged forth like a tsunami. In truth, the number of those aware of the nature of the dragon's grave within such a vast institution could likely be counted on one hand. This indeed presented Shen Du with an extraordinary opportunity. Not only did he now possess knowledge of the secrets of the dragon's grave, but he also comprehended the operational principles of this world. If his conjecture held true, the so-called energy stones were, in fact, the primary energy source of this civilization lying beneath the dragon's grave, forged from subgold. No wonder these energy stones could bestow upon humanity a myriad of extraordinary abilities. The explanation lay here. Shen Du swiftly calmed himself. He had confirmed repeatedly that the world beneath the dragon's grave was undeniably a hellish domain within the framework of this universe, and the colossal portals were temporarily sealed for some unknown reason, preventing countless infernal beings from emerging. It was likely that a powerful extraordinary being had enacted a temporary seal using subgold energy. Shen Du surmised the cause and promptly shut down the display screen, preparing to venture to the dragon's grave. The dragon's grave was, indeed, a hell within the world, teeming with vast quantities of sub-gold energy, which translated to an inexhaustible supply of energy stones. However, what truly captivated Shen Du's interest were the various artifacts that existed within this alternate realm. Indeed, genuine artifacts. Whether it be the regulator armor or the judgment sword, both held immense allure for him. Furthermore, this universe also harbored the so-called creator, alongside the creation engine and the machines of the divine. Should Shen Du manage to seize any of these upon entering this world, it would undoubtedly precipitate a profound transformation in his abilities upon his return. Simultaneously, this was also one of the pathways back home. Only by mastering greater power could he hope to return to his original world. With this thought in mind, Shen Du immediately took the elevator back to the data room, where he was greeted by the commission member awaiting him at the elevator's entrance. Without allowing the member to speak, he declared his intention to travel to the dragon's grave. The commission member was left in a state of astonishment, unable to fathom that Shen Du would propose such a reckless idea upon his arrival. Yet for Shen Du, this notion had emerged after considerable contemplation. The fissures appearing across the globe were undeniably emanating from the hell within the framework of this universe, with the creatures emerging from them largely being denizens of the inferno. Initially, Shen Du had entertained the notion of a one-time resolution, but upon reflection, he realized that it might not be feasible. Nevertheless, his decision was made. Even if he failed, entering the dragon's grave would at least allow him to eliminate some of the hellish rifts plaguing Earth. Most critically, Shen Du needed to penetrate the dragon's grave to access the depths of hell. After much insistence on his part, the commission member ultimately opted to inform the dean and the committee, leading to an immediate discussion regarding Shen Du's audacious proposal. Rife with concerns over the potential consequences of an extraordinary being like him failing within the dragon's grave. However, Shen Du's persistence bore fruit. 2 days later, the committee and the academy agreed to his expedition to the dragon's grave, offering to supply all necessary provisions. Chapter 52. The Outpost Armor. Shen Du bore no objections to the timeline. Although the committee opposed his impulsive idea, they could not withstand the fervent opinion of a powerful, extraordinary being. Following the committee's conclusion, one of the members, Commissioner Li Jihao, personally sought out Shen Du good fortune. Mr. Shen, he greeted with a smile, unaware that Shen Du was already familiar with his identity. I recall you mentioned providing me with equipment? Shen Du replied. Indeed. Commissioner Li responded with a grin. I oversee the development of weaponry and armor at the academy. Over 90% of the combat gear originates from my efforts. Observing the confident smile of the man before him, Shen Du couldn't help but smile in return. So what brings you to me? Surely, you're not here to gift me a set of armor? Something akin to that. Commissioner Li chuckled as he retrieved a device from his pocket. Upon pressing a button, a holographic image materialized before Shen Du. I have crafted a special suit of armor using various unique metals and materials obtained from the creatures emerging from these fissures. In the scene, there stands an impressive complete set of armor, including a helmet, body armor, and leg plates. This ensemble took nearly 2 years of dedication to create and was designed by the finest minds of the academy. Li Jihai, unable to contain his excitement, lavished praise on the gear he showcased, only to turn to Shen Du with a grin and ask, Aren't you intrigued? What do you think are the advantages of this equipment? Shen Du appeared entirely unfazed, calmly responding, While I hear you extolling the virtues of this armor, I remain unaware of its specific merits. Li Jihai paused for a brief moment, then adjusted his glasses and replied, Well, I must admit, my enthusiasm has perhaps clouded my explanation. The distinct feature of this armor is its ability to nullify the disturbances caused by rifts, even granting immunity to most psychic attacks. Additionally, it boasts formidable physical defense. We have rigorously tested its strength, and it can withstand a full-force strike from an advanced ability user at close range. The armor is designed with various offensive capabilities, including retractable chain blades embedded in the dual walls, crafted from rift material, a nearly indestructible alloy. The helmet, equipped with cutting-edge technology, functions even without a network, assisting in tracking the weaknesses of monsters and deciphering their techniques. This complete set can amplify the wearer's strength by at least threefold, enhancing agility and enabling survival in nearly any harsh environment. Having swiftly detailed the equipment, Li Jihai manipulated the holographic display. Moreover, you can attach a longsword for close combat. He added, as Chapter 53 unfolds, The armor is detected and identified as forward armor. The superior system is activated and fully integrated. As the system's voice echoed, Shen Du felt an immense surge of power coursing into the armor, while his senses sharpened dramatically. Suddenly, he perceived himself to be hundreds of times more formidable than before. The influx of energy ceased upon reaching the armor's absorption limit. At this moment, Shen Du's unique ability, Energy Physique, came into play, activating the armor at full capacity, far exceeding Li Zhihai's expectations. Indeed, you are the most suitable candidate, Li Zhihai exclaimed, excitedly observing the data displayed on the monitor. This armor can enhance the wearer's strength, speed, and endurance by over 3 times, and it significantly augments your psychic ability as well. However, Shen Du abruptly raised his hand, instantly enveloping the entire laboratory in a terrifying aura of pressure. Many individuals with weaker mental fortitude collapsed, while even some of the more robust researchers displayed visible distress. Li Zhihai, standing closest to Shen Du, felt the oppressive weight keenly, but fortunately, his equipment mitigated some of the effects, allowing him to remain conscious, albeit uncomfortable. This intense atmosphere persisted for several seconds, though it felt like an eternity to those present. When Shen Du finally retracted his psychic pressure, a collective sigh of relief swept through the building. Mr. Shen, Li Zhihai said, wiping the sweat from his brow, in the future, it might be prudent to refrain from releasing such power within the laboratory. Many of our researchers are not endowed with abilities, and numerous professors are merely ordinary individuals. Shen Du offered an apologetic smile as he stepped out of the equipment. My apologies, I merely wished to test the psychic effects of this armor. Clearly, the results exceeded expectations. He added with a grin, with this gear, I feel no concern regarding the environment within the Burial Dragon Gorge. Is there a place where I can further test the efficacy of this equipment? Indeed, there is. The Academy has a dedicated combat training facility. Li Zhihai succinctly informed him of its location. In an instant, Shen Du vanished from the laboratory, soaring into the air with a tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the area in front of the laboratory was reduced to ruins, as Shen Du ascended towards the Academy's combat training grounds. Li Zhihai and the others pursued him outside, exchanging glances of joy at the sight of the devastation left in Shen Du's wake, confirming the success of their prototype armor's development. At the combat training facility, the staff had already been informed of Shen Du's imminent arrival, aware that this visit was specifically to test the new armor developed by the department. Consequently, they had cleared the central area of the training ground in anticipation. The training opponents consisted of holographic simulations of psychic beasts supported by illusionist abilities, which meant they could inflict damage on the trainees. Thus, any lapse in vigilance could result in injury or disqualification. Shen Du's entrance immediately caused a stir. Aside from the initial evacuation of the area, the spectacle of his arrival was nothing short of spectacular. He descended from the sky, creating a crater reminiscent of a small meteor strike, dust swirling around him as he donned the dark golden forward armor. How striking! The male spectators, initially filled with resentment, found their grievances dissipating upon witnessing Shen Du in his formidable gear, their gazes transfixed and unable to turn away. Which boy is not surprised? Chapter 54, The Astonished Shen Men. The effect was astonishing. A group of researchers observing Shen Du's combat through the training ground surveillance were nodding in agreement, with Li Jiwei expressing his excitement vocally. Testing him was indeed the right choice. The equipment requires us to enhance certain aspects, while the mass-produced models can entirely utilize the ability stones as their power source. His words immediately garnered approval from the crowd. By employing ability stones as energy sources, this equipment could directly harness the powers within the stones, enabling even an ordinary person to temporarily wield formidable abilities. The prototype armor Shen Du wore possessed this function as well. However, since he himself was of an energy physique, he had no need for this energy transfer method. Yet, as he prepared to enter that area, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. The formidable ability beasts in the dragon's graveyard were nearly ubiquitous. If Shen Du were to perish in there, it would not only be a significant loss for the Academy, but would also mean the prototype armor would be lost forever. Nevertheless, one must not be afraid of the wolves if one desires to capture children. If he wished to gain more information about the prototype armor, he must endure this ordeal. Moreover, Shen Du's ability strength ranked among the top at the Academy. If he could not return from the dragon's graveyard, it was likely that no one else could either. Shen Du conducted a brief test of the sentry armor, and its performance exceeded his initial expectations. The enhancement to his psychic power was truly formidable. Previously, if the range of his psychokinesis was within several kilometers, then donning this sentry armor allowed him to effortlessly extend that range to dozens of kilometers, or even further, when adequately energized. More importantly, this set of armor, under the influence of the energy physique ability, remained in a state of full charge. After only a simple adjustment, he was able to manifest an effect akin to an energy shield. After testing, its strength was astonishing. With just the protective capability of this energy shield, he could withstand the assault of a king-level ability beast without issue. By the time Shen finished his tests, the crowd surrounding the training ground had formed layers upon layers. His grand display of the armor, coupled with its explosive effects, quickly attracted numerous interested students from the academy. This armor is a new product from the equipment department. Does this mean we might get to wear it in the future? One exclaimed. Haha, that would make us invincible. They were already enamored with the prototype armor's impressive design, speculating on the potential price the equipment department would set for such armor. Perhaps 30 to 50,000? I fear even 3 to 500,000 wouldn't suffice. The crowd gasped, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the dark golden armor. 3 to 500,000? I could save up for that. Another mused. If not, I could take on more dangerous tasks from the Qinglong Academy's task department. Surely, I could eventually gather enough. But what if this set costs 3 to 5 million? The crowd erupted in dismay. They gazed longingly at Shen Du's prototype armor, aware that the sole channel to acquire such equipment lay with the equipment department of the Qinglong Academy. Given Li Jiwei's notoriously stingy nature, they realized that obtaining a set of armor without substantial expenditure was an impossibility. Many speculated that this armor was a limited edition, unless one achieved monumental contributions. Even ordinary ability users wouldn't get a glimpse of such armor. Once Shen Du had completed all necessary tests, he felt quite satisfied with the prototype armor. However, with several days remaining before his journey to the dragon's graveyard, he found the armor somewhat cumbersome. Thus, he opted to disassemble it right there on the spot. Raising his hand, he concentrated slightly, and the sentry armor began to emit a series of clicking sounds, then autonomously disengaged from his body. The disassembled armor floated beside him, and when he removed the helmet, a stir erupted in the crowd. Many of the ability users, unaware of the identity of the individual within the armor, recognized Shen Du, and their astonishment was quickly replaced by a sense of understanding. The Academy's few high-ranking ability users were already quite familiar figures, and although Shen Du, as a newcomer, had not made many public appearances, he was nevertheless known to many. It was not surprising that the prototype armor was tested by a high-ranking ability user. Shen Du. Chun Min called out excitedly from the crowd, waving her hand to catch his attention. Shen Du approached her, the armor trailing closely beside him, creating a rather peculiar sight. Where did you go after returning from the battlefield? So this is where you were. Chun Min assessed Shen Du from head to toe, grinning as she remarked. It seems you took on a task from Li Jiwei. Shen Du gestured for silence, indicating that this was not the place for conversation. And the two exited the training ground under the watchful eyes of numerous ability users. I may be away for a while, Shen Du stated calmly. This set of equipment was indeed provided by Li Jiwei for me to test the data. As he spoke, he waved at the floating armor behind him, causing some particles from the ground and air to coalesce before Chun Min's eyes, forming a solid entity that quickly assembled into a square box. The complete prototype armor fit perfectly within the confines of the box, which was soon transformed into a sleek black equipment case. Chun Min observed everything Shen Du was doing, merely displaying a hint of surprise. She felt no astonishment at Shen Du's remarkable capabilities. Rather, it seemed entirely ordinary to her. Shen Du's psychokinetic power surpassed that of the renowned Esberg Wadai, making the reassembly of objects a trivial task for him. Haven't you just arrived at the academy a few days ago? Are you already leaving? Ignoring the scene she had just witnessed, Chun Min quietly inquired. Could it be that the academy has assigned you a secret mission? Surely, it isn't to exterminate the mutant beasts in the Xinao region? The girl's wild conjectures prompted a smile from Shen. Do you certainly have an imagination? After all, the academy once sent a small team in response to the Great Xia's call to undertake such a mission. Chun Min's face turned bitter as she questioned, surely. My guess isn't true. Shen Du shook his head, dismissing her speculation. However, it is somewhat similar to your guess. It's not a task assigned by the academy, but rather one I requested myself. Upon hearing this, the girl wore an expression that clearly inquired if he had lost his mind. You requested to go yourself? Chun Min exclaimed in astonishment. You must be crazy. Although I don't know exactly where you mean, I can deduce it's certainly unsafe. The academy is the only secure place on the front lines, and you're willingly going out? Isn't that madness? Shen simply smiled as she finished her tirade, then calmly replied, while it is not quite the Xinao region you imagined, the danger level of the place I intend to visit is not much lower. Not lower than Xinao. Min pondered his words and suddenly seemed to awaken to a realization, quickly lowering her voice. You can't possibly mean the Zonglong Valley, can you? Shen was somewhat surprised that Min knew of it and nodded in affirmation. You know this place? I never expected you would voluntarily wish to go there. At that moment, Min increasingly believed Shen was indeed mad. She babbled, I only learned about that place from a few people at other academies. They all said it harbors terrifyingly powerful entities. The beast tide that emerged back then not only struck the Qinglong Academy, but also affected 3 other locations. That incident led to the Esper teams suffering a third of their losses, with hundreds of thousands of troops barely managing to hold the line. It is an area where even high-level Espers cannot move freely, a forbidden zone for Espers, and you plan to go there to meet your doom. The girl frowned anxiously at Shen, her small face etched with concern. The academy must have assigned you some task. Tell me, and I can use my connections to persuade them to change their minds. However, Shen could not help but chuckle at her demeanor. There is no need for you to worry. I am going there to prove something, and I value my life greatly. He reassured the agitated girl, adding with a smile. The Academy's executive committee does not want me to go, as each high-level Esper is considered vital. It was only after my insistence that they reluctantly agreed. This set of equipment is specifically provided by Li Jihao for me to wear while entering the Zonglong Valley. It serves as a protective measure. Min calmed down at once. She had initially brought Shen from Jinjiang Academy to ensure that this newly minted high-level Esper could make a significant impact at Qinglong Academy. Now that Shen had voluntarily chosen to venture into the most perilous area, and had even obtained the committee's approval, she knew she could not alter the outcome. With that thought, Min felt a sudden wave of despondency. Just be careful. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. You must know far more about the dangers of Zonglong Valley than I do. You must come back alive. Her words implied that she expected him to suffer greatly within. Shen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. After successfully escorting Min home, Shen soon encountered Guodai. The burly man had learned that Shen was heading to Zonglong Valley. Given their slightly better rapport, he made a special trip to see him off. Naturally, the powerful mage Feng Rue was also part of the journey. Ah, so this is your residence. Feng Rue exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing Shen but after surveying his quarters, she voiced her discontent. Why is the academy so stingy now? The accommodations we had before were far superior. Guodai quickly gestured to Shen murmuring, Don't listen to this little girl's nonsense. The places we stayed were among the first batch of housing, not much better than yours. They were quite cramped. Shen unperturbed, waved his hand, seemingly accustomed to Feng Rue's behavior. Guodai had come primarily to offer Shen assistance regarding Zonglong Valley. However, after a brief conversation, he realized that Shen understanding of Zonglong Valley was scarcely inferior to his own. In fact, in certain aspects, Shen knowledge surpassed his. Guodai was certain that the information Shen possessed was not available in the data room. How did he know all this? For the moment, however, he chose not to delve further into it, and simply wished Shen a safe departure, acknowledging that there was little he could assist with. At that instant, Feng Rue, having had her fill of excitement, approached the two with a wide grin. Hey, would you like me to give you an elemental blessing? What? Shen was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Feng Rue's meaning. Feng Rue initially intended to mock Shen but Guodai hurriedly explained that Shen had never encountered her abilities. He then elaborated on the so-called elemental blessings that Feng Rue had developed. Elemental blessings are a standardized effect meticulously researched by the Grand Sorceress Feng Rue. She can bestow a sustained elemental effect on any individual, such as the lightness of the wind element, the protective nature of the earth element, the damage enhancement of the fire element, or the healing properties of the water element. The duration is determined by the time Feng Rue spends chanting, typically around 6 hours, though she has previously managed to extend the effects for over a month. Entirely dependent on her mood. The equipment you are wearing must be newly acquired from Li Jihao, right? It certainly looks impressive, Guodai remarked with a smile, suggesting that Feng Rue apply some elemental blessings to your gear. At this moment, Feng Rue stood with her hands on her hips, her large eyes fixed on Shen clearly waiting for him to speak before she would take action. Shen noticing this, smiled and replied, It doesn't really matter whether you do it or not. Feng Rue's eyes widened at his response, her lips poised to retort, but she was interrupted by Guadai's voice. You should go ahead and add them. The dangers of Zhanglonggu are beyond our imagination, unlike the Rift battlefield. The young girl huffed, ignoring Shindu, and flew directly to the equipment case. It opened automatically with a click. She glanced at Shindu, only to find him engrossed in a discussion with Guadai about the weaknesses of the supernatural beasts, which left her feeling miffed. If it weren't for the fear of you perishing inside, I wouldn't bother blessing you. Despite her words, Feng Rui was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. Then, she conjured a staff and pointed it at the frontline armor. Chapter 56. The proud and stubborn young sorceress Feng Rui Shen Du was conversing with Guadai when he noticed Feng Rui raising her staff and casting a spell in front of the armor, tilting his head in curiosity. Technically, he had yet to witness the small sorceress in action. She was known among the Academy's supernatural beings as the Grand Sorceress, and within her diminutive frame resided an immensely formidable elemental power, earning her that title. Answer my call and bestow upon it the radiant holy power. Feng Rui's chant grew louder, and the light radiating from her coalesced upon the staff, subsequently enveloping the frontline armor. Shindu leaned closer to Guadai, inquiring softly, Is she always this eccentric? She somewhat resembles a magical girl. Guadai looked at Shindu in surprise before curiously asking, What is a magical girl? Shindu raised an eyebrow, and quickly realized a crucial point. Although this parallel world mirrored Earth in many aspects, numerous elements, such as certain anime, films, games, and peculiar metaphors, were conspicuously absent. The things he took for granted in his original world left no trace in this one. This was evident as Shindu ultimately recognized the hellish rifts, while countless supernatural beings and nations remained oblivious to what lay beyond them. It's a rather adorable metaphor. Shindu replied with a slight smile, prompting Guadai to comprehend his point. Ah, so you were praising the Grand Sorceress's cuteness. He chuckled, stroking his head with a grin. This is indeed a widely acknowledged fact. Who would dare say she isn't adorable? Shindu turned his gaze to Feng Rui, who was now looking at him. However, the young girl seemed somewhat bashful, a slight blush adorning her cheeks. I said it's done, she exclaimed in a voice barely audible, as if it were a mosquito's buzz. I said it's been blessed. Feng Rui glared at Shindu, her voice now infused with her elemental power, shaking the entire room. Shindu had anticipated such a reaction, already prepared with his protective barrier, so both he and Guadai remained unaffected. Thank you, he said, rising to gently pinch Feng Rui's cheek before inspecting the state of his frontline armor. Feng Rui was momentarily stunned by the unexpected gesture, her mind momentarily blank. It wasn't until she caught sight of Guadai stifling a laugh that her brain rebooted. Shindu, she yelled, stomping her feet in midair, while Guadai, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, quickly made an excuse and darted away. Meanwhile, Shindu was immersed in the sensation of the elemental effects Feng Rui had applied to the armor, marveling, I never imagined your powers could be utilized in this manner. In gaming terms, you would undoubtedly be a legitimate mage. You. Feng Rui, now infuriated, unleashed a tempestuous gust towards Shindu. Yet the force capable of toppling mountains was swiftly subdued. Shindu turned, a smile gracing his lips as he noticed the elemental power dissipating under his gaze. Feng Rui's unleashed elemental energy completely vanished within mere seconds. Unaware of how this was happening, she found herself at a loss as her powers failed to manifest under Shindu's scrutiny. I actually find you quite intriguing, Shindu remarked cheerfully, his spirits soaring higher than ever. Your abilities will surely aid me in my upcoming journey to Zhanglonggu. Upon my return, should I come across something remarkable, I will be sure to share it with you. As he spoke, it seemed he recalled something. Shindu directly retrieved 3 ability stones from a box within the room. I should have given these to you before setting off. He waved the ability stones in his hand, which shimmered with an extraordinary glow, exuding an alluring magical aura. This one is element mastery. It suits you quite well. This one is telekinesis enhancement. It should be given to Guadai. Shindu remarked with a smile. I wonder when I will return. I must trouble you to find Chun Min from the academy and deliver this one to her. At that moment, Feng Rui was no longer anxious. She nearly thought Shindu was settling affairs of the heart. However, considering that the dragon's grave was an exceedingly perilous region, she had heard from others that certain areas within it completely nullified abilities. For those of them who relied on their powers for survival, this was utterly fatal. Shindu's reckless venture into the dragon's grave was inherently a grave risk, a perilous undertaking. Her impression of Shindu was quite favorable, and she sincerely hoped he would not meet his demise there. What if he returned neither alive nor dead? Yet, despite such thoughts, the young lady could not bring herself to express her concern verbally, stubbornly retorting, "Where did you acquire such high-grade ability stones?" She hastily caught the ability stones Shen Du tossed her way, and upon contact, she instantly realized these stones were extraordinary. Indeed, high-grade ability stones coveted even by the Qinglong Academy. Furthermore, they were precisely as Shen Du described, an enhancement for element mastery. Feng Rui could distinctly sense the surging elemental power within and could evidently perceive that the ability stone contained more than one type of power. It even possessed an elemental amplification effect, a delightful surprise. Shen Du did not directly respond to Feng Rui's inquiry, merely smiling as he said, "Would you like to know where they came from? I shall tell you upon my return." Well then, we've seen and discussed everything for today. It is time for me to bid you farewell. Shen Du calmly settled onto the sofa, not waiting for Feng Rui to speak before casually waving his hand. Whoosh! Feng Rui found herself swept outside the house without even a hint of resistance. When she turned back, she noticed Shen Du had already closed the door. She saw Guodai grinning at her. "How are you, Feng Mei? Have you felt the hospitality of Brother Shen?" Feng Rui, not in the best of moods, tossed one of the ability stones to Guodai, but immediately thereafter, she soared into the air, vanishing from his sight. "How wonderful it is to fly." Guodai muttered enviously, then called out towards Shen Du's house. "I'm leaving, Brother Shen. May you return safely this time. If you come back alive, I, Guodai, shall treat you to drinks." Chapter 57. Journey to the Dragon's Grave. Shen Du felt no pangs of regret for the 3 ability stones he had tossed away. These objects could be produced in abundance, practically at no cost. Using them to forge connections was most fitting. In the evening, the Academy sent a variety of weapons, with transport vehicles lined up in front of Shen Du's door for him to choose from at his leisure. Shen Du was well aware of the Academy's sincerity and ultimately selected a long sword forged from golden crystal, along with a technologically advanced firearm developed by the Weapon Research Department. The long sword, crafted from golden crystal, was remarkably durable, capable of withstanding any corrosive damage. And most importantly, it possessed exceptional conductivity. Shen Du could effortlessly channel his power through every inch of the blade, transforming the fantastical notion of sweeping sword energy across 30,000 miles into a tangible reality. Let us call this weapon the Outpost Sword. As for the technological firearm, it was a special consideration for Li Jihao, the committee member. This firearm was designed as a companion device for the outpost armor, utilizing an energy projectile launch system. The charging mechanism employed a hybrid model, allowing for any energy source to be used as a catalyst. Crucially, after a brief trial, Shen Du discovered that ability stones could serve as reserve ammunition. This was truly extraordinary. Without hesitation, Shen Du chose this firearm. Others may not understand, but Shen Du was acutely aware of his current situation. The most accessible resource for him at present was high-grade ability stones. While these stones may not significantly enhance his abilities, given his current mastery of various powers, he no longer required ability stones to sustain or upgrade his capabilities. Ability stones could not elevate his power level, as that was directly bestowed by the superior system. Shen Du could produce a substantial quantity of high-grade ability stones, which inherently possessed formidable power. Once these potent stones were loaded into the firearm, the resultant effects would be unimaginable. Shen Du politely saw off the Academy personnel, and shortly thereafter, others arrived to inquire about his additional needs. He declined each request, and as the crowd continued to grow, he grew weary and sealed the entrance with his abilities. Seated cross-legged on the sofa, he swiftly reviewed all information regarding the existing hell within his mind. Although he understood that the world beyond the fissure was indeed the hell of their worldview, and he was confident in his ability to effortlessly confront the hellish entities, he still harbored concerns regarding potential complications. After all, the nature of parallel universes is inherently unpredictable. Should he encounter a calamity beyond his capabilities, Shen Du would have no choice but to flee. After all, there is a saying, if you preserve the Green Mountains, you need not worry about firewood. In the vast expanse of a hellish realm, it seems he is the sole human presence, confronting dangers unimaginable to ordinary souls. This journey to the so-called Dragon's Grave Valley, or Hell, is fundamentally a quest for self-enhancement. He seeks to acquire the supreme artifacts of this space, or at the very least, a substantial quantity of dark energy blocks. Shen Du is now acutely aware that the so-called anomalous stones in the current world are, in fact, derived from the dark energy blocks of Hell. These peculiar energy blocks can bestow extraordinary abilities upon humans, yet they also exert a certain influence on them, the source of which is evidently from the fissures. Shen intends to seize this opportunity to discover solutions to these issues, and he has formed a rough outline in his mind. As for the strength of the creatures within, or whether their power surpasses the initial design, it is of no consequence to Shen after all, having been reborn. Why should he fear death once more? With this thought, Shen spirit was revitalized. He felt no inclination for slumber. Instead, he relentlessly activated his ability to transfer powers, feverishly creating anomalous stones of human origin. The numerous dark energy stones sent by the Academy have been upgraded or reforged by Shen, many now imbued with even anomalous effects. Most of these effects enhance power, range, and efficacy. Shen is essentially stockpiling ammunition for himself. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was the appointed time for his journey to the Dragon's Grave Valley. The Academy did not dispatch personnel. Instead, a contingent of 12 soldiers arrived from outside to escort Shen onto an aircraft. Without any fanfare, they secretly transported him out of the Qinglong Academy. Flying eastward towards their destination, the Dragon's Grave Valley. The individuals aboard the aircraft were evidently not special anomalous users from the Academy, but rather elite soldiers trained for such missions. Their task today was to escort a student from Qinglong Academy to the front lines of the Dragon's Grave Valley. Unaware of Shen true identity, Shen, not clad in the usual armored attire, appeared to the soldiers as merely a slender young man. Unlike other anomalous users, his powers were not immediately discernible. Upon boarding the aircraft, Shen remained silent, leaving the soldiers across from him perplexed about his abilities. Surely, anyone capable of departing from Qinglong Academy and heading to the Dragon's Grave Valley must be of significant stature. After much speculation, the soldiers' gazes fixated on the equipment box beside Shen, which drew their attention irresistibly. The box, constructed from materials sourced from the fissures, hinted at the presence of something of great importance. If it contained weaponry, it would undoubtedly be of catastrophic caliber. Shen noticed the fervent gazes of those around him, and, lifting his head, cast a cold glance over the crowd. It was then that one individual, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired about the contents of the box. Naturally, the box housed equipment. Shen casually replied, but the man, mistaking their acquaintance for familiarity, approached and sat beside the equipment box. Could this be new equipment provided by Qinglong Academy? Our relationship with them has always been amicable. Surely this is for experimental use in the Dragon's Grave Valley. We are quite curious. May we take a look? As he spoke, the individual reached out to touch the black equipment box. Mere seconds later, a blood-curdling scream erupted within the aircraft. Shen remained motionless, as though the incident had never occurred. Instantly, all present stood up, their weapons directed ominously at Shen, the unfortunate companion. With his left hand stuck to the equipment box, was unable to withdraw it. Just as the others were about to demand Shen release their comrade, they noticed him lifting his head. Suddenly, every soldier felt their weapons quaking in their grasp. Before they could comprehend the situation, their arms were rendered to dust. The destruction was utterly complete. They watched in disbelief as their personal weapons vanished before their eyes, astonished and wide-eyed. What just happened? My weapon, what is going on? This fellow possesses the ability to decompose objects. The soldiers exchanged glances, and the quicker among them instinctively took 2 steps back. The remaining soldiers, fully aware of the formidable power of anomalous users, hesitated to act. Even low-level users wield abilities far exceeding those of ordinary humans. While they might falter on the battlefield against anomalous beasts, in the peace Shen found solace in his tranquility, his head bowed in contemplation of his recent thoughts. He was on the verge of entering a hellish realm, one that felt both eerily familiar and utterly foreign. Despite having navigated this game multiple times before, the prospect of truly immersing himself within it stirred a different anticipation within him. An hour later, Shen arrived at his destination, leisurely descending the steps of the aircraft. While behind him, several soldiers were reprimanded by the ground commander for their misplaced weaponry. Greetings. A sergeant approached Shen, introducing himself as the liaison from the academy stationed at the front lines. What are your plans? Do you require assistance from our personnel? Initially skeptical upon seeing Shen, the sergeant had expected a figure of explosive prowess from the academy, yet was met with the unassuming presence of Shen nevertheless. He dared not underestimate him. Those emerging from the Qinglong Academy were anything but weak, especially one who had ventured alone to the dragon's grave. Shen shook his head. expressing his desire to commence immediately. "There is no need for you to prepare anything. I have all I need. Just take me to the entrance." The sergeant readily complied, as the academy had already processed all necessary paperwork, allowing Shen to swiftly breach multiple barriers and reach the core of the base. Before him lay the entrance to the dragon's grave. Standing tall, the sergeant pointed toward the vast chasm not far ahead. Previously, this area was lush with vegetation, but the monsters emerging have grown increasingly formidable. "We had no choice but to employ heavy weaponry, and now, no life remains here." Shen nodded slightly, sensing the immense energy waves emanating from the depths, a resonance identical to that of the ability stones. He even experienced a powerful electromagnetic interference, explaining the absence of any military detection stations in the vicinity. "You may return now. Your assistance is no longer required," Shen instructed the sergeant, snapping his fingers to summon the equipment case, which responded with a series of clicks. Before the sergeant's eyes, the case split in two, revealing the entirety of the forward armor within. "Wow." The sergeant, though accustomed to liaising with the Qinglong Academy and stationed with the military, was captivated by the sight of the armor. "This is a creation from the Qinglong Academy? Truly magnificent." As he spoke, the armor autonomously soared from the case, disassembling midair and assembling piece by piece onto Shen form, reminiscent of Iron Man donning his suit. Simply stunning. Upon witnessing Shen fully clad in the armor, the sergeant exclaimed, "Brother, when you return, you must share your contact information. I must acquire a set of this for myself." Just as his words fell, Shen leapt into the chasm without a second thought. "Be careful," the sergeant shouted, stepping forward, only to suddenly realize he had forgotten to instruct Shen on how to ascend. In a flurry of anxiety, he shook his head. Worrying about Shen return seemed premature. For now, he could only wish him a safe journey. He turned to a nearby group of soldiers, beckoning them to regroup and return to camp. As Shen descended, the roar of the wind enveloped him. Initially, the helmet of the forward armor was overwhelmed by electromagnetic interference, obscuring his view of the surroundings. However, as he channeled his power into the helmet, clarity emerged. This was indeed another parallel universe, a hellish landscape depicted in a nightmarish tableau. Blood pools and flesh mountains formed a dark crimson wall, littered with dismembered limbs and grotesque creatures that leapt and tore at one another in a horrifying spectacle. The sky was shrouded in a gloomy haze, and the air was thick with toxic gas, which the helmet warned could incapacitate thousands with but a trace. "Detected altitude at 1,000 meters. Please prepare for landing." The helmet's voice snapped Shen back to focus, and he felt his strength surge into the armor, stabilizing his descent as he gracefully landed on the ground. The roar of battle echoed around him. Chapter 59. Battle, yet again. The descent was seamless, and Shen found himself increasingly adept at maneuvering the armor. But he had little time for self-congratulation, as hellish creatures converged from all directions, demanding his full attention. He raised his hand, and the armor unleashed a barrage of particle beams, clearing the immediate area in mere moments. "Kill, Rift Axe Demon Elite. Kill, Young Demon Elite. Kill, Mechanical Brain Demon Elite. Kill, Hell Gargoyle Elite. Kill, Hell Gargoyle King Elite." The moment the extraordinary system activated, it meticulously compiled the statistics of all the hellish creatures that Shen had just vanquished. These slain denizens of the abyss swiftly disintegrated into pools of sanguine dust, carried away by a fierce wind emanating from the depths of hell. In total, Shen had dispatched 772 hellish beings, including 299 elite creatures, 394 ordinary ones, and 79 king-level entities. The rewards for the king-level creatures included extraordinary abilities such as Soul Drain, Weakling Dispersion, Godly Frenzy, Weakening, Trial of Power, and Death's Embrace. The elite-level rewards granted abilities such as Desperate Eruption, Lethal Ambush, Counterattack, and Speed Enhancement. Shen felt his extraordinary system inundated with notifications, bombarding him with a plethora of bizarre abilities before he could even acclimate to the situation. His speed, strength, and various physical attributes experienced a remarkable enhancement, allowing him to leap several hundred meters with a mere flick of his body, the sheer force of his movement almost causing him to lose his balance. Suddenly, an array of nearly 1,000 new abilities manifested, with over 1,000 stemming from the elite-level rewards, while the king-level rewards granted between 20 to 30 unique powers. He noted the peculiar hue of his armor, which radiated with a golden luminescence, The extraordinary system promptly informed him that due to the ability Soul Drain, he had received a permanent enhancement. With each demon he dispatched, he would endlessly absorb the souls of these fiends, thereby augmenting his own power. This effect would manifest across various dimensions of his abilities, inviting exploration. Clenching his fist, Shen recognized the significant increase in his strength. It appeared he had indeed augmented his inherent capabilities. He silently reflected on how the 3 initial abilities granted upon awakening the extraordinary system were all melee combat skills. However, he had swiftly transitioned to a cunning, ranged mage role, seldom utilizing these abilities thereafter. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of new powers, Shen set aside the myriad of abilities he could not immediately comprehend. Activate all the powers I can currently utilize, system, he commanded, and the extraordinary system promptly complied. A brilliant light enveloped Shen as he raised his hand, triggering a 360-degree attack without blind spots. A sweeping beam of energy surged forth, obliterating the countless hellish creatures that had re-emerged from all directions. As the radiance intensified, the extraordinary system resumed its reporting mode. The powers had become akin to mere data. As Shen mass slaughter of hellish beings propelled his abilities beyond the limits of ordinary imagination, solidifying his status as the sovereign of powers. I have truly come to the right place in hell, Shen mused, noticing the flickering lights above his hand. He recognized these glimmers as the unique radiance of the ability time reversal, each spark demanding a substantial infusion of energy from him, yet offering the benefit of enabling him to execute a save-state retrieval. The extraordinary system had singled out this ability for him, indicating its exceptional utility. Shen sensed the energy fluctuations surrounding him. Though the atmosphere was tainted, it was saturated with raw power. The energy produced in hell was akin to subgold energy, which mirrored the power stones in his own world. These were fundamental resources within hell, ubiquitous yet perilous. Shen understood why the dragon's grave was deemed a forbidden zone, a place shrouded in secrecy. Had he not been a formidable leveler with extensive capabilities, he might have been overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of hellish creatures that had surged upon his arrival. Chuckling softly, he propelled himself several kilometers forward, heading towards a location teeming with hellish beings, a hellish altar. The altar was indeed a curious sight, and initially, Shen pondered its potential to house legendary entities. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing the rampant ferocity of the hellish beings. Had there been any such entities, they would have long since emerged from their coffins, unleashing chaos upon the realm. His mission was to grow stronger and acquire artifacts from this dimension, leading him to maintain an unyielding onslaught throughout his journey. As he traversed the landscape, the number of demons he had felled accumulated to an astonishing figure. Upon sighting the architecture of the hellish altar, the extraordinary system provided him with an accurate statistic. Since entering the dragon's grave, he had slain over 100,000 demonic creatures. The count surged dramatically as he casually launched an explosive energy projectile, further elevating the tally by several dozens. The rewards bestowed upon Shen by the extraordinary system have accumulated to a terrifying extent, coupled with the effects of the soul siphoning continuously stacking. Shen now possesses the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth with the mere lift of a hand. The nightmare of the infernal demons has descended. Chapter 60. The Hell Altar. With a deafening roar, a tremendous sound wave surged forth, instantly pulverizing all hellish beings on the ground into dust. Following this, a colossal titan demon emerged from the enormous fissure in the earth. Shen was acutely aware of the reason for this monstrous apparition. It was due to him. His presence had disrupted the fundamental operational laws of the Hell dimension, compelling it to augment the strength of the infernal creatures appearing therein. The emergence of this gigantic titan slave signified that the entire Hell dimension had officially marked Shen as an enemy. The towering titan, standing at least 100 meters tall, lifted its hand to strike down upon Shen however, in the very moment it moved. It was pierced through by a beam of light shot forth from Shen direction. A horrific cry erupted from the titan, the most agonizing sound it had ever emitted. Upon glancing down, it was horrified to discover a massive wound, spanning several meters in diameter, had appeared in the center of its body. "You're not particularly special aside from your size," Shen murmured, before launching himself into the air, akin to a cannonball, and crashing directly onto the titan slave's head. It roared, attempting to engulf Shen in one bite, only to realize the folly of its thoughts a second later. Boom. In an instant, Shen was before the titan, and with a single punch, he obliterated its colossal head. Kill. Infernal Titan Slave, Elite. Obtain level up ability, body enhancement. The massive head vanished in an instant, causing countless hellish creatures below to scatter in terror. It was a jest before such an unparalleled powerhouse. They would be crushed as effortlessly as ants. Hellish beings, inherently bloodthirsty and combative, should have attacked Shen Du madly upon his entry into hell. Yet, witnessing Shen Du's effortless dispatch of the Titan slave instilled a profound sense of fear in them, who revered strength and bloodshed. This individual was a harbinger of war in hell, the terminator of demons. As the black ichor of the fallen Titan filled the air, Shen Du's frontline armor provided sufficient resistance against the corrosive blood. Moreover, a golden glow emanated from the armor, as the elemental blessing bestowed by Feng Rue shielded him from the onslaught. This made Shen Du suddenly realize that this little girl had some utility after all. Meanwhile, Feng Rue, located within the Azure Dragon Academy, inexplicably sneezed, looking around in confusion, unaware of who might be thinking of her. The ground trembled violently as the Titan slave fell, shaking the very fabric of this realm. Shen Du swiftly scanned the various structures on the ground through his helmet-S scanning device. Most of these edifices resembled human dwellings, although they were mere ruins. Their original forms were discernible. This provided Shen Du with a fundamental understanding of the hellish beings. These creatures incessantly invaded other worlds through the fissures, conquering and assimilating their essence, gradually transforming those worlds into environments akin to hell itself. If these fissures were not dealt with, once the forces of hell amassed strength, they would inevitably swarm the human realm like a plague of locusts. At that point, the human world, with its relatively inferior numbers of ability users, would stand no chance of resistance. As Shen Du contemplated this, he flew a considerable distance before receiving a warning alert from his helmet. Intense energy fluctuations detected. He promptly halted in midair, surveying the area before identifying his target location, which appeared to be a high-level hellish scene. His sudden arrival triggered agitation among all the hellish beings on the ground. The number congregated here was evidently several times that of other regions, igniting within Shen Du a compelling urge to reap them like grass. Various hellish creatures, intrigued by Shen Du's metallic form, surrounded him. However, a sharp wave emanating from the nearby structure sent all the hellish beings into a frenzy. As Shen Du landed, these crazed creatures surged toward him like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, a blinding beam of light shot skyward. All the hellish beings that had lunged at him vanished in an instant before Shen Du's terrifying energy shockwave. From afar, several figures revealed themselves, observing Shen Du with astonishment at the prodigious destruction he had just unleashed. They were the guardians of the hell altar behind them, classified as king-level fissure beings should they traverse the cracks. Yet, at this moment, the four guardians felt a twinge of anxiety. The strength of this intruder into hell was indisputable, and they were determined to prevent this formidable entity from entering the hell altar. Before they could make a move, Shen Du had already spotted their figures. King level? He cast a fleeting glance and noticed that the four king-level extraordinary beasts stood still, not making any move against him. Curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but observe them a moment longer, only to be alerted by the excellent system. The four beings before him were indeed the king-level altar guardians. A surge of joy filled Shen Du's heart. His initial destination in the realm of hell could be any altar. For Shen Du could utilize the altar to locate the lair of the ultimate elite creatures of hell, the true resting place of the divine machine and the creation engine. With the appearance of the altar guardians, it was evident that the hell altar was right before him. Shen Du paid no heed to the guardians' watchful gazes and boldly approached the altar behind them, provoking their wrath. The four guardians roared in unison, brandishing their weapons and launching a coordinated attack against Shen Du with a mere flick of his hand. The guardians' bodies disintegrated simultaneously. Shen Du silently maneuvered past the guardians and made his way toward the hell altar's grand entrance. He raised his hand and, infused with hellish energy, the altar's gate melted away in an instant. Behind the gate stood the hell priest, visibly panicked and bewildered. Chapter 61. The secret of hellish cartography. The chaos displayed by the hell priest was not without reason. He was not adept in combat. Rather, he excelled in manipulation and control. Otherwise, such a multitude of altar guardians would not have been stationed around the hell altar. Yet, even before engaging with Shen Du, the guardians were swiftly eliminated, and the magically empowered gate was effortlessly dissolved by this formidable presence. The priest had already foreseen his grim fate, and terror gripped him. Instead of immediately dispatching the Hell Priest, Shen casually stepped into the unique structure before him. The grand architecture of the Hell altar unfolded its inner visage to Shen. Unlike the grotesque exterior of flesh and blood, the interior of the altar, apart from the filthy sacrificial area, was remarkably clean and orderly. Shen even discovered magnificent continuous hellish murals within. The trembling Hell Priest was ensnared in an air wall conjured by Shen raised hand, leaving him to observe as Shen began to scrutinize the hellish artwork. The murals narrated an ancient tale in intricate detail. In the primordial chaos of the universe, only one being wandered through the vastness of space and dimensions. The mural depicted a towering human figure emerging from the void, radiating brilliance. As Shen gazed upon this figure, a vague recollection stirred within him. Yet he could not grasp the specifics. He turned his gaze toward the quaking Hell Priest, who had already noticed Shen examination of the murals. Startled, the priest stammered in human language, declaring that the figure depicted was none other than the Heavenly Father. The question of why the Hell Priest could speak human language was easily explained. As an elite of the netherworld, his daily tasks involved manipulation and control, rarely engaging in direct combat. To seduce beings from another dimension and command hellish creatures was his primary duty, and mastering human languages was a trivial endeavor. It was only upon hearing the name Heavenly Father that Shen suddenly recalled this information. Indeed, within the worldview existed a creator god, who was the Heavenly Father. The realm of hell was not always in such a state. It was originally the first realm created by the Heavenly Father, a paradise. However, due to the intense jealousy of the deity who governed this realm, a drastic transformation ensued, leading to war against the Heavenly Father and other realms. As Shen continued to examine the hellish murals, he indeed found the content he had anticipated. Jekkard was the first realm created by the Heavenly Father, and it served as the precursor to the realm of hell. This realm surpassed the naturally evolved world of Uldark, influenced by the Heavenly Father's design. He bestowed upon the inhabitants of Jekkard a fierce ambition, allowing them to unleash their true nature and preventing the stagnation of their civilization due to indecisiveness. Within this world, the primordial deity known as Davos was born, and he became the absolute ruler of the hellish plane. Davos prioritized the pursuit of eternal life over the protection of his people, compelling them to obey his will. His reign was ultimately consumed by the wrath of the very people he sought to dominate. Furthermore, his jealousy toward another race created by the Heavenly Father fueled Davos's fury. Jekkard, once a utopia, quickly transformed into a synonym for sin and inequality. What was once a paradise now underwent a catastrophic change. The Bloodmarsh, once a crystal-clear lake of joy, was replaced by the Wailing Palace, and the once beautiful and prosperous world devolved into the depths of hell. The murals then began to recount the tale of another world. In the time preceding Davos's transformation, a new race quietly emerged, the Seraphim. As creations and assistants of the Heavenly Father, the Seraphim were among the first beings birthed from Uldark. They obeyed the will of the Heavenly Father, assisting in his research and creation. The Seraphim even constructed the Luminarian, yet even in Shen current state, the obscure descriptions within the murals rendered the meaning of Luminarian utterly elusive. However, he swiftly acquired information regarding the so-called Luminarian from the nearby Hell Priest. It turned out that this place was an absolute sanctuary created by the Seraphim for the Father. In this realm, any being could receive assistance from the so-called creation engine. The Seraphim had crafted countless miracles of which they were immensely proud, including machines capable of harnessing the essence of life, as well as the creation engine, which could manipulate the very nature of creation, transforming raw energy back into forms of life. Within this domain, the machines that commanded the essence of life could separate the soul from the body, with the soul manifesting in a material form known as the sphere of life. This sphere encompassed an individual's memories, intellect, will, and the most fundamental self-awareness of life, effectively serving as a second existence. Furthermore, through the ingenuity of the Seraphim, the sphere of life could be separated from the body, preserved, and reconstructed, granting every citizen of Uldak an immortal existence. All of these wonders were housed within the region of Luminarian, enabling every being within to achieve limitless reincarnation through these machines, thus attaining a true form of eternal life. The allure of such immortality drove countless beings from various worlds and demons from the realm of Jekkard to devise every possible means to reach Luminarian. even attempting to seize this world. The depiction concludes here. However, Shen was acutely aware of the subsequent unfolding of events. The emergence of Luminarian ignited the jealousy of Davos, who led his corrupted followers, now hellish creatures, to conquer other planes created by the Father, slaying one divine being after another, ultimately drawing the Father's attention. This compelled the Father to intervene and vanquish Davos, even stripping him, the firstborn, of his sphere of life. Yet, the Father's love for his creation prevented him from utterly obliterating Davos' essence. Instead, he opted for exile. To prevent Davos from further infringing upon the material world, the Father designed a means for him to be eternally trapped within the sphere that represented him. Although these matters were not explicitly stated in the illustrations, Shen retained knowledge of them, thus gaining a fresh understanding of his journey's destination. The place he aimed to reach was called Luminarian. Chapter 62. Journey to Luminarian. Luminarian harbored the legendary creation engine, alongside numerous other divine machines, marking it as the ultimate destination of Shen expedition. The information gleaned from the hellish illustrations was scant, yet it served to reinforce Shen memories. He promptly summoned the Hell Priest, who had been bound for some time. Before him, "Where is Luminarian?" he demanded. The Hell Priest, in a state of panic, shook his head, indicating his ignorance. "Do not know?" Shen furrowed his brow. Seizing the Hell Priest's head, a force potent enough to shatter its soul surged into the priest's mind. Shen swiftly searched for the desired information, but upon surveying the contents, he found them largely consistent with the Hell Priest's claim. It truly did not know how to reach Luminarian. Nevertheless, Shen did not leave empty-handed. Although the Hell Priest was unaware of the path to Luminarian, it did provide him a clue. Within the dominion of Hell's guards, there existed a passage leading to a higher realm. While it was uncertain whether this led to Luminarian or even Uldak, it was the only lead available. Thus, Shen resolved to set forth. The Hell Priest he had bound was swiftly dispatched, its head crushed, rendering it lifeless. The superior system immediately notified Shen of a development. Hell Priest slain, Hell Rift closed. Acquired level ability, Frostbitten form. Outpost sword enhanced. It became evident that the true method to seal the rift on Earth was through the elimination of the Hell Priest residing within it. At that moment, Shen realized that the prior risks of being devoured or absorbing power upon approaching the rift were indeed consequences wrought by the Hell Priests lurking within the hellish altars. However, his focus was now diverted to the outpost sword on his back. Shen suddenly perceived a surge of dark energy enveloping the sword, and he swiftly drew it from his back, distinctly sensing the formidable energy pulsating within. Slaying demonic entities allowed for the absorption of their entire energy, the effect lasting for a duration. The superior system promptly introduced the enhancements to the outpost sword. Excellent, he thought, satisfied as he sheathed the sword once more. He then carelessly discarded the corpse of the Hell Priest and turned to exit the grand door of the hellish altar. Outside, a throng of hellish beings awaited his emergence with predatory intent. Simultaneously, personnel from the Qinglong Academy, responsible for monitoring the various rifts, suddenly discovered that one of the rifts in their vicinity had vanished. They quickly relayed this auspicious news to the many executives, prompting a gathering of numerous observers, with some even taking flight to the location of the rift for confirmation. Upon verifying its authenticity, many were moved to tears with joy. Yet, others remained notably composed, refraining from exuberant expressions, for they understood that numerous rifts still existed within the Qinglong Academy, leaving no room for premature celebration. Feng Rue and Guodai soon learned of this development, and the young girl immediately speculated that the disappearance of the rift was likely related to Shen. Receiving an affirmative response from Guodai, if anyone were to be responsible, it would indeed be Brother Shen. As Guodai's voice resonated, a myriad of speculations began to swirl within, pondering the true nature of the world beneath the burial dragon gorge. What kind of monstrous entities had Shen encountered? Standing atop a hillside, Shen beheld the vast expanse of hellish creatures gradually dissipating before him, yet his heart felt a chilling void. With a mere lift of his hand, he annihilated over 1,000 infernal beings in an instant, not even requiring his frontline sword for close combat. The strength of these hellish creatures varied significantly. The majority were mere fodder, unworthy of his attention, vanishing without a trace. The slightly stronger entities succumbed once more to the radiant onslaught he unleashed, while the mightier ones were systematically eradicated without impeding Shen's relentless advance. From the memories gleaned from the recent hellish priest, he had discerned the location of the guardian of the main domain, and as he journeyed onward, any who dared obstruct his path would meet their demise. Relentlessly, hellish creatures surged forth from all directions, even emerging from below and above, all intent on thwarting Shen Du at any cost, even seeking his death. Yet, Shen Du's combat prowess was sufficient to extinguish any infernal being that dared to appear, and he was growing ever more formidable. After carving a bloody path from the first hellish altar to the second in a mere 30 minutes, he traversed from the second altar to another edifice in under 10. Ultimately, Shen Du fully embraced a slaughter mode, the energy of his frontline armor nearing infinity, while the particle beams erupting around him transformed him into a veritable harbinger of annihilation, decimating every visible creature in the hellish realm. Upon reaching the outer walls of the Guardian's main domain, his exceptional system alerted him that he had slain over 10 million hellish beings. Although these infernal creatures would swiftly reincarnate in hell, the process was fraught with agony and complexity, overwhelming the entire dimension. Thus, as Shen Du arrived at the outer city of the Guardian's main domain, the silhouette of a Titan demon re-emerged in his line of sight. This time, however, the Titan demon was no longer the enslaved variant from before. It appeared more as a colossal entity formed from the vengeful souls of the hellish beings he had vanquished. The emergence of such a creature seemed akin to a self-preservation mechanism of the hellish dimension. Upon the arrival of a formidable adversary, the even more powerful and fearsome Titan demon would manifest, presenting an insurmountable nightmare for many foes. Yet, for Shen Du, the appearance of the Titan demon merely introduced additional variables to the battle. The ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Thus, when a tide of hellish creatures surged toward him once more, Shen Du felt no trepidation. Rather, he became increasingly exhilarated. Battle, glorious battle. What of the Titan demon? Should it obstruct his path, Shen Du would rend it asunder. He raised his hand, immediately summoning an illusory projection, and with a mere flick, he cleared 2/3 of the battlefield teeming with hellish creatures. Before the remaining beings could react, he clenched his hand once more, obliterating the last third in an instant. The once torrential wave of infernal beings dwindled in the blink of an eye, leaving only 2 gargantuan Titan demons, their bewilderment palpable as they beheld their minions vanish without a trace. Chapter 63. I ripped apart the Titan demon with one hand. The Titan demons became agitated. Shen Du's display of power evoked memories etched in their very blood, abilities possessed solely by entities such as Davos and the Heavenly Father. Such cataclysmic techniques were not within the reach of mere mortals. Nevertheless, despite their unease, they advanced to attack Shen Du, for atop the walls of the Guardian's main domain, dozens of hellish demon summoners were urging the 2 Titan demons to engage him. These demon summoners, having long been aware of Shen Du's existence through various intel, were gripped by fear after witnessing his rampant slaughter of hellish beings and the obliteration of numerous altars. In desperation, they had united to summon the formidable Titan demons, hoping to eliminate this intruder from the hellish realm. Under the relentless urging of the demon summoners, the 2 massive Titan demons finally stirred. Their colossal forms and the terrifying power they contained caused the very ground of hell to quake in response. At this moment, Shen Du too became more serious, realizing that these 2 Titan demons were vastly different from the previously encountered Titan slave. The Titan slave had resembled a cumbersome transport platform, its only advantage being its sheer size. In contrast, these 2 Titan demons were genuine demonic entities, the epitome of hellish power. As their fearsome roars echoed, the Titan demons unleashed their assault. Both emitted a low, ominous growl, their potent energy fracturing the surrounding ground across a vast expanse, sending all infernal beings within that range shattering into oblivion. The area before the Guardian's main domain lay in ruins, with towering chasms testifying to the absolute might of the 2 Titan demons. Yet, what instilled terror in the hearts of the demon summoners was the realization that the combined low growls of the Titan demons had no effect whatsoever on the floating intruder in the distance. Shen Du hovered effortlessly in the air, impervious to the low growls emanating from the Titan demons. The visage concealed beneath his armor left the demon summoners unable to discern the true appearance of this formidable foe. However, the Titan demons did not rely solely on one form of attack, as their initial assault proved ineffective. The 2 colossal beasts roared and unleashed hellish beams of energy towards Shen Du. The black beams erupted forth, thick as enormous water towers, swiftly enveloping Shen Du within their grasp. Simultaneously, 2 rays pierced through his body, striking the ground, and creating a terrifying abyss in the already ravaged hellish landscape. The relentless black rays were infused with an overwhelming, corrosive power capable of obliterating any mountain on Earth, eroding entire oceans, and even consuming vast continental plates. Yet, this dreadful force had no effect on Shen, due his frontline armor was blessed with elemental protection bestowed by the elemental mage Feng Rue, which, though seemingly trivial in comparison to the Titan demon's planar might, proved invaluable. After vanquishing numerous hellish creatures, Shen Du had accumulated a plethora of extraordinary abilities, including various enhancements for elemental defense and blessings, such as Elemental Blessing Enhancement, Mechanism Blessing, Elemental Radiance, and Dark Energy Absorption. This enabled his armor to undergo several upgrades, rendering it robust enough to withstand the combined onslaught of the Titan demons without inflicting any harm upon him. Bathed in radiant light, Shen Du exhibited no signs of pain. Rather, he moved with ease amidst the chaos. As he charged towards one of the Titan demons, the creature's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Utterly unprepared for Shen Du's audacious approach against its annihilating rays, before it could react, Shen Du unleashed a powerful punch. Given the Titan demon's towering height and formidable physique, human thermonuclear weapons would typically pose no threat, initially leading the demon to dismiss Shen Du's potential. However, as Shen Du's fist struck, a terrifying energy enveloped it, warping the very space around it. In an instant, his punch connected with the demon's body. With a deafening crash, the Titan demon was horrified to find its massive form literally torn apart by Shen Du's might. The creature, several hundred meters tall, was brutally shredded, wailing as black blood and viscera sprayed across the battlefield, causing the nearby demon summoners on the city walls to flee in panic from the corrosive deluge. The remaining Titan demon watched in despair as its companion met a gruesome end, unable to evade the carnage due to its own size. It could only witness the explosive demise of its ally, Black Ichor, raining down upon it. Yet, Shen Du reveled in the moment. He had anticipated that the Titan demons would be significantly more powerful than the previous Titan slaves, but to his surprise, his punch had obliterated this foe with ease. As if it were a mere target, the Titan demon, grief-stricken over its comrade's death, prepared to retaliate. Yet it was acutely aware that Shen Du was unfazed by its attacks, inducing a profound sense of fear within it for the first time. Nevertheless, it swung its massive arm towards Shen Du, accelerating its movements and attempting to strike him down. The impact sent Shen Du hurtling away, much to the astonishment of the priests on the city walls, who believed they had witnessed a chink in his armor, thinking the Titan demon might indeed vanquish the intruder. However, the moment Shen Du crashed onto the ground, a brilliant beam of light erupted, and with his armor's power fully engaged, he leaped from the wreckage. Now, that feels more like a Titan. Shen Du laughed, his voice resonating with such force that it sent waves of panic rippling through the demon summoners a kilometer away. Such immense power. Where had this man come from? Chapter 64. The illusion of the meek tribe with the activation of his armor's mode. Shen Du's laughter was accompanied by a dazzling brilliance emanating from his entire suit. This state, known as the armor activation mode, was a feature of the superior system integrated within his helmet. In this activated state, he effortlessly blinked from his position to stand before the final Titan demon. With a swift motion, he raised his foot and brought it crashing down upon the Titan demon. The force of his kick distorted the surrounding space, and the demon summoners on the walls beheld the luminous waves radiating from his armor. Shen Du's foot, enveloped in blinding light, combined various overwhelming forces as it descended upon the Titan demon. This power was a fusion of Shen Du's innate particle abilities, the myriad of extraordinary powers provided by the superior system, and diverse elemental blessings. As his foot struck downwards, it cleaved through the Titan demon's side, causing its form to dissolve into nothingness. Before the Titan demon could retaliate, Shen Du swiftly pivoted, launching another attack with a flick of his foot. In the blink of an eye, he had obliterated the Titan demon's upper body and arms, leaving behind a mere shadow of its former self. Its formidable vitality allowed it to linger on the brink of death, though it was now in a state of near demise. The growls it emitted grew increasingly faint. After its upper body crashed to the ground, it could only contort its form, desperately attempting to reassemble itself, though it appeared to be a futile endeavor. In the activated mode, Shen Du effortlessly incapacitated the Titan demon with a mere glance, causing the demon summoners stationed atop the city walls to suffer significant backlash from their own powers. As Shen Du raised his hand to decisively eliminate the Titan demon's head, Dozens of demon summoners collapsed lifelessly on the spot. The remaining summoners, struggling to cast their infernal magic, found themselves obliterated by Shen Du's distant gaze, their bodies bursting apart in an irreversible fate. Only then did Shen Du gracefully descend. Noting that the Titan demon's body was unlike the mass-produced demonic entities he had previously encountered, the colossal corpses of the Titan demons lay sprawled on the ground, showing no signs of vanishing. In contrast to the hellish creatures he had slaughtered before, whose remains quickly dissipated into dust or blood or vanished into the void. The Titan demons retained their flesh, their black blood seeping like potent acid, corroding the earth and the nearby protective city walls, tinting half the Guardian domain in hues of hell. Such a powerful being met its end solely due to Shen Du. Had these creatures been directly transported from the dragon-esque grave to the human realm by a legion of hellish priests, the destruction and influence they could wreak would far surpass that of any king-level mutant beast. The attacks of elite mutants would likely feel like mere tickles against its formidable form, not to mention the immense impact it would have on the surrounding environment upon its demise. Should such a being manifest in the human world, it would undoubtedly be classified as a natural disaster. At that moment, Shen Du's gaze shifted toward the distant city walls. The Guardian domain lay before him. He soared into the air, heading directly towards it, only to behold a multitude of hellish priests emerging in unison from within. These priests bore resolute expressions, and as one of them spotted Shen Du soaring above, they all recognized this aerial target. A collective chant of obscure incantations ensued, and the priests summoned a massive bolt of magical lightning, hurtling towards Shen Du. Boom! The magical lightning struck Shen Du, eliciting a sensation of genuine threat. These forces were akin to mutant abilities. Their combined assault surpassed the effects of super mutant attacks. The forward armor absorbed the energy continuously, allowing Shen Du to conjure a colossal energy sphere in his hands. The priests on the ground, anticipating that their attack had at least wounded Shen Du, were taken aback when they saw him remain unscathed. The sharp-eyed priests soon noticed the energy sphere in Shen Du's grasp. Yet the current circumstances left them no opportunity to escape. Without delay, Shen Du hurled the energy sphere downward. The hellish priests, still gathering energy, stood as stationary targets. With a thunderous sound and a blinding flash, all the priests were instantaneously engulfed by the energy sphere unleashed by Shen Du. The ground trembled in response. Simultaneously, Shen Du entered the Guardian domain. The only obstacles remaining in the Guardian domain, aside from the previous group of hellish priests, were negligible. He advanced unimpeded towards the most magnificent structure within the Guardian domain. No sooner had he landed than he heard a cacophony of laughter in the distance. The laughter drew nearer, compelling Shen Du to re-enter a battle-ready stance. However, the mirthful sounds soon ceased, and an apparition materialized in the center of the path leading to the highest edifice of the domain. This figure resembled a humanoid form, yet it was more of a fusion between machinery and human, towering at 3 meters, currently hovering in the center of the path, fixating its gaze upon Shen Du. "You cannot enter Luminarian, mortal," the mechanical voice crackled, its piercing tone causing Shen Du to furrow his brow. "Are you of the Mech clan?" Upon hearing Shen Du's inquiry, the apparition flickered several times, seemingly astonished by his knowledge of its identity. Indeed, the apparition finally replied, its voice sharp as it continued. "Luminarian belongs to the Seraphs. It is a realm of true peace and eternity. You, a bloodthirsty mortal steeped in slaughter, shall never gain entry. The fact that you possess knowledge of Luminarian and my kind suggests you are no ordinary mortal. However, your journey ends here." The apparition extended its hand toward Shen Du, speaking softly. "If you relinquish your desire to enter Luminarian now, I shall immediately use my power to return you to the human realm. What say you?" Chapter 65, Just So. "Return me?" Shen Du observed the apparition with a bemused smile. The energy contained within this figure was not particularly high. It was nearly within his ease to crush. Thus, he dismissed its threat entirely. "Your infernal realm has opened fissures into the human world, slaughtering countless lives without so much as an apology. Today, I have come here to confront you, and you merely wish for my retreat?" Shen Du's smile gradually faded. "Do you not find this somewhat hasty?" The phantom quivered momentarily before slowly speaking. "I was previously unaware of this plane's invasion of your world. However, if you are willing to return, I can summon my powers to safely transport you back to the surface. What if I refuse?" The phantom's tone grew urgent. "Should you decline, you will face the wrath of the sacred realm of Luminarian. At that moment, Shen Du's expression turned stern. Then there is nothing more to discuss. As soon as the words left his lips, the phantom's voice elongated and thinned, echoing as if it emanated from the very heavens. Mortal, you shall ultimately be judged. You will come to realize that your strength, in the presence of Luminarian's divine might, is akin to that of an ant. No sooner had it spoken than a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, and Shen Du realized that this phantom had gained powers comparable to that of a deity following the strike. With a resounding crash, the phantom materialized, its entire form radiating a blinding golden light, ascending with a voice like thunder. Judgment has arrived. As it spoke, the golden phantom unleashed several luminous wings towards Shen Du, each imbued with overwhelming energy capable of tearing apart the walls and ground of the main domain, carving deep chasms upon impact. Shen Du darted amidst the onslaught of wings, evading every attack from the golden phantom, and retaliated with a barrage of particle beams. Yet, his strikes proved futile. The phantom's voice boomed once more, akin to rolling thunder. As it effortlessly withstood Shen Du's assaults, letting out a piercing howl, it abruptly folded its wings and brought its hands together, launching a direct assault towards Shen Du. With a resounding impact, Shen Du was caught off guard, and the beam unleashed by the golden phantom sent him crashing deep into the ground. The interior of the main domain lay in ruins. Structures crafted from sub-gold materials were obliterated amidst the clash between Shen Du and the golden phantom. The phantom's strike had created a massive crater several hundred meters wide in the earth, an abyss shrouded in darkness, exuding a peculiar aura, which had propelled Shen Du downwards for at least 1,000 meters before ceasing its attack. The golden phantom gasped slightly. Although it was not fatigued in its spectral form within the hellish realm, the immense energy it had drawn from the divine domain of Luminarian for combat had taken its toll. In truth, it had forced its avatar into this realm to exert overwhelming pressure on Shen Du, but such a display could not last indefinitely. Its only course of action was to end this swiftly, using rapid and overwhelming force to eliminate Shen Du, the optimal solution. Yet, even now, the Luminarian envoy hesitated, uncertain if Shen Du was truly defeated. As it gazed into the dark pit guarding the main domain, contemplating whether to confirm its fate, a beam of strange light suddenly shot forth from the depths, aimed squarely at it. Instinctively, the golden phantom's energy surged, its wings shielding its form while it retaliated with a beam of its own. The two beams collided within the main domain, sending shockwaves that devastated the vast expanse of the protective realm. You are not dead yet. The phantom's shrill voice echoed, astonished to see Shen Du emerge, a particle beam erupting from his left hand, floating defiantly from the depths of the pit. Such a feeble attack, how could I possibly perish? Shen Du's voice resonated from within his armor, laced with derision. Tell me, is this truly the extent of Luminarian's prowess? As he spoke, he extended his left hand further, causing the beam to surge exponentially, overpowering the golden phantom's momentum. This is impossible. The phantom, having assessed Shen Du's strength, had summoned energy from Luminarian, expecting to dominate him effortlessly. Yet, it had not anticipated that this human could elevate his energy to an even greater level in an instant, turning the tide against it. There is nothing impossible. Shen Du's voice rang out again. If I cannot vanquish a mere shadow, how shall I proceed to your holy ground? With that, he thrust his right hand into the fray, amplifying the particle beam yet again, engulfing the golden phantom entirely, erasing it in a mere breath. No, Father, save me. The golden phantom cried out in its final moments, yet received no answer. With a hum, Shen Du's method had finally dispatched the golden phantom, and his armor swiftly reverted from its heightened mode to its original form. He inhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings. The entire main domain bore no resemblance to a city. The aftermath of his battle with the golden phantom had reduced everything to dust. The scorched earth was devoid of life, and the hellish creatures that once roamed were nowhere to be found. Shen Du understood that these denizens of the abyss were creatures that cowered before overwhelming strength. The absolute power he had displayed, especially following the devastation of the main domain, had rendered these hellish beings too fearful to approach him, lest they seek their own demise. At this moment, the voice of the excellence system finally resonated within Shen Du's mind. Eliminate the phantasm of the meek tribe queen. Special rewards granted. Phantasm has descended. Chapter 66. The nameless malefactor. The so-called phantasm descent is akin to projecting an avatar from another realm. This is generally a method employed by higher dimensional beings to observe and influence lower dimensional universes. Shen Du's current power was insufficient to achieve such a feat. Yet he was taken aback that the excellence system had chosen this precise moment to present it as a reward. Just as he was about to search for the teleportation device located within the Guardian's main domain, he sensed a formidable and malevolent energy fluctuation coalescing not far ahead. Instinctively, he activated the combat mode of his armor, prepared for battle. Having eradicated the phantasm of the meek tribe, there were virtually no threats from the infernal planes at this moment. Yet, Shen Du remained unaware of what entity was about to emerge. In a mere instant, the energy fluctuation materialized into a black portal from which a towering humanoid creature, entirely shrouded in darkness, stepped forth. This being's carapace gleamed a deep black, adorned with demonic horns and tightly folded wings. Shen Du immediately recognized it as a type of demonic entity, raising his hand to unleash a particle beam directly at it. Strike first to gain the advantage. However, to his astonishment, the creature nonchalantly swatted away the particle beam, revealing a mouth lined with impeccably sharp teeth. It was smiling. Let us not resort to violence upon first meeting. It benefits neither of us. The humanoid emitted a peculiar sound wave that miraculously transformed into comprehensible speech for Shen Du. I am in existence from another universe, and I have observed you for quite some time. Shen Du promptly withdrew his attack, scrutinizing the towering black entity before him. He even removed the helmet of his forward armor in a gesture of cautious intrigue. What do you desire? Shen Du inquired, vigilance evident in his tone. The creature's effortless dismissal of his particle beam indicated its overwhelming superiority. Moreover, its origin from another universe complicated matters further. Entities capable of traversing universes were assuredly formidable. To engage in combat recklessly would be unwise, particularly for Shen Du. I uphold the principle of absolute malevolence, and have fortuitously discovered your universe. Your brutal slaughter of these infernal beings is indeed impressive, and I have heard of your intent to venture to their so-called Holy Land. What a delightful prospect. The black creature bared its razor-sharp teeth, its smile exuding a terrifying aura. I revel in the sight of blood flowing like rivers. Chapter 67. Forward Base Upgrade. Infernal Armor. Shen Du was astonished by the immense energy contained within the armor that had just materialized, yet he maintained a fundamental wariness towards this newly emerged being from another universe. The power embedded within the armor was undeniably formidable, yet the implications for Shen Du remained uncertain. Seemingly perceiving his apprehension, the black entity waved dismissively. My kind does not resort to such despicable tactics. Should I desire your life, I would simply confront you directly. You would stand no chance against me. With that, it gestured, causing the ground to erupt violently. Before Shen Du's eyes, a unique staircase emerged from the fissure, extending skyward without visible end. He understood all too well that this staircase, conjured by the black figure, led to his ultimate destination, Luminarian. I have lingered here for long enough. The remainder is yours to navigate, the black being declared before summoning a black portal behind itself. As it prepared to depart, it grinned menacingly at Shen Du. I trust you will not disappoint me. In an instant, its form vanished into the portal, which dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed. Before Shen Du floated the newly upgraded black armor, and he furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to don it. Just then, the excellence system chimed in. New armor detected. Would you like to proceed with excellence fusion? Shen Du's brow twitched as he promptly consented to the so-called excellence fusion. The system sprang into action, seamlessly merging the new armor with his existing forward armor, and promptly displayed the attributes of the newly acquired armor before him. Armor, unnamed. Defense, transcendent level. Immunity to substantial attacks, significantly reduced damage from sub-golden energy. Resistance, 10. Speed, 10. Strength, 10. Endurance, 10. A lengthy list of attribute enhancements dazzled Shen Du's eyes. Most importantly, for the first time, he noticed an upgrade option on this suit of armor. The resources required for upgrading were merely vast amounts of energy, which could be converted through various means, including the absorption of faith power. This immensely powerful armor guaranteed the safety of its wearer while significantly amplifying the damage dealt. The final description was succinct, and Shen Du also observed that the manufacturer of this armor was listed as the nameless malefactor. In light of recent events, Shen Du had speculated that the dark, humanoid entity he encountered was, in fact, a true demon from a hellish dimension. The allegiance of this being appeared to embody chaotic malevolence, and its assistance to Shen Du seemed merely a means to facilitate his growth, ultimately serving its own inscrutable agenda. Although Shen Du was momentarily at a loss regarding the specifics of this plan, he nonetheless relaxed his vigilance toward the battle armor. After a period of contemplation, he resolved to don the armor, which he aptly named the Destroyer Armor. The enhancement provided by the exceptional system significantly amplified its power, filling Shen Du with confidence that, should the golden apparition reappear, a mere glance would suffice to obliterate it. The celestial staircase leading to Lumina Lene had now materialized, and Shen Du ascended it, swiftly noting that the steps behind him disintegrated as he moved upward. Lumina Lene was situated within the domain of Uldak, and Shen Du's destination lay there, where the essence of the golden apparition awaited him. Countless high-ranking warriors of the mech tribe would also be present, and it was exceedingly possible that he might encounter the legendary elemental spirits in this realm. As Shen Du pondered these thoughts while steadily climbing the staircase, he soon found his pace no longer under his control. A portal abruptly manifested before him, pulling him into an entirely different world. With a whoosh, the portal opened, and Shen Du found himself plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters, entering a state of free fall. Below him lay a city that was no longer the oppressive, pitch-black visage of the hellish realm, but rather a silvery, technologically advanced world. The striking silver edifices materialized around him, and Shen Du realized he had arrived at the stronghold of the golden apparition, Uldak. I truly did not anticipate that you would dare to venture into Uldak. A voice echoed in his ear before he could even touch the ground. This voice was unmistakably that of the golden apparition, confirming it to be the very essence communicating with him. Shen Du quickly regained control of his descent, halting his rapid fall, and expanded his mental awareness, soon detecting the presence of the golden apparition in the distance. At that moment, the golden apparition had transformed from a mere avatar into a colossal mechanical angel, adorned with wings. Her triangular visage and mechanized arms appeared exceedingly bizarre, yet Shen Du felt no surprise. The mech tribe were, after all, a race of angels birthed naturally after the creation by the Father, embodying biosynthetic life forms. Among these beings, a powerful individual naturally emerged, the golden apparition herself, known as the Mech Queen. Where is the divine engine? Shen Du inquired, despite being far removed from the mech. Nevertheless, her voice resonated clearly in his ears. His purpose in entering the sacred realm was to seek the fabled divine engine and artifacts. Any obstacles in his path would be swiftly dismantled. The Mech Queen let out a cold laugh and ascended into the sky. Foolish intruder, you shall never uncover the location of the divine engine, for you are about to face my ultimate judgment. Shen Du felt a sense of déjà vu from her ominous proclamation, and even before he could retort, the Mech Queen launched an attack toward him. He did not flinch. Instead, he absorbed the impact of her radiant wings and, seizing the opportunity as she lunged at him, delivered a single punch that shattered the mechanical angel into fragments. With the destroyer armor adorning him, Shen Du possessed a remarkable advantage against the manifested Mech Queen. It would take but a mere thought and a slight movement to vanquish her. However, doing so would sever his avenue to Lumina Lene. Thus, he promptly seized control of the Mech Queen, determined to extract the information necessary for his journey to the ultimate sacred domain of Lumina Lene. Chapter 68. The Sanctum. How is this possible? The Mech Queen's existence was effectively eternal. Her soul resided within Lumina Lene. As long as the life sphere within her was returned to Lumina Lene, she could resurrect. Yet, it was evident that the Mech Queen was now in a state of panic. The intruder who had invaded Uldak possessed the ability to control the life sphere. Shen Du extracted the life sphere from her shattered form, holding it in his grasp. It appeared as though nothing had transpired. Yet the Mech Queen found herself utterly incapable of reclaiming her life sphere. How have you gained such power so swiftly? A voice emanated from the sphere. Shen Du glanced at this seraphim life form, mocking as he replied, "You should have realized that when I obliterated your shadow in the hellish realm. This is impossible." The Mech Queen attempted to protest, but was interrupted by Shen Du enough with the idle chatter. "Spare me the annoyance of having to crush your life sphere." As he spoke, he exerted pressure on the sphere, eliciting a scream from the Mech Queen. "No, you cannot." It seemed she recognized Shen Du's capability to destroy her outright. After several agonizing seconds of hesitation, she managed to utter, "You wish to reach Lumina Lene, but I am not in a position to grant that. It is the sacred ground of Uldak, a hallowed place. Even we cannot simply go there." Shen Du remained silent, merely tightening his grip on the sphere. causing the mech queen to nearly shriek in terror as she hastily continued to explain, "What I say is the truth. We cannot access it in our usual forms. We must rely on the seraphim within Lumina Lean to summon us. Either ascend in the form of the sphere of life to be resurrected there." After listening, Shen remained silent, instead casting his gaze towards a distant structure. The height of that edifice was indeterminate, piercing the clouds and obscuring its pinnacle. Yet, Shen realized that this was likely one of the pathways from Old Ark to Luminarian. Queen Mike, of course, grasped this notion as well, her horror palpable as she was utterly confounded by Shen Du's awareness of all this. After a prolonged silence, he finally gasped, "There is another method. It is through the trials of Luminarian, which are located over there." Shen noted that the location Mike referred to was indeed where he had just been gazing. "Indeed," he remarked, his tone noticeably lighter. "I can temporarily spare your life, allowing you to witness how this world meets its demise." Upon uttering these words, Shen swiftly retracted the sphere of life into the storage device on his arm. This set of destroyer armor was vastly superior to the original outpost armor. The additional functionalities, when integrated with the superior system, rendered Shen movements exceedingly fluid and exhilarating. The Queen's screams faded almost instantly as Shen darted towards the towering structures of Old Ark. Along the way, he encountered numerous seraphim beings of Old Ark, mechanical life forms akin to Queen Mike, who instinctively engaged him as an intruder. However, their strength paled in comparison to that of the Queen, and they were no match for him. He dispatched them with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. Perhaps due to their feeble power, Shen noted that even the superior system offered no rewards. The seraphim were indeed a source of disappointment for him. Progressing almost unimpeded, Shen ascended the half-mechanical skyscraper, where he encountered another advanced seraphim entity in a platform-like area. Although this being resembled Queen Mike, it was evidently of a lower rank. Upon Shen's abrupt intrusion, it exhibited no signs of panic or aggression, instead awaiting his words. When Shen expressed his intent to undergo the trial, the seraphim nodded and gestured for him to proceed onto the platform. Through this trial, he would obtain the portal to Luminarian. The seraphim's voice resonated softly before commencing the trial. The so-called trial was, in fact, an exceedingly perilous combat scenario. The opponent was the latest technological marvel of Old Ark, the Battle Eye. The Battle Eye amalgamated a plethora of combat techniques and strategies, selecting its adversary to engage upon activation. Challengers typically found themselves swiftly dispatched by Old Ark's ultimate fighting machine. Thus, the seraphim felt confident in allowing Shen to participate in the trial. Yet, Shen was already well prepared. He stepped boldly into the trial arena, only to be met with a resounding hum as the ground trembled beneath him. A cube materialized, levitating from the center of the trial platform. As the voice of the seraphim resonated in the distance, the cube's corners abruptly unfurled, revealing its crimson eyes. The red mechanical eye emitted a piercing shriek, and a laser beam erupted forth. Boom! Shen, standing resolutely, extended his hand to intercept the attack, then retaliated with a fierce strike from his left hand. Accompanied by a burst of particle light, the Battle Eye was obliterated before it could retaliate. The seraphim outside the trial area swayed slightly, evidently taken aback by the swiftness of the combat's conclusion. However, with its facial features composed entirely of mechanical modules, it was impossible to discern its expression. As Shen Du's battle came to an end, a portal materialized in the very center of the arena, precisely where the Battle Eye had emerged. The seraphim outside made a gesture of invitation, but Shen, without a glance, leaped into the portal. The world before him shifted dramatically, and he found himself once again in a colossal circular arena. Initially suspecting deception, he soon felt the ground tremble violently. Subsequently, the massive pillars surrounding the arena began to shift. It was then that Shen realized these so-called pillars were, in fact, fingers. He was situated within the grasp of an enormous Titan demon. The Titan demon appeared to harbor no animosity towards Shen upon noticing his presence. It sprang into action, lifting the vast arena platform and ascending into the clouds. As the tremors subsided, an immense structure suspended in the air came into view. This was the Sanctum of the Seraphim. Chapter 69. The Divine Engine. The colossal Titan demon merely delivered Shen to the mountaintop before vanishing below, leaving only Shen and the grand aerial edifice. Shen released the sphere of life of Queen Mike, which he had confined within his armor-s storage. Upon her emergence, the queen emitted an incredulous scream, Utterly unable to comprehend how Shen Du had reached the sanctum, Shen Du strode forward. As the celestial staircase began to rise, guiding him once more toward the aerial palace. Meanwhile, Queen Mike seemed to have grasped the impending events, persistently urging Shen Du to reconsider, warning that the Heavenly Father was entangled with many deities and beings, and that her sphere of life was housed within the very structure they approached. She even pleaded with Shen Du not to destroy the life sphere of this place, as it was the only means through which the Heavenly Father could be resurrected. Yet, Shen Du remained utterly unmoved. Moments later, he ascended to the aerial pavilion, where he encountered a variety of wondrously constructed devices, and at the very center, he beheld the life sphere that Queen Mike had desperately protected and advised against approaching. It was a golden life sphere, the very creation of the Seraphim, the architect of Uldak, and the progenitor of countless celestial realms, the life sphere of the Heavenly Father. At this moment, the Heavenly Father had transcended the material realm, and no one knew where he had gone. The only one who might know was the Seraphim before him, who was left with but a single life sphere. Speaking of the Seraphim, upon entering the pavilion, Shen Du indeed saw several Seraphim emerging from within. Their forms closely resembled that of Queen Mike, yet most bore calm expressions, seemingly indifferent to Shen Du's arrival. In truth, when the Heavenly Father initially created Uldak and the Seraphim, he ordered them to serve the one who reached Luminarian, in order to prevent them from wielding excessive power. Regardless of who it was, anyone arriving at Luminarian would receive fair and equal treatment. Furthermore, since the divine engine, created by the Seraphim, was situated within Luminarian, countless beings from various worlds and demons from Jekkard had sought every possible means to ascend to Luminarian. The trials faced by the vast majority of challengers from the multiverse had proven to be daunting, for the Eye of Battle itself was Uldak's ultimate biological weapon, possessing formidable combat prowess. However, no one anticipated that the Eye of Battle would be vanquished in an instant upon encountering Shen Du. His ability to enter Luminarian was indeed a testament to his strength. All the Seraphim observed Shen Du's actions with serene attentiveness, showing no intention of obstructing him. To them, it mattered little if Shen Du were to destroy the Heavenly Father and the divine engine in this place. Naturally, Shen Du had no intention of doing so, for he intended to utilize these very elements. He approached the nearby golden sphere, gradually removing the destroyer armor from his person. Queen Mike had believed that Shen Du's power stemmed from this armor, but to her surprise, even without it, he maintained an overwhelming dominance. This left Queen Mike in a state of utter despair. This must be the Heavenly Father's life sphere, Shen Du mused, standing before the golden orb. His gaze fixed upon Queen Mike. It was evident that she was reluctant to respond. She had already branded herself a traitor and sinner of the Mike clan, and the fact that the Heavenly Father's life sphere had been so easily discovered by this man filled her with dread. How could she face the Heavenly Father? Ignoring Queen Mike's inner turmoil, Shen Du thrust his right hand into the golden life sphere. A powerful energy initially resisted but soon ceased its struggle, allowing Shen Du to grasp the sphere and turn towards the divine engine. The so-called divine engine was, in truth, a potent energy transfer device. This apparatus could disregard the physical attributes of the user, directly infusing them with immense energy, thus creating beings akin to deities. Moreover, the engine would enhance the user's six-dimensional attributes, and each individual emerging from it possessed world-shattering power. The original divine engine utilized the Heavenly Father's power as its energy source. After the Heavenly Father departed from the material realm, leaving only the life sphere, the divine engine lay dormant for many days. At this moment, Shen Du's thoughts were quite simple. Since the Heavenly Father had transcended the material realm, could he not use this life sphere as the source of energy transfer? The life sphere was the essence of life itself, and the divine engine was a machine that harnessed the essence of life. It could undoubtedly channel the immense energy contained within the life sphere into Shen Du's being. He did not even worry about being influenced by the will residing within these life spheres. Although the life spheres contained individual memories, intellect, will, and the fundamental self-awareness of life, the divine engine could entirely transform these into primal energy and inject it into Shen Du. Queen Mike wished to say something further, but realized that Shen Du had already seized her, casting her into the divine engine. This was an act of utter dissolution. In that instant, Queen Mike became frenzied, yet her abilities could not withstand even a single confrontation with Shen Du. The life sphere had no chance of affecting him. She could only watch helplessly as she was propelled into the divine engine, losing consciousness amidst its thunderous roar. Shen proceeded in kind. Even the Heavenly Father's life sphere was merely pure life energy before him. The divine engine roared to life once more, but this time Shen stood directly within it. The colossal machine gradually sealed its hatch, and the internal patterns resembled ancient incantations. Shen suppressed a sense of dread akin to a phobia, urging the seraphim outside to activate the long-dormant divine engine. A sudden sound erupted. The internal patterns, like magical runes, illuminated instantly, followed by an overwhelming surge of energy that began to flood into Shen Du's body. Every cell and every fiber of his being seemed to undergo metamorphosis and evolution. After the seraphim activated the machine, they respectfully stepped aside, oblivious to the radiant light and the tremendous commotion emanating from the engine. To them, any creature deemed worthy of entering this sacred place could freely utilize the divine engine. Yet, Shen was merely one of the beneficiaries under this rule. Chapter 70. The New Heavenly Father, Shen. The roar of the divine engine reverberated for over half an hour, while Saraf stood patiently before the machine, awaiting the moment the engine would finally open its hatch. Within the engine, Shen may have felt a fleeting sense of regret. However, with the engine now activated, he found it impossible to open from the inside. Instead, he could only endure as these arcane patterns relentlessly infused him with a torrent of new energy. The potency of this energy surpassed Shen wildest imagination. He believed that without the overwhelming suppressive force of the divine engine, mere contact with this energy would have caused his body to explode. With a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of steam valves releasing, the hatch of the divine engine slowly creaked open. Saraf immediately stepped forward, accompanied by comrades, to assist the now somewhat weakened Shen out of the machine. Shen sank into a seat that Saraf had prepared beforehand, his heart racing with trepidation. The entire experience had left him in a daze. The divine engine had simultaneously absorbed the life sphere of Queen Mike and the Heavenly Father, storing raw energy within its confines at an unprecedented peak. This nearly overwhelmed Shen. Had it not been for the urgent reminder from the exceptional system that he could harness the exceptional effect, he would have been reduced to mere vapor amidst the powerful energy within the engine. Though the divine engine could protect its user's fragile form, it could not shield Shen from the onslaught of such tremendous energy. Nevertheless, one must say that at least Shen had emerged alive. Sitting in his chair, he raised his gaze to Saraf before him, and, in an instant, saw through the entirety of this being's anatomical composition, fully aware of the modules that constituted it, and even recognizing the location of its life sphere. More astonishingly, Shen discovered he could exert control over Saraf, even governing its thoughts. In the vast sanctuary, only 12 Sarafs existed as guardians. Upon Shen emergence from the divine engine, all surviving Saraf guardians appeared simultaneously, hovering before him in utmost reverence. Standing with their hands at their sides, the Saraf leading the group intoned, "Heavenly Father, it is our honor that you have returned to Luminarium." Shen slowly rose to his feet, his expression devoid of surprise. The Sarafs had come to recognize him as the Heavenly Father solely because he had entirely absorbed the primal energy of the Heavenly Father's life sphere. In other words, at this moment, Shen was the new Heavenly Father of Oldak. From this day forth, no one shall enter Luminarium without my permission. The trials shall cease. The divine engine shall no longer permit any outside interference. Shen proclaimed softly, yet his voice resonated throughout Luminarium and even across all of Oldak. The Mike beings in Oldak felt the reverberation of his words, their faces alight with exhilaration and awe, for this voice signified the return of their master, the Heavenly Father. News of the Heavenly Father's return to Oldak spread like wildfire, sweeping through all. The Sarafs, who had previously conspired with Queen Mike to sow chaos within the divine realm of Oldak, trembled in fear, hastily severing their ties with the hellish plane. Meanwhile, Shen, undeterred by these matters, raised his hand and instantly crossed the portal back to the central city of Oldak. There, he encountered numerous Sarafs bowing in deference to him. This time, the Sarafkin no longer regarded Shen as an enemy. Instead, they reverently addressed him as the Heavenly Father. Previously, upon his initial arrival, these Sarafs had treated him as an intruder, collectively obstructing him with considerable resistance. Of course, Shen had shown no hesitation in retaliating against these beings, created by the original Heavenly Father, harboring no fondness for them, especially with Queen Mike at their helm. As a result, He had eliminated numerous Seraphs attempting to assail him in the central city of Oldak, with casualties numbering in the countless. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those who once deemed him a life-and-death adversary had now redefined him as the Heavenly Father, treating him with the utmost respect and honor. The stark contrast was indeed astonishing. Shen took a small device from one of the Seraphs, which displayed the number of civilizations the Seraphs had engaged with in the absence of the Heavenly Father. A cursory glance revealed that these Seraphs had demonstrated remarkable diplomatic prowess, having communicated with over 20 planes and even aided 4 of them, elevating their technological capabilities to new heights. Shen nodded slightly, acknowledging the commendable efforts of this Seraph. He waved his hand, signaling the Seraphs to disperse, as he wished to deeply explore the new energies coursing through him and assess his current strength. The novel power he now possessed represented an entirely new challenge. In a flicker, he found himself in the wilderness of Oldak. Raising his hand, the wilderness instantaneously evaporated. Clenching his fist, the vast expanse of wilderness re-emerged. This time, with a mere thought, the land blossomed with towering trees reaching hundreds of meters high, and with another thought, a multitude of wild beasts and fierce birds erupted from the dense forest. The ability to create. Shen murmured softly, then waved his hand, instantly annihilating countless forests. Myriad beasts and birds perished in a mere breath. He raised his hand and drew it toward the sky, causing the brilliance of Oldak to dim abruptly. At that moment, a luminous spherical object appeared in his palm. This was the light source meticulously crafted by the original Father for Oldak, a manifestation of the Father's power. Shen gazed at the object with a faint smile before shattering it effortlessly. Before the Seraphs in the central city of Oldak could panic, Shen had already conjured a sphere even larger and more potent than the previous one and sent it soaring into the sky. Subsequently, Oldak was once again bathed in eternal radiance, illuminating every inch of its terrain as if it were daytime. More importantly, this light evidently enhanced the abilities of the Seraphs, making them feel buoyant, with fatigue entirely dissipating. This engendered an even greater reverence among the Seraphs towards their new father. Chapter 71. The second sealing of the sinful sacred image. As an independent species created by the original Father, the Seraphs did not exhibit any discernible emotional fluctuations. They were all remarkably efficient entities. Whosoever controlled Oldak would inevitably utilize them, rendering the true identity of Oldak's master somewhat inconsequential. Shen too, displayed no intention of expelling the Seraphs from Oldak. From this day forth, Shen became the master of Oldak, and that was all there was to it. A Seraph soon located Shen's position and emitted a sound akin to mechanical synthesis, stating, "Meek has dismantled the facilities binding the sinful sacred image before his demise. Now that Titan demon has breached the confines of Oldak and reached the hellish plane." Shen furrowed his brow slightly, and with a shift in thought, he instantaneously beheld the surroundings of the sinful sacred image. This being was an enormous Titan demon, towering at least 500 meters, each of its steps resonating with thunder. Shen noted that the hellish plane surrounding the sinful sacred image was undergoing a continuous cycle of annihilation and recreation. The sinful sacred image was the apex of hell's demons, birthed from the primordial chaos of hell, and its essence was the embodiment of hell's will. Initially, through the power of the Father, it was sealed between Oldak and the hellish plane, yet it could not be destroyed. Meek, in his pursuit to obliterate the hellish plane and its connected realms, had brazenly unleashed this entity. The Seraph's voice crackled, but Shen simply nodded slightly. "I understand. I shall address this matter." "Yes, O Father," the Seraph quickly retreated, boarding a vessel back to Oldak. Since their current father had agreed to resolve this, it was no longer a concern for the Seraphs. Moreover, the Seraphs, upon their natural emergence, possessed minimal combat capabilities. Shen flickered momentarily and, in the next instant, had vanished from the wilderness of Oldak and appeared in the hellish plane. At that moment, the sinful sacred image was bellowing as it moved, seemingly heading in the direction Shen had previously traversed. According to the Fisher theory from his parallel world, it was conceivable that the sinful sacred image was heading toward the primordial fissure located in the New Australia region. The hellish creatures alongside the sinful sacred image were rendered docile upon witnessing this hellish titan, too intimidated to move. The overwhelming aura emanating from the sinful sacred image had dissipated any thoughts of escape. Some formidable hell demons followed closely behind the sinful sacred image, all rushing forward. Should this horde ultimately breach the fissure in the New Australia region and ascend to the surface, Shen could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue. In light of the formidable abilities of the high-level psychics in the opposing realm, they might manage the elite hell demons trailing the sinful sacred image. But confronting the sinful sacred image itself would be an insurmountable challenge, regardless of how many individuals were summoned. Shen's arrival barely attracted the attention of any hell demons. However, the sinful sacred image halted abruptly. Its obsidian eyes fixated on Shen, suspended in the air, and it roared in fury. As the embodiment of hell's will, it instinctively feared the power emanating from Uldak. Previously, the Seraph race had suppressed its hellish power with the supreme strength of Uldak, which ultimately led to its imprisonment. Now, this diminutive being wielded a fragment of that exalted power. Indeed, the sight of an adversary ignited an intense hatred within the sinful sacred image. After a furious roar, it extended its hand, violently sweeping toward Shen, tearing apart the very fabric of the spatial plane, unleashing a tempest of spatial turbulence. Shen's entire being radiated brilliance. No one witnessed his retaliatory action, yet the sinful sacred image, which had initiated the confrontation, suddenly emitted a horrific wail and collapsed to the ground. As this towering entity fell, countless hellish beings beside it were crushed and torn asunder, causing the entire hellish plane to tremble, with rivers of black and rocky mountains shifting in that moment. The superior system did not issue a notification regarding the defeat of the sinful sacred image, and Shen understood that this colossal entity could not simply perish so easily. Moreover, this being was a symbol and manifestation of the hellish plane itself. Should he recklessly eliminate it, the entire realm of hell would teeter on the brink of collapse. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to Shen. Thus, he swiftly incapacitated the evil sacred elephant, raising his hand to conjure an abundance of structures made from hellish sinstone around it. With a mere flicker of thought, the body of the evil sacred elephant was enveloped by this unique material, which then began to ascend and stack, forming an immense prison in mere moments. Within this prison resided but a single inmate, the will of hell, the evil sacred elephant itself. As he waved his hand, completely severing the connection between the evil sacred elephant and the outside world, the hellish creatures that had trailed behind it reverted to their primal, bloodthirsty natures, engaging in a frenzy of mutual slaughter, swiftly forgetting the recently appeared evil sacred elephant. Unperturbed by the chaos, he soared toward the original direction of the evil sacred elephant. Before long, he indeed discovered an unresolved rift before him. Unlike other rifts opened by hellish priests, this one appeared to have been torn apart by battle. It required no energy to sustain it. The rift opened naturally, allowing demonic entities to traverse freely into another realm. No wonder the evil sacred elephant sought to come here. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted through the rift, and his surroundings suddenly brightened. As he sensed the atmosphere, his consciousness immediately enveloped the entire earth, swiftly locating those familiar faces he had known before. His sudden emergence drew the attention of numerous demonic beings that had crossed the rift. Upon realizing he was human, they roared and lunged forward, eager to feast, only to be reduced to mere dust by his overwhelming presence. Casting a glance back at the massive rift, which had persisted for years, he marveled as it mysteriously vanished. Finally, he had returned. It was time to see what awaited him. With a sigh of relief, he smiled and vanished, traversing thousands of kilometers in an instant. Chapter 72. Return to the mortal realm. His power had surged dramatically, evolving from an extraordinary ability wielder to the father of Uldark. After undergoing the divine engine's baptism, the strength he wielded could no longer be described by mere quantifiable measures. His casual actions in the New Australia region soon garnered attention. Given that this area had been under strict surveillance for years, when he sealed the rift, nations worldwide monitoring the situation instantly became aware of it. They fervently communicated with one another, seeking to confirm the news swiftly. In fact, prior to the rift's disappearance in New Australia, many rifts globally had already vanished. The rifts in the Great Xian nation had all dissipated overnight, leaving only the dragon's grave still intact. The sudden disappearance of the rifts puzzled the nearby academies, rendering them utterly baffled as they grappled with the unfolding events. When his figure reappeared, it was hovering above the dragon's grave. He intended to address the situation there thoroughly, yet the vastness of the dragon's grave proved to be quite a challenge. His sudden appearance set all soldiers on high alert, with ground-based firepower aimed at this unfamiliar figure in the sky. At that moment, he was not donned in battle armor. The destroyer armor was stored within the sacred realm of Luminarian in Uldark, carefully revered by the Seraphim as the sphere of life. The military hesitated to fire, and since he had yet to engage them, this created significant pressure. Fortunately, one soldier timely reported a crucial piece of information. He recognized the figure hovering above the dragon's grave. This individual was the very soldier who had lured him to the dragon's grave. And after an encounter on their aircraft that almost escalated into conflict, he had learned a painful lesson upon returning home. Now, upon seeing Shen Du's sudden appearance, this soldier immediately identified him, as he exclaimed that this was the legendary figure from their previous expedition to the dragon's grave. All eyes turned to Shen Du in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that anyone could enter the dragon's grave and return safely after some time. Yet, there he stood, undeniably real. Shen Du extended his hand, pulling on the distant canyon of the dragon's grave, causing the very ground to tremble. Below, the crowd, believing an earthquake had struck, was thrown into disarray, only to hear someone cry out that the mountain was shifting. All gazes turned forward, witnessing Shen Du hovering in midair, effortlessly manipulating the terrain as if it were mere dough. Surely, I cannot be mistaken? This maneuver resembled the acts of a deity in creation. My heavens, how powerful must this individual be? Before the crowd could finish their speculation, Shen Du had forcibly gathered the rift, controlling the massive mountain as if it were a barrier, effectively sealing the dragon's grave rift from ever reopening. After completing this feat, he turned to address the gathered people below. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing in every ear. How long have I been within the dragon's grave? Instantly, the crowd descended into chaos. However, it did not take long for someone to realize and directly inform Shen Du that he had departed from this world for over 3 months. In the past few months, there had been no emergence of any supernatural beasts in the Burial Dragon Valley, leading to an exceptionally rare tranquility. Shen Du nodded slightly, feeling somewhat content with the duration. He had initially assumed that the flow of time in the other world beneath the Burial Dragon Valley would differ significantly from that of Earth. However, to his surprise, the discrepancy was merely 1 month. His time spent in the world below the Burial Dragon Valley was nearly 2 months, and upon his return, the difference with the real world was only 1 month. Without further ado, Shen Du's figure flickered and then vanished from the sight of all present, prompting everyone to search for him, filled with envy for his extraordinary abilities. What manner of creature was capable of moving mountains and splitting the earth? If all supernatural beings possessed such power, what need would they have for their presence? They could simply disband and return home. Was he not a member of the Azure Dragon Academy? Indeed, with the rift now closed, the Azure Dragon Academy would likely rise to become the foremost of the 4 great academies. Thanks to him, it was truly astonishing. Such strength would allow him to navigate the Burial Dragon Valley with ease. Speaking of which, had he not sealed the Burial Dragon Valley? As they discussed, their gazes shifted towards the direction of the valley. At that moment, the once deep chasm had transformed into a flat basin, and 2 mountains had been summoned by Shen Du to rest above it. It seemed that no creature could breach this boundary now. News of Shen Du's return spread like wildfire throughout the Azure Dragon Academy. His remarkable display in the Burial Dragon Valley had been vividly captured, and through the internet's promotion, the world became well aware of Shen Du's godlike abilities. At this moment, Shen Du had just arrived at the protective area of the academy. He did not disturb anyone and swiftly returned to his assigned residence. This expedition had consumed 3 months of his time and considerable effort. Just as he landed, he heard a voice approaching from not far away. Ah, you still dared to return? Without even looking up, Shen Du knew who it was. The Grand Sorceress. Elementalist Feng Rui was barefoot, seated on the steps in front of his door, wearing a face of astonishment. Upon hearing news of Shen Du, she had flown to his doorstep, certain that he would return home once he arrived at the Azure Dragon Academy. To her delight, her assumption was swiftly validated as Shen Du indeed returned shortly thereafter. Feng Rui was eager to inquire about Shen Du's experiences and the nature of the world below. However, as the words formed on her lips, she found herself at a loss, merely pouting as she gazed at Shen Du. In contrast, Shen Du was in high spirits. He greeted the little sorceress Feng Rui with a smile, expressing his delight. I didn't expect you to come and see me. Chapter 73, The Astonished Feng Rui Humph. I never imagined you could survive and return. Feng Rui's little mouth was unstoppable as she began to question Shen Du about his journey to the Burial Dragon Valley, asking about the supernatural beasts below and the challenges he faced. Their conversation eventually turned to the rift. Strangely enough, Not only had the rift at the Azure Dragon Academy vanished, but all rifts throughout the Great Xia Kingdom had disappeared as well. With a look of astonishment, she exclaimed, "In the Burial Dragon Valley? I heard that the rift there has been sealed by you?" Shendu did not deny it. He merely nodded, which elicited an exclamation from the young girl before him. "Good heavens, how did you accomplish that? The width of the canyon in the Burial Dragon Valley must be dozens of meters, and its length spans kilometers. Has your power truly reached such heights?" Shendu smiled as he listened to Feng Rui's astonishment while he entered his home. Feng Rui, of course, followed closely behind. It was merely a series of unusual events, he said, pouring himself a glass of specially allocated wine and downing it in one gulp before speaking again. "Would you like to hear about it?" Feng Rui's eyes widened, and after a few seconds, she nodded eagerly, expressing her desire to learn about Shen Du's experiences in the world beneath the Burial Dragon Valley. However, when the little girl discovered that this so-called underworld was, in fact, a unique dimensional space akin to the realm inhabited by humans, her expression transformed into one of understanding. Although Shen Du had concealed many details in his narrative, the mere account of his encounters with the Titan demons in the underworld was enough to leave Feng Rui utterly captivated. By human standards, those colossal Titan demons were at least of kingly status. They could even be classified at a higher level, perhaps as transcendent beings. Feng Rui believed every word Shen Du spoke and found it hard to think that he would hide anything from her. The entire exchange lasted nearly 2 hours. When Shen Du took another sip from his ever-refilling glass, he turned to Feng Rui and inquired, "What about Guo Dai and the others?" Feng Rui finally snapped back to reality, her face frozen for several seconds before recalling Shen Du's question. She hurriedly replied, "He went on behalf of the academy to discuss plans with the other 3 great academies." "What plans?" "Naturally, the planning for the upcoming new order," Feng Rui nonchalantly remarked. "Because the fissures on a global scale have vanished, some people believe that our existence as extraordinary beings is no longer necessary. Many have co-signed a proposal to dismantle the 4 great academies and impose strict regulations on us." Shendu could discern that Feng Rui felt no sense of danger while speaking these words. However, this was somewhat understandable. As a top-tier extraordinary being, her powers, though not capable of widespread destruction, were formidable enough to instill fear in the world. She was utterly indifferent to any form of governance or restrictions. After all, no one could impose limits on her, nor would anyone be foolish enough to provoke such a powerful entity. "Is this truly happening?" Shendu mused, narrowing his eyes slightly. "I dealt with these fissures while I was in the hellish dimension." His calm statement elicited an exclamation of disbelief from Feng Rui. "How is that possible? You must be joking." Shendu smiled, then transmitted a vivid memory from his mind to her. Instantly, Feng Rui witnessed the massive altar of hell and the clear image of Shen Du annihilating the hellish priests, causing her face to pale. These priests had never appeared on the surface, and even Feng Rui had never encountered such beings. Although many had speculated that the extraordinary beasts were lured into the human realm by some force, there had always been a lack of concrete evidence, leaving only conjecture. Shen Du had now provided Feng Rui with a confirmation of that theory, clarifying the entire situation for her. "But what do you mean by the planning of this new order?" Shen Du redirected the conversation, frowning as he spoke. "The battle against the fissures has only progressed to this point, and already, some are preparing to eliminate their allies. To them, the disappearance of the fissures signified the conclusion of the conflict." Feng Rui pouted, expressing her confusion about their reasoning. Shen Du remained silent for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. However, he did not articulate it outright, but instead asked Feng Rui with a smile, "Would you care to explore the hellish dimension? To see what those extraordinary beasts are like in their primordial land?" "Absolutely." Feng Rui's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded. Her restless nature surged forth, and upon hearing Shen Du's suggestion, she beamed with delight, eager to accompany him. Shen Du wasted no time. He waved his hand beside him, and a portal to the hellish realm materialized instantly. He gallantly extended his hand towards Feng Rui. "Allow me to guide you through. I fear complications may arise otherwise." Feng Rui's cheeks flushed, and after a few moments of shyness, she timidly placed her hand in his. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Du abruptly pulled her through the portal into the hellish dimension. The scene that greeted them was dominated by hues of black and red, filled with the screams and clashes of hellish creatures, bubbling magma, and roaring behemoths. Feng Rui's initial fascination quickly dissipated as she beheld the brutal demons fighting amongst themselves. Inhaling the putrid stench of decay prevalent in this realm, and the cacophony surrounding her made her tremble involuntarily. Shen Du smiled faintly, and then led Feng Rue back through the portal. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in Uldark. Gasping for breath, Feng Rue was astonished. She had never anticipated that the hellish realm would be so oppressive and terrifying. She marveled at how Shen Du could survive in such a place. However, her amazement was short-lived as her surroundings brightened. The cleanliness and brightness of Uldark stood in stark contrast to the hellish dimension. Feng Rue looked up, her face a canvas of astonishment. What is this place? Paradise? Shen Du pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. If we were to be strict, one could argue that it is not entirely incorrect. The sudden appearance of Shen Du and Feng Rue startled the seraphim of Uldark. Those tasked with guarding the city swiftly approached in their flying vessels. But upon recognizing that the newcomers were none other than the new Heavenly Father, the formidable seraphim retreated silently. Feng Rue initially assumed these beings were foes and prepared for battle. To her surprise, the peculiar figures arrived only to vanish just as quickly. She thought her presence had intimidated them, but soon a seraph approached Shen Du on a flying craft. "Great Father, how may I serve you?" The seraph's tone was exceedingly respectful, imbued with honorifics, leaving Feng Rue momentarily stunned. "Great Father?" She pondered, utterly confused by this title until she observed Shen Du gesturing for the seraph to depart without hesitation. It dawned on her that Shen Du's status here was likely far from ordinary. "You are here as well," she exclaimed, suddenly aware of this fact. Shen Du chuckled at her perceptiveness. "You are quite astute." Feng Rue's eyes widened as she gazed at Shen Du. "Did you truly traverse from the hellish dimension all the way here? My goodness, that is incredible." She struggled to fathom how Shen Du had navigated through countless demonic beings to arrive in Uldark. The impact of the hellish realm had already been sufficiently terrifying. The diverse strengths of the creatures battling on the surface, regardless of their weaknesses, were overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Once you possess a clear purpose, these concerns become trivial. Shen Du strolled through the city of Uldark, where the seraphim showed deep respect towards both him and Feng Rue, willingly parting ways and calling out to the Heavenly Father. Feng Rue found Shen Du increasingly enigmatic, as always. When he first arrived at the Azure Dragon Academy, he had left her with an impression of an extraordinarily mysterious ability wielder. Powerful, yet his temperament remained elusive, much like his prowess. Against a top-tier ability wielder like Guodai, Shen Du stood his ground, even managing to suppress him. On the battlefield, he engaged in fierce combat with king-level ability beasts, and when he focused, a mere gesture from him could instantaneously obliterate such formidable creatures. Currently, Shen Du had voluntarily spent several months in the Dragon's Grave, traversing the hellish realm, and even entering a domain reminiscent of paradise. Feng Rue felt increasingly perplexed by Shen Du earlier. They had discussed the new regulations targeting ability wielders in that other world, and now Shen Du spoke, his tone calm and unhurried. "I have an idea." Feng Rue immediately perked up, eager to hear what he had to say. "Uldark is a dimensional space, and I have now taken command of the entire Uldark. Should anyone wish to, the ability wielders from the original world may come to Uldark." Shen Du continued without haste. "Of course, the existing cities of Uldark are not open to them. I can create a city specifically for human ability wielders and have the seraphim prepare everything necessary for them." Feng Rue's face was a canvas of astonishment. She had not anticipated Shen Du would take such a step. "Is this why you brought me here today?" she inquired, her expression thoughtful, only to hear Shen Du chuckle. "Not at all. I merely thought of this while bringing you to Uldark for a tour." He gestured towards the distant peaks. "There are many wondrous machines there, crafted by the seraphim. I observed one machine that produces creatures akin to small pets." Before he could finish, Feng Rue was already bubbling with excitement, clamoring for Shen Du to take her to see it. Shen Du smiled gently, effortlessly understanding her childlike enthusiasm. Instead of showing her the other machines, he had the seraphim activate one, creating a fire element sprite for Feng Rue. As Feng Rue played with the fire element sprite, a nearby seraph approached Shen Du, quietly reminding him of the restrictions concerning these elemental sprites. These sprites were energy captured by Queen Mike, who had led a group of seraphim to the Ring of Null. The elemental sprites were primal beings from the Ring of Null, possessing immense and volatile energy. To prevent them from wreaking havoc and destroying the civilization of the ring, Queen Mike had the seraphim create machines to capture them, and then utilize these machines to dissipate their overwhelming energy. The sprite accompanying the lady you brought is, in fact, a fragment of the elemental sprite's vast energy. Upon hearing the seraph's concerns, Shen Du inquired, Is there a problem? Elemental sprites are wild and primal beings, and the powers they wield are equally fierce. Although this energy has been significantly diluted and mostly used for the basic operations of Uldark, even this small portion could potentially harm your friend, the Seraph expressed his worries. However, upon hearing this, Shen erupted into laughter. You need not worry about that. He waved dismissively, turning his gaze to Feng Rui, who was joyfully engaged with the elemental sprite. Her inherent powers were elemental in nature, and the elemental sprite was related to those very energies, making the connection quite natural. Moreover, given Feng Rui's exceptional prowess as an ability wielder, if she struggled with a mere elemental sprite, she might as well give up. Shen. Feng Rui noticed that he had ceased conversing with the Seraph and gleefully flew over, the elemental sprite trailing closely behind her. At that moment, Shen finally discerned the appearance of these so-called elemental sprites. They resembled small flame angels. It seemed the seraphim had altered their forms. Shen mused that the original elemental sprites he had seen in the Ring of Null had been quite unappealing. Nonetheless, it was evident that Feng Rui had effortlessly subdued this elemental sprite, rendering it docile. Thank you for your gift, Feng Rui exclaimed, playfully toying with the fire element sprite. This little fellow is rather adorable. Shen smiled subtly, then projected the original appearance of the elemental sprite before Feng Rui. As primordial beings born in the Ring of Null, their forms were wild and untamed. Had one not known they were elemental sprites, Feng Rui might have mistaken them for some grotesque creatures. This is the true form of the elemental sprites, Shen explained with a grin, only to see Feng Rui's expression freeze in astonishment. She gazed at the projection, then at the fire element sprite beside her, ready to exclaim in surprise. Do not be alarmed. Shen quickly intervened, smiling as he continued. However, these elemental sprites have been captured and modified by the seraphim. Their current forms are merely a result of that. They are cute and harmless. As his words concluded, Feng Rui, who had been intensely agitated, calmed down significantly, though she shot a fierce glare at Shen. So you never had good intentions. She pouted, expressing her displeasure, and then began to demand compensation from him, even suggesting she wanted another elemental sprite. It was at this moment that Shen truly recognized the cunning nature of this little girl. However, you must take what I previously mentioned seriously. Shen, of course, was inclined to satisfy Feng Rui's wishes, but then suddenly spoke with grave seriousness. Now that the fissures have vanished from our world, the adversaries we face are no longer the anomalous beasts or hellish creatures, but rather humanity itself. Feng Rui nodded cautiously, fully aware of the implication behind Shen words. He had surpassed all other extraordinary beings, venturing alone into the dragon's grave to establish an independent world, which now offered a fresh opportunity for the extraordinary individuals of humanity. She understood the significance of this opportunity. After sending Feng Rui back to the Azure Dragon Academy, Shen mentioned his intention to return once more. Initially, Feng Rui had planned to accompany him, believing her abilities would provide compelling persuasion for others to follow him to Uldark. However, upon learning that Shen had matters to attend to, she set aside that thought. What? Guodai exclaimed, standing up in shock. His wide eyes fixed on Feng Rui, clearly perplexed by her apparent madness. Is Shen really saying this to you? Feng Rui was quite displeased with Guodai's loud tone, but nodded in affirmation, stating, I could never fabricate such news. Indeed, that fellow had returned, and little did she expect the magnitude of his actions upon his return would be so awe-inspiring. Guodai sighed, realizing that compared to the news he had just shared, everything else paled in significance. What exactly had this guy grasped, and to what extent had his powers developed, that he could audaciously claim to create a new world for the extraordinary beings of humanity? Moreover, humanity had not exhibited any hostility towards the extraordinary beings since the fissures had just disappeared. No one could predict whether they would return. As Guodai's words fell, Feng Rui unexpectedly interjected, the fissures will never reappear. How so? Because the fissures were opened by the hellish rituals from the hellish realm, and Shen has eliminated all the priests capable of opening those fissures. Feng Rui stated this with utmost calmness, leaving Guodai's expression in a state of wild astonishment. What are you saying, Feng Rui? What else do you know? Tell me everything. What about the hellish realm? What priests? What else do you know? News travels swiftly, and the revelation of Shen having created a new world named Uldark, welcoming all extraordinary beings from humanity, first spread within the circles of high-level extraordinary beings. Soon, This information rapidly disseminated throughout the Azure Dragon Academy. Within 3 days, the members of the frontline battlefield were already aware of everything. Shen did not make an appearance. The news was conveyed by Feng Rui, and it stirred a tremendous uproar across the entirety of Xia country. Many extraordinary beings did not fully grasp what the disappearance of the fishers signified, mistakenly believing they could continue enjoying a pleasant life without the battlefield, thinking life would inevitably become more comfortable. Conversely, a small fraction of extraordinary beings understood the implications of a particular phrase. When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. Those who are not of our kind will inevitably have different hearts. Although the latter phrase might not be entirely suitable for extraordinary beings. The reality was that 98% of humanity remained ordinary, while only 2% had transformed into extraordinary beings, and now the battlefield for extraordinary beings had vanished. The situation suddenly grew delicate. The entire internet erupted in debate regarding Shen Du's recent actions, with varying opinions emerging. A faction expressed support for Shen Du's approach, having encountered certain obstacles in their lives and circumstances. Initially regarded as the favored children of heaven, they soon found themselves alienated among their own kind, inciting fear within them. Shen Du's proposed solution undoubtedly served to alleviate their concerns. Conversely, another faction dismissed Shen Du's so-called suggestions with disdain, even displaying considerable anger towards his proposals. To them, Shen Du was clearly exacerbating internal conflicts within humanity. They questioned what the so-called Old Dark, as mentioned by the great mage, truly entailed. Are you really considering going there? What kind of place is it? We would be nothing more than fish on a chopping block. Yet, they also understood the current circumstances. With the disappearance of the fishers, they had become pariahs. Some were even proclaiming that extraordinary beings and humans were no longer of the same species. Damn it, people like that are just stirring up chaos. The issue loomed large, and with time, the conflict between extraordinary beings and ordinary humans was likely to erupt, leaving them vulnerable to targeting. We are all humans. Why must we fight amongst ourselves? Sighing, one added, if what Shen Du speaks of is indeed promising, I would be willing to go. The crowd engaged in fervent debates across various forums and chat interfaces, unable to reach a consensus on whether to go or stay. Meanwhile, Feng Rui remained unhurried, as it was the higher-ups of the Azure Dragon Academy who were anxious, repeatedly visiting the Little Witch in hopes of obtaining first-hand information. For them, the rapid changes in the world had become bewildering, leaving the entire Azure Dragon Academy in a state of uncertainty and confusion. Chapter 76. The Ring of Nur. If anyone is willing, the extraordinary individuals from the original world may journey to Uldak. Feng Rui, with evident exasperation, reiterated Shen Du's words to one of the committee members of the Qinglong Academy. It is not mandatory, merely a suggestion. I have already described that place to the Academy. Indeed, Shen Du referred to Uldak as paradise. Li Zhihao, the committee member, found this utterly absurd. Paradise? Does that not imply that Shen Du is akin to the sovereign deity of paradise itself? When he returns, you may inquire with him. Feng Rui, unable to contain her frustration, interjected, I believe the number of extraordinary individuals willing to venture to such places will be quite limited. Why must you all react so dramatically? Li Zhihao exchanged glances with those nearby, then donned a patient demeanor. My dear lady, are you genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? This matter transcends mere numbers. It is fundamentally about the nature of the situation. He was about to impart his wisdom to Feng Rui when suddenly the surrounding space distorted violently, only to stabilize moments later. Shen Du, appearing unperturbed, emerged from the rift as if stepping from thin air. The onlookers perceived only the aberration of space, failing to detect any portals or fissures. Upon his arrival, Shen Du glanced around with mild surprise before fixing his gaze on Feng Rui. Is this an inquiry directed at you? You have finally returned. Feng Rui exclaimed, leaping to Shen Du's side. Please convey to them what I said. They persist in their disbelief, wearing expressions of incredulity and confusion. Li Zhihao, familiar with Shen Du, rose to greet him, wiping his brow, and promptly inquired about the matter of the extraordinary individual's relocation. However, Shen Du, maintaining a serene demeanor, shook his head after listening to Li Zhihao's words. You have misunderstood a crucial point. This is not a matter of compulsion. Those extraordinary individuals may come if they wish, and I am more than willing to welcome them. Shen Du continued, unperturbed by the expressions of those present. I merely offered a select group of extraordinary individuals an alternative choice. Surely, you cannot restrict these individuals from having more options, can you? What do you intend for them to do in this so-called Uldak? What could possibly be better? Shen scoffed at the speaker, asserting that whether honing their abilities in the infernal realms or aiding Uldak in conquering other dimensions, it is undoubtedly preferable to being marginalized in your current world. The speaker's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, unable to articulate a response. The situation indeed aligned with Shen Du's assertions. Humans and extraordinary individuals were once unified, yet as the rifts gradually vanished, particularly the one in the New Australia region, extraordinary individuals swiftly became regarded as anomalies. Most humans had not transformed into extraordinary beings through the use of extraordinary stones, leading to a natural discomfort with what had once been commonplace once life settled into tranquility. Consequently, after the conclusion of battles, extraordinary individuals found themselves the targets of various factions. Li Zhihao sighed, wishing to say more, but Shen Du raised his hand, flooding his mind with a torrent of information that elucidated the true nature of Uldak and the infernal realms. After a moment, he glanced meaningfully at Shen Du, then gestured for everyone to proceed. I will relay your message to the Dean and others. Li Zhihao now comprehended everything, and the need for further words dissipated. Shen Du smiled and nodded, then reminded Li Zhihao, your forward armor performs admirably. It is nearly time for mass production. Here are the data. He casually tossed a small device to Li Zhihao, then opened a portal with ease, turning to Feng Rue. Shall we indulge in some entertainment? What could be entertaining? Today, we shall explore the Ring of Nur, rumored to be a fascinating world. Then I shall go. Feng Rue exclaimed with enthusiasm, standing beside Shen Du, playfully sticking out her tongue at Li Zhihao and his companions. She then added earnestly, how straightforward. Extraordinary individuals who do not wish to remain on Earth can simply journey to Uldak. In the future, they may even venture to other worlds and engage with the beings therein. As soon as she finished speaking, the two vanished into the portal. Li Zhihao and the others inhaled deeply, shaken by Shen Du's apparent ability to effortlessly open and close portals. It seemed that Feng Rue's claims held substantial truth. Shen Du had indeed emerged from the infernal realms, successfully entering a domain referred to as paradise, and through some means, acquired formidable power, even commanding the realm known as Uldak. This revelation clarified everything. He is truly no ordinary being. Li Zhihao straightened, suddenly finding merit in Feng Rue's assertions. Extraordinary individuals are already becoming increasingly estranged from society. Inevitably, tensions will arise between them and ordinary humans regarding welfare and treatment. Perhaps it is best to send some individuals off the earth before such conflicts arise. Their future fortunes will depend solely on themselves. At this moment, Shen Du and Feng Rue had traversed the portal to the Ring of Nur. While the Ring of Nur is a technological marvel, it is, in essence, a planet. Feng Rue arrived brimming with excitement, for she encountered extraterrestrial beings entirely different from the humans of Earth. The Nur beings of the Ring of Nur. These beings are reminiscent of a normalized extraterrestrial civilization, cloaked and bustling about in haste. The arrival of the two did not stir any commotion among the surroundings. It was evident that the Nur people remained remarkably composed in the presence of these foreign entities. In the past, the seraphs from Urdak had also descended upon this place, bestowing upon these beings remarkable technology and wisdom, enabling them to vanquish the titans that roamed the earth and, in conjunction with the elemental spirits, forge a magnificent civilization. Shen Du spoke softly, his gaze fixed upon the distant towering edifices of the Nur Ring. At that moment, a legendary artifact, revered as the most potent sacred entity of the Nur Ring, resided there, the Sword of the Father. Chapter 77. The first step towards conquest, let us ascend to the heights. Shen Du suggested. Upon uttering these words, he clasped his hands together, instantly transporting the two to the apex of the Nur Ring's tallest structure. Feng Rue, awash with envy at this instantaneous teleportation ability, was about to commend him when a sudden, synchronized clamor of blades erupted behind them. Turning around, she was taken aback by the sight of dozens of fully armored guardians charging towards her and Shen Du with alarming ferocity. However, despite the onslaught, the weapons wielded by the armored sentinels failed to pierce Shen Du and Feng Rue, halting mere inches from them, as if an invisible barrier repelled their strikes. Unperturbed, Shen Du addressed Feng Rue. These entities belong to the guardian forces of the Nur Ring, known as the Night Sentinels. But why are they attacking us? Feng Rue inquired. Watching the so-called Night Sentinels, adorned in barrel-shaped helmets and square armor, attempting to assail them, her concern palpable. Was this truly safe? Glancing at the young girl, Shen decided to retract the protective mechanism surrounding them. Before the Night Sentinels could launch another attack, he gestured with a flick of his wrist. A force so formidable it could topple the entire structure surged forth, sending the advancing Night Sentinels tumbling in disarray. As they regained their senses and rose from the ground, the expressions of the Night Sentinels transformed dramatically. From their ranks emerged a towering figure who knelt before Shen, reverently proclaiming, "Lord Father, the Night Sentinel squad has awaited your arrival for some time. Are you here to retrieve the Sword of the Father?" This sentinel had encountered the so-called Lord Father thousands of years prior, though at that time, the Father had not revealed his true visage, leaving only a sense of his overwhelming power for identification. Thus, upon witnessing Shen Du's display of might, the Night Sentinels immediately turned their gazes towards him to confirm his identity. Seeing their leader bow in recognition of Shen Du as the Father, the remaining Night Sentinels promptly followed suit, kneeling in deference. Feng Rui was left astounded by the scene. She had initially thought Shen Du's claim of being the master of this realm was mere jest, yet the beings of the newer ring displayed immediate respect upon recognizing him, confirming that he was indeed not joking. "How long have you been stationed here?" Shen Du evaded the inquiry posed to him, instead addressing the sentinel directly. "We have safeguarded this place alongside the Night Sentinel squad for over 30,000 years, the sentinel replied earnestly. "Your sword has remained untouched by outsiders for millennia." "Well done," Shen Du acknowledged, nodding slightly as he gestured towards the kneeling group. "Your duty has been fulfilled. You may depart." The leader of the Night Sentinels, surprised, lifted his head and responded with joy, "Yes, my lord," before leading his companions away with evident elation. 30,000 years. Feng Rui exclaimed in disbelief. "You must be joking. How could anyone live for 30,000 years without perishing?" Shen Du smiled as he continued forward, explaining, "They are, in essence, the blessed. When the Father had not yet consolidated this realm, he granted a portion of eternal life to the Nur people. To think that this individual later became a Night Sentinel." Feng Rui mused, her curiosity piqued. "Are you suggesting these beings are transformed? How does that occur?" "Indeed, it is a matter of personal combat prowess and some external assistance," Shen Du elucidated. "Most of the Night Sentinels are nurtured by elemental spirits. The Nur people regularly offer tributes to these spirits to gain elemental power. However, the possibility of new Night Sentinels emerging is now extinguished, as the elemental spirits of the Nur ring have been captured by Urdak Seraphs to serve as energy generators. The Nur people have lost the elemental powers granted by these spirits. They are the last of their kind." As he spoke, Shen Du halted in his tracks. Feng Rui intended to ask further questions, but was suddenly drawn to a unique long sword embedded in the nearby black wall. The sword glowed with a pearly luminosity, radiating a gentle white light. Feng Rui marveled at its beauty, while Shen Du sensed the immense energy emanating from within the blade. This sword could only be the legendary Sword of the Father. Silently, they both fixated on the long sword, and after a prolonged moment, Shen Du stepped forward, extending his hand towards the wall. With a surge of power, he commanded the long sword to descend, its radiant white glow intensifying to the point of blinding brilliance. Feng Rui could hardly bear to gaze upon the radiance of the sword, and just before shielding her eyes, she was astonished to witness Shen Du extend his hand with an air of utter calmness to grasp the sword's hilt. With a resounding boom, a deep resonance erupted as the white celestial Father sword, firmly held in his grasp, unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, sweeping across the entirety of the newer circle. Though the sound did not wreak havoc, its reach encompassed every corner of the newer realm, compelling the inhabitants to halt their tasks and gaze towards the tallest structure, where they felt the might of the celestial Father. The power within Shen Du surged wildly into the celestial Father sword, and as he lifted it, a circular halo of white light inexplicably radiated outward. To possess this sword was to be utterly transformed into the celestial Father, to command all realms once ruled by the Seraphim, and to become a new creator. Feng Rui stared, entranced, as Shen Du raised the long sword, the white light bursting forth, leaving her momentarily dazed. How had he managed this? To seize an entirely new world and ascend as its sovereign. At that moment, Shen Du nonchalantly claimed the celestial Father sword, and the countless newer people immediately recognized him as the genuine celestial Father. They cared not for the truth or falsehood of the matter. After all, the celestial Father had long vanished from the material realm since the establishment of the newer circle under the Seraphim's support. Having concluded his display, Shen Du reluctantly lowered the white sword. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? He smiled at Feng Rue, who now lacked the vivacity and spirit she once possessed. It was no wonder, as she had been bombarded with soul-shaking events one after another, leaving her struggling to digest the overwhelming influx of information. When Shen Du inquired about her thoughts, she appeared bewildered, merely nodding in response before sinking back into her confusion. Shen Du, unfazed, guided Feng Rue through the vast expanse of the Nuber Circle, exploring its entirety in just half a day. They eventually found themselves indulging in the so-called delicacies within the grand structures erected by the newer people. Feng Rue, clearly lacking an appetite, watched as Shen Du savored his meal, praising the dishes he consumed. With your current prowess, you surely need not eat, she remarked, observing Shen Du's enthusiastic enjoyment. Shen Du paused momentarily before replying with a chuckle. The desire for taste is a lingering pleasure, even for one who has ascended to divinity. Besides, I am not a deity. I am merely a being endowed with certain powers. Listening to his words, Feng Rue pondered for a moment before joining in the culinary endeavor. And it must be said that the Nuer people's exploration of gastronomy was indeed in line with human standards. Once she let go of her hesitations, she quickly surpassed Shen Du in their eating contest, leaving him curious about the nature of her stomach. By the time Shen Du and Feng Rue returned home, 2 days had passed. After urgent discussions and small-scale consultations, humanity had ultimately finalized their plans. They decided to send a portion of their kind to Shen Du's new world, while the ability users would adhere to the principle of willingness, free to come if they so desired. Upon receiving this news, Shen Du found it unsurprising. However, he firmly rejected the initial proposal from the Great Xia and other nations to send ordinary humans to Uldark. Why is that, Mr. Shen? The representative seated before him furrowed his brow and spoke. This is a joint plan by the Great Xia and other nations, made for the sake of humanity's safety. Unnecessary. Shen Du replied with an air of indifference, unconcerned with the thoughts of the man opposite him. I allowed Uldark to accept ability users solely to reduce conflicts and suspicions within the human realm. Ability users are still human, not some other species. I cannot comprehend your approach. Shen Du gazed intently at the man, adding, Uldark is not a paradise. It is a city built by ability users, with only a handful of ordinary individuals. Do you not find that peculiar? The man wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, attempting to persist with the proposal. But Shen Du swiftly issued an eviction order. Let us conclude for today. If your plan is flawed, return and revise it at your leisure. I must first take the initial batch of ability users to Uldark. Rising from his seat, he vanished before the representative's eyes, leaving those behind him incensed. He rejected us just like that. One exclaimed, Representative One, what shall we do now? Shall we return to discuss? This man is too arrogant. Does he not realize that the status of ability users has declined? Be cautious. He is unlike ordinary ability users. The power Mr. Shen wields is akin to that of a celestial emperor in various tales. Such an existence could obliterate a planet without a second thought. Do not provoke him. The crowd fell silent, intimidated by these words. Regardless, let us see how he intends to transport the ability users. Representative One rose, his face a deep shade of displeasure. Taking some time to regain his composure, the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, within the expansive arena of the Qinglong Academy, Shen Du's presence instantly ignited cheers from the thousands in attendance. Shen Du showed no inclination to silence the resounding cheers. When he spoke, his voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Uldark welcomes every extraordinary individual. This brand new world is rife with combat and economic potential. Any registered member can experience infinite rebirth and resurrection within Uldark, allowing you to engage in unrestricted battles across a multitude of worlds. Upon finishing his declaration, the crowd erupted into another round of fervent applause. Without concern for anything else, Shen Du waved his hand, promptly opening a grand celestial gate leading directly to Uldark within the immense venue. This colossal portal could accommodate thousands simultaneously. As the gate swung open, some individuals excitedly rushed forward, while others hesitated, exchanging brief farewells with friends and relatives. The first extraordinary individuals to enter quickly vanished from sight, leaving the earthbound observers curious about what lay beyond the portal. After a moment of contemplation, more and more extraordinary individuals ultimately chose to step through the gateway. This scene was captured by media reporters stationed on Earth, who dubbed it the Day of Ascension. Chen Min was among the crowd. After a prolonged separation, she found Shen Du unexpectedly unfamiliar. Should I address you as Shen or Shen God? Shen Min laughed, prompting a hearty chuckle from Shen God. What a peculiar title. He casually gestured for her to come closer. Uldak is still a realm of void. I must proceed there to construct a dwelling for the extraordinary individuals from Earth. You are my friend. You guided me upon my arrival at the Qinglong Academy. Therefore, I intend for you to continue in this guiding role within Uldak. Before Chen Min could respond, Shen Du snapped his fingers, instantly flooding her mind with a wealth of information about Uldak, which she now comprehended thoroughly. Now that you understand, shall we embark on our conquest of the multiverse? Shen Du exclaimed with laughter. Chapter 78. From nothing to creation. Chen Min diligently processed the information flooding her mind regarding Uldak, and soon, Shen Du transported her directly to Uldak. At that moment, over 2,000 extraordinary individuals had entered Uldak through the portal. The Seraphim of Uldak had already received relevant information from Shen Du and was prepared. Each extraordinary individual entering Uldak was promptly registered. Shen Du was indifferent to the quality of these individuals. After all, he was unaware of what the other realms would be like. What he needed most at present were extraordinary individuals. The more, the better. He could not afford to be picky. After registration, the extraordinary individuals curiously observed their surroundings in Uldak's wilderness. Before them lay a desolate expanse, devoid of any structures or shelters, causing many to feel uneasy. I say, my friends, how can we come here without even a place to stay? Those beings earlier were aliens, weren't they? They appeared mechanical, yet bore human-like features. Quite frightening. No place to sleep. Are we expected to rest in this wilderness? Open the portal. We want to go back. This is a deception. With some inciting discontent, the extraordinary individuals began to stir restlessly. Many, who had previously remained cautious, now appeared anxious, unsure of what would happen next. Shen Du and Chen Min had just stepped through the portal and immediately grasped the situation. Among the crowd were two higher-tier extraordinary individuals, Guo Dai and Feng Rui, who had come today, evidently trusting Shen Du. Upon spotting him, they quickly emerged from the throng and stood beside him, though Guo Dai appeared somewhat troubled. Brother Shen, what are you planning? I thought you mentioned that Uldak already had established cities. Shen Du looked at the burly man and smiled slightly. Who said there are none? As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved towards the crowd below, causing the ground to tremble violently. What is happening? An earthquake? Oh, how unfortunate to experience this upon arrival. Have we been deceived? Is this fellow planning to use us as some sort of sinister sacrificial material? Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have followed the trend to come to Uldak. Voices of discontent rose from below, and the expressions of Guo Dai, Feng Rui, and Chen Min shifted as they too became uncertain of what was to unfold. However, the confusion and despair soon transformed. The tremors subsided, and suddenly, everyone could see colossal stone pillars erupting from the ground, swiftly constructing an intricate framework. In the blink of an eye, towering skyscrapers emerged, the highest soaring into the clouds, reaching hundreds of meters. Most of the other buildings were remarkably futuristic. Feng Rui, having visited Uldak's central city before, recognized these structures. These are clearly replicas of the central city of Uldak. With a mere gesture, Shen Du had conjured an entirely new metropolis, and as the tremors ceased, more buildings continued to rise, leaving all extraordinary individuals present with the undeniable realization that Shen Du had not deceived them. Guo Dai gazed enviously at Shen Du's extraordinary abilities. Deeply intrigued by the experiences Shen Du must have encountered in the dragon's grave, which led to such remarkable progress that he could now single-handedly create a city. You truly possess the power to conjure something from nothing. Feng Rui exclaimed in astonishment, her hand covering her mouth, as Shen Du's actions resembled those of a divine being. Chen Min had become aware of the information regarding Uldak, and at that moment, understood that the true master of Uldak was Shen Du. The prospect of creating an entire city was merely a prelude. Even the thought of annihilating all of Uldak was but a fleeting notion for him. Thus, Chen Min remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the conversations of the two individuals beside her. As the city took form, the crowd of supernatural beings relaxed. Those who had previously hurled insults now dared not raise their heads, fearing retribution from Shen Du. What materials were used to construct this city? It bears no resemblance to the building materials we know from Earth, one remarked, astonished by the exceptional hardness of the ground, where even the mightiest strike left no mark. Thank you. Ha ha ha. How are these rooms allocated? Is it random? Another inquired. Or perhaps it required a contest of strength for possession. The crowd below began to stir with anticipation, Yet Shen Du remained unperturbed, shifting his gaze to the side, whereupon a colossal portal opened before them. From within, hundreds, even thousands, of seraph beings emerged. The seraph, indigenous to Uldark, served as the right and left hands of the Father of Heaven. Their appearance was timely, as they organized the previously disordered ranks of supernatural beings. To avert chaos, the leading seraph even summoned a contingent of warriors from the newer ring. For most tasks suited to the seraph were administrative, and combat was not their forte. With this influx of warriors, the complaints and bickering among the human supernatural beings significantly diminished. The seraph primarily guided the human supernatural beings to their pre-assigned quarters, having prepared everything in advance, which ensured remarkable efficiency. In the blink of an eye, the gathered crowd had nearly vanished. Guodai and Feng Rue watched in astonishment, noting that the girl who stood beside Shen Du had also joined the seraph. Feng Rue, with her remarkable memory, recognized her as one of the representatives from the Qinglong Academy responsible for receptions, possessing spatial abilities and a formidable level of skill. She was baffled at how Chen Min had connected with Shen Du, feeling a twinge of defeat. Although the human supernatural beings had disappeared from Shen Du's view, his voice resonated clearly throughout the city, reaching the ears of every human supernatural being. This city will be named by the first group of supernatural beings to enter it. You may choose a name once you reach an agreement. He continued, each of you will receive a wristband on your left arm, which will facilitate communication and coordination. It will be essential for future rewards, equipment collection, and task assignments. Upon his pronouncement, thousands of individuals in the city glanced at their left arms, where indeed they found a black wristband materialized. Upon contact, the wristband illuminated instantly, autonomously identifying the wearer and announcing everyone's names. Moreover, the wristband's functions became intrinsically linked to its wearer, allowing for ease of use with a mere thought. This wristband was a creation of Shen Du, inspired by the Master God wristbands from the Infinite Flow novels he had read prior to his traversal. With an opportunity to manifest such wonders, how could Shen Du, an ardent fan of Infinite Flow narratives, resist? The city was a perfect reflection of his imagination, populated by numerous supernatural beings, all poised to face impending dimensional adversaries. Once the wristbands were established, Shen Du conjured a colossal luminous sphere above the city, which would be managed by the seraph, serving as a connection to several primary divine machines, ensuring the resurrection, healing, enhancement, and inquiries for these supernatural beings. Completing these tasks, Shen Du turned to the two individuals beside him, who were utterly mesmerized. Guodai was perplexed by the significance of Shen Du's actions and was intensely curious about the creations he had manifested, for his worldview did not encompass the infinite flow or the concept of a master god. Feng Rue, however, found herself captivated by the wristband on her arm, exploring its various functions with childlike wonder, eagerly bombarding Shen Du with questions. Are these things truly fabricated? Your creativity is astounding. You actually conceived of this. Those beings are the seraph of Uldark. You're treating them as mere tools. She exclaimed. Shen Du, can this wristband enhance one's abilities? And what is this marketplace about? Shen Du, recognizing the girl's boundless curiosity, could not respond to every query but patiently addressed some of her inquiries. The wristband is essentially a medium. The seraph are tasked with fulfilling the objectives set forth by the supernatural beings. Enhancements are indeed possible. This wristband is a fraction of my power, so augmenting your abilities is relatively straightforward. With a smile, Shen Du explained to Feng Rue, however, given your current level of supernatural prowess, advancing further will require significant resources. The amount of yajing, commonly referred to as supernatural stones, needed is staggering, approximately equivalent to defeating hundreds of king-level supernatural beasts. Upon hearing this, Feng Rue was left genuinely astonished. However, before long, the young girl eagerly inquired of Shen Du, what about this shop? It appears to be temporarily closed. What will it offer? Abilities, weapons, bloodlines, and enhancement upgrades, perhaps? After a moment's contemplation, Shen Du provided a reasonable explanation. The reason it is not yet open is simply that I have yet to finalize my thoughts. Once I clarify some issues, I will open it to all the ability users entering Uldark. In the future, I may even allow a select few from the human world to enter and attempt to challenge this high-difficulty realm. That sounds like a splendid idea, Feng Rue remarked, blinking her eyes, before suddenly adding with a mischievous tone, by the way, will the Heavenly Father sword we encountered last time also be included? Upon hearing this, Shen Du was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Isn't it just the Heavenly Father's sword? What is the harm in including it? Ultimately, the pricing within the shop is entirely at my discretion, even if I were to list the Heavenly Father's sword at an exorbitant price once the shop opens. It would be entirely feasible. If not, I could always create a few weaker versions of what we might call Uldark artifacts. Crafting a diluted version of the Heavenly Father sword is hardly a daunting task." Feng Rue gave Shen Du a thumbs up, while Guodai, listening to their conversation, found himself utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, this burly man had cultivated a robust temperament and, after chuckling for a while, felt no concern. Finally, when it seemed their dialogue had reached a conclusion, he interjected quietly, "So, what kind of enemies are we to face next?" Shen Du smiled apologetically, then waved his hand, revealing a panoramic view of the hellish realm before the three of them. The first wave of adversaries consists of these ability beasts and hellish creatures. Guodai merely glanced at the scene before him and felt an overwhelming pressure, although he was uncertain of the beast's true power. Their formidable appearance and the palpable aura surrounding them indicated they were no ordinary foes. Furthermore, this was the home ground of the hellish realm, and they were merely visitors, making the situation rather daunting. The beings of this hellish plane could be described as inexhaustible, serving as a natural training and leveling ground. "Do not worry about death," Shen Du calmly assured them. "Upon death, the Seraphim will collect your life spheres, allowing you to be resurrected in Uldark. Of course, resurrection does require a small fee." After saying this, he turned to Guodai and asked, "What do you think?" "An excellent design," Guodai replied, letting out a sigh of relief. As the vision of the hellish realm faded, he felt considerably more at ease. Initially, he had been anxious about the prospect of death, but Shen Du's assurance of resurrection swiftly alleviated those fears. As for the so-called fee, Guodai, as a high-level ability user, was unconcerned about such matters. With the city stabilized, Shen Du returned to the central city of Uldark, swiftly determining which divine machines could be connected to the colossal light sphere. There was no need for ordinary ability users to be aware of the divine engine. Such a mechanism was beyond their grasp, and the more who knew, the more likely it would breed insatiable desires and conflict. Moreover, having taken the Heavenly Father's life sphere as an energy source, he had become the second entity of that caliber. If anyone else wished to follow suit, the only potential energy source left would be that exiled being from the hellish realm. He had no desire to create another competitor within Uldark. Chapter 79. The New City Challenge. Shen Du created Uldark's new city from nothing, and it was not long before all present ability users collectively voted to name this city New City. Indeed, the name of this new metropolis is New City. As the creator and overseer, Shen Du was elected as the inaugural lord of the new city by unanimous vote from 247 ability users. This seemed somewhat redundant. Guodai stood before the large screen, watching as Shen Du's name prominently appeared in the newly minted lord section, shaking his head in resignation. Shen Du, however, was quite intrigued. As he observed the actions of the many ability users residing in the new city, he remarked to Guodai, "At least it indicates they are quite aware of the situation." Guodai's eyes widened, wanting to say something, yet ultimately finding himself at a loss for words. Each individual's room was uniquely designed, a private space allowing them to create exclusive characters and facilities within Uldark. Characters could not be taken out of Uldark, nor could facilities be removed from their rooms. Seraphim are responsible for providing each member entering Uldark with a variety of highly cost-effective exchange items, including essentials and anything else they desire, Shen Du stated calmly. "Anything they desire, including women?" Guodai asked in astonishment. "Naturally," Shen Du replied, rising to his feet. With Feng Rue absent, he and Guodai could speak more candidly. Among the machines created by the Seraphim in Uldark are engines for generating life and engines for manifesting dreams. These are more than sufficient to fulfill any ability user's imagination. Obtaining any kind of companion is a mere trifle. Remarkable. Guodai furrowed his brow, still skeptical of Shen Du's claims. However, the fact that Shen Du had conjured an immense, magnificent new city from thin air, combined with the otherworldly capabilities of the Seraphim, compelled him to believe that Shen Du was indeed speaking the truth. "By the way, may I see those engines?" he boldly voiced. "I too wish to witness these creations of the Seraphim." However, without a moment's hesitation, Shen Du firmly declined. Many of the engines posed significant threats. The Seraphim, being a unique life form, is essentially a fusion of the soul matter of Uldak and high intelligence, and it harbors no fear of such entities. I am concerned that should you encounter them, unforeseen incidents may arise. Very well, Guodai replied somewhat begrudgingly, his mind churning with the realization that Shen Du was reluctant to divulge the secrets of the engines, though he would never voice such thoughts aloud. Let us discuss the challenges that these superhumans are about to face. Shen Du, seemingly perceptive of Guodai's emotional fluctuations, responded with a smile. All superhumans who have come to Uldak can be considered fortunate, for they have chosen to follow me into Uldak, thereby gaining access to profound upgrades and formidable channels. As soon as he finished speaking, a colossal image materialized before Guodai. He could clearly see an array of rewards available for exchange after vanquishing demonic entities. From the most conventional weapons like knives and clubs to modern firearms and cutting-edge technology, everything was included. Even more astonishing, the interface displayed a multitude of superhuman abilities. Ranging from the lowest to the highest tiers, Guodai even spotted his own psychic abilities clearly priced. Is this for real? Guodai stammered, pointing at the tiered abilities. You must be joking. Certainly not, Shen Du chuckled, effortlessly grasping one of the tiered abilities into his hand. For now, this is merely a demonstration. However, through these Seraphim machines, abilities like yours can be easily replicated, should someone wish to exchange for them. A simple command from the Seraphim through the Master God Sphere would suffice to produce the corresponding abilities. I neglected to mention that the so-called superpowers in your human world originate from the sub-hell dimension's sub-gold energy, Shen Du continued with a grin. Thus, the disassembly is rather straightforward. Even before I acquired such power, I was capable of creating and merging superpowers. This revelation left Guodai, the robust man, utterly speechless. The top-tier ability he had painstakingly solidified suddenly seemed as trivial as a common vegetable in Shen Du's presence. And the nonchalant manner in which Shen Du spoke gave no impression of jest. However, you need not worry excessively about an overflow of tiered abilities. Shen Du kindly cautioned Guodai, while these abilities can indeed be exchanged in the marketplace, the prices are quite steep. Without perilous, life-threatening missions and fierce battles, acquiring them would be nearly impossible. One tiered ability here is set to require over 1 million Master God points for exchange. What are Master God points? Guodai interjected at an opportune moment, prompting Shen Du to elaborate on these points. Master God points are the rewards and drops obtained by superhumans from defeating monsters. They serve as the sole official currency within the new city, allowing direct exchanges for anything desired in the marketplace and the Master God Sphere. Ah, I see. Guodai nodded, continuing to listen attentively as Shen Du spoke. Exchanging for the formidable powers of tiered abilities requires not only Master God points, but also the completion of a certain number of kill tasks, such as defeating king-level demonic entities or fulfilling designated tasks issued by the Master God. Slaying these creatures from the Hell Dimension yields Master God rewards, and completing tasks from the Master God also grants rewards. Shen Du cheerfully stated, in summary, the resources are here, but acquiring them will certainly demand some effort. That sounds reasonable. Guodai nodded slightly, clearly intrigued by Shen Du's words. The entire Hell Dimension serves as a natural battleground. The demons within do not require interference from me or the Seraphim, as their reproduction rate is astonishingly high. Competition and slaughter in the Hell Dimension are fierce. And in this world of the survival of the fittest, increasingly powerful beings will inevitably emerge. I intend to allow the superhumans in New City to trial the difficulties of the Hell Dimension. Upon finishing his statement, Shen Du waved his hand, causing the grand image before Guodai to vanish, replaced by a panoramic view of a city. As Shen Du's voice resonated, it effortlessly reached every ear in the city. I plan to officially commence the New City Challenge. The specific participation rules have been disseminated to everyone's wristbands. Those wishing to participate may sign up. With that, Shen Du turned his gaze toward Guodai, asking, how many do you think will be willing to join? Guodai furrowed his brow and tentatively replied, perhaps around 100 or so. That may be a conservative estimate. Shen Du laughed, conjuring another image that displayed the registration numbers for the New City Challenge. Guodai's eyes widened as he beheld the progress bar rapidly climbing to 1,500. 1,500 people are willing to partake in this so-called New City Challenge. Have they lost their minds? Guodai thought frantically, immediately activating his wristband to scrutinize the specific details of the New City Challenge recently announced by Shen Du. The first phase of the New City Challenge is officially underway. Participants will receive the pinnacle rewards from the Master God of Uldak. The rewards for slaying a king-level demon creature are a choice of extraordinary abilities, while gathering elite-level demon creatures yields random extraordinary abilities. The reward for collecting sub-gold or sources is also a random extraordinary ability. Strengthening the Titan Demon Seal will likewise provide a random extraordinary ability. After the first phase of the New City Challenge commences, defeating any hellish creature will grant double the divine points, which can be exchanged for items in the marketplace. Note: all extraordinary individuals registered in Uldak will resurrect in the main city upon dying in the Hell Realm, costing 100 divine points for the first resurrection, with subsequent resurrections doubling the cost. Those without divine points or deceased individuals will be forcibly returned to the human world. Guodai promptly opened the marketplace. Discovering that Shen had already listed the exchange items he had just seen, including a plethora of demon weapons produced in Hell, some of which bore the unfamiliar prefix Knight. Remarkably, the display of these items even piqued his own interest in participation. He couldn't help but exclaim, especially considering the note added after the New City Challenge, which alleviated the psychological burden for many extraordinary individuals. After all, they could resurrect, couldn't they? Resurrection is indeed a rather helpless choice. Shen calmly remarked. Utilizing the portal to the Hell Realm is permitted, but each entry will place one in a 24-hour state where they must fend for themselves. Should one encounter a formidable enemy due to lack of strength or sheer misfortune, only resurrection can offer an escape. Guodai nodded slightly and registered himself, cheerfully declaring, "Then I shall give it a try." "Excellent," Shen replied with a smile. Waving at Guodai, in an instant, he reappeared in the main square of New City, and Shen voice resonated at the opportune moment. All extraordinary individuals heading to the Hell Realm may collect a standard set of equipment at the Seraph Point in the square. Each person begins with 1,000 divine points and may exchange them for additional equipment as needed. The New City Challenge has officially commenced. Simply proceed to the portal ahead. As his words concluded, hundreds of beams of light erupted from the front of the main square, piercing the clouds and remaining visible even through the overcast sky, eliciting awe from many onlookers. In their eyes, Shen had transcended the status of mere city lord or powerful extraordinary individual, becoming akin to a divine creator. The bold and ambitious extraordinary individuals rushed eagerly towards the beams of light, vanishing the moment they stepped into them, only to reappear in a random hell dimension. Some fortunate individuals encountered weaker demon creatures upon arrival, showcasing their extraordinary abilities and swiftly dispatching foes, receiving notifications of their accrued divine points along with additional rewards, such as energy-restoring food packs and medical kits. Conversely, unfortunate individuals randomly landed in high-difficulty areas, facing king-level or titan demons, whose mere presence could obliterate them without a single strike. Consequently, a wave of resurrected individuals soon flooded the Uldak main city, each returned by the Seraphs through the portal, who would also check for any additional injuries. The resurrection speed of the life sphere was notably rapid under Queen Mike's leadership. The Seraphs maintained comprehensive surveillance over the Hell Realm. Even after Shen eliminated Queen Mike, this rule remained unaltered, ensuring the extraordinary individuals experienced minimal losses. However, some truly unfortunate souls encountered hellish creatures that could specifically target the life sphere, resulting in their physical forms being utterly destroyed, leaving the life sphere irretrievably shattered, rendering the arriving Seraphs powerless to assist. In such instances, Shen could only regard it as a normal casualty and emphasize that bad luck is an integral part of the challenge. One must simply grow accustomed to it. Guodai found himself in a chaotic battlefield, where hellish creatures clashed fiercely over territory, their roars of combat echoing as numerous weaker demons were torn apart and consumed. His sudden appearance bewildered the surrounding demons, but before they could react, Guodai seized the initiative, unleashing a mental shockwave that instantly incapacitated dozens of demons. Although these creatures were merely low-ranking gargoyles and imps, Guodai felt an indescribable thrill at their defeat. This must be akin to mowing down grass, he realized, understanding why Shen had designated this Hell Realm as a trial ground, attracting so many participants for the inaugural challenge. Chapter 80, Thrill. Initially, Guodai had hoped to conserve his energy while engaging in combat, but he quickly realized that the creatures in this Hell Realm exhibited no fear of death. Seeing fresh flesh, they descended upon him in a frenzy, encircling him in the blink of an eye. The robust man drew the Qinglong saber he had exchanged for in the marketplace prior to his departure, a purchase costing him merely 125 divine points, sufficient to recover his investment after slaying 2 elite-level hell creatures. What a fortuitous turn, Guodai roared. pivoting sharply and severing the heads of the charging demons in a single motion. He then spat, his entire form enveloped in a blue glow as a spectral figure erupted from within him, hovering like a wraith. This ethereal presence soon endowed Guodai with an unfathomable surge of power. The Qinglong saber in his grasp erupted with a terrifyingly potent lethality. Wherever the Qinglong blade strikes, a fierce blade aura extends for dozens of meters. Any creature from the depths of hell that comes into contact with this aura is instantly shattered into countless pieces. In that moment, Guodai wielded the Qinglong blade with a fierce vigor, leaving no living creature within a radius of several hundred meters. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. It was only now that the burly man truly understood the thrill of mowing down foes. However, this exhilarating harvest did not last long, as the mass disappearance of hellish beings soon caught the attention of the remaining hellish priests. Before long, a titan demon appeared in Guodai's line of sight. Its colossal form, akin to a mountain, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that left Guodai momentarily stunned. It was at that moment he had to summon every ounce of seriousness, yet his mind began racing with thoughts of other matters. For instance, how did Shen manage to confront such a formidable creature when he single-handedly infiltrated the hellish realm? Seated upon the immense throne of Uldak, Shen observed thousands of live broadcasts before him. The battles among the ability users in the hellish realm continued unabated, while the seraphim of the main city of Uldak busily rushed about. The divine engine operated tirelessly, with hundreds of individuals being eliminated from the hellish realm and reborn through the sphere of life at any given moment. Meanwhile, numerous ability users engaged in life and death struggles against hellish creatures. Many formed temporary alliances during their journeys, and the appearance of particularly lucrative monsters sometimes led to friction among these small groups. In Shen Du's observations, one team of ability users with a peak strength of level had launched a raid against another self-reliant team with a maximum strength of only level. However, due to the oversight of high-level seraphim, the lower-level team members were ultimately spared from annihilation. Upon receiving this report from the seraphim, Shen adopted a laissez-faire attitude. The hellish realm was, after all, a legitimate battlefield. The principle of survival of the fittest applied not only to the monsters, but also to the ability user teams that ventured within. As for the raiding team, it had successfully assembled 3-level ability users along their journey, slaying 4 king-level hellish creatures and even ambushing 2 abyssal cleaver demons, placing their achievements in second place. Naturally, Shen could not help but pay close attention to this team. However, what captured Shen focus even more was the individual at the top of the kill leaderboard. This first-place contender was so remarkably exceptional that their count of slain demonic entities far surpassed that of the raider team. The combat strength assessment for this individual was nearly on par with the entire raider team's capabilities. It is worth noting that Shen personally devised this combat strength evaluation system, which heavily weighted the elimination of high-level, high-difficulty hellish beings, such as the well-guarded hellish priests or the terrifying hell titans. After Shen had nearly cleared the priests from the hellish realm, the few that survived had resorted to stringent self-protection measures, establishing multiple layers of demonic ecological barriers. In such circumstances, any ability user capable of vanquishing a hellish priest would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The individual occupying the top of the leaderboard was none other than Feng Rue. It came as no surprise. What truly astonished Shen, however, was that he had not anticipated Feng Rue's direct entry into the hellish realm at this very moment. Feng Rue, a grand sorceress, adeptly wielded various elemental powers. Upon entering the hellish realm, she immediately bestowed upon herself a multitude of elemental blessings, unleashing a barrage of aura skills that left not a single living being within several kilometers in her wake. Shen glanced at the inventory of this little sorceress and noted that just before her departure, she had exchanged for an item in the marketplace known as the Eternal Archmage Pendant. This item, requiring merely 500 divine points, served the function of absorbing souls to convert them into magical energy. To his astonishment, Feng Rue had maximized this effect. Her elemental powers unleashed vast and lethally potent area of effect attacks, annihilating hordes of hellish creatures, whose souls were subsequently absorbed by the Eternal Archmage Pendant, continuously supplying her with magical energy. The clever young girl indeed impressed Shen, who chuckled softly as he opened the video feed to witness Feng Rue battling the Titan Demon, the strongest force in the hellish realm. Soaring through the air, She deftly cast an array of spells and elemental powers while skillfully evading the Titan's attacks. Ultimately, upon completing the entire formation, she raised her hand and swiftly dispatched the 100-meter-tall Titan demon. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable fluidity, leaving Shen Du quite satisfied. It seemed the battles at Qinglong Academy had effectively honed their skills, showcasing truly spectacular techniques. Shen Du chuckled, observing that the massive Titan demon found itself utterly outmatched by Feng Rue, helplessly watching as she continued to cast spells, ultimately sealing its fate. As for Chen Min, Shen Du noted her absence from the leaderboard, only to discover that she had chosen to remain in New City rather than venture into the hellish realm. Shen Du did not mind this. While the majority of the ability users were combatants, a few had previously taken on supportive roles during the Fisher battles, and it would indeed be unreasonable to force them into direct combat against hellish beings. Standing up, Shen Du raised his hand to open a portal leading to the hellish realm. The cacophony of demonic roars echoing from the other side, causing the nearby seraphim to flinch slightly, as though affected by the sounds. He was certainly aware of this detail. It seems that I must attempt to create a new tribe next time, Shen Du murmured to himself, turning and vanishing directly into the portal. In the next moment, his vision was engulfed by a blood-red ground and a pitch-black sky. Shen Du spread his arms and took a deep breath, the stench of decay still overwhelming. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together, and the force of his palms swept away the hellish soil before him, clearing it entirely. This gust of wind, imbued with the overwhelming power of creation, surged forth, carving out an endless pathway that seemed to stretch into infinity. With a hint of joy, he strolled along this newly formed, pristine road. In the future, this thoroughfare would be referred to as the Sacred Path by various supernatural beings, for it was evidently a creation that instilled fear in countless demons. As long as a supernatural being stood upon it, even the mightiest of demons dared not venture closer, merely gazing in terror from a distance. Even the boldest of demons, upon stepping onto this sacred path, would meet an immediate demise. At this moment, Shen Du was unaware of these implications. His primary intention in forging this path was to observe the transformations occurring within the hellish realm and to pay a visit to a certain hellish altar he had already located. Within this altar lay a religion known as the Grey Corruption. Its members and key figures were fallen seraphim, corrupted by the energy of the abyss. Unlike other hellish priests and demonic beings, these seraphim incessantly seduced creatures from other realms, attempting to open gateways to the hellish plane, ultimately aiming to bring their corporeal forms into the depths of hell. These seraphim, on the brink of collapse due to the abyssal corruption, sought to escape by luring beings from other realms to their altar. The members of the Grey Corruption organization on Earth underwent terrifying transformations due to the incessant influence of these seraphim. For instance, they subconsciously perceived their kind as extensions of their own abilities, which led to Shen Du being treated as prey upon his recent arrival, relegated to abasement. Had it not been for the sudden eruption of his powers and the subsequent awakening of the system, he would have perished in that dark basement. Thus, one could say that Shen Du harbored an unresolved conflict with this so-called Grey Corruption. Now, he set forth once more to trace the source of all this. Intent on addressing this fundamental issue, as Shen Du walked along his path, he witnessed numerous supernatural beings engaged in desperate battles against demonic creatures. He refrained from intervening. Yet with his mere presence, the once ferocious hellish demons began to flee in a frenzied panic, ignoring even their grievous losses inflicted by the human teams, much to the astonishment of the supernatural squads. Among them, a few bold souls approached Shen Du, taken aback by the road he had forged, unable to find words. Moments earlier, amidst their skirmishes, they had heard a thunderous roar, witnessing a group of hellish creatures being obliterated by an unfathomable force. So absorbed were they in their battles that they had failed to comprehend the source of the earlier commotion. Now, standing closer, they finally grasped the enormity of what had transpired. Shen Du greeted them with a smile, causing a stir among the recently victorious group. Lord of the city, must we only return after passing through the portal? We've already lost 4 people here. These monsters are too strong and too numerous. We can barely hold our ground. Why can't we open the city here? I'm exhausted. It feels like the battle is relentless. The crowd clamored, voicing their concerns, yet Shen Du listened attentively. Once they had calmed, he spoke with measured assurance. He explained that since this was the inaugural challenge of the new city, set within a controllable hellish realm, the difficulty had been significantly reduced. In the future, when you venture into other realms, The challenges you face will be far more formidable than today's skirmishes. With a smile, Shen Du continued, thus, it is imperative that you enhance your combat skills and strength within this realm, and trade for these weapons and powers. I eagerly anticipate your performances. Having spoken, he waved his hand, dismissing further inquiries, and resumed his leisurely pace along the path he had created. The crowd exchanged glances. Having clearly understood the implications of his words, other realms, greater challenges, it was almost as if he had given them a preview. Indeed, what the Lord of the City said must be true. After all, we can be resurrected. Defeating a couple of hellish creatures allows us to come back. Why fear the unknown? We simply need to confront these monsters. Strengthening ourselves is the true priority. The group rallied one another, seizing the moment to rest while their gazes were drawn to the approaching horde of hellish beings. With Shen Du's deterrent fading, they would soon face adversaries no different from those before, perhaps even more ferocious. Nevertheless, Shen Du's presence instilled confidence within them. This hellish realm was merely a training ground, and they could rise again after death. There was nothing to fear. Let us vanquish them. Shen Du glanced back at the swirling chaos of supernatural beings and hellish creatures, a faint smile gracing his lips, feeling quite satisfied. In truth, the strength of the hellish beings was merely mediocre, while the supernatural beings' power was not significantly superior either. He must continuously push these supernatural beings to hone their powers in the hellish realm. Only then might they, under his command, invade other dimensions to acquire more potent energy sources. Yajin is merely one among them. Yet it possesses the extraordinary ability to bestow immense powers upon humanity and to transform various machines. At this moment, Shen Du can recall at least dozens of entirely different special substances, though they all reside in other dimensions. He is increasingly eager to obtain them. Chapter 81. New City Challenge rewards. The inaugural New City Challenge concluded after 3 days. Shen Du, as the ruler of Oldak and the first lord of the new city, now sat before an enormous screen, patiently listening to Saraf's report on the detailed data analysis regarding this challenge. On the first day, 323 individuals were eliminated, with 320 revived. Saraf, with his head bowed, swiftly relayed the relevant data. On the second day, the number of eliminations had fallen below 500, specifically to 479, of which 2 could not be revived due to being consumed by hellish demons. On the third day, the number of survivors stood at Shen Du's right hand, rhythmically tapped against the chair as he absorbed Saraf's words, remaining silent for a moment. Saraf, too, maintained a quiet demeanor, clearly awaiting his final deliberation. It barely qualifies as a pass, Shen Du finally remarked, his expression cool. I had anticipated a reduction to merely 1/10 of the original number. It appears this is significantly better than usual. Should we attempt it again? Perhaps the results would be even more favorable. Saraf seized the opportunity to inquire, Heavenly Father, shall you personally oversee the distribution of their final rewards? Naturally, Shen Du replied, rising and gesturing toward a nearby spot, instantly opening a portal. How have you fared with the task I assigned you? The engines have been modified. We can now utilize the Yajin energy effect, which is significantly enhanced and no longer carries adverse effects. This is one of the products. Saraf reverently opened the storage device on his arm and presented a crystal-clear diamond-shaped stone with both hands. Upon receiving it, Shen Du immediately sensed the stone's extraordinary nature, a pure energy stone capable of elevating human powers to unprecedented heights, bestowing even greater abilities. Saraf quickly added, moreover, it has eliminated the corrosive effects of Yajin energy, rendering it the purest form of energy stone. Can it truly elevate human abilities further? Indeed, great Heavenly Father. Utilizing this energy stone allows one's powers to ascend another tier, a stage we might call. Saraf rapidly continued his description as Shen Du nodded slightly. Is this the reward for the first place in the New City Challenge? Precisely, Saraf confirmed, acknowledging Shen Du's assertion. The rewards you set include this energy enhancement stone, alongside numerous divine points and special exchange vouchers. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Du spoke, let us bestow this reward upon the top 3. Although the ones for Yajin and third place should be of lesser value, you shall manage that. Saraf acknowledged and swiftly retreated to resume his duties, while Shen Du gradually stepped into the portal. Upon emerging once more, he found himself before the grand plaza of the new city. He lifted his gaze and noticed a throng of eager individuals gathered at the square. Nearly all of the human supernatural beings who had entered Oldak's new city were now outside their homes. They were acutely aware that today marked the time for the distribution of rewards from the new city challenge. Shen quickly adjusted his demeanor and projected his voice, which resonated like waves across the assembly. The inaugural new city challenge has concluded, and I shall distribute battle rewards in accordance with the leaderboard data. Those whose names are called, please step forward to claim your prizes. As a gesture of support for everyone's enthusiasm during this first challenge, all participating supernatural beings will receive an additional reward of 2,000 divine points. His voice continued to flow. The top 10 will each receive an additional 5,000 divine points. The top 3 will receive divine points as well, including for their teams. The first place will receive an exclusive Oldak energy enhancement stone, capable of directly elevating their current power level. The first place will also be granted a selection of items from the store. The second place may choose their reward. And the same applies to the third. Having concluded these announcements, Shen surveyed the increasingly agitated crowd of supernatural beings below. After a 3-day intermission, the second phase of the new city challenge will commence once more. As his words faded, the crowd erupted into animated discussions. Goodness, are the store items truly that formidable? Indeed, I saw many cultivation tools and futuristic technologies, along with numerous items to enhance powers. How enviable. It seems the first place was taken by Feng Rue. Her title as a sorceress is not unfounded. The store items are impressive, featuring a plethora of exclusive Oldak enhancement weapons. What of this so-called energy enhancement stone? Could it genuinely allow even a mid-tier supernatural being to ascend a level? If that is indeed the case, Oldak is truly remarkable. The team that placed third, I have witnessed their capabilities. They are the core of a raider group, adept at utilizing other supernatural beings to bolster their own strength, utterly ruthless. To my astonishment, such individuals have not faced punishment in Urdak. As I mentioned earlier, this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The abilities users below engaged in fervent discussions for the topic recently raised by Shen had indeed left them profoundly shocked. At this moment, Shen officially commenced the award ceremony. The main deity directly credited rewards to their accounts, yet this particular reward was to be distributed separately. Especially those who had ascended the leaderboard were eager to showcase their prowess before the other abilities users. When Shen called out their names, many were so overwhelmed with excitement that they momentarily blushed and found themselves at a loss for words. Shen, a mischievous little face, suddenly emerged atop the high platform in the square. Feng Rue had unexpectedly darted out from the crowd, clad in a gray cloak that concealed her entirely. At first glance, one would hardly recognize her identity. Even Shen had not noticed this little girl. Hey, you didn't see me, did you? Feng Rue exclaimed proudly. The invisibility cloak I exchanged for at the marketplace before my departure is quite effective. Those hellish creatures could hardly detect my presence. Shen chuckled as he observed her smug demeanor. Then with a flick of his hand, he revealed an exquisitely beautiful diamond-shaped ability stone. Take a look at this. How stunning. Feng Rue removed the hood of her cloak and began to examine the beautiful diamond-shaped ability stone in Shen hand, inquiring, "Is this what you referred to as the so-called ability upgrade stone?" Indeed, Shen nodded, continuing, "You have secured the first place on the new city challenge leaderboard, with both the highest number of kills and levels, which naturally places you at the top." Hee. Feng Rue suddenly appeared a bit bashful. I didn't expect my abilities to be so formidable in this hellish realm. In her fully unleashed elemental state, she resembled a humanoid reaper. Most of the hellish creatures lacked substantial defensive mechanisms, allowing her to dispatch them with relative ease. At this moment, the Plunderer Squad also ascended the award stage. Several members had previously been elite abilities users from the Qinglong Academy, and upon seeing Feng Rue, their expressions grew somewhat abnormal. However, their habitual ambushes against abilities users and hellish creatures had become second nature, and despite only a few days having passed, the malice they had cultivated during that time was still evident. They now wore fierce expressions. "It's you lot." Feng Rue glanced at them, her expression quickly darkening. "Shen, they actually made the leaderboard?" "Not only did they make the leaderboard, but they also ranked just behind you," Shen replied with a cheerful demeanor, concealing his true feelings. The members of the Plunderer Squad exchanged uneasy glances, aware that their actions were widely despised. However, with only 2 elite abilities users in the entire hellish realm, Guodai and Feng Rue, they felt somewhat emboldened despite the disdain they faced. Yet, once they encountered Feng Rue, their arrogance diminished considerably. They understood well her formidable strength from their time at the academy, and now in Urdak, they lacked the courage to challenge her. This little sorceress is truly ruthless. The entirety of the Plunderer squad combined would likely not stand a chance against her alone. Feng Rue scrutinized the members of the Plunderer squad, clicking her tongue as she remarked, "I've seen you lot struggle against a king-level hellish creature." The members of the Plunderer squad forced smiles, internally dismissive of this seemingly naive little sorceress. It seemed their quarrel was not about attacking their own kind after all. Shen assessed the group before snapping his fingers to distribute the rewards he had previously mentioned. Since the second place was a squad, the rewards were split among them, resulting in each member receiving fewer resources than those in the top 10. Nonetheless, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude and quickly departed the stage, disappearing into the crowd. At this time, voices began to rise among the crowd. "City Lord, those individuals are no good. They robbed us during the challenge." "Indeed, City Lord. The functionality of trading with wristbands is excessively outrageous. They nearly drained the main deity points from us, even stealing the weapons and equipment I exchanged for. Are you not going to intervene? These ruffians are becoming increasingly brazen. I was robbed by them, which led to my demise at the hands of a demon, ultimately returning me to Urdak." The uproar among the crowd was clearly audible to Feng Rue atop the platform. She looked at Shen with surprise, seeking confirmation of the truth behind these claims. "It is true," Shen replied, remarkably calm, his expression unchanging. "This is also one of the tacit rules of the new city challenge. I did not explicitly state that human abilities users cannot compete or engage in conflict, but their actions are simply leading others to their doom. That is due to their lack of strength," Shen replied coldly. "If this were not the new city challenge, but rather monsters or foes from other dimensional realms, would you have me clean up after everyone?" "You." Feng Rue appeared anxious, yet Shen remained unyielding. "Indeed, now is not the time," he stated with chilling composure. "Thus, I allow them to experience the agony of such circumstances. At least they have a choice now and can continuously revive in Urdak. Furthermore, after the challenge's completion, I distributed 2,000 points to everyone, which should suffice." Feng Rue was not an obstinate individual. She quickly regained her composure and, upon reflecting on Shen words, found his reasoning quite compelling. However, she felt that it was ultimately inappropriate to voice such sentiments openly. Many believed that her lack of explicit prohibition on such matters implied tacit approval, a notion she had indeed entertained. Shen tone softened considerably as he spoke in a hushed voice. "The ultimate goal of the new city challenge is to cultivate powerful psychics capable of defending the entirety of Urdak, to conquer alternate realms, and to eliminate formidable adversaries. It is not about nurturing weaklings who merely seek happiness and equality." At this point, Feng Rue found herself utterly at a loss for words. She possessed no counterarguments to Shen assertions, especially since he had clearly stated from the outset that while Urdak was referred to as paradise, it was, in truth, a lost Eden. This was a haven for challengers, a sanctuary for the formidable. Shen then shifted the topic, his voice resonating as he called for the next recipient of the award to take the stage. As anticipated, the third place was claimed by Guadai, who had thoroughly relished the thrill of the competition. Clutching the azure dragon blade, his robust physique made a striking impression. Upon taking the stage, he flashed a goofy smile at Shen and exclaimed, "I can't believe I placed third. What a surprise." A smile also graced Shen face. "You fought like a whirlwind over there, but due to the limitations of your strength and the randomness of the area, you couldn't quite keep up with the top two in terms of numbers. I am eager to see how you perform next." Guadai beamed again, ready to express his thoughts, when Shen interjected, "The second phase of the challenge may align more with your tastes. I hope you can secure first place next time. That would give me reason to grant you a psychic upgrade stone. The current stone is of little use to you, as its effects are far inferior to Feng Rue's." Shen casually tossed the secondary psychic stone to Guadai, who readily accepted it, tossing it into his storage device. "As for my chosen exchange item, I plan to create a unique battle armor from the store. You, who rely on telekinesis, wish to exchange for battle armor?" Shen raised an eyebrow, already anticipating Guadai's next words. He was likely to mention the Star Mine battle armor showcased in the store's equipment section. This creation was inspired by the design principles of Li Jihao and integrated Uldak's technological concepts. Most importantly, Shen had personally forged it with utmost dedication, akin to how he had crafted the destroyer armor for the nameless adversary. Its power was monumental, amplifying the wearer's telekinesis by tenfold or even hundreds of times, and its potency escalated with the psychic level of the wearer. Shen had included it in the exchange items category primarily for the convenience of certain individuals. Star Mind Battle Armor. Guodai eagerly presented his desired item. Doesn't this fit me perfectly? Shen felt somewhat exasperated at Guodai's keen insight. You do have a knack for this. He waved his hand dismissively. The permissions have been granted. What you choose to exchange is no longer my concern. As Shen prepared to depart, the crowd below stirred restlessly, and several voices quickly reached his ears. Can we return to Earth for a visit? The new city challenge is not commencing now. Exactly. We might even bring back new psychics. The psychics from the human world still comprised the majority, and only a fraction had left for Uldak. Shen paused, a relaxed expression crossing his face. You've reminded me. After some contemplation, returning seems like a fitting approach. He raised his hand, and all the psychics' wristbands instantly lit up. Subsequently, everyone heard a voice from the wristbands, informing them of their free time to return to Earth. What a benevolent city lord. The first brave soul eagerly pressed the button to return to Earth, disappearing amidst the crowd. Others quickly followed suit, each pressing the return button on their wristbands. As the beams of light and the sounds of teleportation echoed, a significant portion of the crowd vanished in an instant, with many others soon following suit. The remaining individuals clearly had no intention of returning. For many, Uldak was still an unfamiliar land. Everything within it felt temporary, while Earth remained their eternal home. However, many disagreed with this sentiment, believing Uldak to be a brand new paradise where Shen could provide everything they needed. As long as they adhered to the tasks he set forth, Uldak would undoubtedly be a paradise. After all, the main deity had established that everything could now be acquired in Uldak. Should they return to Earth, given the current situation, the absence of rifts would render the status and identity of psychics on Earth precarious, leading many to prefer not to return. Shen, however, paid no heed to these concerns and simply turned to leave. Behind him, Guodai hurried after him, clamoring to share a drink with Shen by the way. Have Chen come to see me, Shen instructed Seraph. He then turned to converse with Guodai. When Chen finally met Shen again, it was already several hours later. What brings you here, city lord? Upon Shen entrance, her decorous manner of speaking left Shen feeling rather disconcerted. If you continue like this, I may have to impose a slight punishment upon you, he remarked with a smile, causing Chen to straighten up immediately before tilting her head in her usual manner. What did you summon me for? Haven't you returned to Earth? What would be the purpose of going back? There are no tasks awaiting me there anymore. Shen replied nonchalantly. Have you forgotten what my previous role at Qinglong Academy entailed? I was responsible for reception and the recruitment of newcomers. With the rift now closed, my position has effectively ceased to exist. Shen fell silent, recognizing the significant connection between Chen loss of employment and his own circumstances. However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts and instead broached the topic of the forthcoming exploration of new realms. What relevance does this have to me? Chen pondered for a moment after absorbing Shen words, only to suddenly grasp the implication. You can't possibly be asking me to assist you with dimensional travel. Can you? My abilities are merely at an elementary level. Before she could finish her sentence, she beheld Shen wave his hand, causing several diamond-shaped energy stones to materialize before her. It requires 2 stones to upgrade your abilities, but I need a higher grade, so I have prepared 3 for you. Chen was utterly astounded. She had not anticipated that Shen would have made preparations for this objective so far in advance. This is primarily due to my lack of familiarity with the existing equipment of Uldak, Shen explained with an air of nonchalance. Uldak possesses numerous engines designed for Seraphim to traverse dimensions and enter other worlds. Unfortunately, I find them rather unwieldy to operate, and each use consumes a significant amount of Uldak's energy, which is hardly cost-effective. Understanding Shen's intentions, Chen remarked, once you upgrade your abilities, it is likely that you will be capable of transporting hundreds of individuals simultaneously across dimensions. The magnitude of your power thereafter is beyond my imagination. Shen responded with a smile. Who knows, you may become powerful enough to relocate Uldak itself to another world. Hearing this, Chen chuckled, feeling significantly less pressured. She stood up to sense the energy fluctuations of the several energy stones, selecting the one designated for upgrading her abilities and gently crushing it. In an instant, a surge of energy coiled around her shoulders and surged into her body. The latent power within her erupted forth, only to retract almost immediately, but with a palpable transformation compared to before. Is this the completion of the upgrade? Chen asked in astonishment. Having expected the process to provoke some grand phenomenon or at the very least, a burst of energy that would create portals in the surrounding space. To her surprise, the upgrade concluded with such swiftness. Shindu raised an eyebrow. What were you expecting? This is indeed rather peculiar, Chun Min replied helplessly. Upon hearing Shindu's voice, she learned, I controlled your energy to prevent you from entering a state of uncontrolled chaos. The use of a grade energy upgrade stone requires professional supervision to ensure the preservation of Oldak's formidable combat capabilities. With a complex expression, Chun Min regarded Shindu, yet chose not to voice any further concerns. Instead, she took hold of another grade energy upgrade stone and once again crushed it. The unleashed force of spatial energy erupted instantaneously, prompting Shindu to raise his hand to stabilize the situation. Noting that Chun Min swiftly attempted to manage the spatial power herself, her cheeks flushed with excitement and exhilaration, she exclaimed, I should now be capable of tearing apart space. Let us test the effect. Shindu immediately instructed Chun Min to activate her abilities while he readied his own, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. All right, she declared, promptly channeling her powers to open a black wormhole before them. Where does this lead? I have no idea. It's a new area. Chun Min admitted with a hint of shyness. Isn't this the effect you desired? Stay right here. I'll check it out. Shindu, not wishing to dwell on the matter, replied, if anything goes awry, I can at least open a wormhole back. However, Chun Min firmly rejected his suggestion, insisting that they enter together. Ultimately, both stepped through, and the black wormhole sealed behind them. The world around them transformed dramatically. Eerie cawing echoed in their ears, and Shindu soon spotted a crow eyeing him suspiciously, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected presence of a living human. After a moment of hesitation, the crow flapped its wings and took flight, the gust it generated brushing against Shindu's face and filling him with nausea, the air tainted with a foul stench. Where's this place? He wondered, glancing at Chun Min, who appeared to be standing amidst the ruins of a post-apocalyptic human world. Chun Min nodded, observing the grim surroundings. The sky above was dark and oppressive, the air thick with an indescribable stench of decay and rot. Nearby, dilapidated buildings loomed, and cars lay scattered haphazardly along the roadside. As she gazed at the shattered windows of the vehicles, Chun Min felt as if she had stepped into a dystopian reality. Regrettably, there were no visible landmarks to ascertain their location. It seemed imperative to request the Seraphim to construct a device capable of pinpointing coordinates in other dimensional universes upon their return. Spoke to himself, and Chun Min nodded continuously. Just as they were about to look around, a sudden sound of a gun bolt echoed behind them. Stop! Don't move. Are you two human or those damn monsters? The voice, spoken in English, was easily understood by. Turn around slowly. The tone grew more severe, and Chun Min exchanged glances before turning around, which caused the person behind them to tense up, hastily raising his weapon again, as if that would provide him some comfort. However, Chun Min were unfazed. They certainly did not believe that this individual's weapon could inflict harm upon them. Upon glancing at the man before him, could not help but chuckle. The person was none other than Will Smith. Considering the apocalyptic context, immediately concluded that they were in the movie world of I Am Legend. What are you laughing at? Answer my question. The man, clearly agitated, fired a shot at its feet and barked, I've never seen you two in this city. S laughter only intensified as he waved his hand, transforming the firearm into a liquid that slipped through the man's fingers right before his eyes. This startled Robert, who instinctively reached for other weapons on his person. But Chun Min simply observed him with amused expressions. He realized that whatever he touched turned to liquid. This was terrifying. Were these two possibly divine messengers? Or perhaps even deities themselves? With this thought, Robert, a staunch believer in science, felt a tremor of doubt within him. The hunting dog beside him had remained silent, but upon closer inspection, he noticed it was trembling. You are Robert, aren't you? Inquired with a smile. The black man nodded instinctively, having lost his previous composure and calmness. Faced with these two, he could not even conceive of fleeing. He simply answered questions. So, this is indeed an apocalyptic world? Chun Min surveyed the ruins around them. What are those devil-like creatures inside? Before Robert could respond, nonchalantly remarked, they're merely mutated humans with altered genes, far from hellish beings. That puts my mind at ease. Chun Min replied, looking relaxed. If they were merely human mutants, she felt confident in her abilities to handle thousands of them without a hitch. After all, her spatial powers could directly exile them, and as a high-level esper, banishing tens of thousands of monsters was as effortless as drinking water. Robert, however, wore a worried expression and timidly asked the two Asians, "I wonder where you two are from. Have humans now acquired such superpowers?" Upon hearing this, and Chen Min burst into laughter. Although Chen Min was unaware of the exact nature of this world, she understood that the strongest beings here were merely those mutated from humans. Compared to the demons of the hellish realms, they were greatly diminished. So there was no reason to fear. "We both hail from parallel universes," explained to Robert, succinctly detailing. "In that world, humanity has mastered certain superpowers, with the strongest even capable of tearing through space and traversing the cosmos. My abilities differ from hers. I can transcend space, which fortuitously led me to this world." As soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed the man before him fire a shot into his own calf. Seconds later, the pain caused Robert to scream in agony. It truly is not a dream. Although the handgun's power was somewhat diminished, it was still sufficient at such close range to inflict considerable harm. What intrigued more was where Robert had retrieved the gun from, for he had just rendered all of this man's weapons non-existent. Meanwhile, the hunting dog crouched on the ground, urging Robert to stand, then noticed that the dog's vest carried a holster. It was indeed wise of Robert to be so cautious. Surviving alone with a dog in such a world was undoubtedly challenging. With a slight sigh, raised his finger and pointed at Robert's calf. In an instant, Robert's cries of pain ceased, and he marveled at how the intense agony in his leg had dissipated in mere moments. More importantly, when he attempted to stomp his foot, he discovered that the internal discomfort had vanished entirely. "Isn't it marvelous?" Smiled, and then he waved his hand behind Robert, releasing a powerful force. Immediately, Robert heard a whistling sound. As he turned to look, he was momentarily convinced he was still dreaming. He distinctly saw the ruins of the buildings behind being effortlessly swept away, along with everything on the ground being instantaneously cleared, the nocturnal demons concealed within the buildings. Upon the sudden vanishing of those structures, erupted into screams as they plummeted down, swiftly disintegrating under the sun's rays. Robert swallowed hard, feeling an unbearable dryness in his throat. He was unable to discern whether all that unfolded before him was reality or mere illusion. He could not ascertain if it was a dream or tangible existence. For the powers exhibited by Shen Du and that woman were indeed fantastical. Without resorting to religious terminology, Robert found himself at a loss on how to depict the unparalleled abilities of the Asian man before him. The immense force encapsulated in his every gesture momentarily evoked images of superheroes from comic books and celestial beings from the East. "Come, Mr. Robert, let us visit your abode," Shen Du declared, seemingly indifferent to Robert's thoughts, and continued, "I would relish the opportunity to linger here a while longer, as this place serves as a remarkably tranquil research site." "Indeed," Chen Min concurred, a smile gracing her lips. "Although the new city is bustling, you have always been one to seek solitude." At that moment, Shen Du dismissed the location's significance entirely, waving his hand, and the two of them instantly materialized outside Robert's so-called safe house. They floated in the air, visible to the naked eye, yet the nocturnal demons below, having severed their connection to the atmosphere, paid no heed to them, continuing their relentless assault on those newly transformed into humans. The bloodthirsty nature of these creatures was evidently not something that could be altered in an instant. However, as the number of transformed humans grew, the scent in the air soon attracted other active demons from various parts of New York City, rapidly surrounding Robert's vicinity, rendering escape impossible. These aberrant humans had nearly lost all capacity for speech, reduced to incessant roars and howls, unable even to articulate coherent words. Nonetheless, the small variable that Shen Du had cast aside had now evolved into a colossal wave. All the arriving demons were destined to succumb to transformation. Meanwhile, Robert, confined within the safe house, was roused by the unbearable cacophony outside. In truth, he had scarcely slept at all. Through surveillance equipment, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The screens displayed a mass of demons, their numbers and the terror of their presence unprecedented. Soon after, Robert discerned the agitation among the demons through the cameras. He noticed that what was being torn apart was unmistakably human. He instinctively reached for his rifle, poised to charge outside, but years of experience halted him, leaving him bewildered, furrowing his brow in confusion. What was happening? Where did these humans come from? Could it be that the arrival of Shen Du and the woman triggered this upheaval? Minutes later, Robert found himself pulled into the air alongside Shen Du, gazing down at the writhing mass of demons, momentarily at a loss for words. What were they doing? They were turning against one another. Shen Du, in an unusually good mood, observed the demons' actions, after tearing apart a human torso or tasting a drop of blood. It took mere moments for them to revert from their demonic form back into humanity, only to be besieged again by the outer demons. How could they suddenly become human? Robert stammered, visibly perplexed. These demons were clearly genetic mutants. Having searched for Shen Du within the house to no avail, Robert was left pondering where they had ventured when Shen Du abruptly pulled him outside into the open air. After a moment of panic, Robert quickly regained his composure. Having witnessed the extraordinary abilities of Shen Du and Shen Min, he found no surprise in the act of flying. I made a simple design, Shen Du remarked with a light chuckle. I altered the constitution of just one demon, which soon triggered a chain reaction. Brace yourself, by dawn. You may need to make arrangements and allocations for these individuals, as they are now considered human. Robert stood in stunned silence, struggling to believe the truth of Shen Du's words. The arrival of Shen Du and his companion had suddenly brought a glimmer of hope to this seemingly hopeless apocalypse, rekindling Robert's faith in humanity's future. As the sun rose, Shen Du and Shen Min were leisurely dining atop one of New York City's tallest skyscrapers, exuding an air of tranquility. Now you have quite the task ahead, Shen Min commented, swallowing a mouthful of meat. With the sudden influx of hundreds of thousands of humans in this city, Robert might find it overwhelming to manage. Indeed, Shen Du replied, unfazed, taking a bite of his meal, slightly wrinkling his nose in dissatisfaction at its flavor. Yet, this is no longer our concern. The world is poised for transformation, and it won't be long before it reverts to its former state. We must take our leave. Shen Min nodded. There was little for her to linger in this post-apocalyptic realm, which was far grimmer than her own world. Despite the fissures and the invasion of demonic entities in her realm, humans had revealed numerous extraordinary abilities, and with the concerted efforts of nations, they had managed to repel the encroachment. Although the new AO region faced a crisis, it was but an overseas island that would soon be forgotten, posing little threat. Shen Min was astonished that humanity's plight had been reduced to such a state merely due to a single vial of medicine. The existence of the nocturnal demons was an unexpected twist for her. Uncertain of what the next world would be like, Shen Min swallowed the last morsel of food, brushed off her hands, and gestured in the air, causing a portal to materialize once more before the two. How much time had passed? It felt akin to the flow of time on the other side, merely 2 days. Shen Du rose to his feet, preparing to enter the portal alongside Shen Min, when suddenly, the small door on the rooftop was forcefully kicked open. Robert appeared, panting heavily, accompanied by dozens of exhausted individuals. Mr. Shen, please wait. He called out urgently to Shen Du and Shen Min as he noticed their intention to depart. Shen Du halted, turning to face Robert. Do you have further business? I wish for you to assist us in reconstructing a city. With your capabilities, it should be a trivial endeavor. Shen Du furrowed his brow slightly at this request. That does not seem like a matter of great significance, he replied in a calm tone, but I typically refrain from engaging in pursuits that do not pique my interest. What can you offer in return for my assistance? Robert was momentarily at a loss for words. One of the individuals behind him had recently transitioned from a nightmarish state back to humanity, and his mind was still somewhat unhinged. Upon hearing Shen Du's response, he grew incensed and raised the rifle he held towards Shen Du. Do you not consider making a contribution to humanity? You despicable, selfish scoundrel. At first, Shen Du was taken aback by the man's actions, but soon his face broke into an uncontrollable smile. You point a gun at me? Robert's complexion paled as he vividly recalled the moment he first encountered Shen Du and Shen Min, when his weapon had effortlessly transformed into liquid in Shen Du's presence. Damn it, do you truly believe yourself to be a god? Robert's words were laced with disbelief as he activated the safety on his firearm. He sternly commanded the man to lower his weapon, but it was too late. In an instant, Robert watched in horror as the threatening figure before him dissolved into a void. With a deafening thud, the cells of a living being evaporated entirely, and the sound reverberated ominously in Robert's ears as those standing behind him began to vanish one by one. Rooted in place, Robert was drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. Sir, he stammered, these individuals were truly blinded by their momentary arrogance. How is it that you came here with them? Shen Du's voice was devoid of emotion, chillingly calm. You must have harbored such thoughts already. Once he finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards the buildings below, raising his hand in a casual gesture. With a resounding crash, Robert's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the entire city being flattened in an instant. The ruins of half the city crumbled to dust, while countless individuals who had just transformed from nightmarish forms into human beings perished silently in the wake of Shen Du's motion. At that moment, Robert could not muster the courage to lift his weapon again. It was only when he saw Shen Du indifferently step into the portal, completely disappearing from view, that he exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. By now, Robert was utterly drenched in sweat, overwhelmed with dread. Damn it! Damn it! He collapsed to the ground, gripped by terror. Shen Du, a formidable entity traversing from parallel universes, possessed such overwhelming power that Robert felt utterly powerless to resist. Shen Du's earlier display resembled a form of intimidation. The visual impact of his gesture would remain etched in Robert's memory forever. When Shen Du emerged from the portal, he found Chun Min waiting impatiently for him. "You finally made it," Chun Min exclaimed, rising to her feet as the portal shimmered. Her annoyance evident. "I've been waiting for you for ages. The flow of time in this world seems quite different from ours." Shen Du briefly gauged his surroundings and promptly replied, "It appears to be the opposite. Spending 15 days here equates to just 1 day in our world." Chun Min gasped softly, taken aback by this revelation. "No wonder I've been waiting for you for so long." Shen Du chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond further as he surveyed the peculiar environment around them. The world they inhabited resembled a primordial forest, yet the scenery was distinctly unlike that of Earth. Before Shen Du arrived, Chun Min had been idly splashing her feet in the river, her curiosity about the surroundings seemingly absent. "Let us explore." "I was just waiting for you to say that." Chun Min happily followed Shen Du, her earlier displeasure forgotten. This time, they did not soar through the sky, but rather, Shen Du guided them swiftly across the ground. The environment of the primordial forest was unique, filled with unfamiliar plant species. Shen Du soon discerned that the peculiarity of this realm stemmed from the composition of its atmosphere. The air was rife with ammonia, methane, and chlorine. Any ordinary human without specialized equipment would perish after just a few breaths. Quickly, Shen Du and Chun Min encountered the extraordinary fauna of this planet. They first encountered several towering creatures, standing dozens of meters tall, with 6 legs and 4 eyes, boasting massive hammer-shaped heads. These beings appeared to be herbivorous, yet their temperament was exceedingly volatile. As Shen Du and Chun Min instantaneously arrived, the leader of the group of beasts noticed them and let out a furious roar, charging forward in an attempt to ram Shen Du. Certainly, the next scene is bound to be exhilarating. The monstrous creature charging towards them was effortlessly sent flying by Shen Du with a single slap, crashing into the surrounding tree trunks and provoking a cacophony of roars from the entire horde of beasts. At this moment, Shen Du had formed a rudimentary hypothesis about the world these creatures inhabited. If his surmises were accurate, these monstrosities could be identified as hammerhead thunder beasts. These creatures possess a strong territorial instinct, which explains their impulsive attack on Shen Du. They are herbivorous, social animals, led by an alpha, and they roam in packs, their size being several times that of an African elephant, a truly terrifying sight. The only other world that could harbor such creatures, aside from the one Shen Du had previously witnessed in Avatar, was indeed non-existent. Chun Min was quite fascinated by these beings. However, their colossal size and notoriously irritable temperament prevented her from getting close. Soon, the duo encountered the apex predator of this rainforest, the lightning beast, also known as the Reaper beast. This creature resembled a hybrid of a cheetah and a lion from Earth, possessing 6 legs and a massive physique, with protruding fangs that exuded a formidable presence. Initially, it seemed that the lightning beast had caught a whiff of Shen Du's scent and approached with curiosity. However, upon witnessing Shen Du effortlessly send the hammerhead thunder beast flying, it turned tail and fled in panic. Unexpectedly, it crossed paths with Shen Du during its hasty retreat. The lightning beast, demonstrating remarkable adaptability, lay low on the ground, sensing that the two formidable beings posed no immediate threat. Shen Du even encouraged Chun Min to stroke the creature's fur, which elicited a playful remark from her about its prickliness. She had anticipated the fauna of this rainforest to exhibit a certain charm, only to discover they were far more vicious than those on Earth. The feathers atop the lightning beast's head settled down, indicating it held no hostile intentions towards Shen Du and Chun Min. These feathers served as both a display of dominance and sensory organs, enabling the lightning beast to accurately locate its prey. Upon detecting potential quarry, it would raise its distinctive crest in preparation for an attack. Shen Du, recognizing the intelligence possessed by this apex predator, refrained from causing it any distress. After exchanging a brief word with Chun Min, he teleported away, allowing the lightning beast to rise unsteadily back to its feet. Although it lacked the intellect of humans, it was undeniably one of the planet's rare apex predators, fully aware of the dire consequences of resistance or provocation against someone as formidable as Shen. Chapter 85. The true deterrent. Having encountered the lightning beast, the pair soon came across other creatures inhabiting this world. This included a multitude of bees native to Avatar, as well as various butterflies, while the sky was filled with pterodactyl-like beings, varying in size. Shen recognized these life forms. The larger organisms preyed upon the smaller ones, forming a food chain. Most of the flying creatures on the Avatar planet were lion eagle-winged beasts and siren-winged beasts, with a few being spike bats and flying insects. The lion eagle-winged beast, often referred to as the Phantom in the original worldview of the Gnostics, was a colossal flying creature with a wingspan reaching up to 31 meters, with certain exceptional varieties growing to around 50 meters. These beings were among the top predators of the Avatar planet, boasting sturdy carbon fiber skeletons, massive claws, and sharp-boned spines. Like other creatures on the Avatar planet, the Phantom also possessed 4 eyes. Shen was awestruck upon encountering such vibrant and colorful creatures in this world. The Phantom earned its name due to its extraordinarily beautiful coloration, with its body, head, and wings adorned with interlacing shades of crimson, yellow, and black, complemented by a deep blue crown, instilling a significant sense of intimidation. Their sizes varied, making their lengths inconsistent, and unlike the siren-winged beasts, these creatures were typically solitary. As Shen and Chun traversed the dense jungle, they encountered a phantom that mistakenly identified them as prey and swooped down to hunt them. The outcome was indeed tragic for the creature, as Chun utilized her spatial powers to ensnare the phantom in a void prison. The phantom found itself plummeting repeatedly, experiencing a disorienting descent that left it utterly bewildered. It had never encountered such a predicament before. With a playful grin, Chun released the void prison, causing the phantom to emit a piercing shriek as it fell from the sky. Had Shen not been there to cushion its fall, it would have likely met a gruesome fate upon impact with the ground. Realizing the extraordinary strength of the two individuals before it, the phantom tentatively emitted a howl towards Shen, attempting to assert its dominance. However, upon meeting Shen's penetrating gaze, it was immediately overwhelmed by a formidable surge of mental energy that invaded its psyche, compelling it to submit in an instant. An ancient legend among the Gnostics of the Avatar planet spoke of how the mighty Phantom once aided in the salvation of the Tree of Souls from natural disasters. The local Gnostics believed that conquering a phantom was the sole means of averting calamities, although this was an aspiration beyond the reach of most Gnostics, who would be torn to shreds before ever getting close to such powerful and graceful beings. It was in exceedingly rare circumstances that a Gnostics could forge a mental connection with a phantom, typically occurring during tumultuous times. The Gnostics who accomplished this seemingly impossible task were bestowed with the title of Phantom Knight, an honor that encompassed both prestige and strength, leading their kin to ultimate victory on the battlefield. Yet, such legends remain mere tales. For Shen, subduing a phantom was an exceedingly simple endeavor. He merely needed to penetrate the mind of the phantom creature and then overpower it within the realm of consciousness. In no time, the phantom lay submissively on the ground, exhibiting a demeanor of acquiescence. Shen was greatly astonished by this spectacle. She understood that it was due to Shen's influence, and thus refrained from hesitating, promptly leaping onto the back of the phantom. This colossal creature, with a wingspan nearing 40 meters and a length several times greater, effortlessly accommodated the two humans without any strain. The presence of Shen and Chun had no effect on its flight. Under Shen's guidance, the immense flying creature rose to its feet, its gigantic wings unfurling with a powerful thrust, propelling Shen and Chun into the sky in an instant. The tremendous lift generated by the wings left Chun in awe, prompting her to exclaim with excitement. "This planet is fascinating," she declared, striving to maintain her balance on the creature's back while still brimming with exhilaration. "If we could bring our people here someday, it would make for a splendid vacation spot." Shen remained noncommittal, smiling as he urged the phantom to accelerate towards a specific direction, to transform this place into a holiday destination. They first needed the consent of the indigenous inhabitants. Pointing towards the distant, flickering figures of flying riders, he informed Chun, "Those must be the native beings, the Gnostics. Come, let us follow them and see." With a shriek, the phantom surged forward, swiftly aligning itself with the concealed Gnostics' aerial sentinels among the floating islands. Upon sighting the phantom, the sentinels became alarmed, and their accompanying banshee-like creatures let out cries of distress, attempting to distance themselves from Shen Du typically. These banshee-like beasts were prey to the airborne dominators like the phantom, and they would flee at the mere sight of it, daring not to fly alongside. As Shen Du commanded the phantom to close the distance, the creature's call instilled terror in the banshee-like beast, which immediately dove downward, causing the aerial sentinel to pale, feeling as if fate had dealt them a cruel hand. Although they did not recognize Shen Du and Chun Min atop the phantom, the encroachment of humans on Pandora was well known to them, and they understood that the duo belonged to the human race. The emergence of the phantom disrupted their plans, rendering the banshee-like creature devoid of any will to fight. These creatures are easily frightened, Shen Du remarked, chuckling at the spectacle, which elicited a carefree laugh from Chun Min. The allure of this planet was undeniable. As they ventured deeper into Nasik's territory, she expressed her desire to encounter these beings, for they were, in every sense, true extraterrestrials. Sharing her thoughts with Shen Du, he did not reject her notion and instead added his own. Perhaps we should allow the seraphs of Oldak to transform this world. With a smile, Shen Du mused, this place feels reminiscent of the ancient Nur ring. Chun Min, agreeing with his sentiment, nodded in silence. The two pursued the banshee-like creature and successfully captured a Nasik's aerial sentinel. The Nasiks, harboring deep hostility towards humans, gaped in disbelief as Shen Du and Chun Min descended from the back of the towering phantom. How did you accomplish this? The aerial sentinel inquired, gesturing animatedly and utilizing a unique dialect. Shen Du furrowed his brow, quickly grasping its meaning. This is merely a wild animal, nothing as extraordinary as you suggest, he replied with a smile, waving his hand at the phantom, which responded with a roar that sent the nearby banshee-like creature trembling in fear. The aerial sentinel regarded Shen Du with newfound respect, astonished that he could communicate in the Nasik's tongue, and it directly inquired what Shen Du wished to do. Shen Du unambiguously articulated his desire to traverse Nasik's territory and candidly declared, it would be best if you guided me, to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Should you refuse, I will find my own way, though the destruction caused would be unpredictable. The aerial sentinel nodded submissively, gesturing for Shen Du to follow it towards Nasik's territory. Throughout the exchange, Chun Min remained silent, absorbed in the surrounding scenery and natural beauty. They were now on the periphery of Nasik's land, where the essence of civilization began to permeate the environment. Shen Du consented, and he and Chun Min took flight once more, following the sentinel. However, it soon became apparent that not all Nasiks were benevolent. The aerial sentinel appeared intent on leading them into a trap. Shen Du was uncertain of how they had orchestrated this ambush, but as the phantom followed the banshee-like creature into the skies above Nasik's territory, several Nasik's aerial knights emerged from the distant floating islands, armed with powerful crossbows, unleashing a barrage of bolts towards Shen Du as the phantom prepared to evade the onslaught. Shen Du's mental command reached it, instructing the creature to maintain its flight posture and remain still. The colossal shadow at this moment faithfully executed Shen Du's command, maintaining a steadfast trajectory as arrows rained down upon it. However, it soon realized that none of the projectiles hurled by the Nasiks could approach its vicinity. With Shen Du and Chun Min present, the primitive assaults of the Nasiks were utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon them or the shadow beneath. Such attacks were hardly worthy of a child's play. The lead banshee desperately attempted to hasten its flight to escape the looming shadow, yet Shen Du offered no second chances. With a mere gesture, the surrounding flying knights seemed to lose all vitality, plummeting one after another. The frontline flying sentinel was abruptly yanked towards him, bearing a visage of utter despair. The average height of the Nasiks hovered around 2.5 meters, rendering Shen Du and Chun Min comparatively diminutive. Yet, at this moment, stature held no advantage. Shen Du's gaze was imbued with a chilling indifference as he fixed his eyes on the flying sentinel, his voice dripping with foreboding. I do not seek your life. I merely require your guidance. Why would you lead me into this trap? The sentinel averted his gaze defiantly, refusing to respond. Chun Min attempted to interject, but Shen Du's voice cut through the air once more. Since you wish for death, I see no reason to spare your life. With that pronouncement, the flying sentinel, along with the banshee, was instantaneously reduced to dust, scattered by the wind. Chun Min paused, soon realizing that Shen Du might indeed be genuinely enraged. Let us proceed, she began softly, only to hear Shen Du command, directly to the Nasik's gathering place. Let them witness true power and absolute dominance. The shadow emitted a piercing cry before soaring high into the sky, its immense wingspan casting a formidable presence upon the creatures below, causing a cacophony of chaos among the dense forest. Within the Gnostics' territory, atop the colossal branches of the Tree of Life, thousands of Gnostics gathered, swiftly sharing the information they had just acquired. They were now acutely aware of Shen Du's invasion, and the disappearance of the flying sentinel heightened their alertness. Warriors from various clans congregated, deliberating their next course of action. However, after an extended period of discordant discussion, a few hot-headed factions clamored to confront the humans boldly, boasting that their weapons were superior to those of the humans. "Look at that," a Gnostic exclaimed, drawing the attention of the crowd upwards to behold the immense shadow beast invading their sacred skies. A wave of fear washed over them as they heard the shadow's fearsome cry. Typically, such creatures would never encroach upon the Tree of Life. It was perplexing how it had strayed into their domain. Soon, it became evident that two humans, a man and a woman, were perched upon the formidable creature's back. Panic ensued among the Gnostics as they scattered, while Shen Du directed the shadow to dive downwards with ferocious speed. The sheer force of its wings sent dozens of Gnostics reeling. More Gnostics screamed as they fled towards the Tree of Life. Shen Du, however, regarded their frantic movements with cold detachment. He raised his hand and, with a single motion, cleaved through the Tree of Life, unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated countless fleeing Gnostics. Trained beasts screeched and took to the skies in a desperate bid for survival, as the air filled with the anguished cries of the Gnostics. This scene struck Chen Min with a pang of sympathy. Yet she felt powerless to voice her concerns in the face of Shen Du's icy demeanor. After all, it was the Gnostics who had initiated hostilities against them. Shen Du's actions were ruthlessly decisive. With a mere flick of his wrist, he instigated a cataclysm within the Gnostics' territory. The Tree of Life was severed, and vegetation across thousands of kilometers vanished in an instant, leaving no refuge for the fauna, thus fracturing the ecological chain. Chen Min, standing by, listened to the Gnostics' wails, her face paling slightly. She had yet to grasp the full extent of Shen Du's prowess. Previously, she had attributed the creation of a new city to the designs of Uldark, considering it a feat achievable by the Seraphim. Little did she anticipate that Shen Du wielded power of such magnitude. She watched in astonishment as he effortlessly vaporized everything within a vast expanse of the planet. Surely, his strength had escalated to a level where he could obliterate stars with a mere thought. Before Chen Min could fully comprehend this revelation, she observed the panicked Gnostics rallying under the leadership of their surviving kin, selecting representatives for negotiations. From a distance, the Gnostics prostrated themselves before Shen Du, kneeling in reverence, their bodies trembling. Two Gnostics approached cautiously, holding a globular white gel-like substance aloft. Noticing that Shen Du refrained from direct violence towards them, their courage began to swell. The foremost figure, bowing respectfully, spoke in Gnostics, though Chen Min could not decipher the words. Shen Du's expression softened slightly in response. Even when two Gnostics presented a white, gel-like substance, Shen Du boldly tore a piece from it, kneaded it briefly, and tossed it into his mouth. Chen Min watched in astonishment. "Oh, these creatures who bully the weak and fear the strong have surrendered." Shen Du, with a beaming smile, turned to Chen Min and remarked, "What you have been offered is a type of fruit from the home tree, which is quite delightful. Of course, when such a thing is offered, it typically signifies submission, an indication of willingness to gift one's home tree to another. Do give it a taste." He gestured towards Chen Min, prompting the two Gnostics to intelligently present the substance before her. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand, mimicking Shen Du, and tore off a piece, kneaded it slightly, and then brought it to her mouth. A peculiar sweet fragrance immediately relaxed her brow, and she looked at Shen Du with delight, ready to speak, only to find Shen Du waving his hand at the two Gnostics. Having witnessed Shen Du's formidable presence, the two Gnostics instinctively shrank to the ground in fear. However, upon realizing that Shen Du's gesture was merely casual, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I shall bring miracles to your planet. As long as you embrace the civilization I offer, I will ensure the stability of your avatar planet." The two Gnostics exchanged a few words before simultaneously bowing deeply to Shen Du. He let out a hearty laugh and raised his hand, directly opening a portal between Uldak and the avatar planet. 3 seconds later, the first seraph emerged, quickly materializing before Shen Du and respectfully hovering in midair, beseeching the father for guidance. Shen Du issued his command in an obscure language that none but the seraph understood. The seraph nodded promptly, and soon a multitude of seraphs flew forth from the portal. Shen Min was taken aback, utterly unaware of how the seraphs communicated among themselves. Shen Du had only spoken to one of them. He offered no further explanations to Chen Min, as his focus remained on the swarm of seraphs descending upon the Avatar planet. The last group of seraphs entered, bearing an unusual engine device, and Shen Du's gaze remained fixed upon it. "What are you preparing to do?" "To modify this planet," Shen Du replied nonchalantly. "We shall gather some resources on our way back to Uldak." The seraphs were tasked with disseminating advanced technology and methods, while the device would be responsible for harvesting the planet's resources. Upon hearing this, Chen Min immediately noticed two seraphs flying towards the wilting home tree with the peculiar device. Activating it and lowering it into place, the ground trembled momentarily, pulsating like a heartbeat, accompanied by increasingly vigorous vibrations that left the Gnostics bewildered. "Are you planning to harvest the resources of this world directly?" Chen Min hesitantly inquired, but Shen Du shook his head. "We are merely restoring the environment that was damaged earlier." As his words concluded, Chen Min witnessed the severed home tree sprouting tender buds once more, rapidly regrowing. This sight prompted countless Gnostics to kneel and worship. The home tree was their dwelling, the source of everything, their true home. Shen Du's display of absolute power had previously annihilated the home trees of dozens of tribes, leaving many homeless. Now, the seraphs he had summoned were reviving the home tree, inciting cheers among the Gnostics. Though Chen Min could not comprehend the alien cheers, she could surmise their meaning, lifting her spirits considerably. A seraph silently approached Shen Du, whispering, "Father, the engine is ready." Shen Du nodded slightly and asked, "How much energy can this world provide?" "This world is teeming with life energy. Our engine can harness this vitality to augment your powers, though the exact enhancement is incalculable." Shen Du acknowledged this and instructed the seraph to watch over Chen Min while he followed the seraph into the home tree. The massive trunk had been entirely hollowed out. Yet, thanks to the seraph's exquisite craftsmanship, it appeared more vibrant than before. Shen Du and the two seraphs descended through the hollowed trunk, and the area quickly expanded several-fold. In the brilliantly illuminated and spacious underground chamber, the seraphs awaited Shen Du's arrival with reverence. Before him lay a familiar divine engine. "The energy of the entire planet can only be harnessed twice." A seraph quietly informed Shen Du this enhancement will be experimental. Father may use this opportunity to assess the compatibility of these energies. Shen Du nodded, refraining from further dialogue, and opened the engine's lid, lying comfortably inside. The acquisition of father-level power depended on Uldak's divine engine. Now he was about to activate the divine engine on the Avatar. As the seraphs chanted in unison, the engine sprang to life once more. A formidable surge of energy erupted from the roots of the home tree, deep within the core of the Avatar planet, instantly flooding the divine engine. This energy was then condensed into a singular form, transformed by the divine engine into a concentrated essence that permeated every cell of Shen Du's body. The entire process bore no distinction from before, except that the source of energy had transitioned from the life sphere of the Heavenly Father to the life force of the Avatar planet's core. Shen Du was not one to deplete resources recklessly. Although the divine engine demanded immense energy, it was a controllable mechanism. Thus, at Shen Du's behest, the abundant life energy of the Avatar planet was not entirely siphoned off, leaving sufficient energy to sustain the planet's normal functioning. Suddenly, the energy conversion process within the divine engine came to a halt, and the hatch opened. Shen Du was the first to extend an arm, followed by his entire being. He stretched his limbs in sheer delight, the latent, colossal energy within him poised to burst forth at any moment. At that moment, Shen Du was far more formidable than before. Previously, he had to exert all his strength to explode a star. Now, a mere thought or a simple gesture was enough to obliterate the very planet beneath him. Shen Du had drawn a significant portion of energy from the Avatar planet's core. Although it remained above the critical threshold, the future developmental trajectory of this planet had been irrevocably severed by Shen Du. The Seraphim approached to congratulate the Heavenly Father on his enhanced power, but Shen Du waved them off, signaling that they could return. A few Seraphim promptly began to tidy up the divine engine and eventually re-entered the portal that Shen Du had activated, returning to Uldak. The sensation of wielding power was exhilarating. Shen Du murmured, acknowledging the divine engine's utility, which was exceptional. Through this engine, he could transform various exotic energies from multiple planes into his own capabilities. He had just absorbed the life energy from the core of the Avatar planet. and there remained abundant energy, ores, and extraterrestrial minerals on this planet. All of these could subsequently be converted into concentrated energy through the divine engine, ultimately coursing into his body. Consequently, Shen had already claimed the entire Pandora planet within the Avatar worldview as his personal domain, refusing to allow any other beings to encroach upon it. Even if humanity desired to attempt landing on Pandora, Shen would never consent. His figure reappeared at the periphery of the home tree, noting that the Gnostics had commenced their respective tasks. The Seraphim, upon their arrival, had bestowed upon them a plethora of emerging technologies, including various energy weapons and power devices. Given that the Gnostics stood at least 2 meters tall, the equipment prepared by the Seraphim posed no usability issues. After a brief acclimatization, these Gnostics warriors transformed into high-tech soldiers. The Seraphim diligently designed equipment for this group of Gnostics warriors according to Shundu's vision, while also requiring these warriors to serve him and obey the Heavenly Father. At that moment, there was no combat. Shendu had merely provided a suggestion. Shendu's appearance immediately drew the attention of the Seraphim, who were the first to bow before him, prompting throngs of Gnostics warriors to kneel in homage. His miraculous actions had rendered most of the Gnostics devoid of any resistance. Before such overwhelming power, all schemes and tricks seemed like mere child's play, leading many Gnostics tribes to willingly submit to Shundu's rule. Shenmin watched in astonishment. The Seraphim's seamless guidance of the Gnostics was akin to a well-orchestrated performance. They functioned as an incredibly efficient propaganda machine. Countless Gnostics, unaware of Shundu's identity, were swiftly molded into devout adherents of the Heavenly Father. This planet is indeed beautiful, is it not? Shendu remarked to Chenmin with a smile. Let us proceed as you suggested, allowing the gifted ones to come here for relaxation and rejuvenation. Chenmin was momentarily speechless, merely nodding. After a pause, she inquired, are we planning to reside here permanently? Should I design a teleportation point? That won't be necessary, Shendu replied, gesturing towards the industrious Seraphim. They will handle everything. Following Shendu's indication, Shenmin observed several Seraphim utilizing peculiar devices to select suitable locations. Once chosen, they promptly set up the equipment and activated it. When dozens of devices were fully operational, they astonishingly linked together in a unique manner, forming a stable portal to another world, Uldak. Shendu smiled at the astonished Shenmin, explaining, similar to the nature of the Newer Ring, this Pandora planet will serve as one of our permanent locations, albeit accessible only with special permissions. After a few seconds, Chunmin comprehended and nodded, visibly impressed by the Seraphim's extraordinary abilities. The technological prowess they displayed clearly surpassed that of humanity. However, she found it rather absurd that these beings were merely Shundu's subordinates. The Seraphim referred to Shundu as the Heavenly Father, resembling assistants and subordinates. Realizing this, Chenmin felt a bitter taste in her mouth. With the portal completed, her spatial abilities seemed less significant. Chapter 87. Invasion. Shendu seemed to sense the shift in Chunmin's thoughts and comforted her with a smile, saying, each ability operates within its own domain. The Seraphim can only work within already established spatial planes. They lack the capability to create new worlds. Therefore, we still rely on you. At this moment, he had already gained preliminary control over the entire Pandora planet. As the work of Suraf deepened, these Gnostics would inevitably become subjects under Uldak. It would be unwise for anyone to attempt to snatch a piece of the pie from Shundu. Chenmin, taken aback, nodded in response. But just as she was about to speak, she noticed Shundu lifting his head. A deep rumbling voice echoed from afar, and Chenmin immediately recognized its distinctiveness. She had witnessed the Earth military's assault on the rifts before, and this sound was far more chilling. It was the human army from this dimension. Shendu spoke nonchalantly, instantly causing Chenmin to feel a surge of anxiety. Are we going to engage them? It's not a matter of great significance. Shendu smiled at her. Are you concerned about this? Shouldn't you be more worried about the differences between the humans of this world and ours? Perhaps their technology is more advanced. In Shundu's line of sight, black aircraft began to materialize, massive flying machines sent from Earth to invade Pandora. Though they were not professional soldiers, their members belonged to specialized corporate groups, equipped with various formidable weapons. Humanity sought the superconducting ores of Pandora, and the finest ores lay beneath the roots of the home trees. Thus, the conflict between Earthlings and the Gnostics was destined to escalate. Under the furious roars of the Gnostics, countless warriors quickly took their positions, although a sense of despair loomed over them. The appearance of Shen Du and Shen Min was akin to tearing apart an illusion, making the Na-6 acutely aware of the overwhelming power of humanity, rendering their resistance absurdly futile. Various aircraft finally revealed themselves from the clouds, but they showed no intention of landing, as the command personnel aboard were embroiled in heated disputes. The entire fleet was essentially a mining company from Earth, with its strongest armed force comprising security personnel and retired soldiers. The current commander was a military officer known as Colonel Quake, who could be responsible for the destruction of the vegetation on the ground. We have never attacked these things. Previous assessments had not indicated any such damage. Could it be that those blue-skinned creatures caused it themselves? Their methods of attack are too primitive to possess such capabilities. Regardless of the cause, we will dispatch a small team to establish a landing zone and station the fleet here, demanding the Na-6 surrender. Damn it, Commander. You must see this. An observer, using a high-precision camera, quickly captured everything on the ground, including Shen Du and Shen Min. The two stood openly, showing no intention of concealment, even inhaling the toxic atmosphere of Pandora without issue. Colonel Quake approached the monitor, expressing astonishment. This drew the attention of many, who were left stunned upon seeing Shen Du and Shen Min on the screen. Did anyone else from Earth accompany this fleet? Pandora is a planet strictly restricted for access by Earth. No other companies or governments have received permission to land. Exactly. Colonel Quake's eyes glinted with menace as he initially intended to accuse the two on the ground of violating Earth's orders, but he turned back to the screen. Why are they not even wearing masks? This is indeed peculiar, for we know that the air on this planet contains a plethora of toxic substances. An ordinary human cannot survive in this atmosphere for more than 3 minutes. Surrounding personnel zoomed in on the feed from Shen Du, quickly noting that his mouth was slightly agape, as if he were speaking to them. Can we decipher what he is saying? The equipment revealed only one word. What word? Get lost. As soon as the operator relayed this, an immense force directly overturned the entire human fleet. The core vessel, equipped with the latest technological advancements, stabilized quickly. But the surrounding equipment was in a frenzy of alarms, prompting Colonel Quake to shout for everyone to restore order swiftly. What in the world is happening? Colonel Quake glanced at the display, which indicated that only 2 of the human vessels were destroyed, with several others suffering damage, including his flagship. It appeared to be the result of that individual's actions. A staff member trembled as he pointed at Shen Du on the ground, saying, when he spoke, he unleashed a tremendous force that flipped our aircraft. How is that possible? Colonel Quake furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. To him, it was inconceivable that humanity could possess such power, yet the Asian individual who had suddenly appeared on Pandora exuded an air of mystery. Considering the extensive damage observed over a 1,000-kilometer radius and the recent upheaval of the ships, Colonel Quake decided to proceed with caution. Order the 1st, 3rd, and 6th formations to land first. The 2nd, 4th, and 5th formations will head directly towards the home trees. Capture that human at all costs. At this moment, Colonel Quach had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. After swiftly issuing commands, he himself seized a nearby rifle, calling upon those around him to join the fray. Meanwhile, Shen Du and Shen Min observed the human mining fleet above, noting their unwavering resolve to remain. As they promptly stabilized their formation and opened the lower hatches to deploy human mechs, they were descending. Shen Min's anxiety resurfaced, yet Shen Du appeared utterly unconcerned, his expression revealing not a shred of tension. Let us give them the most. Chapter 88. The Dilemma of the New City. Initially, Shen Du had asserted that these individuals were part of the Earth's military, but he soon realized that his assertion was not entirely accurate. Those descending were evidently mercenaries from Earth, wielding weaponry that was several generations outdated. The Na-6, enhanced by the Saraf, exhibited formidable combat prowess. Though they seemed remarkably vulnerable before Shen Du, they displayed tremendous strength against these human mercenaries. Had it not been for their consideration of Shen Du's human identity, the Na-6 might have utterly annihilated these intruders. With apprehension regarding Shen Du's potential intervention, the Na-6 swiftly scattered the group of mercenaries and designated individuals to restrain the captives, delivering them before Shen Du. Colonel Quach, taken aback by the rapid defeat of his substantial force, found himself dragged from his damaged mech by towering Na-6 warriors before he could even approach the vicinity of Shen Du's domain. At that moment, Colonel Quach, dejected, was presented to Shen Du. He raised his gaze and exclaimed, Earth does not permit individuals from other nations to come here. How did you arrive? Shen Du tilted his head, harboring little fondness for the Colonel's demeanor. The man was a Caucasian, fitting the stereotype perfectly. You have been authorized to mine the resources of Pandora, but were you granted permission to slaughter the life upon this planet? Shen Du's casual inquiry left Colonel Quach at a loss for words, his red complexion deepening as he stammered. We were merely acting in self-defense. These Na-6 pose a significant threat to us. Shen Du chuckled softly, having anticipated such a response. You hail from Earth? Colonel Quach stared at Shen Du, swallowing hard as he replied. I was unaware that any nations from Earth had dispatched individuals here. Moreover, why do you not require a gas mask? Such knowledge is not for you to possess, Shen Du replied, shaking his head. What you must understand is that Pandora is no longer a lawless land from this day forward. This planet is now under my jurisdiction. All resources here belong to me. Anyone wishing to take anything from me must first seek my consent. Colonel Quach's eyes widened in disbelief. He wished to protest further. But as he noticed Shen Du gesturing towards his fleet, all the numerous vessels vanished into thin air in an instant. What is this? Despite his initially formidable appearance, Colonel Quach was acutely aware of Shen Du's formidable power. Understanding that this was all orchestrated by Shen Du extinguished any desire to contend with him. Now rendered speechless, Colonel Quach found himself wholly eclipsed in the conversation. His mind was consumed by reflections on this journey, filled with regret for venturing to Pandora. Shen Du nonchalantly discussed the ownership of Pandora, and when he ultimately proclaimed it as his own, Colonel Quach felt no surprise. The planet itself was a colossal collective consciousness, with its surface flora and fauna, including the Na-6, merely external manifestations of the myriad consciousnesses residing within. The Na-6 were the most intellectually advanced of these manifestations. Their essence resided within the planet, updating or retrieving backups through the Great Tree's port. Biologically, the Na-6 and humans occupied entirely different ecological niches. Humans were parasitic organisms on the planet's surface, while the Na-6 were extensions of the planet's very being. This design could indeed be interpreted as a deliberate creation by some higher-dimensional intelligence. It was evident that the two individuals before him were representatives of this so-called higher-dimensional wisdom. Colonel Quach swiftly recalled a report he had analyzed on Earth regarding Pandora, instinctively linking his analysis of the planet to the two individuals before him, realizing that only in this way could he rationalize his predicament. After a few moments of silence, Shen Du noted that Colonel Quach appeared to be lost in thought. You must be a higher-dimensional intelligent life form. The Colonel, abandoning his internal conflicts, prostrated himself before Shen Du, stating, We were merely executing orders to come to Pandora, not to enact slaughter. Shen Du frowned at the Colonel's abrupt change in attitude, momentarily uncertain about how to proceed with him. The Na-6 were eager to eliminate the leader of the Earth mercenaries, evidently invigorated by their Saraf enhancements. Shen Du contemplated that these newly empowered Na-6 would likely embark on a path reminiscent of the Protoss from StarCraft. The Na-6 and humans engaged in the Avatar project. Should they establish a connection with the planetary consciousness, IVA, present on Pandora, would soon become immensely powerful. The Foundation is a collective local network where knowledge can be uploaded and downloaded. With the planet's inherent superconductive metals, even a misguided technological tree would yield remarkable advancements. Furthermore, the technological tree now benefits from the support of the Seraphim from Uldak. Before long, when Shen Du next arrives, these Na-6 will transcend their planetary confines and venture into the cosmos, ultimately establishing their own realm. Nevertheless, Shen Du remains the paternal figure to whom these Na-6 submit, a being of higher dimension and greater power. The nation established by the Na-6 shall seek out the energies within the universe on Shen Du's behalf, consistently delivering them to Shen Du in Uldak. This constitutes the entire process that Shen Du has set in motion. The subsequent events became exceedingly simple. Under Shen Du's directive, the invading Earth mercenaries were nearly annihilated, with only a few sent back to convey a warning from Pandora. Shen Du, having gained complete control over Pandora through the Seraphim's assistance, discovered the planet's secrets. Pandora resembles a colossal biological computer suspended in space, allowing its inhabitants to communicate directly with the planetary will through interfaces. Consequently, the Seraphim effortlessly breached Pandora's protective mechanisms using engines brought from Uldak, achieving seamless control over the planet. Shen Du's concerns were minimal moving forward. How much longer must we linger here? Chen Min, observing Shen Du's daily wanderings across the planet, felt an anxious stir within her. What troubles you? The temporal flow here is a mere fraction of our world, 15 days here equates to just 1 day back home. Upon hearing Qinmin's worries, Shen Du laughed heartily. During the past days, he had been gathering energy on Pandora alongside the Seraphim. The engines buried deep within the planet continuously extracted energy, albeit not comparable to the life energy of the core, yet still substantial. Shen Du had amassed 1/5 of the core's life energy and anticipated collecting an additional fifth. However, sensing Qinmin's impatience, he decided to abandon the idea of prolonging their stay. Let us refrain from venturing to the next world for now. We must return to Oldak to address the issues in New City. Shen Du informed Qinmin, having learned of recent developments concerning New City from the Seraphim, which had encountered some minor complications. What has transpired in New City? Qinmin inquired, unaware of the events until Shen Du revealed the situation to her. Following the conclusion of the first New City challenge, Shen Du had permitted numerous extraordinary ability users to return to Earth, albeit with time constraints. The issue arose upon their return. Having enjoyed unprecedented privileges and challenges in Shen Du's realm, these individuals returned and spread the word, prompting a surge of Earthlings eager to journey directly to New City's Oldak. Shen Du's initial stance was welcoming. After all, New City could accommodate many. Regrettably, an influx of people led to complications. As Shen Du was absent from Oldak, conflicts among the extraordinary users in New City went unresolved, ultimately necessitating combat to settle disputes. With several being high-level extraordinary users, including 3 of the highest caliber. Most of the initial inhabitants of New City hailed from the Qinglong Academy, but this time, a significant number of elite extraordinary users from the Great Xia Nation had arrived. The structural integrity of New City suffered considerable damage due to their battles, leaving its inhabitants in a state of unrest. Isn't there a master god overseeing this? After a moment's hesitation, Qinmin queried, can't the Seraphim manage them? While the Seraphim's capabilities had been significantly augmented under my influence, they still struggled against high-level extraordinary users. It appears that my direct intervention is necessary. Shen Du sighed, lamenting humanity's enduring penchant for infighting. As he spoke, Qinmin had already activated a portal leading directly to Oldak. Upon stepping through the portal, Shen Du was met by several worried Seraphim approaching him. They intended to report the situation, but Shen Du waved them off, indicating no need for further discussion. You have truly disappointed me, he declared, surveying the apprehensive Seraphim with a cold huff. I shall settle the score later. With that, he stepped forward and instantly appeared above New City. Once a pristine and beautiful locale, New City was now reduced to ruins. Shen Du let out a disdainful snort, and a gust of energy radiated from him, rapidly restoring the damaged structures. His voice soon echoed throughout New City, demanding that those involved in the recent turmoil come forth. Otherwise, he would invoke the Master God's authority to identify them and employ Oldak's unique methods for their punishment. Before long, those who had witnessed Shen Du's prowess voluntarily emerged. He merely deducted a portion of their Master God points and established new rules for the upcoming Master God challenge adjustments for each individual. A portion of the newly arrived abilities users appeared somewhat dismissive upon hearing Shen Du's assertions, doubting his capacity to discern their presence. For these individuals, Shen Du's approach was decidedly less gentle and amiable. With a thunderous resolve, he identified the troublemakers in the New City and, before an audience of nearly 10,000, forcefully extracted their life orbs. These orbs contained essential memories and life energy. Once separated from the physical body, they were rendered incapable of autonomous movement. Shen Du's methods were formidable, as he simultaneously extracted the life orbs from these individuals. He sternly commanded Saraf to place these orbs into the blood pool of Oldark for scorching, determining the duration based on the extent of destruction caused by each individual. The most destructive abilities user, hailing from Xuanwu Academy, was sentenced to endure a month in the blood pool. Such a place could profoundly affect the life orbs, and even a brief exposure would inflict excruciating pain on ordinary orbs, let alone being subjected to deliberate scorching. Shen Du's audacious methods were even broadcast live within the New City, and the agonizing screams resonating from the abilities user's life orb darkened the expressions of all present. Having dealt with this matter with a resolute hand, Shen Du finally began to receive from Saraf the statistics concerning the newly joined abilities users in the New City. Nearly 6,000 earthly abilities users had recently entered Oldark New City, nearly double the original count, and it appeared that this number would continue to rise in the near future. Shen Du had learned that Earth had enacted laws restricting the activities of abilities users, indicating a clear intent to no longer feign ignorance. It seemed that ordinary humans remained apprehensive about those who had awakened their abilities. He sighed softly, yet found joy in the influx of abilities users, for with sufficient numbers, his subsequent plans could commence. Chapter 89. The legislation upon his return from other realms. Shen swiftly employed a thunderous method to address the unrest in the new city. Due to Suroff's ineptitude in managing the main god sphere, he was directly punished with a demotion, while the most incompetent among them was returned to the engine for reconstruction. This series of actions swiftly stabilized the situation in the new city. Feng Rui had not seen Shen for several days, and upon his return, she eagerly rushed over to converse with him. Shen beamed at the sight of this little sorceress, and before he could speak, Feng Rui exclaimed, "Shen, where have you been these past few days? Why didn't you take me with you?" She expressed her dissatisfaction, questioning whether he feared she would hinder him. Given the prowess of this little sorceress, the notion of her being a hindrance was quite humorous. Shen laughed heartily upon hearing her words and gestured that it was not the case, merely a matter of differing destinations. I was accompanied by others to those locations. I required the spatial abilities to open a portal for our travels, he explained with a smile. At this, Feng Rui fell silent, well aware of the nature of spatial abilities, which she currently lacked. With a cheerful demeanor, Shen continued, "During my recent excursions, I opened 2 new dimensional worlds, one of which Uldark is now set to oversee. We can visit that realm for leisure and respite, as its environment surpasses both Uldark and Earth." Instantly captivated by Shen words, Feng Rui inquired about the details. He gestured towards her, and the full image of Pandora's planet flooded her mind, leaving her in awe. "What has been happening on Earth lately?" Shen, having completed his tasks, turned to Feng Rui with a smile, asking, "I have heard rumors of new laws concerning abilities users on Earth." Upon hearing this, Feng Rui's expression darkened considerably. "You hit the nail on the head. Several academies may struggle to survive in the near future. Earth is applying pressure for the academies to streamline and merge, demanding a unified management of the numerous abilities users." Feng Rui had recently returned to Earth and noted that legislation regarding abilities users had been hastily introduced. Through inquiries, she discovered that the rapid passage of this legislation was primarily due to a tragic incident involving abilities users. A team of 3 abilities users pursued another, who, in desperation, self-detonated, resulting in the immediate deaths of 2 pursuers and severe injury to another. The explosion occurred within a city, destroying 2 buildings and claiming over 1,000 lives, with economic losses exceeding 10 million. This incident was classified as a significant case concerning abilities users. In its aftermath, numerous high-ranking officials who had maintained neutrality agreed to the passage of special legislation targeting abilities users, mandating their direct governance by respective nations. They began consolidating elite abilities users from several major academies, including numerous high-ranking abilities users. Some who resisted direct management were detained under charges of defying the legislation. Reports indicated that there were individuals plotting to form a team of high-ranking abilities users with the primary objective of eliminating those who opposed the new laws. Under such pressure, many regretted not having joined Shen in entering Uldark. Such matters should not ordinarily provoke such a significant outcry. Shen stroked his chin and mused softly. It seems someone is stirring the pot from behind. Otherwise, this situation would not have escalated to this extent. Indeed, Feng Rui sighed with a hint of disillusionment, expressing her disappointment. In truth, numerous ability users have already clashed with those possessing official backing. The ability user team formed in East City was initially intended to assist in apprehending criminals. However, due to some ability users exercising their powers recklessly, part of the infrastructure was destroyed, resulting in the entire team being apprehended. Shen remarked, "Perhaps the ability users truly have no future left on Earth." He remained silent, as this narrative felt eerily familiar to him. "Are there any other developments?" Feng Rui pondered for a moment before quietly responding. "I've heard that some ability users have been executed in secret." Shen brows furrowed instantly, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Feng Rui. "By humans?" The majority of those involved were ability users who had formed an alliance, supported by official departments that provided them with specialized weaponry aimed at suppressing their powers. Some of these innovations were specifically designed to counter human physiology, purportedly derived from the essence of ability beasts, capable of temporarily inhibiting the powers of ability users. It is said that a prominent ice-type ability user from Zhuke Academy was discreetly dealt with in this manner. someone named Fan Sun. Shen Du was taken aback by Feng Rui's revelations. He had not anticipated the resolute and decisive measures displayed by humans. Once the issue regarding the rift was addressed, they acted swiftly, dividing the ability users into factions and even covertly eliminating those who had shown during the Rift War. What about the ability users returning from Urdak? Have they faced any restrictions? Shen Du inquired, only to see Feng Rui shake her head. For now, they are not a priority. Many ability users refuse to comply with regulatory policies, leading to significant discord with those who have already joined the alliance. Both sides have recently engaged in battles, and most of the returning ability users are preoccupied, thus avoiding drawing attention. After Feng Rui spoke, Shen Du summoned a seraph, giving brief instructions. The seraph promptly delivered a device to Shen Du upon activating it. Feng Rui was astonished to find it displayed a panoramic view of Earth. Your information seems somewhat lacking. Allow me to observe the full picture myself, Shen Du remarked with a light chuckle, clicking on several urban locations, which instantly flooded the screen with a plethora of information. The sudden disappearance of the rift. Do ability users still possess any significance? A call for ability users to abandon their powers and return to normalcy. With the rift monsters gone, ability users should also vanish. Soon, a multitude of events emerged. First, the 4 major academies issued a joint statement, declaring their intention to merge and ultimately establish a super academy, which would encompass a vast number of ability users, all of whom would be members of the Ability Users Alliance, subjected to oversight. However, the timeline remained undetermined. Subsequently, a grassroots ability user organization openly opposed this so-called alliance, denouncing it as a deception. The tension escalated but did not erupt into a major incident until the case of the alliance pursuing ability users, as Feng Rui mentioned, came to light. This event sparked an immediate outburst of public dissatisfaction towards ability users who had previously enjoyed various privileges. Until now, they had been restrained by the Rift battlefield. Without the ability users, the populace felt utterly powerless. With the Rift's disappearance, the government began discussing legislation targeting ability users, demanding they join the alliance and submit to the direct leadership of its upper echelons. The regulatory bill was ultimately passed, and under the auspices of certain academies. Some ability users took the initiative to join the alliance, while those who did not were regarded as potential criminals and placed under close surveillance. Due to the distinct identities of ability users, previous issues had been masked by the Rift battlefield. Many individuals had vented their true natures amidst the chaos of war, allowing for a semblance of peace. However, the newly established alliance mechanism allowed for initial members to join without any scrutiny, leading them to exploit their abilities for nefarious purposes, which soon resulted in signs of internal strife within the alliance's ranks. Most of these conflicts were quelled by high-ranking ability users within the alliance. The alliance, priding itself as a formal organization, acted harshly in society, frequently mobilizing its members to assault rogue ability users, coercing them into joining the alliance or imprisoning them. Consequently, ability users worldwide found themselves in a precarious situation. This was also the direct reason behind the sudden doubling of numbers among the ability users returning from Urdak. Many ability users were struggling to exist within human society, and prompted by those returning from Urdak, seeking refuge there indeed seemed a prudent choice. At present, Shen Du had no intention of returning to the other side of Earth. He had numerous matters to attend to in Urdak and the current chaos in human society, coupled with the discord among ability users, did not pose a significant concern for him. At the very least, he would not have to worry about personnel issues in Urdak moving forward. By the way, Feng Rui interrupted Shen Du's thoughts, bringing up a matter that instantly piqued his interest. Does Urdak only accept ability users? Are ordinary individuals inquiring whether they can join Urdak? Shen Du's eyes lit up as he swiftly grasped the implication behind Feng Rui's words. Feng Rui, as anticipated, nodded affirmatively. Before my return, there were indeed individuals who acquired knowledge about Urdak through various channels. They are not endowed with extraordinary abilities, yet they exhibit a remarkable willingness to take risks. Shen Du listened with a smile as Feng Rui completed her statement, lightly tapping the armrest of the chair on which he sat. Are there many such individuals? He inquired. Perhaps not many, as they are not extraordinary beings themselves. Many fear that surviving in Urdak may pose significant challenges. You didn't mention that resurrection is possible here? Feng Rui remarked, slightly embarrassed. Shen Du smiled gently and replied, you can inform them next time. However, it is crucial to clarify that while Urdak is indeed a paradise, I shall not provide for them without cost. To enjoy a good life here, they must undertake various tasks assigned by the new city. This is not only vital for me, but also for them. The rewards from the Master God are tangible, and I will ensure that Salaf enhances each individual accordingly. Their strength can grow indefinitely, as long as they are willing to continue this endeavor. Regardless of whether Feng Rue comprehended his words, Shen Du continued. I will have Salaf prepare some special ability stones, allowing ordinary individuals to acquire basic or even advanced abilities upon their arrival, preventing them from being too weak to engage in other activities. It would be prudent for you to explain these details thoroughly when you return. Absolutely. Feng Rue responded with excitement, recognizing that Shen Du was indeed permitting these individuals to join Uldak, and the conditions offered were evidently favorable. Shen Du waved his hand to signal that she could leave, as he needed to start planning the next round of challenges in the new city. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the upcoming new city challenge would again take place in the Hell Dimension. Although this realm was originally created by the former Heavenly Father, it eventually transformed into a hellish landscape due to the corruption and fall of its deities. The relentless influx of hellish creatures makes it a natural training ground, ideally suited for honing the skills of extraordinary beings. Shen Du was determined not to miss such a valuable opportunity. As for the once-fallen deity, the former Heavenly Father had not directly slain him, but, out of pity, had merely extracted the life sphere from his body. Currently, the life sphere remained in Luminarian's secret storage room, and Shen Du had contemplated disposing of it at some point. Perhaps it would be best to deal with it now. Rubbing his temples, he reflected that the true ruler of the Hell Dimension was this deity, often referred to as the Dark Demon King or the Great Lord. Presently, this formidable entity existed solely as the life sphere within Luminarian, and Shen Du was hesitant to recklessly utilize the God Engine to convert it into energy for his own body. Although its power was inferior to that of the Heavenly Father, the latter's strength was one Shen Du could accept. He was uncertain if he could control the power of the Dark Demon King after its fall. Should he become corrupted himself, Uldak might have to confront a second Dark Demon King. Chapter 90. The new city arena, however, Shen Du was not inclined to disturb this entity at the moment. His primary focus was on the upcoming new city challenge. The format of the challenge would be largely similar to the previous one, featuring monster hunting and leveling up, along with the exchange of enhancement rewards from the Master God's light spheres controlled by Salaf. Shen Du, overseeing Uldak, found the task of enhancing extraordinary beings to be quite straightforward. The resources utilized were primarily sourced from the sub-gold energy of the regional dimension, largely collected through the missions completed by extraordinary beings. Uldak had no shortage of such resources. He made adjustments to the upcoming new city challenge, altering the types of monsters involved, and more importantly, he increased the reward incentives significantly, encouraging these extraordinary beings to hunt down the more powerful creatures within the Hell Dimension. What he sought were warriors of greater strength, those who dared to battle foes from any dimension, as long as he remained the master of Uldak. Those extraordinary beings registered there could be resurrected through the God Engine. This alleviated a considerable amount of concern regarding their safety, as they need not fear death when facing adversaries from other dimensions. The moment they fell, they could be resurrected in Uldak within seconds. At that point, Shen Du could simply maintain a presence in Uldak to stabilize the morale of his forces. However, he recalled the issues that had arisen in the new city a few days prior. Due to minor conflicts, intense disputes erupted among the extraordinary teams and individual members, as the new city had initially failed to prohibit conflicts within the city, resulting in rampant internal battles. It appeared necessary to establish a designated area for sparring or dueling. Pondering this, Shen Du contemplated creating a simulated battlefield similar to those in the academies back on Earth, but he quickly revised this idea. Instead, he intended to establish an arena within the new city. This arena would be divided into several types. Firstly, there would be a chaotic battle arena, where extraordinary beings of all types and levels could participate. Internal battles resulting in death would allow for free resurrection via the resurrection engine, alleviating the concerns of many extraordinary beings. The chaotic battle arena would employ a random assignment system for opponents. If participants were unable to prevail, they would simply have to accept their fate. The ultimate victor would receive exclusive ability upgrade stones from Uldak. The rules arena would feature some modifications, allowing participants to select their opponents. Additionally, each session of the rules arena would have different entry requirements, determined by Shen Du himself. The requirements for participation may be restricted to water-type and psychic-type ability users, or perhaps fire-type, and certain other categories of ability users may be prohibited from joining. This specific aspect is indeed worthy of consideration. The rewards will also consist of the exclusive ability upgrade stones of Uldak. While the second and third places will receive corresponding divine points and inferior ability upgrade stones. Following this, there is the one-on-one arena of Uldak. Shen has established a dedicated one-on-one arena based on the types of abilities, where water faces water, fire confronts fire, psychic battles psychic, and earth contends with earth. After careful deliberation, Shen has determined that the rewards for the one-on-one arena will also consist of ability upgrade stones, and the arena will settle its results daily, aiming to stimulate competition among the various types of ability users, ultimately revealing the most formidable presence. What Shen desires is precisely this pinnacle of strength. The power he currently wields is sufficient to crush all ability users in the new city, as the entirety of Uldak lies under his control. With the Seraphim residing within it, including New City, he harbors no concern that the prowess of ability users could pose a threat to his position. The ability upgrade stones do not allow for unlimited enhancement of the user's abilities. The highest grade of ability stones can currently stabilize the enhancement of their innate abilities to an advanced level, but further use of ability upgrade stones becomes futile. Thus, these stones may only be sold or given away by those individuals. This will consequently promote economic circulation within New City. Shen has nearly completed the planning for the chaotic combat arena, the rule-based arena, and the one-on-one arena. After a moment's contemplation, he devised yet another arena known as the Challenge Arena. The Challenge Arena adopts a simulated battle mode akin to that of Earth, with the Divine Sphere providing a void space and monsters for challenges up to level 11. Shen has temporarily set a staggering limit of 999 levels for these challenges, with monsters escalating rapidly from the lowest tier of Hellspawn to the Abyssal Axe Demon, eventually introducing the Titan Demon, and for the subsequent monsters, he directly applied templates of various formidable creatures he is familiar with. Shen is confident that the difficulty of the Challenge Arena is sufficiently high, and he harbors no thoughts that any ability users in New City could reach the later levels in a short span of time. Thus, he is not overly concerned about these matters. This concept is somewhat akin to a tower climb, where each level yields divine points and random items of varying quality, finally introducing the long-awaited element of chance for every ability user. Having completed this endeavor, Shen let out a long sigh of relief, and at his side, a seraphim appeared with utmost reverence. "Lord Father," they spoke, "distribute this to every ability user in New City." The seraphim respectfully took the items from Shen hands, while Shen rose to his feet and, in the next moment, appeared at the center of New City. With a casual wave of his right hand, the towering buildings immediately dispersed, creating a vast expanse of space. Raising his left hand, a magnificent arena began to materialize in this open area. Shen aesthetic sense cannot be considered particularly refined, yet he has always adhered to pragmatism. The moment the arena emerged, it inevitably drew the attention of all ability users in New City, who, upon observing the architectural style from the periphery, quickly deduced the purpose of this structure. This, in a manner, validated Shen's aesthetic choices. While Shen was constructing the arena, the Seraphim had already utilized specialized devices to disseminate the detailed rules of the arena to every ability user's wristband. In no time, the entire New City of Uldak was abuzz with excitement. Does this mean that obtaining ability upgrade stones has become even simpler? Finally, I no longer have to compete against those lunatics in the New City challenges. The ability upgrade stones now seem to have multiple avenues for acquisition. I want to participate in the one-on-one arena. I believe I can secure ability upgrade stones through duels. I prefer the chaotic combat arena. I'm not particularly concerned about the upgrade stones. I mainly want to engage in battles with all sorts of people. What a madman. Speaking of the rule-based arena, if I enter and fight against others, won't the difficulty be too high? At this moment, the ability users below were discussing the arena's details, while Shen listened attentively, rapidly embellishing the entire arena structure. Having previously constructed the entirety of New City, this was his second foray into building, and he was quite adept at it. Thus, his pace was unhurried. 15 minutes later, Shen completed the internal structure of the arena. He clapped his hands, took a deep breath, and then his voice resonated throughout the ears of all present. The New City arena is now complete and ready for participation. Entrance tickets can be purchased with divine points from the Divine Shop. Upon finishing his statement, his figure vanished in an instant. In front of the arena's entrance, two seraphim floated, inspecting the entrance tickets held by each human ability user and subsequently opening the respective passageways to their arenas. Can we go in to see the commotion? Are spectator tickets for the arena available for purchase? Someone shouted amidst the crowd, their curiosity piqued.